All You Want by Senlinyu. Chapter 1, in which it all stops making sense. 8th year at Hogwarts was going to be Hermione's year. After dedicating 6 years of her academic life to Harry and Ron, she was finally ready to focus on herself. Voldemort was dead, most of the Death Eaters were imprisoned, and Harry and Ron were busy training to become Aurors. Now, Hermione was returning to school, where she could fully immerse herself in her education, just as she had always dreamed. This year was a chance for her to engage in extracurricular activity simply because she wanted to, not because there was a pressing need to save Harry or the wizarding world. Yet, as she walked through the halls, she noticed the sympathetic looks from her peers. Many believed she was attending school as a way to escape or hide, convinced there was some sort of rift between her and her best friends. The tabloids were relentless, proclaiming that the Golden Trio had fallen apart and were no longer speaking. The leading theory suggested that she and Ron had broken up, with Harry siding against her. What nonsense! Hermione and Ron had hardly been a couple. They had talked about it, considered it, but in the aftermath of the war, they both felt the need for space to discover themselves as individuals before attempting to build a relationship. Hermione had suggested they wait a year and then revisit the idea. By then, she would have completed her newts and chosen her mastery, while Ron would have finished the most intense part of his aura training. They would both have a clearer idea of what they wanted. The expectation from much of the wizarding world that they should have been engaged by 17 was simply absurd in Hermione's eyes. Despite the surprisingly good gender equality in some areas, the wizarding society remained oddly antiquated in others. Because she chose to attend school instead of rushing into marriage, the tabloids were convinced that something scandalous had shattered the Golden Trio. The very thought made Hermione scoff inwardly as she tossed her hair over her shoulder and continued on her way. Her head. She had spent months living in a tent with her best friends, fighting battles and saving the world together. She was not about to become permanently attached to them just to appease an overly curious public. Becoming an Auror held no appeal for her. She had faced enough challenges and had no desire to include camping or dueling in her future career. What she wanted was time for herself, to study, to focus on her own interests, and to decide her path without worrying about keeping anyone alive or avoiding expulsion. 8th year was hers, and hers alone. She hugged Harry and Ron, kissing each of them on the cheek at platform 9 3/4 before practically skipping onto the train. Finding an empty compartment, she bustled in and pulled out all her textbooks for review. Although she had read them over the summer, the chaos of rebuilding had made it hard to feel like she'd absorbed everything as thoroughly as she wanted. Just then, Ginny popped her head in to say hello, her head girl badge proudly pinned to her uniform. Hermione remembered how nearly hysterical with joy Molly had been when Ginny received the honor. For a fleeting moment, Hermione felt envy at missing out on a position she had once coveted. It hadn't been a surprise, though. Minerva had come to discuss the matter with her. Ginny and Neville had shown exceptional leadership at Hogwarts, especially under the Caro twins. By all rights, the position should have been Hermione's the previous year, but she had declined it. She was already feeling overwhelmed trying to fit in all the classes she wanted to take. A quiet academic year without any leadership responsibilities was what she craved. The head girl badge had gone to Ginny, and Minerva had offered Hermione a prefect position as well, but she had turned that down too. As the journey to Hogwarts continued, the door to her compartment suddenly swung open. Draco Malfoy dashed in and quickly disillusioned himself. Across from her, Draco Malfoy had just finished disappearing when the door swung open again, revealing Daphne and the Astoria Greengrass. Granger, Daphne said stiffly, pursing her lips as she glared down at Hermione. "Did you see Draco pass this way?" Hermione blinked in surprise. "I've been reading," she replied. With a sigh and an eye roll, Daphne turned to leave with her younger sister. Hermione returned her attention to the pages of her arithmancy textbook, the sound of their footsteps fading into the rhythmic click of the train wheels. After a moment, she raised her gaze and arched an eyebrow at the empty seat across from her. To her astonishment, the emptiness shimmered, and Draco slowly reappeared. "Lying for me, Granger?" he drawled, raising an eyebrow with a slow, deliberate cadence. "I never thought I'd see the day." Hermione shot him a pointed glare, then did a double take. Draco seemed considerably larger than she remembered from just 3 months ago at his trial. He was broader, more muscular, and somehow taller. Even if he had taken up an intense fitness regime, it didn't explain the deepening of his voice, which seemed to have dropped another octave. She blinked a few times to regain her composure. "I didn't lie at all," she said, lifting her chin defiantly. "I simply said I was reading." "A lie by omission is still a lie," he replied, his voice low and growling, sending an unexpected warmth through her. Hermione felt a rush of heat, fidgeting in her seat, suddenly uncomfortable with his presence. Her neck tingled with tension. Why was he growling at her? It was both disconcerting and infuriating. "Also, how are you not even a prefect?" he continued, scrutinizing her. "I assumed you'd be a shoo-in for head girl. I thought I was the only one not in a leadership position." One stripped of her position. Even Pansy got to keep her prefect status, and she actually tried to hand Potter over. Hermione flushed a deep shade of scarlet and squirmed under his gaze. It felt as if his gray eyes were tracing every inch of her. She had never felt so oddly uncomfortable around anyone before. A bead of sweat trickled down her brow as an inexplicable heat began to bloom in her lower abdomen at the sound of his voice. She tried to brush it off. "I didn't want any leadership positions this year," she said, her voice a bit too shrill as she crossed her legs. "I have a lot of classes I want to take. It's not like I need it for my resume. If someone asks why I wasn't a prefect for 8th year, I can always show them my Order of Merlin." Malfoy chuckled, a sound rich like chocolate and velvet, and she could almost feel it against her skin. She made a strangled noise and pressed herself into the opposite corner of the compartment. Malfoy narrowed his eyes at her. "What's got you so bothered, Granger?" he asked, and Hermione could swear she felt the vibrations of his voice travel down her spine, igniting something deep within her. Her eyes widened, and suddenly, she was desperate to escape. A warning echoed inside her, telling her that something significant would happen if she didn't get away. She jumped to her feet and grabbed her satchel. "Nothing," she blurted out, her throat feeling tight. "I need to go." Without waiting for him to respond, she dashed from the compartment. Once inside the bathroom, she splashed cold water on her face and neck, trying to cool down and make sense of what had just happened. There was something about Malfoy that unnerved her in a way she couldn't quite articulate. She had always prided herself on having a clear head. She was not the kind of girl who blushed or became flustered so easily. Because she found a boy attractive. But she had to admit, Malfoy had gotten fit over the summer. When she heard his voice, she felt herself half melt into a puddle and, before she knew it, snapped at him and fled. It was as if being near him had awakened something deep within her, stirring a whirlwind of emotions she couldn't quite control. She felt like a mindless, irrational pile of hormones, all because of Draco Malfoy. Of all people. The historic bully, the pure-blood elitist. Even if he were the most handsome man on Earth, it wouldn't make up for his lack of character. Her crushes had always started with character first and looks second. She admired Gilderoy Lockhart for his supposed accomplishments and Viktor Krum for his sincerity and kindness. But that didn't mean she had a crush on Malfoy. Not at all. He was simply attractive. It was perfectly normal for a girl to appreciate a man on an aesthetic level, and that was all there was to it, she told herself firmly. There was no reason to act unpleasant toward him because of it. She straightened up, changed into her school uniform, and found a new compartment. It turned out Malfoy wasn't the only 8th-year male who had transformed over the summer. When she laid eyes on Neville Longbottom for the first time, she found herself slightly bug-eyed. Anthony Goldstein and Theodore Nott had also changed dramatically. There were several other eighth-year boys whose names she didn't recall, all of whom seemed to have grown as well. From her seat in the Great Hall, she stared at each of them, feeling a mix of disbelief and astonishment. While the boys had plenty of admirers, most of the other students didn't seem nearly as flustered as Hermione was. "Hermione, could you pass the ham?" Neville asked in a low voice. Hermione nearly toppled out of her seat at the sound of his voice. Hermione swiveled to stare at him, her mouth agape. No one else even looked up, as if it were perfectly normal for boys to speak in voices that vibrated the air around them. Neville stared back at her, confusion etched on his face. "What did you just say to me?" Hermione managed to choke out. "I asked for the ham," Neville replied, his voice low and resonant once again. Hermione gasped, then quickly grabbed the tray and shoved it toward him before standing up. "I need to use the loo," she muttered, escaping the scene. Once in the girls' bathroom, she tried to cool down for half an hour before making a dash for the safety of the library. She couldn't wrap her head around what was happening to her. Why did it feel like she was the only one affected by the sudden growth spurts? It was utterly bizarre. The library proved to be unhelpful. There were no resources on growth patterns. All the books on wizarding reproduction were tucked away in the restricted section, and she wasn't sure she was curious enough to approach any of her professors for a permission slip. She wished she had Harry's cloak of invisibility. Deciding to wait it out, she thought it wasn't urgent. In the meantime, she would simply avoid Malfoy, Nott, Goldstein, Neville, and the others. She had plenty of academic work to focus on, so it shouldn't be too difficult. As it turned out, it was slightly harder than she anticipated. The moment she heard their voices echoing down the hall, she would jump, breaking out in a sweat. She barely managed to keep from panting as she fled. The library and common areas felt like a plague zone to her. During classes with any of them, she cast repeated cooling charms, sat as far back as possible, and refrained from answering questions, knowing her voice often came out high-pitched and wobbly. Her behavior felt painfully uncharacteristic, and it didn't take long for Malfoy to corner her after potions in the third week of class, just after she had blown up. Hermione stood before a cauldron for the first time in her academic career when Malfoy approached her. "What's wrong with you, Granger?" he demanded, his voice low and authoritative, sending a shiver down her spine. For a moment, she found herself wondering what it would be like if he growled like that against her neck. She nearly moaned as she forced herself to back away from him. He was so close that she could smell him, an alluring scent that was almost edible. The thought of running her tongue along his neck and the inside of his wrists crossed her mind, and she shook her head, trying to regain her composure. "Nothing. There's nothing wrong with me," she replied firmly, skittering away and rubbing her wrists together in an effort to relieve the inexplicable tension. Malfoy stepped closer, inhaling sharply before stopping short. His eyes locked onto hers, and he shook his head in disbelief. Suddenly, his expression twisted into shock. He clamped a hand over his nose and mouth, as if he were about to be sick. Without another word, he turned and rushed away. Hermione stood there, dazed, watching him go. She sniffed her shirt, confused, trying to figure out what had made Malfoy so nauseated. She smelled fine, maybe a little musky, but only if she practically buried her nose in her clothing. He was so spiteful, he probably faked it just to mock her. Her face twisted in irritation as she straightened up, rubbing the base of her neck where it still ached. She started toward the library, but as she reached the door, she heard Anthony's voice. In a hurry, she turned around and rushed back to the Gryffindor dormitory. Her neck and wrists still tingled, and she rubbed at them, feeling as though a tension was building that nothing could relieve. When she finally reached Gryffindor Tower, she squared her shoulders and made her way to the top of the girls' tower. Ginny had her own private room because she was head girl. Hermione knocked softly on the door, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her. When the door opened, Ginny greeted her with a warm smile. "Hermione, is there a student issue?" Ginny asked, pulling the door wider and inviting her in. "Oh, no. I just had a question," Hermione replied, stepping awkwardly into the room. "I don't know if it's weird for me to ask this, but I feel like I'm the only one who doesn't know what's going on." Ginny's eyes widened in surprise. "You don't know something? Well, then I'm not sure how much help I'll be." She cracked a smile and settled onto the edge of her unmade bed. Hermione hesitated. "Have Neville and some of the other boys in 8th year grown a lot over the summer?" "I feel like they have, but I'm the only one who's confused by it." The smile faded from Ginny's face, replaced by a distinctly guarded expression. "Well, they had their final growth spurts," she said, her tone becoming vague. "You probably never noticed it happens because most wizards graduate before it kicks in." That made sense. Malfoy, Neville, and the others were 18. It wasn't as if Hermione usually encountered that many 18-year-old wizards. "Is that common?" she asked. "Do wizards normally have growth spurts that late?" "Some do," Ginny replied, her voice tightening. Hermione furrowed her brow. "Harry and Ron didn't." "Well, as I said, some," Ginny's tone was defensive. "Not all wizards do. It's pretty arbitrary. Bill and Charlie did, but most don't, and that doesn't make them any less. It's not as if it happens to some wizards because they deserve it." Hermione stared at her, puzzled. "I think I'm missing something." Ginny began, then waved her hand dismissively. "It's a pure-blood thing, generally. It's not really something people talk about." "Oh," Hermione said, realizing that people were intentionally keeping this information under wraps. Ginny sighed. "Basically, it's just something random that happens to some wizards, but it usually doesn't mean anything. At least, it doesn't mean anything to you or me or probably anyone we know. Just ignore it." "Right," Hermione replied, realizing it was a touchy subject in the wizarding world. She made a mental note to approach it delicately if she ever felt desperate enough to bring it up with McGonagall. The next day, Hermione woke up with a fever. Her whole body felt heavy, her lower abdomen ached, and she was horrifically aware of a strong desire she couldn't ignore. The base of her neck throbbed so much that she was tempted to rub it against the bedpost for relief. Her wrists felt similarly restless, and she ground them against each other, hoping to ease the discomfort. She pressed her thighs together, trying to ignore the growing emptiness inside her. It was overwhelming, and she felt like the world's most scandalous woman. What was wrong with her? She must have caught something, some wizarding disease that made her neck and wrists ache, heightened her sensitivity, and left her feeling like she might burst if she didn't find a way to satisfy her longing. She bit back a groan and dragged herself out of bed, determined to see Madame Pomfrey. Crawling to the door, she half stumbled down to the common room. "Hermione?" The sound of Neville's voice sent a shiver down her spine, and she suppressed a moan as she turned to see him standing across the room. "Are you all right?" he asked, concern etched on his face. She shook her head, unable to find her voice. An overwhelming urge to be close to him washed over her. If she pressed her wrists against his neck, she was certain the ache would vanish. She longed to feel his lips against her skin, to crawl into his arms and escape the discomfort. The thought of being with him in that way was both thrilling and desperate. "Mind-blowing," Hermione murmured, blinking in disbelief. She shook her head sharply, trying to clear her mind. "I'm sick," she admitted, her voice small and shaky as she backed away, huddling against the wall. "It's probably contagious. You should send for Madame Pomfrey." Her wrists throbbed intensely, and her body felt overly sensitive. She found herself rubbing her left wrist against her sternum, seeking some comfort. Suddenly, Neville's expression shifted. From across the room, she noticed his eyes darken until they were almost black. The gentle, open look he usually wore vanished, replaced by something more predatory, an expression that stirred something deep within her. He seemed powerful and dangerous, and the ache between her legs sharpened. His gaze was locked on her, and he moved swiftly across the room. "Come here," he said in a low, coaxing voice. Heat flooded through her, causing her to flush as she turned toward him, letting out a small, involuntary sound. "I'll take care of you," he promised. "Let me take care of you." As she began to reach for him, a sudden thought struck her. Neville was dating Hannah Abbott. Panic surged through her, and a wail escaped her lips as she recoiled, hunching her shoulders up around her sensitive neck. "No," she said, fiercely squeezing her eyes shut. She could feel Neville's breath against the back of her neck, and she bit back a moan. "Let me take care of you," he murmured, sending tremors through her body. He nuzzled the base of her neck, and she whimpered, arching her head back instinctively. "No," she struggled to think, but his large hands were on her, nuzzling firmly against her neck, breathing deeply against her skin. It ignited a fire in her mind, drowning out all rational thought. "Oh," she shuddered as Neville pressed closer. He pressed her against the wall, his hands exploring her aching body. She turned, arching her back and exposing her throat to him. "Good girl," he murmured, his lips grazing her skin. A thrill ran through her at those words. She felt ready to do anything he desired, longing to please him in return for his care. Her wrists were pinned against the common room wall, and she could feel the roughness of his stubble against her neck as he began to kiss and lick her skin. Her body responded with a spasm of sensation. Suddenly, a horrified voice broke through the moment. "What on earth?" "Oh my gosh!" Ginny exclaimed. Stupefy. Chapter 2, You Don't Know What You've Got Till It's Gone. Neville suddenly fell backward off Hermione, and she slid down the wall, looking up at the flabbergasted head girl. Everything felt overwhelming, her entire body screamed, as if Neville's touch had brought her to the brink of something earth-shattering and then left her there. She felt suspended, dangling helplessly. She craved the warmth of a body against hers, the sensation of hands, lips, and a tongue teasing her sensitive skin. She wanted a strong, muscular form to hold her down while she arched against it. She longed to hear Neville's voice guiding her, assuring her that he would take care of her, because everything felt so confusing. Now that he wasn't touching her anymore, everything felt wrong. "Ginny, I don't know what's happening to me," Hermione managed to say, her voice trembling. "How is this even possible?" Ginny shook her head faintly, still in shock. After that, everything became a blur. Ginny summoned some of the younger boys to levitate Neville up to his room and then took Hermione to Madame Pomfrey herself. Hermione felt overwhelmed, teetering on the edge of hysteria, struggling to keep track of what was happening. She didn't want Ginny to touch her, her hands felt too small and pokey. Ginny's voice rang in her ears, high-pitched and grating. Every time Ginny spoke, Hermione wanted to cover her ears to block out the sound. Then Madame Pomfrey's voice pierced through the chaos, echoing like operatic vibrato. The air was thick with an oppressively sweet scent that made Hermione feel nauseous. It was as if ants were crawling all over her body, and the sensation made her writhe and twist, trying to calm herself and escape the edge she felt teetering on. But there was no way down, she was trapped, just waiting endlessly. People kept asking her questions, but she couldn't find the words to answer. She didn't know how to explain what she was feeling. The ache between her legs intensified into an overwhelming throbbing sensation, and she found herself pressing her thighs together in a futile attempt to relieve it. Helpless, bewildered, and feeling completely out of control, tears began to flow. Conversations around her faded as people shifted their focus to one another. There was talk of something impossible and a specialist, and Omega was the name that kept echoing in her mind, though it was hard to keep any thought straight. Her brain seemed determined to shut down. The only memories she could cling to were of Neville's hands on her body, his mouth against her skin. She wished he had picked her up and run away with her before Ginny had interrupted. No, she didn't. Yes, she did. She kept whimpering his name, longing for him. Neville had smelled so nice, so comforting, and his touch was something she had never wanted more. The sensation of his mouth on her neck, she was sobbing for it. Ginny, looking pale and remorseful, kept apologizing, saying she had no idea. Frustrated with the head girl, Hermione growled and tried to bite her. When that failed, she resorted to hexing her. But then they took her wand away. After what felt like hours, Poppy Pomfrey forced a potion down her throat, and she slipped into sleep. When she finally awoke, she found herself in a hospital bed, surrounded by quarantine wards, with Minerva McGonagall at her side. The feverish feeling had subsided, and the throbbing between her legs had dulled to a mere ache. The tension in her wrists and neck was faintly ticklish, and when she touched those areas, her whole body tingled. Hermione sat up and asked, "What do I have?" "Nothing." "You haven't contracted any diseases," Minerva reassured her. "Oh." Hermione replied, glancing at the wards in confusion. "Was I poisoned?" Hermione asked, her brow furrowing with concern. "No," McGonagall replied, shifting uncomfortably in her chair. Hermione fixed her gaze on her professor, determination in her eyes. "What's wrong with me?" "You have reached adulthood," McGonagall said, her Scottish accent becoming more pronounced, revealing her discomfort. "I've been an adult for nearly 2 years." "I'm turning 19 tomorrow," Hermione pointed out, frustration creeping into her voice. "Yes. Well, there's an aspect of wizarding development that is not usually covered in Hogwarts curriculum. Especially since you were understood to be a Muggle-born. It never crossed my mind that this would need to be discussed with you." "Understood to be a Muggle-born?" Hermione echoed, her tone growing colder. She took pride in her origins and resented any implication that her accomplishments were tied to her blood status. "Well, it appears that your parents, or at least your grandparents, may have been squibs," McGonagall said carefully. Hermione gripped the blanket across her lap, her eyes narrowing. "You are a very rare type of witch called an Omega," McGonagall continued after a moment. "This manifestation is found solely among old wizarding blood, which is why we believe you must have squibbed blood from a near relative." "An Omega?" Hermione repeated, her mind racing as she tried to recall any mention of such a term. "I've never heard of that before. They're extremely rare. I've only known a handful in my life. And it's not considered polite to discuss it publicly," McGonagall explained. "Is it?" Hermione hesitated, then pressed on, "Is there something wrong with me?" "No. Not at all. It's simply a sensitive topic," McGonagall said quickly, then took a deep breath. "I apologize, Miss Granger. I never expected to have this conversation with anyone, and it's left me somewhat at a loss. Miss Weasley mentioned that you've noticed the physical changes among your male classmates this year." Hermione nodded slowly. "It's a related phenomenon," McGonagall explained. "In wizarding society, there exists a biological hierarchy that goes beyond blood status. The primary group consists of what we call betas. Mr. Potter, Mr. Ronald Weasley, Miss Weasley, most of your classmates, and myself, we're all betas. Less common in our society are those known as alphas. Mr. Longbottom, Mr. Nott, Mr. Malfoy, and Mr. Goldstein are all alphas, as are Charlie and Bill Weasley. When they turn 18, they experience a final growth spurt that brings about hormonal and physical changes. This transformation makes them more dominant and, some might say, more attractive. Lucius Malfoy was a prime example of a typical alpha male. Sirius Black and James Potter shared similar traits. Alphas possess a confidence and talent that often allows them to get their way if they choose to lean into their dominant nature. Most decent alphas, however, are careful not to misuse that power. And where exactly do Omegas fit into all this?" Hermione asked, her tone laced with suspicion. Nothing McGonagall had said sounded scandalous or inappropriate, but it hadn't explained her strange reaction to alphas either. Omegas, McGonagall said, visibly uncomfortable again, are the rarest of the three. As I mentioned, I've only known a few in my lifetime. They occur very infrequently. They are, McGonagall hesitated, her cheeks flushing. They're submissives to the alphas. They're what? Hermione responded, a growl creeping into her voice. Are you aware that wizarding families have extremely low birth rates? McGonagall asked, shifting her approach. Hermione nodded, feeling her frustration simmer. Magical pregnancies can be incredibly traumatic and difficult for a witch's body. Most witches endure multiple miscarriages before carrying a child to term. That's why you will rarely find a wizarding family with more than 2 children. It's simply too hard on them, both physically and magically. Some witches lose their magic entirely during pregnancy because it drains them so much. Often, a birth can be so traumatic that they can't have more children. Reproduction is a tremendous risk for witches. McGonagall straightened. That is not the case for Omegas. Magically speaking, they are uniquely designed to bear magical children. Really? Hermione's voice dripped with skepticism. Molly Weasley is an Omega, McGonagall explained. You've surely noticed the unusually large size of the Weasley family compared to others. Hermione nodded begrudgingly. So, I'm a magical broodmare, she said, trying to maintain a calm facade. I'm afraid that's going to have to wait. I'm not interested in having children for at least 6 years. I'm afraid it's a bit more complicated than that, Minerva said gently. Why? Hermione asked, a wave of vulnerability and dread washing over her as she absent-mindedly stroked her wrists. Omegas have only been known to be born into wizarding families, whether half-blood or pure-blood. At birth, the magical hospitals routinely test all children to determine their designation, so parents can prepare them for what to expect. Males present as alphas at 18, but females are slightly delayed and present on their 19th birthday. Most families ensure that an Omega is already married to an alpha before she turns 19. Or, if she is unwilling to marry, she often becomes pregnant before that point, like Molly did. Why? Hermione choked, struggling to process the implications. As I mentioned, McGonagall said, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of pink, Omegas are unique in their ability to have children. When they turn 19, they... What? What happens? Hermione asked, her eyebrows shooting up in surprise. Omegas go into heat, McGonagall finished, her voice barely above a whisper. McGonagall's voice was thick as she spoke. Into heat? Like a dog? Hermione's tone turned sharp. Memories of her interactions with Neville and Malfoy flooded her mind, and she felt her face drain of color as the room began to spin slightly. Oh dear Lord, this was not happening to her. I'm truly sorry, Miss Granger. If I had any idea, I would have explained all of this to you sooner so you could have more options. What do you mean? Hermione asked, struggling to keep her voice steady. We've dosed you with a potion suppressant to help ease the presentation, allowing me to explain what's happening. But when you turn 19, you're going to go into heat. It may last up to a week. All the Omegas I know have gotten married beforehand to ensure they have a chosen alpha to support them through it. They seal the marriage with a soul bond, which prevents the Omega from attracting other alphas. Omegas are so rare that nearby alphas can't help but be drawn to them during heat. That's why, traditionally, everything is arranged before the Omega presents, to avoid manipulation by their submissive nature or physical needs. Trust is crucial in this dynamic. Hermione felt a wave of nausea wash over her. A heat is not something an Omega should endure alone, McGonagall said firmly. It's incredibly destructive for them, and the toll it takes is severe. You don't have to get bound, but you'll need an alpha to support you. Would you like me to send for Mr. Longbottom? I'm sure he would be happy to help. Hermione's mind flashed back to the feeling of being pinned against the wall by Neville, the sensation of his mouth along her neck. Heat pooled in her lower abdomen. She shifted in the bed, pressing her legs together, trying to think clearly. Are you saying I need to find someone to, well, you're suggesting I just proposition Neville? Hermione asked, ensuring she understood what her headmistress was proposing. McGonagall blinked. Well, yes. Alphas are naturally drawn to omegas in the same way that omegas are drawn to them. While alphas can be dangerously possessive at times, their primary instinct is to protect and care for omegas. There are so few omegas born, and not many alphas even have a chance. Hermione hesitated, then resolutely closed the door on that option. Neville is dating Hannah Abbott. Harry mentioned that he's even started looking at rings, she told the headmistress. Mr. Goldstein, then? You were in Dumbledore's army together. Hermione grimaced. Something about Anthony Goldstein had always rubbed her the wrong way. It felt unfair since he had fought bravely during the Battle of Hogwarts, but that didn't change her feelings. Can't you just lock me in a room for a week? That's what my neighbors always did with their dog. You are not a dog, Miss Granger. You are a witch, and while what you're experiencing is beyond your control, enduring it alone can take a toll on you emotionally and mentally. It simply isn't done. I don't want some boy I hardly know having sex with me just because I'm in heat, Hermione replied stiffly. I'm already a Muggle-born Omega. Adding something else that's not done seems fitting. I'm not interested in having you bring in the nearest available alpha to pity shag me. It might just be sex, but for me, that's not who I am. I refuse to change my attitude just because I've presented as some sort of baby machine. McGonagall sighed in resignation. I am not going to force you into anything. If that's truly what you want, I'll arrange it. Poppy dosed you with a contraceptive earlier, so if you change your mind, just call a house elf, and I'll send someone to you. I won't, Hermione said firmly. Very well. I've had a private room prepared for you. If Miss Weasley weren't head girl, I would have put you in the head girl room in Gryffindor Tower, Minerva said, but there are guest dorms in another wing of the castle that will work just as well. I'll check to see if it's ready, and then we can transfer you there. Here's a book. I imagine you have more questions than I've answered. Minerva stood up and passed through the quarantine wards, leaving Hermione with a narrow volume titled Omegas and Their Breeding Habits by Cornelius Erstwhile. Hermione stared at it, her hands balling into fists as she punched the mattress repeatedly. Bugger. Bugger. Bugger, she muttered to herself, feeling nearly hysterical. How had this happened to her? She wanted to cry, but she feared that if she started, she would never stop. Swallowing her horrified frustration, she reluctantly opened the book. Omegas, the natural sexual submissive to the dominant alpha, are small females designed for procreation as well as for the sexual pleasure of an alpha. Until bonded, they are of a wanton nature and have a natural tendency toward subservience to any alpha they encounter. Prior to soul bonding, such traits can be somewhat suppressed by certain potions and become resolved when the witch reaches the end of her fertility. Hermione's jaw clenched, and magic danced at her fingertips so fiercely that she nearly set the book on fire. She forced herself to read on, wanting to believe that Cornelius Erstwhile was merely a sexist pig with a condescending view of omegas. Yet, her personal interactions with alpha males filled her with dread, making her terrified that the information in the book was all too accurate. According to the text, she was, for all intents and purposes, about to turn into a bitch in heat. She would be nearly mindless with her desire to mate with an alpha male. Apparently, it was an itch that could only be scratched by an alpha, no beta male would suffice. Their anatomy was uniquely suited to meet her needs. Hermione's mind raced with the implications of what she was reading. The thought that she would go into heat every 3 months until she became pregnant was overwhelming. It felt like she was a trap, drawing in any unbonded alphas, as if she were a lobster trap waiting to ensnare them. Without quarantine wards to contain her scent, they would be able to detect her from miles away, scaling walls and fighting each other for the chance to claim her. It was instinctive, driven by an urge that left no room for rational thought. The wizarding world had ancient laws designed to protect alphas from prosecution for actions provoked by an omega, but there were no such protections for omegas. The assumption was that an alpha would take responsibility for their behavior. The realization left Hermione seething. In her frustration, her glass of water shattered, a reflection of her inner turmoil. It was so primal that it felt surreal. All her beliefs about the wizarding world being a civilized society seemed to crumble. Behind the facade of civility, it appeared that wizards were merely waiting for the right scent to unleash their basest instincts. Cornelius's pompous explanations about traditional methods of protecting society from the provocations of a so-called wanton omega only added to her anger. He spoke of marrying them off to an alpha before they presented, keeping the entire issue of heats and alpha behavior hidden behind closed doors. Though omegas could easily have more than 6 children, they typically limited themselves to 3, trying to avoid drawing attention to their status. That was likely why the Weasley family, with its numerous children, was seen as somewhat scandalous. It brought Molly's omega status into the spotlight, highlighting aspects of wizarding sexuality and reproduction that most preferred to ignore. It also explained Ginny's defensiveness when Hermione had broached the subject of alphas. The whole situation was shocking. The existence of omegas felt like a mockery of the ideals of a civilized society. One female could reduce every alpha male within miles into a hormone-driven beast, consumed by an instinct to dominate. And the worst part was that she would want it. Hermione felt a surge of frustration. She wanted to punch something, preferably an alpha. Instead of throwing the book across the room, she forced herself to keep reading about heats. They typically lasted between 5 to 7 days, but could be triggered early if an omega was exposed to the hormones of multiple alphas. The thought of being overwhelmed with lust and desire for an alpha was unsettling. As she read on, she found herself embarrassed by the sheer volume of fluid described in the text. It felt obscene. Within just a few hours of her heat beginning, Hermione would become a veritable fountain of what was referred to as slick. The idea of being drenched with arousal was mortifying. The author, Cornelius Erstwhile, emphasized the importance of staying hydrated to compensate for the vast amount of fluid lost during this time. To make matters worse, Hermione learned that she had developed what were called scent glands on her neck and wrists. The tension and itching she had been feeling were signs of their final development. Due to her constant exposure to alphas, this process had accelerated slightly. However, the scent wouldn't fully manifest to reveal her designation until her first heat began. These glands would attract alphas and allow them to identify her, whether or not she was in heat. They were sensitive and would be stimulated by touch, leading alphas to obsessively lick and stroke them, layering their own scent onto her as a way of claiming her. As she continued to read, the pages of the book felt like they were smoldering. Cornelius described what happened between an alpha and an omega during a heat. When an omega was in heat, an alpha exposed to her hormones would enter his own heat, referred to as a rut. This response was necessary for the alpha to meet the omega's heightened needs. The text suggested that the alpha would mate with the omega repeatedly, for days on end. The sheer quantity of sex described seemed physically impossible, and it wasn't just any kind of sex. Alpha and omega encounters involved the process called knotting, where the alpha's anatomy would swell and bulge in a way that. The description detailed how an alpha could physically lock himself inside an omega, staying there for several minutes and sometimes lingering for up to half an hour. Hermione felt a surge of frustration and wanted to throw the book across the room. Yet, oddly enough, she also found herself uncomfortably aroused. Her rational mind revolted at the thought, but deep down, there was a part of her that found the idea of being completely at the mercy of an impossibly large male oddly enticing, something she craved. She glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already late evening. The potion that had been suppressing her feelings was starting to wear thin. The mind-numbing haze from that morning was pushing to break free, and she could sense it growing stronger. Eventually, it would consume her. Shifting nervously in bed, she rubbed her wrists, the book forgotten in her lap. She steeled herself, reminding herself that she didn't need anyone. She could handle a week of desire on her own. It would be fine. Just a week. With a flicker of anxiety, she glanced at the clock again. Chapter 3, You Get What You Need. Draco Malfoy was lurking in an abandoned wing of Hogwarts, and he would admit it, if only to himself. If anyone else happened to find him, he would vehemently deny it, but in his own mind, he embraced the truth. Generally speaking, lurking wasn't something a Malfoy would stoop to, but given the long list of unfortunate and embarrassing moments in his life, this particular degradation barely registered. He had his reasons for hiding away. For one, Daphne Greengrass was relentlessly pursuing him, and she had brought her sister along for the ride. Out of the blue, she had sent him a letter, claiming to have heard about his library. Apparently, it was regarded as one of the largest in Britain, and she and Astoria would be honored to visit. It was unexpected, to say the least. He had never thought of a library as a potential euphemism for anything else. Ignoring the first letter, he was met with a second. Curious, he asked Theo if he had any idea why the Greengrasses were writing to him. Theo merely smirked and revealed that they had contacted him too. He mentioned having already invited them to his manor earlier in the summer, where the girls had spent an afternoon exploring. Not to mention, they had also been invited to Blaze's townhouse for a day. The largest library in Britain, indeed. Still, Draco brushed off the letters. However, when he boarded the Hogwarts Express, Daphne immediately found him. She asked if he had received her messages and inquired whether he might consider showing her his library over the Christmas holidays. Draco flatly replied that, as a rule, he didn't just open his library to any who wanted to see it. Daphne, clearly miffed, shot back that Pansy had been allowed to visit whenever she wanted, and she couldn't understand why he was so unwilling to extend the same courtesy to her and Astoria. Draco had fled awkwardly, feeling the weight of the Greengrasses' interest hanging over him. Their ill-concealed intentions were the only exception to his status as a social pariah, and that was hardly comforting. Aside from Blaze and Theo, most of his classmates openly displayed their contempt for him and his family. He felt trapped, condemned on all sides. The Malfoys were either seen as spineless traitors or equally spineless Death Eaters. Over time, Draco had become quite skilled at wandlessly casting shields, a necessity given the number of hexes that had been aimed at his back as he walked the halls. His days were consumed with blocking hexes and dodging other students. That was all he was allowed to do. He suspected that many of the 7th and 8th years were trying to provoke him into an outburst that would lead to his expulsion. But he was determined not to give them the satisfaction. He had returned to Hogwarts under the conditions of his probation and was resolved to finish the year with his head down, aiming for grades that would rival Hermione Granger's, and making sure not to step a toe over the line. Just one misstep could lead to expulsion, a violation of his probation that could send him straight to Azkaban to join his father. So, he found himself skulking in an abandoned wing of the castle, an exercise in self-preservation, the one talent everyone agreed the Malfoys possessed. He pulled a textbook from his bag and began to review it. Arithmancy had been his class that day, but Hermione had mysteriously been absent. It was evident during class when Professor Vector was assigning partners. With Hermione absent and unable to protest, she had been assigned to work with him for the upcoming project. Draco dreaded the thought of having to inform her. Ever since their encounter on the Hogwarts Express, she had been avoiding him as if he were a contagious disease. Not that they were friends or even on cordial terms, but the trio had made gestures of forgiveness toward the Malfoy family. They had all testified at both his trial and his. Draco had managed to avoid a sentence in Azkaban by securing probation instead. Surprisingly, Hermione had been quite decent to him after his trial, despite the fact that he had never given her a reason to be. However, the kindness she extended as a member of the trio didn't seem to carry over into her personal life, which he could understand. He couldn't imagine testifying for someone who had stood by while he was tortured in their own home. He made a mental note to approach her in the Great Hall the next time he saw her. He figured she would likely choose to endure their assignment rather than work with him. If that was the case, he would speak to Vector about extra credit options to offset the failing grade. Honestly, he was unsure which scenario he dreaded more. The thought of her preferring a failed assignment over collaboration with him stung. But on the other hand, working together on homework could present its own challenges. He was still adjusting to the rapid changes brought on by his sudden growth spurt after turning 18. His heightened senses were distracting, making him feel like he might explode. The scents and sounds around him were overwhelming. He had never wanted to notice the scent of a witch's fertility, but now it was impossible to ignore. At its peak, it smelled like ripe peaches, which had forever ruined the fruit for him. The intensity of the scent could be so strong that he felt he could almost taste it in the air. It was clear why wizarding education typically ended at 17. Living in close quarters with several hundred fertile witches was overwhelming, and not in a way that was arousing. Most of those witches were younger than him, some barely pubescent, which made it all the more uncomfortable. Draco was acutely aware of the relationships blossoming around him. Every illicit and non-illicit pairing felt like a slap in the face. He even knew who was involved with whom. Draco found himself grappling with his new identity, contemplating how to navigate through the maze of 6th, 7th, and 8th year witches. He couldn't shake off the lingering memories of Goldstein scent clinging to other girls. He wished he could escape it altogether. Even without his reputation as a pariah and the attention from the Greengrasses, he was determined to avoid common areas. If only he had discovered his alpha traits a few years earlier, he might have reveled in his dominance alongside Goldstein. In fact, just 2 years ago, he had been planning to do just that. But having Voldemort live in his home for over a year had drastically altered his personality. The instinctive sense of power and influence he now felt was uncomfortable. On top of that, the Ministry was always lurking, ready to pounce at the slightest misstep, eager to seize his inheritance and condemn him to a life in Azkaban. Being an alpha with a sudden, intrinsic need for control felt poorly timed. No one had warned him about the overwhelming stench of teenage wizards or the excessive amounts of body sprays, perfumes, and shampoos that witches used, layered over their natural, fertile scents. And the noise, he could hear a pin drop in the hallway. He was especially sensitive to high-pitched sounds, particularly the cries of distressed girls. Even with muffling charms around his bed, he could hear homesick first-years sniffling in their dormitories. It felt as if all these distractions were designed to help him track down an elusive Omega, like a hunting dog on a relentless chase. Apparently, alpha biology wasn't inclined to be more magical and less animalistic. No scrying mirrors or prophetic dreams for alphas. And this wouldn't ever end. Even when he was married, he would remain acutely aware of every witch's fertility, suffering through the constant reminders, despite the minuscule chance of encountering an Omega in the near future. The only ones he knew of were Molly Weasley and his grandmother. It all felt annoying and futile, but somehow, it was manageable. It had been manageable, until he made the mistake of talking to Granger 4 days ago. She had seemed off since the start of the school year. Skittish. She would dash into the Great Hall, scarf down her food, and then flee again. She hadn't been in the library at all, and she had stopped answering questions in class. When she blew up a cauldron in potions, she seemed more distressed by the loud swearing of the boys in the class than by the sloth brain slime dripping down her robes. Draco felt compelled to find out what was going on, as if testifying at his trial had somehow made her life his business. Somehow, he convinced himself that the best way to check on her was to approach her aggressively, until she was stumbling backward, trying to escape him. Seeing her get skittish and wide-eyed stirred something inside him. Instead of doing the logical thing, stepping back and giving her space, he moved closer. In that moment, he discovered that Granger didn't smell like peaches. It was something he couldn't even describe. Divine. An overwhelming thought crossed his mind: what if she tasted as good as she smelled? He had this ridiculous impression that if he kissed her, she would stop looking so frightened. Because obviously, if a boy had bullied a girl for years and then suddenly tried to kiss her, she would be into it, right? She wouldn't immediately try to castrate him in the middle of the hallway. To prevent himself from doing something spectacularly stupid that could jeopardize his family line, Draco turned tail and fled to his room. He still couldn't understand it. He wondered if Muggleborns just smelled different. He hadn't had many opportunities to investigate whether it was a Granger thing or a Muggleborn thing. Most Muggleborns had left during the war. The only ones at Hogwarts aside from Granger were first years, and if any of them had already gone through puberty, he honestly didn't want to know. As for the kissing, Draco sat in the hallway, grappling with a tumult of emotions. He wasn't quite sure what had suddenly come over him regarding Granger. The inexplicable attraction he felt was a horrendous idea, so bad that he could create a bar graph detailing all the reasons why. Top of the list was the fact that he had bullied her for 7 years, been a Death Eater, and then there was that time his deranged aunt had tortured her in his drawing room for nearly an hour while he stood by, paralyzed. He shuddered, trying to block out the memory with a clemency. Of all the moments from the war, that particular memory haunted him the most. It invaded his dreams, and sometimes he swore he could still hear her cries when he was alone. Sitting there, desperately trying to drown out the past, he almost thought he could hear them again, the helpless, agonized sobs. It was as if they had burrowed into his ears, rendering him incapable of escape. With a groan, he smacked himself across the forehead with his arithmancy textbook. As if hallucinations weren't enough to add to his post-war trauma. The sound felt all too real, faint wails echoing off the walls of the hallway. He clenched his teeth and forced himself to keep reading, but after half an hour, he felt on the verge of losing his mind. The sobs were almost indiscernible yet sounded so genuine. They would fade away, only to suddenly start again, each time piercing him like a knife twisted in his gut. Overwhelmed by the urge to save her, he felt the bitter irony of developing a sense of chivalry after the war had ended. Unfortunately, his instincts couldn't be convinced that the cries weren't real. No matter how firmly he reminded himself they were just hallucinations, the desperate need to respond to them continued to grow. He ground his jaw and kept rereading the same page of his arithmancy homework, but finally, he couldn't take it any longer. It was as though Draco's decision to sit and read was steadily corrupting something deep within him. He felt as though he was losing his mind. In a fit of frustration, he shoved his book into his satchel and set out to prove to himself that Granger wasn't actually crying in pain somewhere in the abandoned wing of Hogwarts. He strode quickly down the hallway toward the sound. As he reached the end of the corridor and turned left, the cries grew louder, nearly causing him to stumble. For a brief moment, he hesitated, debating whether he should go find help. Heroics weren't really his style. But the thought of seeking out a professor or prefect who might not believe him, only to wait for them to arrive, felt unbearable. Turning away from her was simply not an option. Without another thought, he broke into a run. She was hurt and alone, and he needed to reach her immediately. The urgency to find her consumed him, making it nearly impossible to focus on anything else. As he moved further down the hall, the sound of her crying began to fade. He turned back, retracing his steps, going back and forth until he finally pinpointed the almost imperceptible sound that seemed the loudest. There were wards, an overwhelming number of them. Repelling wards, muffling wards, bedazzlement, and disillusionment. He forced his way through them with sheer willpower until he finally found the door he had passed a dozen times. It was locked from both sides. Whoever had hidden Granger had gone to great lengths to keep her from being found. They had imprisoned her. They were torturing her. In that moment, Draco might have felt sick if he weren't consumed by rage. He wanted to kill them. Whoever they were, he would tear them limb from limb, and then he would go to Azkaban with a smile on his face. It didn't matter that he and Granger weren't friends. She had been tortured in his house. Draco stood there, staring in disbelief. Hermione had testified on his behalf, and he felt he owed her for that. The only reason he had even found her was because he recognized the sound of her sobs. The inflection was etched into his memory. In a room full of wailing, he could pick her voice out from any other witches. He tried to break through the door, but when a Bombarda Maxima failed to budge it, he resorted to blasting a hole in the stone wall. As soon as he broke through, he was hit by the overwhelming scent of her. It was as if someone had bottled her essence and drenched the entire room in it. He barely noticed the surroundings as he scanned the space. There was an unmade bed, a couch, a table, but no sign of Hermione. Following her sobs down a hallway, he found a bathroom. There she was, huddled in the shower under a spray of icy water, her body rocking on the floor as she hugged her knees. "Granger?" His voice came out raspy. Her crying abruptly stopped, and her head shot up. The relief in her huge eyes was palpable as she reached out a hand towards him. Without hesitation, he stepped into the freezing water, moving closer. "What happened to you?" he asked, concern flooding his voice. She grabbed hold of his school robes and pulled herself into his arms, burying her face in his neck. That's when a detail hidden by the relentless water became painfully clear. Granger was an Omega, and she was in the peak of a heat cycle. He didn't know how he knew, but he felt more certain of it than he was of his own name. She was naked, and as she nestled against him, she began to lick the glands on his neck, her desperation evident. Before he could fully process his astonishment, a wave of blinding arousal washed over him, clouding his thoughts. His instincts kicked in, and Draco gathered her into his arms, pulling her away from the cold spray of the shower. He pressed his nose against her neck, inhaling her scent, a blend that was nothing short of intoxicating. As he ran his tongue gently across her skin, he felt an overwhelming sense of connection. Her scent mingled with his, creating a perfect harmony that left him breathless. He kissed her, and she shivered, returning the kiss with a desperate intensity. His hands glided over her body, affirming his claim, his Omega. He had found her, and in that moment, he realized how deeply she needed him, just as he needed her. Draco began to warm her icy skin, feeling the chill radiate through his school uniform. He breathed softly along her shoulder, and she pressed closer, shivering and clutching at his robes as if afraid he might vanish. It had never crossed his mind that he would actually find an Omega. It had always seemed like a fantasy. They were so rare, his own father had never encountered one. Even in his most arrogant days before the war, Draco had never dared to dream he could be so fortunate. But here she was, and he couldn't help but kiss her again. He wrapped her legs around his waist, drawing her closer. Her lips felt soft and sweet against his, but her face was pale and cold. He lifted his hands to cradle her cheeks, trying to warm them. Granger's hands tugged desperately at his buttons, and without hesitation, he ripped his robes and shirt open. Since presenting, his body had run hot, and she pressed against him with a sigh, her icy nose feeling like a shard of ice against his skin. Yet, her tongue gliding over his pectorals ignited a fire within him. He cast a drying charm on her hair, then continued to run his hands over her back and shoulders, murmuring warming spells. His hands felt enormous against her delicate form, her skin silky beneath his touch. As his fingers slid over her neck, she gasped sharply, arching to give him better access. He lowered his head and inhaled deeply, losing himself in her presence. The air was filled with a divine scent, sweet and floral, yet laced with a matured, spicy complexity that hadn't been there before. She hadn't fully presented that day in the hallway, which was why he hadn't instinctively recognized the change in her aroma. He ran the tip of his tongue along her neck, savoring the moment before making a slow, broad lick across her scent gland. She tensed, a deep moan escaping her as she arched against him, her hands instinctively splayed across his torso. Trembling with need, her body began to warm, quickly burning through the chill she had brought upon herself. As she heated up, he felt himself rising to meet her warmth, flooded with hormones. He could satisfy her for as long as she needed, no matter what she desired, he would match it perfectly. With a gentle yet firm grip, he picked her up and carried her to the bed. As he laid her down, he sensed his magic enveloping the room, creating an impenetrable ward, unlike those that had failed to keep him out before. His little Omega. He wouldn't let anyone near her in such a vulnerable state. Granger writhed in his arms, desperately scenting herself against him. The urge to tear off his remaining clothing and take her was overwhelming, making him growl softly against her throat at the mere thought. "Please." She whimpered, her breath hot against his ear. Her fingers danced on his belt, swiftly opening his trousers. He felt her wrap her fingers around him, nearly losing control as he fought the urge to bite down on the scent gland he had been teasing with his tongue. She guided him toward her burning core, and he hissed between his teeth, his body responding instinctively. He was hers. He was going to bury himself deep inside her, watching as she took every inch of him. He imagined nodding inside her and emptying himself completely, his essence filling her until he was bone dry. He would care for her through her entire heat, ensuring she felt every touch, every sensation. She would keen in response, and he would scent her skin until every alpha knew she belonged to him. In Britain, he knew she was his Omega. Perfect, perfect Granger. He slid his hands lightly down her body, brushing over her skin, trying to take in every detail. Her breasts were firm, her nipples taut and peaked. She trembled, so sensitive, so in need. He slipped his fingers between her legs, finding her soft, swollen, and dripping with arousal. When he brought his fingers up to taste, she wailed, bucking against his hand. Her eyes were wide, locked onto his face, filled with desire. She was so incredibly wet. When she wasn't so sensitive anymore, he would savor her completely, bringing her to the edge of ecstasy. He quickly discarded his pants and climbed onto the bed, kneeling over her, memorizing every inch of her. Leaning down, he kissed her, aligning his hips with hers. She spread for him, desperate, open, and submissive. He could feel the heat radiating from her core as she hooked her heel around his hips, urging him to sink into her. She needed him, wanted him. He was ready to take her, his Omega. But then he froze, hesitating. This was Granger. A perfect, needy Omega, yes, but she was not meant for him. He was poison, a Death Eater. She had suffered in his house. The thought of dominating her made his stomach turn. Once her head cleared, she would be horrified to find him over her, inside her. He ground his teeth, groaned, and pulled away. Her hands darted out to stop him, but he retreated further. She sobbed, sitting up, don't you want me?" Her expression was devastated. "Fucking hell, Granger," he muttered, clamping his hand over his mouth and nose to block her scent. But it didn't really help, her heat lingered on his skin. "This isn't right. Let me get someone else." He knew he was crossing a line, yet the desire surged within him, powerful and undeniable. He forced himself to refocus, pushing aside the overwhelming thoughts. "Do you want Longbottom?" he asked, watching her shake her head, her expression teetering on the brink of tears. "Goldstein," he tried again, clenching his jaw, battling the urge to pull her closer. The thought of her smelling like someone like Goldstein made his stomach churn. She twisted her face and shook her head once more. "Theo?" The mere idea of his best friend being with Granger during her heat sent a surge of anger through him. It felt completely unfair. "Who?" Granger looked dazed, her hands inching toward him, while he continued to distance himself. He shook his head, struggling to think clearly, trying to ignore the evidence of her arousal slicking her inner thighs, and how utterly ready she appeared. His hand twitched, fighting the urge to press against her, to feel just how sensitive she had become. "Theodore not?" he asked, desperately trying not to stare at her breasts. The deep red of her nipples, pebbled with desire, made his imagination run wild. What would it feel like to touch them? What sounds would escape her lips if he did? "Damn it, I want her," he thought. We've never even spoken, she said, taking advantage of his moment of distraction to climb on top of him, wrapping her hands around him. The sight of her fingers sliding up and down sent his mind spiraling. Please. I want this inside me. Take care of me. Her words ignited something deep within him. He couldn't resist anymore. With a sudden surge of energy, he flipped her beneath him, aligning himself until the tip of his cock brushed against her slick, swollen folds. He shook, trying to hold back for just a moment longer. She gasped, her eyes rolling back briefly as she squirmed, trying to impale herself on him. Are you sure? He ground out, his voice strained. Yes. Yes. Please take me. Please take care of me, Alpha. Her keening plea echoed in his mind, pushing him over the edge. He pressed his hips forward, driving deeper into her. You're mine. My Omega. You're mine now. Every inch of you belongs to me. No one else will ever touch you. You're mine. Every heat, you'll be under me. It'll be my seed inside you. My knot, he growled against her throat as he pinned her beneath him. Her wrists were captured in his hand, her slick body yearning for him. Perfect. His Omega. His. Ask me. Ask me to take you, he urged, his voice vibrating through her. She shuddered and arched beneath him. Please. Please, she pleaded. He sank slowly inside her. She gasped, nodding and begging him to go deeper. She felt so small, it should have been impossible for her to take him, yet he pushed in fully, and she wailed with pleasure. When he was completely inside her, they both froze, overwhelmed by the sensation. It was perfect. So perfect. He had never known anything could feel this good, exquisite, divine. If he weren't a wizard, he would have proclaimed faith in any religion that could lay claim to the sheer perfection he was experiencing. She felt as if she were made for him, soft as velvet and molten heat. Beneath his body, she was liquid, and he knew he had to be careful. He could break her. His jaw clenched, his whole body shook as he fought to contain the pleasure surging through him. He had never been this hard. Granger looked dazed, her eyes wide, her expression almost in shock. Her hands gripped his shoulders, tangled in his hair, dragging him closer as she arched her hips, seeking the friction she craved. He kissed her, pulling her tightly against him until it was impossible to tell where one of them ended and the other began. He began to move his hips, driving into her. Mine. You're mine now. Her mouth tasted like honey, and he couldn't stop kissing her, touching her, running his fingers across her breasts. As he felt himself start to grow inside her, he dropped his head down to lick and suck and gently slide his teeth over her glands. It made her inner walls clench and tremble around him. The sensation was unreal. She got tighter and tighter and her face showed exultation. When he was fully locked inside of her, he felt his balls tighten and a tension radiate across his lower back as he started to come against her cervix. He muttered promises to her. Anything, he'd give her anything. He'd always care of her. He told her how perfect she was. He told her that she was his, that she'd always be his. Granger's eyes grew bigger and it felt as though she were imploding. A deep shudder rolled through her whole body. Her gasps shivered over the sweat on his skin. She gripped him so tightly it became hard to breathe. Her burning, clenching cunt contracted like a vice around his knot as he jerked inside of her, filling her with his seed. She thrashed, bending backward so rigidly he was afraid she'd break. He dragged her closer to himself, holding her wrists with one hand while he kissed and stroked her, telling her that she was perfect. He wanted to remind her that she was his. Draco kept coming inside of her for minutes. Theoretically, he knew it was possible, but the actual experience was mind-bending. It was like feeling the rebirth of a universe. His whole world simultaneously exploded and reduced itself to a single point. It went on and on and on until his entire brain was alight and felt like he must be coming apart at a cellular level. When it finally eased, he slumped down and kissed her. It was bliss. He hadn't known it was possible for anything to be so impossibly sublime. "Good girl," he muttered against her mouth. "Good girl. You're such a good girl. I'm so pleased with you." The words were like magic on Granger. Her expression flooded with pleasure and relief, and she burrowed against him. They were still tied together. He shifted away from her slightly, allowing them both to lie on their sides. She was so petite that he could easily move her however he wanted. He cradled her in his arms, draping her leg over his hip so he could glide his hand along it. The way her body fit perfectly beneath him was a sensation he knew he would never forget. With his other hand, he tangled his fingers in her hair, brushing the curls aside to run his thumb gently along the sensitive skin of her neck. She arched into his touch, burying her face in his chest, breathing him in just as he inhaled her scent. The air was thick with a mix of their fragrances, tinged with the remnants of their passion and the warmth of their bodies. It was an intoxicating blend that felt inseparable, just the essence of them together. Granger, exhausted, grew soft and limp against him. He pulled her closer, feeling her drift into sleep in his embrace, while he continued to savor her scent and touch her lightly. He memorized her breathing patterns, the sensation of her skin beneath his fingers, exploring every curve. A part of him knew he should probably stop, but the desire to taste her was overwhelming. He craved more, wanted to mark her as his own, to ensure that no one could ever take his place. He wanted her to want only him. Yet, even in the throes of passion, he recognized that he was treading a fine line. When the intensity finally subsided enough for him to pull away, he reached down, gathering some of his essence, and spread it gently over the sensitive areas of her neck and wrists, massaging it into her skin. She was his. If any alpha approached her, they would know that Draco had come first. Not that it would deter them, every unmarried alpha in Britain, and likely across Europe, would try to claim her if given the chance. But they would all understand that he was the one who cared for her during this vulnerable time. An hour later, after he had lovingly licked and caressed her, holding her close, he knew that he would do anything to protect their bond. As he processed his thoughts, it struck him that earlier that day, he had convinced himself that being interested in Granger was a terrible idea. He shouldn't be here. But he quickly pushed that thought aside. He tried, he really tried. He had even offered to go get Goldstein personally to help her through her heat. If there was anything else he should have done, he had no idea what it was. He wasn't going anywhere, she was his. She needed him. He had to keep her warm, safe, and fed. An overwhelming instinct told him he shouldn't leave her, even for a moment. Whether that instinct stemmed from possessiveness, he couldn't say, but he wasn't about to take the risk. When she was alone, she cried as she had when his aunt had hurt her. He nuzzled against her neck, inhaling her intoxicating scent. She nestled closer to him with a soft sigh. Chapter 4, I Feel the Way You Want Me. Heat began to burn through Hermione's exhaustion, reaching her consciousness like flickering flames. A growing need steadily encroached upon her dreams until she became aware of herself writhing, desperately seeking friction and satisfaction. Something hot, wet, and soothing wrapped around her nipple, while firm pressure settled between her legs, right where she craved it. The sensation was overwhelming, urging her to grind her pelvis against it. Yet, it wasn't enough. The need swelled larger and larger, always just out of reach. Frustration built within her as she arched her back and groaned, feeling ready to shatter. Suddenly, the teasing heat on her breasts vanished, and she found herself pinned down, her wrists held above her head. Hot skin pressed against hers, heavy, safe. She felt the faintest touch along her neck and let out a moan. So perfect. The words brushed against her throat, sending a shiver through her. A tongue slid up her neck, and she spasmed, riding against the grip on her wrists. Lips danced across one of the sensitive spots on her neck, while something slid between her legs, caressing her slowly. She opened her legs wider and lifted her hips, teetering on the edge of ecstasy. So close. So close. She could barely breathe with desire. A light touch glided over her delicate skin, igniting a fire within her that felt both intoxicating and consuming. There was a hollowness inside her, as if it were devouring her from within. She sobbed, overwhelmed. Then, a long finger slowly sank into her core, and she clenched around it as a broad thumb pressed lightly against her, stroking and teasing. She felt herself on the brink of shattering. A second finger slid in, and she felt them gently rolling her oversensitive nub between them. Just then, the mouth teasing along her neck closed over one of her sensitive spots and sucked hard. She shook, and in that moment, she exploded, her whole body trembling with the intensity of her release. She spasmed and shuddered as she rode through the climax. When the aftershocks finally subsided, the fingers that had held her withdrew, and the grip on her wrists vanished. Dazed, she opened her eyes and looked up at Draco Malfoy. The intense need that had driven her was momentarily dulled, and she felt a sense of coherence as she gazed at him. Deep down, she had already known it was him. The vibrations of his voice were etched into her spine, and his comforting scent enveloped her like a warm cloak. Yet, seeing him felt surreal, as if it defied some universal law. She studied his face, noting an expression she had never seen before, reverence. How are you here?" she asked, her eyebrows knitting together in confusion. She reached up to touch his cheek, needing to reassure herself that he wasn't an illusion. "I heard you crying," he said, studying her intently. "I was afraid you were hurt." "Oh," she replied, feeling bewildered. A part of her mind struggled to make sense of it all, but most of her was simply overwhelmed that he was there, that she wasn't trapped alone in a state of unending misery. He seemed to be searching her face for something. "Do you?" he began, his eyes flickering slightly. He clenched his jaw as if swallowing something bitter. Just as he opened his mouth to start again, Hermione reached out and pulled him down on top of her. The sensation of his weight made her hum with satisfaction. She breathed in against his skin, and he smelled like home. Nuzzling along his neck, she traced her tongue to the spot at the juncture of his shoulder where one of his scent glands was located. She knew exactly where to find it. As she laved her tongue across it, he shuddered and gripped her tightly beneath him. She sighed in response. "You're mine," he whispered into her ear. It was a reminder, something he had already told her before. She could feel it, as if he had buried those words in her heart, and when he spoke them again, they unfurled like a golden snitch, fluttering in the air. She pressed her lips against his shoulder, lying beneath him, savoring the sensation of being safe and warm. It didn't seem possible to be close enough to him. She pressed herself against his chest, wishing she could sink into him, imagining being nestled beneath his ribs, near his heart. As she lay there, crushed beneath his weight, feeling his hand glide through her hair and his breath against her neck, she experienced a profound sense of belonging. It was as if she had finally found a place made just for her. The feeling unspooled a tension in the back of her mind that she hadn't even realized was there. But before she could fully embrace it, that sensation began to fade, as if she were a piece of parchment with a burning match held to her. Slowly, she began to feel the heat creeping in, prickling across her skin and robbing her of the peace she had found. She shifted and jerked slightly, trying to ignore it, fighting to control it, to tamp it down. But it kept growing, and she hated it. She was getting too hot. Her neck, her lower abdomen, her wrists, everything felt overly sensitive. Trying to remain still and endure it felt harrowing. She needed relief. A cold shower. If she could just get cold enough, maybe the pieces in her mind would rearrange themselves. She was sure there were things she was overlooking, and a shower might help her find a solution. There was something off that she couldn't quite place. She pushed against Malfoy, trying to climb away, but he shifted just enough to keep her close. Shower, she said, her throat dry and rasping. I need to cool down, too hot. Fever. A strong arm wrapped around her, holding her steady. He wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her back against him. A corner of her mind was chanting something, but she couldn't grasp it. She was so thirsty, so hot. Everything felt overwhelmingly warm, and her body was growing restless with an urgent need for relief. Somewhere deep down, she knew what was happening, but the fever had burned that knowledge away. She tried to explain, but her voice trailed off. She felt lost. It was as if her mind was a charred building, filled with remnants of thoughts she couldn't identify. As she sat there, struggling to articulate her feelings, the loss of control sent her spiraling into hysteria. What was she supposed to hold on to when the entire world felt like it was on fire? She panted, trying to get up again. A cold shower. Surely that would help. But Malfoy wouldn't let her leave the bed. He wrapped another arm around her and pulled her into his lap. I'll take care of you, he murmured, nuzzling against her neck. The vibrations of his voice resonated within her, bringing a moment of stillness. It's so, she tried again to convey what was happening, but it felt like a struggle to breathe. Even her lungs felt like they were on fire. Why was it so hot? Panic surged as she began to breathe rapidly, trapped between instinct and reason. She sensed that she had the answers, that she knew what she was supposed to do. But caught in this inferno, she couldn't remember. Helplessness washed over her, and she bit her lip, tears spilling down her cheeks. Suddenly, she found herself lying on her back on the bed. Malfoy was kneeling over her, one hand pinning her wrists while the other slowly glided along her body. Distantly, she realized they were both naked. The sensation of his hand tracing over her sternum and along her stomach felt more urgent than any fabric. She arched into his soothing touch, and Malfoy kissed her. Oh. His lips were gentle against hers, his hand cradling her. She felt her tense body melt under his touch. The heat coiled and slipped away from her skin, pooling in her lower abdomen, overflowing with a warmth that was almost overwhelming. Warm liquid began to slip between her legs. Malfoy deepened the kiss, sliding his tongue along her lips before delving in and caressing her tongue. Hermione moaned against his lips, twisting her body to press herself closer to him. He pulled away slightly, his eyes dark and intense as he looked at her. I'm going to take care of you, he said in a low voice. A whimper escaped her as she arched her head back, exposing her neck where a throbbing pulse began to build. If she showed him, he would fix it. Good girl, he murmured, dipping his head to breathe along her skin. The sensation of air against her sensitive spot made her tense, and another wave of heat surged within her. She keened, pressing herself against him. She felt his hand leave her breast, moving down between her legs. His fingers slid through the warmth, igniting an unbearable need. The moment he touched her, her vision blurred, and pleasure coursed through her body, tearing a deep moan from her lips. Merlin, Granger, you're so ready, Malfoy said, his voice thick with desire. You're so perfect. Hermione felt herself slipping into instinct, the chant in the back of her mind growing louder. Alpha. 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 Please. She spread her legs and arched her back further, inviting him in. Malfoy released her wrists and moved between her legs. She gazed up at him in a daze, comforted by his presence. His scent, weight, and strength felt as if he were made for her, just as she was made for him. As he stared at her, his expression turned predatory and possessive, thrilling something deep within her. He ran his hand over her abdomen, caressing her hip before, sliding along her thigh. Opening her. His eyes were fastened on her body as though he were drinking her in. You're mine. All of you, he said, his voice was deep and unyielding, as though it were grabbing hold of something inside of her. She could feel the heat inside of her grow white-hot. He began caressing between her legs as he spoke, sliding his fingers through the slick flooding out of her until the hollowness in her lower abdomen grew almost agonizingly sharp. But his touch calmed her and his fingers glided up toward where she needed him. Her skin could have been set on fire again, but she'd stay perfectly still if he kept touching her and talking to her. "You're always going to be mine. No one else will ever touch you as I do. My perfect Omega. I will never let anyone hurt you again." Her whole body started trembling as she tried to wait, and he rested his warm hand over her pelvis. "You're so patient. Such a good girl." Then he leaned forward and she felt something impossibly large prod between her legs, sliding into the heat. She spread her legs further, trying to open. He pushed in and she could feel her body shifting to accommodate his. He kept pressing in. Deeper. And deeper. And deeper. It shouldn't have been possible. She felt impossibly full, molded around him until there was no room left, but he still kept sliding in deeper as he continued pushing in. He leaned over her until his chest crushed hers. He gathered her into his arms and kissed her deeply. "You're so perfect," he said, groaning. "You have no idea." He finally was buried to the hilt inside of her and she lay limp beneath him. Her mind felt as though it had ascended into a different plane. There was just fullness, the most perfect sensation of fullness. His voice and scent everywhere as though he had planted his soul inside of her. They were permanently entwined. This is so good," he said, as he started moving. "You have no idea, oh Merlin, Granger, you are so." Hermione wanted to tell him something. There were words she felt she should be saying, but they wouldn't come. It was as if she had been dropped into a pool of pure magic, glowing like fairy light. The sensation was otherworldly. Everything inside her was building, as though Malfoy was drawing her up into some kind of ascendance. He lowered his head to her neck, his lips brushing against an aching spot as he quickened his pace. His powerful thrust sent delicious waves of pleasure coursing through her, and she wrapped her legs around his hips, feeling every deep stroke. But then the rhythm changed, becoming shorter and shallower. She could feel him expanding inside her, and they were tied together in a way that made her twist in frustration. She had been so close to something transformative. She didn't want to be teased, she needed more. He pulsed within her, a sensation of warmth flooding her, and suddenly all the building pressure inside her contracted until she shattered. Waves of pleasure washed over her, arching and shaking her body, filling her vision with blinding white light. There were no words to describe it, just an overwhelming sensation that pushed her beyond her limits. The pulsing continued, an explosion that lit up her mind. It felt like dying and rebirth all at once, as if her magic and very soul were about to burst forth like a shock wave. She heard herself sobbing. "You're so perfect. So good. My perfect girl. I'm always going to take care of you," Malfoy murmured, as though the words were being pulled from deep within him. She could feel the muscles in his chest and arms straining as he ground himself against her. "Perfect little Omega. You're mine." It was the most incredible experience of Hermione's life, supernatural. Though it defied the limits of the human body. Hermione had never experienced anything that affected her so completely. It felt as if it wasn't just a physical connection, but something mental, emotional, and even spiritual. She couldn't tell where she ended and Malfoy began. Everything between them was instinctively synchronized, as if they bled into one another. Malfoy slumped against her, kissing her softly as he cradled her head in his hands. They both panted, trying to recover from the intensity. Then he rolled onto his back, bringing her with him, and arranged her on top of him. Her head nestled under his jaw, allowing her to breathe in his scent, to feel him against her. She lay there for several minutes, her heart rate gradually slowing, still feeling the sensation of him deep inside her. As her mind began to clear, the fire and burning sensations faded, replaced by a delightful afterglow. Malfoy's chest radiated warmth into her. Suddenly, a thought that had been lingering in the back of her mind surged to the forefront. She lifted her head and stared dazedly into his face. "How are you here?" she asked, the question feeling strangely familiar, though everything else in her mind was blurred. He had been with her for a long time, she could feel it, smell it. His touch was something she knew intimately. "I heard you crying," he said, studying her carefully. "I was afraid you were hurt." "Oh," she replied, resting her head against his chest and lightly tracing her fingers over his scent glands. She could feel him pulse slightly inside her at her touch. "Have I asked you that question before? It feels like I keep asking it and then forgetting." He rested a hand lightly between her shoulder blades, and she arched slightly into it. "You asked me every time," he said. "How many times is that?" "I've lost count." His tone was apologetic. "Oh," she said, blushing and burying her face in his chest. "You're more lucid now, though," he added after a moment. "Your heat is probably almost." "The first heat is always the hardest," he said. "Your body doesn't know how to regulate all those hormones yet. You'll be more aware the next time it happens." "Oh," she replied. "I didn't know. I only found out a little before it started, so I didn't really have a chance to read about it." She felt like there was more to say, important conversations that she and Malfoy needed to have. There were significant realizations she had made about their situation that she felt she should be addressing. But Malfoy's mouth was captivating, and the way his voice resonated through her chest felt like being wrapped in crushed velvet. The sensation of him still inside her brought a delirious happiness that filled her mind. He looked at her as if he belonged to her. Instead of voicing her thoughts, she kissed him, and he gathered her close, kissing her back. He felt familiar under her hands, yet consciously, it felt like the first time they had kissed. She slid her hands across his chest and into his hair, kissing him until her lungs were on the verge of bursting. When they finally broke apart, she stared at him, panting, and sighed. "You smell like me," she said, surprised by her own words. Yet the thought made her happy, like a weasel purring contentedly in the back of her mind. His eyes glinted as he looked back at her. "You smell like me," he echoed. "I know," she replied, feeling a surge of smugness as she melted against him, sighing happily. She had never felt so good physically, it was as if she had discovered a new level of bliss. Her mind began to drift, and she lay there, basking in his warmth while he ran his hands over her. Eventually, he rolled her onto her side, caressing and kissing along her throat, sending ripples of pleasure coursing through her body down to her toes. He was still scenting her when their bodies finally unlocked from one another, and she felt him slide out of her, and a wave of wistfulness washed over her. But before she could linger on it, he pinned her beneath him, dragging his tongue down the inside of her wrists. "Oh," she shuddered, "that's so good." For several minutes, she lay there, overwhelmed by his presence, until he finally drew back. "You need to drink something," he said, reaching for a goblet of pumpkin juice from a nearby table. He pulled her into his lap, positioning her so that she leaned back against his chest, as if he were her throne. Gently, he placed the goblet in her right hand and began to run his fingers lightly up and down her left shoulder and arm while she drank. She realized he couldn't seem to stop touching her, keeping her as close as possible. There was something oddly surreal about it, but Hermione couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. It was simply nice. She didn't want him to stop. The thought of him pulling away filled her with a sense of dread, as if something terrible would happen if he weren't there. After finishing 2 goblets of pumpkin juice, she rested her head against his chest, listening to his heartbeat as she dozed. His fingers slid along her sternum, and she felt their warmth seep into her bones. Then the burning sensation returned. This time, it was less disorienting, stirring her from her happy days as if the intensity had softened. It felt like she was getting closer to breaking through the surface and reclaiming her thoughts. Malfoy seemed to sense her discomfort, for when she looked up at him, he was already gazing down at her with hooded eyes. As their eyes locked, he slid a hand into her hair at the base of her neck and kissed her deeply. Then he pushed her down and pressed into her. Her mind finally felt alert. The present was still a haze, but it had thinned enough for her to grasp what was happening. She was in heat. The burning sensation that kept pulling at her was a part of it. Swallowing her was her heat, and Malfoy cooled it. He calmed her, held her down, and drove into her until she came apart, then steadied her through the inferno. She lost count of how many times they had been together. Each time, the heat diminished a bit. The rhythm slowed, and they both sensed they were nearing the end. With each encounter, Hermione's mind felt clearer, free from the haze. She discovered a language between them that felt fundamental. When he came inside her, promises and praise flowed from his lips, the same ones each time. He would give her anything. He would never stop taking care of her. He told her how perfect she was, that she was his and would always be his. Those words coiled inside her, blurring her thoughts with happiness and drawing out promises of her own. She told him he was perfect, that he took care of her so well. She told him he was hers, her alpha, her perfect alpha. During their last encounter, she sensed it was truly the end. Reality pressed through the fire and fog more clearly than before. As they lay panting and entwined, she looked up at him, and it suddenly struck her why it felt so surreal that he was there. Because it was surreal. He was Draco Malfoy, and she was Hermione Granger. He had never liked her. He hadn't even considered her worthy of attending school with him. He thought her blood made her undeserving of a wand, of being a witch. As that realization cut deep inside her, she felt the blood drain from her face as she stared at him. He was studying her intently and immediately seemed to see the shock in her expression. A bitter smile ghosted across his face. She grasped for a way to express her bewilderment, trying to reconcile the recent past with the rest of it. She was so tired, her mind slipping away with exhaustion. He was still knotted inside her, and she struggled to formulate the questions swirling in her head. Hermione struggled with a question that had been nagging at her, one that didn't seem to have a clear answer. "How were you there?" She kept asking, and his response always baffled her. He claimed he was there because he had heard her crying and thought she was hurt. "Why? Why would you care if I was hurt?" She finally managed to voice. For a long moment, he simply stared at her, and she could feel her eyelids growing heavy. Despite her efforts to stay focused, her head eventually dropped onto his chest. "I owed you," he finally said, breaking the silence. "You testified for me." A heavy, fractured feeling settled in her chest. She tucked her chin down and closed her eyes. "You protected Harry," she whispered. "You had every reason not to, but you refused to identify him." "Of course I testified for you." "I didn't protect you," he replied. "I never expected you to," she said, her words coming out almost incoherently through her exhaustion. "And what could you have done anyway? There was nothing you could have done to protect me." "I know," he said, his voice sounding hollow. If he said anything more, Hermione didn't hear it. She slipped into a deep sleep against his chest, breathing in his familiar scent. Chapter 5, It's Only Curiosity. When Hermione woke up, Malfoy was gone. Even before she opened her eyes, she could sense his absence. The lingering scent of him in the room was fading, hours old. Logically, she knew she shouldn't feel hurt, but she did. Without opening her eyes, she rolled over and scolded herself. Did she really expect to wake up and find him still beside her? That after a few days together, he'd suddenly disregard her blood status and they'd start dating simply because the sex had been incredible? She snorted and finally opened her eyes. As she sat up and surveyed the room, flashes of memory began to surface, moments of him trying to escape her grasp, of him attempting to find someone else. A cold wave of horror washed over her as she recalled his struggle to fight against his instincts and stay away. Then, she remembered climbing on top of him and starting to give him a handjob. Mortified, Hermione dropped back onto the bed and buried her face in her pillow. After that, everything blurred into a haze of incoherent passion that she could only partially recall. They had both been swept up in the Alpha-Omega dynamic, exchanging words and promises that felt instinctual. It felt like a punch to the gut. Malfoy likely regained his clarity the moment her heat ended, once the hormones and instincts she had stirred in him faded away. The bitter smile that had crossed his face as the fog lifted from her mind stood out sharply in her memory. Hermione still struggled to wrap her mind around it all. Hormones aside, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. The worst part? If it were to happen again, she wasn't sure she could have handled it any differently. Despite her initial resolve to endure her heat alone, she quickly realized that making that decision was one thing, but actually facing it was another matter entirely. It had been awful, and she categorically classified it as such. Of someone who had been tortured repeatedly by Bellatrix Lestrange. Her body felt like it was on fire. Every inch of her was attuned and overly sensitive, anticipating something that wasn't happening, and couldn't happen. Everything hurt, her skin, her clothes, the water, even the sheets. The state of arousal was unquenchable. Every attempt to relieve it only intensified the frustrated, all-consuming need. The physical anguish was just part of the struggle, it was the mental aspect that nearly shattered her. She wasn't supposed to be alone. The isolation provoked a deep sense of wrongness within her, an instinctive awareness that she shouldn't be enduring this by herself. Someone was meant to be there with her, to help and soothe her. But no one was. She was utterly alone. The relentless awareness of her solitude pushed her to the brink of hysteria. She was hurting inside and out, and no one was coming to make it better. The pain just escalated, hour after hour. In moments when she wasn't crying, desperately trying to find some way to ease the all-encompassing misery, she longed to call for McGonagall and beg her to send someone. But who could she even think of? She didn't want to ruin Neville's relationship with Hannah by dragging him into a week-long escapade. Goldstein? She didn't know. The thought of him felt wrong. She didn't want a stranger touching her, let alone being intimate with her. That idea made her shudder. Charlie Weasley was days away at a dragon reserve, and the thought of being with Ron's older brother felt inappropriate. Malfoy hadn't even crossed her mind as an option, until he was there. Then he was all she wanted. But he had tried to pull away. So she had climbed on top of him. Oh God. She groaned and she buried her face in a pillow, overwhelmed by a flood of memories. He had seemed to enjoy it, at least in the moments she could recall. Surely, if he had wanted to leave, he could have done so sooner. It felt like he wanted to be there, touching her, breathing her in again and again. He could barely keep his hands and mouth off her. Perhaps it was all driven by instincts and hormones, an alpha thing. In the few clear moments she remembered, he had appeared more composed than she was, but maybe that was just a contrast to her own state of utter confusion. After all, he had left as soon as it was over. She glanced around the room, half hoping to find a note or any sign that he hadn't just run away the instant he could think straight. But there was nothing. She dropped her head into her hands and sat there for several minutes, feeling so exhausted that she just wanted to collapse back into bed and sleep for another day. The thought of showing her face again was unbearable. The entire situation felt too humiliating and inappropriate to endure. Yet, she felt an urgent need to escape the room. It was thick with the scent of sex and Malfoy's lingering presence, making her long for him even more. Being alone in the aftermath of her heat felt painfully vulnerable, as if a part of her was withering inside. She rubbed her wrist subconsciously, trying to soothe herself, then squared her shoulders and got up to head to the bathroom for a shower. A hot shower was the closest thing to relief she had found before Malfoy had come along. The numbing cold water had dulled the heat, making her uncomfortable in a different way, allowing her to forget just how aroused and desperate she felt. As she stepped under the scalding water, she scrubbed herself from head to toe until her skin turned rosy, trying to wash away Malfoy's scent. But when she stepped out and began to towel off, it was still there, as though he had left an imprint on her skin. The memory of him lingered, etched into her very being. She stepped back under the rushing water, trying again and again to scrub it away, lathering herself with soap. It dulled the scent a little, but it was still there, inescapable, and her skin felt almost raw. Whatever had marked her wasn't washing off easily. She attempted several freshening and scourgifying charms, but nothing seemed to work. Defeated, she finally dressed and made her way back into the bedroom. The air was thick with Malfoy's scent, hitting her like a slap in the face. She cast multiple cleaning charms over the room and the bed, but the sight of the stained sheets was mortifying. In a hurry, she left the room. It was clear that Malfoy had dismantled nearly all the wards McGonagall had set up, and the wall bore the scars of his hasty exit. She averted her gaze, forcing herself not to dwell on it as she headed straight for the headmistress's office. "Miss Granger," McGonagall greeted her, studying Hermione closely. "You seem more like yourself." Hermione felt her cheeks flush. She could barely remember being overwhelmed with desire and emotion when McGonagall had been warding the door. It was not her proudest moment. In fact, it ranked among the most humiliating experiences of her life. "Yes. It's over now," Hermione replied, staring down at her hands. There was a long pause before McGonagall spoke again. "Mr. Malfoy," she began cautiously, "disappeared for several days. I noticed the wards on your room had been replaced. Since I didn't send him, I assume he entered on his own." Hermione looked up, her eyes wide, and found McGonagall's expression unreadable. She nodded slowly, and the headmistress's demeanor tightened. "Given your history together, I cannot imagine you sought his company. While the law may overlook the actions of an alpha around an omega in heat, I am not so inclined. If it was not consensual," Minerva said, "that is more than sufficient grounds for his expulsion." Hermione's heart sank. Attending Hogwarts was one of the conditions of Malfoy's probation. If he was expelled, it would mean he had violated those terms, potentially landing him in Azkaban. "No," Hermione exclaimed, sitting up straight. "It was consensual. I think." Her gaze fell to the floor as heat rose in her cheeks. "I hope you aren't feeling obliged to protect him for some reason," Minerva said, her eyebrows furrowing in concern. "No, it's not like that," Hermione stumbled over her words. He offered to get someone else. I wanted him to stay." In fact, her voice faltered, and she cleared her throat. "I rather jumped him. I'm not sure. I know that legally speaking, alphas aren't regarded as responsible for their actions. But I'm not sure how it works with omegas. I might have," she stuttered slightly, nearly toppling from her chair as a horrifying thought struck her. "I think I forced him." "Oh God." Minerva raised an eyebrow. "I find that rather hard to believe," she said calmly. "No, I think I did," Hermione replied, trembling. "I can't remember everything clearly. I wasn't entirely lucid, but I think he was trying to leave. Then I climbed on top of him and forced him to stay." She shrank further into her seat, the horror washing over her. "I should go apologize." "No, he probably won't want anything to do with me." "Oh my God, I sexually assaulted Malfoy." Hermione covered her face with her hands, wishing someone would stun her and put her out of her misery for a while. "Perhaps it would be advisable if I met with him and asked for his version of events," Minerva suggested after a moment. "However, Miss Granger, before you punish yourself over your self-confessed actions, please remember that I personally devised an extremely intricate set of protective wards around the ability to bear children. It's also about the bond and connection that comes with it. Some alphas may see you as a potential partner, someone to share their lives with, beyond just having children." Hermione's mind raced as she processed this information. "But I don't want to be anyone's property," she said, a hint of defiance in her voice. Minerva nodded, her expression serious. I understand that, Hermione. It's important to remember that not all alphas are the same, and not all will view you through that lens. Your worth is not defined by your designation. Hermione took a deep breath, trying to quell the rising anxiety within her. So, what do I do? How do I handle this attention? We'll navigate it together, Minerva reassured her. For now, focus on your studies and your friends. If any situation arises, we'll address it then. But what if they approach me? What if they assume I'm interested? Hermione asked, her voice tinged with worry. Then you assert your boundaries, Minerva said firmly. You have every right to choose who you want in your life. Remember, being an Omega doesn't diminish your strength or your agency. Hermione nodded slowly, feeling a mixture of gratitude and apprehension. Thank you, Professor. It helps to know I'm not alone in this. Of course, you're never alone, Minerva replied, a warm smile breaking through her earlier seriousness. Now, let's discuss your studies and how we can keep your focus on what truly matters. Merely submission and procreation. Did you finish the book I left with you? Hermione shook her head, her cheeks flushing. No, sorry. It became difficult to focus. Minerva's expression softened. Of course. This has all been quite sudden. That's why I want to do everything in my power to protect you as you come to terms with what has happened. I hope to provide you with as many options as I can. Thank you. Now, as I mentioned, you're likely to receive a lot of attention. I assume you won't want to withdraw from school if you can avoid it. Hermione nodded. The girls' tower in Gryffindor should be safe for me. But in common areas and hallways, anyone can approach. I'm concerned that some eager alphas might take advantage of my Omega traits to get my attention. Hermione felt a chill run down her spine. The suppressants potions help, though, don't they? I believe they do. I've had Horace brew a batch. You'll need to take a vial daily. However, it won't suppress your traits entirely. I've discussed it with Miss Weasley. We could assign beta prefects to accompany you between classes if you would like. Hermione stared in disbelief. Surely that's a bit excessive, isn't it? I have to admit, I don't know. As far as I am aware, a presented Omega has never attended Hogwarts. Alphas do come occasionally. With an 8th-year class, I anticipated having a dozen or so. But you are the first presented Omega to attend Hogwarts, and you're unbound. I just don't know what to expect. I don't want to be careless with you. Omegas are that rare? Minerva gave a short nod. You're the only unmarried one to present in as long as I can recall. Beyond that, you're the first Omega I've known of since Molly Weasley. Hermione choked in surprise. I didn't realize they were that unusual. Before Molly, the only other Omegas I knew were Druella Rosier and a friend of my mother's, Cassandra Ollivander. There's a reason why most people simply choose to ignore the hierarchy's existence. It's rare that the topic even comes up. There are probably fewer than 200 Omegas in all of Europe. Any unmarried alpha who hears about you might try to court you. You could end up inundated with offers. They won't know anything about me, but they'll want to marry me just because I'm an Omega? I feel like a collectible, Hermione replied, her tone sharp and her lip curling. Molly's decision to have 7 children to avoid alphas makes more sense now. Molly chose Arthur because she loved him, Minerva said, her voice tinged with a hint of exasperation. She was betrothed to an alpha but fell for Arthur when they were head students together here at Hogwarts. I wouldn't advise making her choice unless the beta you have in mind is someone you can't live without. Hermione dropped her gaze and slumped in her chair. Why? I don't understand how any of this works. I feel like I've been turned into some servile degenerate, teetering on the edge of losing my mind whenever an alpha so much as breathes in my direction. But now you're saying I should be in that kind of relationship? Minerva sighed. Omegas are meant for alphas, and alphas are meant for omegas. Despite the dynamics of dominance and submission, the relationship is symbiotic. An alpha might have influence over you, but they also have an instinctive desire to protect and please you. Hermione's mouth twitched, and she held back the urge to point out that she would much prefer the autonomy to protect and please herself. She swallowed her words. It wasn't Minerva's fault that she had the unenviable task of explaining this to her. Hermione wouldn't shoot the messenger when it was clear the universe itself was to blame for her designation. The equation doesn't leave you powerless, Minerva continued firmly. Without the other party, there will always be a sense that something is missing. Most alphas come to terms with that fate by the time they present, which is why they will be eager to try to. You an opportunity that most of them never expected to have. You'll be going into heat again in 3 months. Use this time to get to know some of the alphas in your circles. Hermione felt her stomach drop at the thought of experiencing another heat. The memory of her time with Malfoy lingered, sharp and raw, intimate yet vulnerable. For a moment, she had felt happy, as if being an Omega was perfectly acceptable. But waking up afterward to realize it had all been a hormone-induced illusion hurt in a way she couldn't quite name. She had never been the type for casual encounters. Her brief fling with Malfoy only reinforced that belief. The idea of being left behind and discarded as soon as the hormonal cocktail wore off was unbearable. Yet, the thought of marrying someone, or soul bonding with them, just to have a companion during her heats felt equally unappealing. She longed for a union grounded in something unique and meaningful, not merely a hierarchical connection. Perhaps she was just young, but she had always hoped that if she ever married, it would be with someone she could truly connect with, not just someone capable of fulfilling her biological needs. It felt as if she were trapped in a 3-month countdown to hell. I can't believe I'm actually saying this, she said slowly, but could I just get pregnant? Like Molly did? That would stop the heats and the symptoms for a while, wouldn't it? McGonagall stared at Hermione, her expression unreadable. After a moment, she replied, "Now that you mention it, I don't think it's possible for you to get pregnant with a beta male. Your fertility is tied to your heats. You could get pregnant during your next heat, but I doubt most alphas would consent if you weren't planning to marry them. They can be quite possessive, especially when omegas are pregnant. Their instincts are stronger," McGonagall explained. "Oh," Hermione replied, her voice heavy with resignation. She hadn't wanted to think about pregnancy or motherhood at all, but the realization that it wasn't even an option felt deeply unfair. It seemed that every potential choice she had was one she didn't want to consider. Burying her face in her hands, she searched for another solution. "I realize this is very abrupt and difficult for you," McGonagall said gently. "You should give yourself time to adapt before making a life-changing decision like motherhood. There are wonderful alphas out there who will give you all the time you need to build trust. Whether a dominant personality is good or bad depends entirely on the individual's character. It's not like I have any other choice," Hermione said bitterly. "I will do everything I can to keep you safe and help you decide what you truly want," Minerva reassured her. "In addition to being one of my most exceptional students, I have come to regard you as a friend, Miss Granger. Whatever you decide, you will have my full support, along with that of the rest of the Hogwarts staff." Hermione smiled, feeling a flicker of comfort. "Perhaps we could see how the suppressants work," she suggested, trying to hold on to some hope. "Before we add a new rotation to the prefect's schedules." "Very well. The portraits have all been instructed to keep a close eye on you. I've informed the professors and the beta prefects from Dumbledore's army so they will know what to look out for." "All right," Hermione said quietly, her cheeks flushing and the tips of her ears growing warm at the thought of many of her friends knowing why she had disappeared for a week. "During the last week, I ordered a few books for you," Minerva said, sliding a small stack across her desk to Hermione. Hogwarts' selection on the subject was limited. "Thank you," Hermione replied gratefully. "I'll escort you to the hospital wing to pick up your suppressants. Then I'll have a word with Mr. Malfoy on your behalf." Speaking of alphas, if you are willing. I believe Mr. Longbottom wants to apologize to you. He's horrified by his behavior and even tried to turn in his head boy badge. It wasn't Neville's fault, Hermione interjected immediately. I'm happy to see him. But, she hesitated for a moment. Maybe it should be supervised. Just to see how the suppressants work. Good idea. Why don't you wait here? I'll send for him and bring the suppressants. It might not be wise for you to walk the halls alone. Hermione nodded as Minerva left the room. She glanced at the stack of books on her desk, scanning the titles. One was about alphas, another focused on heats and omega pregnancies, and the last one caught her eye. It was called Soulbond. She pulled it from the stack and began to read it, feeling a sense of resignation wash over her. The book was disheartening and offered little help. It suggested that an omega running around and bonded was practically unheard of. The author seemed to assume that if an omega wasn't bonded, she was on the verge of being so, merely dealing with an unavoidable separation. There was nothing about how a witch was expected to navigate the world without an alpha responsible for her. Suppressants were meant for those in separation or for widowed omegas. There was no mention of taking them while choosing an alpha to marry. Marry. Just the thought made her feel like crying. In fact, there weren't many things in her life that didn't bring her to the brink of tears. Most of her sorrow seemed to revolve around Malfoy. The fact that his absence still affected her the most only added to her misery. She didn't even like Malfoy. She had reminded herself of that fact quite firmly and repeatedly. He was a historic arse, a school bully, and a brainwashed pureblood elitist. Even if the other 2 points were irrelevant or no longer the case, that last one stuck with her. She had no reason to believe that particular belief of his had truly changed. It was true that during his trial, he had delivered a very eloquent speech about realizing the error in his thinking regarding blood purity, but it had been just that, a speech. A public speech before the Wiesengemot that was printed in the papers. The following morning, Hermione read the newspaper. Since his release, Draco had been stiff but polite at public events. Once the school year began, she had to avoid him, so she had no idea what he was up to, other than staying out of trouble. As far as she knew, nothing in his private life suggested any real change in his views on blood purity. He would surely keep his opinions to himself and maintain a clean image, but in the end, he would marry someone with impeccable bloodlines. Hermione didn't care. Being a bigot didn't mean someone deserved to rot in Azkaban for 10 years. The Malfoys, for all their flaws, had tipped the war in Harry's favor. Narcissa had acted out of concern for her son, but Draco, when it mattered most, had gone against his own self-interest. He'd protected Harry and refrained from killing Dumbledore when he easily could have. That was enough for her. She had taken a draft of peace and testified for both Narcissa and Draco. She hadn't expected to interact with him after the trial, nor did she anticipate noticing him during their 8th year. And she definitely never imagined spending a week with him, only to find herself, well, she wasn't sure what she was doing. Obsessing about him, she concluded with resignation. It wasn't a crush, he had just surprised her. He had shown up when she was vulnerable and had been, a perfect alpha, her mind supplied unhelpfully. It meant nothing. It wasn't even the real Draco. He had just been in some sort of alpha state. As McGonagall had said, alphas had an instinctive drive to please. He had come around because he felt he owed her, and then he had stayed because she had initiated things. It wasn't anything he had meant. The fact that she felt attached to him was probably just an Omega thing. It was all instinct and hormones. Was it real? Chapter 6, In a Sea of Lovers. The suppressant potion was midnight blue and tasted like ash. It went down like ash too. Hermione choked on it, coughing up clouds of smoke as if she were a small dragon. She felt as though she were suffocating. When she finally managed to swallow it completely, She spent several minutes pounding her chest and wiping away the tears that had gathered in her eyes during her coughing fit. A faint tingling sensation spread across her neck and wrists, accompanied by a fuzzy buzzing in the back of her mind that gradually faded after a minute. "Well," she said wearily, "I can't say it's my favorite potion." Minerva looked sympathetic. "Should I call up Mr. Longbottom, or would you like a few more minutes?" "He can come up," Hermione replied with a quick nod. She was anxious to see how the suppressant would work. A minute later, Neville shuffled in awkwardly behind McGonagall. He looked profoundly penitent, like a kicked puppy, except for being extremely muscular and generally attractive. "Hermione, I am so sorry," Neville blurted the moment their eyes met. "I feel so badly, I don't know how to make it up to you." He stood across the office, his voice filling the space and still vibrating through her, but it didn't evoke the same physical reaction as before. He rubbed his face, looking so distraught that Hermione feared he might break down. She felt terrible for him. He'd probably been miserable all week while she had been preoccupied with Malfoy. "It's all right, Neville," Hermione said, offering him a small smile. "I don't think anyone could have been prepared for what happened." "It's not all right." "You said no, and I didn't even listen," he said, his shoulders slumping dejectedly. "I've told Headmistress McGonagall that I should be stripped of my head boy position. I wrote to my Gran and told her I intend to withdraw from Hogwarts." Hermione gasped. "Certainly not. You can't withdraw. Your behavior was hardly unusual for an alpha around an omega going into heat. There are a dozen other alphas at Hogwarts. The same thing would probably have happened with any of them. I know you. We were both quite blindsided by what happened. I don't hold you responsible at all." Neville looked unconvinced, so Hermione added, "Just promise never to lick me again without permission." "I swear, if I ever touch you without permission, I will withdraw from school and turn myself in at the DMLE," he said firmly, his jaw set. Hermione cringed inwardly, recalling her own handling, treatment, of Malfoy. "The whole issue of consent is really rather murky when it comes to alphas and omegas," she muttered, her cheeks flushing pink. "Hopefully, now that I'm not newly presented, we won't have any more issues." Neville took her comment personally, and his expression grew more distraught. Hermione quickly changed the subject. "To be honest, part of the reason Headmistress McGonagall asked you to come to her office is that we want to see how the suppressant potion I'm on now will work around alphas," she said, shuffling her feet and eyeing him nervously. "Would you mind getting a bit closer so we can see how it goes for both of us?" Neville swallowed, his eyes widening. "Rest assured, Mr. Longbottom, I will not let anything happen to Miss Granger," McGonagall said, noticing Neville inching backward. "We need a controlled environment to determine how vulnerable she is, and you know her better than any other alpha." Neville paused, and Hermione could see the internal conflict in his expression as he glanced her way. There was a deep longing in his eyes. After a moment, he gave a short nod and stepped slowly toward Hermione. He had barely taken 5 steps when he suddenly froze, sniffing the air with a baffled expression. He shot a sharp glance at Hermione, blinking several times as his face slowly turned red. "What?" Hermione asked, her voice tinged with nervousness. "What is it?" "Hermione, I'm not," he stammered, rubbing the back of his neck while avoiding her gaze, staring uncomfortably at the ceiling. "Is there a reason you smell like Draco Malfoy?" His voice sounded strained, as if someone were choking him. Hermione felt her blood drain from her face. It hadn't even crossed her mind that other alphas could smell Malfoy on her. "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice rising in pitch. "Well, when alpha's present, their sense of smell gets a lot stronger," Neville explained, flushing. "So we pick up on a lot of things that most people can't detect, like, who's SH?" He caught himself, glancing guiltily at McGonagall. "Who's dating whom?" You smell like." Both of them stared at each other, their faces growing steadily crimson. I don't think I've ever smelled anybody quite so strongly, Neville finally admitted, his voice thick. Normally, I'd have to be a lot closer. Suddenly, his eyes widened as the realization hit him. Was Malfoy with you during your heat? He growled, the sound sending a shiver down Hermione's spine. She stood frozen, blinking at him for several seconds. Are all the alphas going to be able to tell? She finally asked in a small voice. Neville looked like he might faint from her indirect admission. He swallowed hard, nodded faintly, and turned his gaze back to the ceiling. Brilliant, Hermione said, her tone undeniably shrill. It felt as if a small frog were trapped in her throat. This is just bloody fantastic. A long pause hung in the air as Hermione glared down at her shoes. Finally, McGonagall cleared her throat. Mr. Longbottom, do you mind stepping closer to Miss Granger? She asked in a crisp voice. We still need to see whether the suppressant works. Neville nodded and exhaled heavily through his nose. Right. Sorry. It's just, the smell is a bit, it feels intrusive to get closer. Like trespassing. Hermione fought the urge to bang her head against the wall. Neville's expression turned serious as he stepped closer to her, until he was less than 2 feet away. Taking a deep breath, Hermione was relieved to find that while Neville smelled nice, she was no longer overwhelmed by the immediate urge to be intimate with him. There was now a filter between her mind and instincts, allowing her to maintain control and suppress any urges. Mr. Longbottom, Miss Granger? McGonagall prompted. It's fine, Hermione replied, sniffing the air between them. I can tell he's an alpha, but it's not overwhelming like it was before. Mr. Longbottom, how is it for you? Do you feel as though your instincts are overriding your mind? Neville shook his head. I can tell she's an Omega. The attraction is there, but I'm not irrational about it, he said carefully. Well, it's a relief that the suppressant seems to work well, McGonagall noted. However, part of our concern is regarding alphas who might intentionally try to take advantage of Miss Granger. Mr. Longbottom, if you would, please use an alpha tone to ask Miss Granger to do something. Perhaps request that she stand on 1 foot. A visible discomfort crossed Neville's face, and he stepped back slightly. It's all right, Neville, Hermione said, lifting her chin to project confidence. Do whatever the headmistress says. I'd really rather know now than find out alone in a hallway. Neville nodded and took a deep breath. Hermione took a deep breath, and Neville's scent washed over her, clouding her thoughts. Are you ready? He asked, concern etched on his face as he looked down at her. She nodded quickly, offering a faint smile. Ready. Hermione, he said, his voice low and growly. The sound sent a shiver through her body, making her neck tingle as if he were caressing her scent glands. Stand on 1 foot. Automatically, she began shifting her weight to lift 1 foot off the ground but paused, shaking her head slightly. Why did she need to stand on 1 foot? A part of her mind whispered, your alpha wants you to. Hermione scrunched her face in confusion. Neville wasn't her alpha, he was her friend. He wouldn't order her around, and she certainly didn't want anyone bossing her about. No, she replied flatly, widening her stance to distribute her weight more evenly. Try again, Mr. Longbottom. We need to be sure she can really resist, McGonagall's distant voice chimed in. There was a moment of silence before Neville spoke again. Hermione, stand on 1 foot. His tone was firmer, deeper, authoritative, powerful, and undeniably attractive. A small part of her wished he would growl it against her throat. The fog in her mind thickened, filled with Neville's scent. She felt as if she were adrift in a sea of him, floating along with the current of his voice. It was soothing. She didn't need to think, she could simply obey. Obey? Anger flared within her. How dare he try to make her submit? No, she exclaimed, irritation rising in her voice. Mr. Longbottom, touch her on the wrist this time, McGonagall instructed. Hermione barely registered the words. The room seemed to swim around her, with Neville standing out clearly in front of her. His expression was tense and conflicted, and she couldn't help but notice how attractive and strong he looked. Alpha. Alpha. Alpha, echoed in a corner of her mind. As Neville stepped closer, she felt the heat radiating from him, his large presence overwhelming her senses. His hand closed around her left wrist, his thumb brushing against the scent gland there. Hermione felt her knees buckle slightly. Hermione, stand on one foot, he commanded, his tone sending a shiver straight down her spine. She struggled to breathe through the fog enveloping her mind. Alpha. 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 Part of her wanted to tilt her head back, to invite him to touch her neck, to bite her. That would be so nice. Just the thought of his teeth, his hard body against hers, made her pulse quicken. He would take her well, maybe against a wall, sliding deep inside her until she felt him not. She imagined the warmth of his release filling her, and all she needed to do was please him. Be a good girl, and her alpha would let her come. But Neville was not her alpha. A part of her mind screamed it, shattering the haze. Instinctively, she lashed out. Everything blurred for a moment, and when her vision cleared, she found Neville on the floor, bleeding and unconscious, her wand gripped tightly in her hand. Oh my gosh, Neville! She gasped, rushing to his side. What did I do? Minerva was kneeling beside him, murmuring a quiet renervate. You stunned him, the headmistress said, looking surprisingly pleased, and punched him simultaneously. Hermione noticed her knuckles throbbing slightly as Neville shook his head and sat up, gingerly touching his nose. I'm so sorry, she said, dropping to the floor beside him. Oh, Neville, I'm so sorry. "'S'all right, Hermione," he mumbled. "Glad to help you out. It's good to know no one's going to force you into anything." Without thinking, Hermione hugged him impulsively. "You're such a good friend," she said. "I'm really sorry I punched you." But Neville stiffened in her arms. She drew back, concern etched on her face. "Are you?" He flushed, and she could see the uncertainty in his eyes. Well, instinctively, everything is under control," he replied, trying to regain composure. "But it's very hard to be this close to you," Neville stammered. "Oh." Hermione quickly released him. "Sorry." "It's fine," Neville replied, still blushing. "It's not as though I mind. I just thought you should know." "Yeah," Hermione said, awkwardly pulling back a bit more. "That's good to know. Well, Mr. Longbottom, thank you for your assistance. You may return to your classes," McGonagall said. Neville headed out, and Hermione gathered her new books, slipping them into a satchel that McGonagall had lent her, along with a box of small vials filled with midnight blue suppressant potions. As she left the headmistress' office, Hermione's first stop was Professor Vector's classroom down the hall. Professor Vector had taken over as the new head of Gryffindor, stepping in for Minerva. The arithmancy professor was a younger version of McGonagall, even stricter and more businesslike than her predecessor. "Miss Granger, I have your homework assignments from the last week," Vector said, not bothering to rise from her large desk. She reached into a drawer and pulled out a neatly collated file, handing it to Hermione. Hermione flicked the file open and skimmed over what she had missed. "While you were in confinement," Vector began, looking a bit uncomfortable, "partners were assigned in advanced arithmancy studies. The project is to analyze and then devise a countercurse for an actual cursed object. It will count for half of your grade this semester and is a collaborative assignment with the data class." Hermione nodded. She had always found curse breaking exciting. The idea of using arithmancy to break down a curse and then predict a successful counter-curse was a fascinating application of magic. While she wasn't sure she wanted to become an actual curse breaker, She had always enjoyed reading about the analytical aspects of curse-breaking in arithmancy journals. Your partner for the assignment was Draco Malfoy, Vector continued. Hermione froze, staring at her professor. Was? She finally managed to say. Yes. Mr. Malfoy. Malfoy stopped by my office this morning and asked to be reassigned or to complete the project on his own. Hermione felt herself pale. Her head spun, as if she'd been stung by a billywig and was about to float up to the rafters. Oh, she managed to say. When the partners were assigned, I wasn't aware that you were. The word Omega seemed to stick in Professor Vector's throat, and she coughed slightly. What you are? If the refusal to partner with you is related to that, I am willing to consider the request. However, the headmistress has made it abundantly clear that she will not tolerate any inter-house animosity or blood prejudice. Do you have any idea why he asked? I'm not sure, Hermione replied, taking a sharp, studying breath. I'll try to find out before the next class. Very well. I don't like making special exceptions for students, it distracts from learning. If I'm obliged to make one, we may need to disclose the reason to the class. It would be inappropriate for your classmates to think certain students receive allowances based on discrimination. Hermione swallowed and nodded nervously. Professor Vector was a surprising Gryffindor, so absorbed in academics that she seemed completely tone-deaf when it came to interpersonal relationships. While Hermione understood the logic, the veiled threat to expose her designation over a class assignment felt incredibly insensitive. I'll try to speak with Malfoy today, Hermione said, clutching the file of homework assignments and standing up quickly. Thank you, Professor Vector replied, glancing back down at a scroll of numbers spread out across her desk. Then her head popped back up as if a thought had just occurred to her. Please feel free to speak to me if you have any issues with your... There was a long pause. My office is always open in an emergency. Yes, thank you, Hermione said, privately resolving never to discuss anything related to being Omega with her head of house. Once back in the hallway, Hermione checked her watch and discovered. It was lunchtime, and Hermione suddenly realized how famished she felt. She couldn't recall the last time she'd had a proper meal. A hazy memory surfaced of lying in Malfoy's arms while he hand-fed her fruit. Strawberries, grapes, pears, plums, and nectarines floated through her mind. She even remembered him teasingly feeding her with his teeth and mentioning something about never letting her have peaches. She had consumed a lot of pumpkin and apple juice during that time. Malfoy had slid pieces of fruit over her skin, licking up the trails of juice, and whispering that she was perfect in a deep, possessive voice that sent shivers through her. He kept insisting that she was his. Hermione nearly walked straight into a suit of armor as those thoughts flooded her mind. Ugh. She didn't want to think about it, didn't want to think about Malfoy at all. With a surge of frustration, she stomped angrily toward the Great Hall. As she pushed the doors open with force, a gust of wind followed her inside. The air rushed ahead, parting as she entered. The hall was buzzing with students chatting and eating, but as Hermione stepped through the doors, every alpha she'd identified froze, their eyes locking onto her as if caught in a trance. Her heart raced as her gaze flitted nervously from one boy to the next. She noticed a Ravenclaw and a Hufflepuff near the end of the table, their expressions a mix of fascination and shock. Trying to ignore their stares, she hurried to the Gryffindor table. Neville was already there and, like the others, turned to look at her as she arrived. After a moment, he slowly returned to his meal. Hermione, Ginny said, scooching down the bench to make room for her. Are you all right? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to be so short with you earlier. I had no idea, I just thought. It's fine, Hermione replied, trying to brush off the moment. Honestly, I don't think anyone could have guessed it, Ginny said quietly, cutting Hermione off. Hermione nodded as she served herself a massive helping of everything within reach. If you want to talk at all, I'm here for you, Ginny added softly. And I know Mum would be happy to come visit or write if you have any questions. It hasn't been mentioned to anyone back home yet, but..." Ginny glanced around at the boys who were still staring unwaveringly at Hermione. "You should probably let them know before the news gets out." "I should," Hermione agreed, nodding. "You got a few letters and birthday presents from Harry and Ron last week." "I have them in my room," Ginny mentioned after a moment. Despite her intention to focus solely on her meal, Hermione could still feel the stares directed at her. Determined to ignore them, she refused to look up from her plate. Suddenly, the doors of the Great Hall swung open, and Hermione's head shot up. Malfoy had walked in. She watched as his eyes swept across the room, briefly landing on her. Her heart seemed to stall for a moment as their gazes met, but then he flicked his attention away and strode over to the Slytherin table, sitting down beside Blaise Zabini and Theodore Nott. Nott stared at Hermione with an expression of delighted awe, as if he had encountered a unicorn. Zabini elbowed him, but Nott didn't seem to notice. Malfoy started eating an apple, and Hermione forced herself to look back down at her plate. As she finished her second pumpkin pasty, a tingling sensation traveled down her spine. She looked up and found a Ravenclaw with tawny-colored hair and skin standing across the table, staring intently at her. His face had a faintly weathered look, as if he had spent his summer sailing in the Mediterranean. His gaze was sharp, almost feline. All the Gryffindors around Hermione turned their attention to him as well. She recognized him vaguely. They were in the same year and had taken arithmancy and ancient runes together. However, they had never really interacted, at least not in a way she could recall. Hermione was fairly certain he came from an old pure-blood family. He hadn't joined the D.A. or fought in the Battle of Hogwarts. He was an alpha, evident from his build, and his voice had nearly caused Hermione to have a meltdown in ancient runes whenever he asked questions. "Yes?" she said, noticing he was momentarily speechless. "You're Hermione Granger, aren't you?" he asked, his tone formal. His hands gripped the strap of the satchel hanging from his shoulder. The Gryffindors around Hermione erupted in laughter. "Been living under a rock the last few years, mate?" Seamus snickered. The Ravenclaw flushed, a faint smile flashing across his face as he tightened his grip on the satchel. Hermione couldn't help but think that if he were an animagus, he'd be a cougar. "We've never been introduced." It seemed impolite to presume, he continued. "Is someone introducing you now, Selwyn?" Neville growled, his voice low and rumbling. Hermione realized with a pang of horror that the air was slowly filling with alpha pheromones. She could distinctly identify the sense of Neville and Selwyn, and it was affecting everyone at the table, though Hermione suspected none of them knew why. Parvati and Ginny looked slightly glassy-eyed, while Seamus appeared as though he had stumbled into something he shouldn't have. Ginny shook her head sharply, as if awakening from a trance, and muttered an air-freshening charm. Surprisingly, Hermione felt unusually alert rather than overwhelmed by the scents. Selwyn's attention shifted slightly away from her and toward Neville. "Aren't you marrying some Hufflepuff, Longbottom?" he asked. "Hermione's always been my friend," Neville said, his expression calm and unruffled, but a determined gleam shone in his eyes. "I thought you had a rule against speaking to Muggleborns." Selwyn's jaw clenched, and he rolled it slightly, the tendons in his neck rippling. Hermione scolded herself for noticing. "I had strict instructions to stay neutral," he replied stiffly. Ginny snorted and tossed her head. "How very convenient for you. I had family on both sides. I didn't want to be responsible for anyone dying. Is this one bothering you, Granger?" Anthony Goldstein suddenly appeared beside Selwyn. Hermione gulped nervously and glanced around. The Great Hall had quieted somewhat, and to her horror, she realized people were starting to stare. More alphas seemed to be migrating toward her. "I'm just going, actually," Hermione blurted. She grabbed her satchel, jumped from her seat, and fled the Great Hall. Chapter 7, his world will go on turning. If Hermione could have hidden in the Gryffindor Tower forever, everything might have seemed fine. Unfortunately, she had a week's worth of homework to catch up on and a conversation with Malfoy to have. McGonagall had sent a note with Ginny after lunch, informing Hermione that Malfoy did not regard himself as having been assaulted by her. Well, Hermione thought that was what the note said. McGonagall was rather unhelpfully vague. Miss Granger, I spoke with Mr. Malfoy to ensure you have no cause for concern in regard to him. Hermione read the words 10 times and felt that the headmistress could have elaborated a bit more. Unlike the other alphas in the Great Hall, Malfoy had looked distinctly unenthused by her presence. She suspected that, despite McGonagall's reassurance, she probably owed him an apology. Her chest felt tight as she glanced at the note again. Then, she jutted out her jaw and squared her shoulders. She needed to speak to him about their arithmancy partnership anyway. There was no point in avoiding it. She gave herself an hour to review the assignments from her missed classes, then checked the Marauders map that Harry had given her. With newfound determination, she stepped out of Gryffindor Tower. The moment the portrait door opened, she was hit by a wave of alpha pheromones. 3 boys were standing just outside the door: Anthony, Selwyn, whose first name, according to the map, was Peter, and someone named Phineas Borgin, a Slytherin. They were all awkwardly posed in the hallway, studying portraits and suits of armor, trying to appear as though they had some legitimate reason for being there. When they saw Hermione walk through the portrait hole, their pretenses vanished. They turned and glared at one another resentfully. Hermione stared back at them, feeling irritated. 3 classmates, 2 of whom were Slytherins, stood in her way, and she wasn't about to let them intimidate her. Outside the portrait hole, 3 boys waited for Hermione, boys who had never paid her any attention during their 6 years at school. She kept a cautious distance, hoping to avoid any hints of Malfoy lingering on her. "Yes?" she said after a moment. "I didn't get to properly introduce myself earlier," Peter Selwyn said, stepping forward. "I'm Peter Selwyn. We take advanced ancient runes together. I thought you might like to borrow my notes for the class you missed." Professor Babbling covered quite a bit of material not included in the syllabus. "I'm a bit obsessive about note-taking, so I have a full transcript along with my personal notes, if you're interested." Hermione tilted her head, re-evaluating him. Although she still found him generally annoying, she had to credit him for being prepared and knowing enough about her situation to offer a reasonable excuse. "That's very considerate of you," Hermione replied. Anthony and Phineas exchanged annoyed glances at this exchange. "Not at all," Peter said, a glint in his eye. "I also have notes for Transfiguration and Dada. Although I know you have housemates in those classes, so you might have already gotten the notes." Hermione raised an eyebrow. Any notes from Gryffindor would likely be nearly useless. She'd be lucky to get a general idea of what they had covered in class. The glint in Peter's eye suggested he was aware of that. "Funny, Selwyn. I thought you had a rule against sharing your notes," Anthony chimed in, his tone revealing his suspicion. "Sharing notes with someone who missed class is different from sharing them with someone who didn't bother to take any when they were there," Peter replied confidently. "Really?" Anthony shot back, turning to his housemate. "So, when I was laid up with black cat flu for a week and asked to borrow the transcripts, you said no." "I'm Phineas Borgin," Phineas interjected, seizing the opportunity to introduce himself. He was tall, embodying the typical traits of an alpha. Phineas, broad-shouldered and muscular, had dark hair that looked almost oily, both in appearance and demeanor. As he stepped toward Hermione, she instinctively took a step back to maintain her distance, eyeing him warily. "Does your father have a shop in Nocturne Alley?" she asked. Phineas blinked, surprised. "Yes," he replied slowly. "We're antiques dealers." "I've met your father," Hermione said, a thin smile playing on her lips. "An old friend of Lucius Malfoy's, I believe. Does he still have his vanishing cabinet?" At that, Phineas visibly tensed. "I couldn't say," he said in a tight voice. "Please excuse me. I just remembered something I need to attend to." He turned and hurried away. Hermione glanced back at Peter and Anthony, who were still caught up in their rivalry. Anthony was in the midst of boasting about his heroism during the Battle of Hogwarts, clearly relishing every moment. She rolled her eyes, realizing that her book had mentioned alphas fighting over her during mating season, but she hadn't anticipated that it would also lead to such ridiculous displays of dominance even when she wasn't in heat. The two boys were so engrossed in their bickering that they seemed to have forgotten all about her, which conveniently solved her dilemma of how to slip away. Sneaking off, Hermione checked the Marauder's map once more. Malfoy was still where he had been when she exited the portrait hole, alone in an abandoned classroom in the Turris Magnus. Taking a roundabout route to avoid any encounters, she triple-checked the map to confirm Malfoy's location before giving a sharp knock and opening the door. "Theo, I don't want to talk about Granger again." "Bugger off," Malfoy snarled from behind a stack of books as she peeked in. She blinked, taken aback. Malfoy's head shot up, and they locked eyes. Hermione felt her stomach do a somersault. "Malfoy," she said stiffly. "Granger," he replied. He replied with a faint nod, his expression closed and tinged with resentment. Hermione fidgeted with the door. I wanted to talk to you," she stuttered nervously. "Obviously," he replied. Hermione stepped into the classroom and began to close the door behind her. "Don't." Malfoy barked suddenly. She looked up at him sharply. "Don't shut the door," he said in a tight voice, his visible hand balled into a fist. "Please." Hermione quickly released the doorknob, realizing he was likely worried that being in an enclosed space with her would make him forget their differences. Or maybe he thought she intended to confront him. She flushed and bit her lower lip. "Sorry," she said. "It's fine," he replied, appearing to relax slightly. "No, I mean, that's why I came to talk to you." "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry about what happened," she rushed out. Merlin, Malfoy smelled incredible. The scent was starting to fill the classroom, making it hard for her to think clearly. Malfoy's expression hardened again. "I wasn't in my right mind," she squeaked, shifting her weight from one foot to the other. She noticed the resentment in his gaze growing. He had actually been fairly nice to her after his trial, and on the Hogwarts Express, he'd almost acted as if they were friends. But that was clearly a thing of the past now. Oh no, he probably just lied to McGonagall. He looked at her as if he held her personally responsible for ruining his life. Hermione fidgeted more, battling the instinct to collapse into an apologetic heap on the floor. "I can't even put into words how much I regret," she stumbled over her words. "If I hadn't been in heat, I would never ever have," but her voice faltered before she could finish. "Climbed on top of you and started giving you a handjob while you were clearly trying to leave." "Obviously," Malfoy interjected flatly before she could finish. "I'm well aware, Granger. We've been at school together for 6 years." "Okay, good," she replied, feeling a wave of relief. I know McGonagall spoke with you, but I was worried you might still." "Don't worry," Malfoy said, his voice cold and uninviting. The headmistress made it all quite clear. "If that's all you came to talk about, I have homework to catch up on. I'm not interested in rehashing it yet again." There was a hint of authority in his tone. Despite her lingering sense of needing to apologize, Hermione felt a strong urge to leave him in peace, just as he clearly wanted. She was halfway through the door when she paused, shaking her head. No, there were still things she needed to say. Ignoring the impulse to flee, she sidled back into the classroom. Malfoy's expression shifted to that of a martyr as she re-entered. "I stopped by Professor Vector's office earlier today," she began. His jaw tightened. "She said that we were partnered for the term's joint project," Hermione added. "We were," Malfoy emphasized, his tone heavy with the past tense. She said she's willing to accommodate the request that we not be partners, Hermione continued. Malfoy gave a short nod, his gaze fixed on the essay he was working on. With the assumption that it's related to my being an Omega. But if she does, she's going to inform the class about me. She doesn't want any students thinking she's accommodating blood prejudice. Malfoy twitched slightly at her words. I haven't had a chance to inform anyone yet about being an Omega, Hermione admitted, flushing as she stared down at her shoes. I'd like more time to break the news to my friends and try to find some equilibrium before the whole school finds out. So, if you don't mind, she glanced up, searching for his reaction. Hermione looked up and found Malfoy watching her, his expression unchanged. She tried to make her offer more appealing. We can work separately and exchange our work after class. We don't have to meet up, and I won't sit anywhere near you. Malfoy raised an eyebrow, his voice slow and deliberate. We're going to be devising a numerical prediction to identify and remove a curse from an enchanted item, and you want us to do it separately and just exchange notes? Uncertain, Hermione glanced at him, taking in the sharp angles of his cheekbones and jawline. It should be illegal for someone to be that attractive. She used to think he looked too pointy and inbred, but his presentation as an alpha had softened those features. She recalled how muscular he had become, almost obscenely so. Images flashed in her mind, the definition of his chest, the contours of his abdomen, the V-shape of his pelvic muscles. Suddenly, she felt her breath quicken. Shaking her head, she tried to regain her focus. Do you want me to just do it by myself and put your name on it? She asked, her voice rising in pitch. The assignment is half of our grade this term, Granger, he growled. It was unmistakably a growl, and Hermione felt her knees weaken slightly. She pressed them together, trying to steady herself. So? Is that a yes or a no? That's a no, Granger. I'm not having you do my homework for me. His voice was cold, and his fist was clenched tightly, knuckles pale against his palm. Oh. All right then. So, Hermione started. We'll work separately and then compare notes, he said, a note of finality in his tone as he stared down at his essay, looking so angry that Hermione was surprised it didn't ignite. Thank you, she replied, allowing herself a brief glance at him once more. I'll, go then, Malfoy said, looking visibly relieved. Hermione crab-walked out of the classroom and nearly collided with Blaise Zabini. Granger, he greeted her. Zabini, she replied, narrowing her eyes as he seemed to size her up thoughtfully. Did he know? She thought Malfoy might have told him. Malfoy and I were just discussing our arithmancy project, she said, trying to sound casual. Of course, he replied. You were sick last week, weren't you? Hermione glanced around, attempting to appear composed. Yes, all week. Talk about bad luck, right around your 19th birthday, didn't it? She shot him a sharp look. I didn't realize you knew my date of birth. Well, you received a lot of garish packages in the post. Hard to miss, Zabini said with a smirk. Drake seemed to have contracted some kind of illness too. He disappeared a few days after you did. Hermione pressed her lips together, choosing silence. I certainly hope it's nothing that ruins him by hanging around, he added after a moment. Hermione's mouth twisted. I'm sure you'll find he's still the same Malfoy, she replied in a tight voice, then walked away quickly and buried herself in her homework. It turned out that something the books neglected to mention was that alphas didn't get along very well when there was an unbound Omega around. There was an immediate spike in point losses and detentions starting the day Hermione first re-entered the Great Hall. The infractions ranged from dueling in the halls to violating the student dress code. For the alphas, the first order of business wasn't courting Hermione, it was establishing a pecking order among themselves. According to Ginny, who returned from rounds looking increasingly harried, the alphas resorted to sniping at each other until it escalated into arguments that devolved into flying fists or hexes. McGonagall called. Neville gathered all the alphas into her office on the first evening for what he called an orientation. According to him, it mostly involved a lot of threats, but that hardly deterred them. It was as if they couldn't help themselves, they squabbled over anything and everything. They argued during classes, in the hallways, at mealtimes, and even in the library. The points for all the houses dropped noticeably and rapidly over the course of just a few days. They attempted to be subtle about it. Neville mentioned that McGonagall had pointedly reminded the boys that if their behavior got out of hand, Hermione might choose to withdraw from school. So, they mostly kept their distance, admiring her from afar. They stared dreamily whenever she entered classrooms or the Great Hall. A few even tried to approach her in the library, but it turned out that the scent of Malfoy had a significant dampening effect on their courage. Several boys who managed to summon up the nerve to speak to her stopped short, choked, and then awkwardly tried to ask why she smelled as if she'd been with Draco Malfoy. Hermione simply smiled coldly and replied that she had. The revelation sent two boys retreating immediately. In fact, Malfoy's scent on Hermione kept most of the alphas at a comfortable distance of about 5 feet, which made her almost wish it wouldn't fade. Neville remained friendly, and Anthony and Peter, apparently spurred on by each other, pushed through their feelings of trespassing and invited themselves to join her whenever she was studying in the library. Just 2 days after Hermione re-emerged from her heat, Peter found her tucked away, finishing an essay she had failed to turn in the week before. He had all his notes from the previous week's classes in his satchel, and it turned out that Peter Selwyn's notes were practically to die for. Hermione had to restrain herself from gushing when she first saw his scrolls from ancient runes. The quality was exceptional. Peter's meticulous penmanship caught Hermione's eye. His notes were detailed, complete with cross-references. She felt a twinge of envy. She had never thought to charm a transcription quill like that. Well, Peter said, a faint flush creeping across his cheeks as Hermione found herself gushing about his work. Not being allowed to take sides made my social life pretty uneventful. School was all there was to do. Hermione studied him carefully. She wasn't sure if she would have been attracted to him under different circumstances, but whenever he was near, she found herself imagining a romantic life on a Greek island with him. She blinked rapidly to dispel those thoughts. "Go ahead," he said with a resigned smile, "ask." Hermione hesitated, weighing whether he was worth the effort to get to know better. Finally, she asked, "Why were you neutral?" Peter sighed, running his fingers through his hair. "My paternal grandparents died during the Global Wizarding War, and my father was adopted by his cousins, the Rosiers." "Oh," Hermione replied, her curiosity piqued. "Evan Rosier was like my father's baby brother. When Alastor Moody killed him, the grief nearly shattered Evan's parents. My dad had married a Bones right out of school, which put my parents in a tough spot between both sides of the family. They managed to maintain their relationships by staying completely neutral. After 4th year, I was told that if I didn't want to be homeschooled, I had to avoid making any alliances that would pull me into the war." He rubbed his jaw awkwardly and looked away from her. All that to say, Anthony chimed in with a smirk as he dropped into the chair beside Hermione. "He's a coward who preferred to stand by and watch Muggles and Muggleborns suffer rather than deal with awkward family dinners or the terrible fate of home education." Hermione picked up one of Peter's scrolls of notes. "But, Peter, your school notes are really impressive." Peter turned red and shot a glare at Anthony. "Yes, if only I were a hero like you. Then I could be sleeping my way through the entire female population of the school." Anthony let out a snort, and the air around them suddenly filled with his pheromones. "I'm not sure what century you fell out of, Selwyn, but in the one I live in, witches make their own decisions about their sex lives. I'm very respectful of a woman's right to choose. They don't need me to protect them from themselves. Oh right, I'm sure they all feel tremendously respected by the way you pursue them until they have sex with you and then move on to the next girl," Peter shot back, rolling his eyes as he snatched his notes away from Anthony. "Are you implying that only men can enjoy casual sex, Selwyn?" Anthony asked, raising an eyebrow. Peter swallowed hard, glanced between Hermione and Anthony, then stood up abruptly and stalked away. I don't understand why that wanker keeps hanging around you, Anthony said, watching Peter's retreating figure. Then again, you and Malfoy. I'm still trying to wrap my mind around that. Hermione pursed her lips slightly and turned back to Peter's notes from ancient runes. Peter's very sweet. Besides, if I were to refuse to interact with any 8th years who didn't fight in the Battle of Hogwarts, that would be almost 3/4 of our year. Aside from you, Padma, and Luna, pretty much all of Ravenclaw was neutral. So you're trying to be forgiving and move on from the past? Anthony asked, twirling a quill between his fingers. The scent of his pheromones still hung heavily in the air. He leaned back in his chair, tilting his head flirtatiously. He wasn't wearing a tie, and several buttons on his shirt were undone, exposing the base of his neck where his scent glands were. It was intentionally distracting for Hermione, not to mention. Hermione felt the weight of a dress code violation hanging in the air. She forced herself not to stare or lean in closer to catch his scent, even though he clearly hoped she would. Trying, she replied stiffly. This year was supposed to be all about school for me. I had my course load carefully balanced, but this, she gestured toward her neck, has derailed things pretty dramatically. If Peter wants to lend me his notes, I'm not going to say no. It's not as though I have to soul bond with him now. Anthony laughed, and Hermione rolled her eyes, wishing he would leave. He had always made her uncomfortable. His overly familiar demeanor with girls, both in the topics he brought up and the way he interacted, was unsettling. He tended to be handsy, always skirting the line of propriety. She resolved that if he touched her at all, even the slightest contact, she would hex him. So, the thing with Malfoy. Anthony said, subtly sliding his right index finger into the center of his fisted left hand several times. Hermione rolled her eyes again. Was that like a being forgiving thing? Or a heat of the moment thing? Hermione felt her cheeks flush. Heat of the moment pretty much captures it, she said quietly, swallowing hard. Okay. That's what I thought. Because, Malfoy, so obviously it had to just be a heat. Anthony's voice suddenly trailed off, and his eyes widened as if he'd just had a revelation. He stared at her for several moments before blinking. Wait. You mean like, your actual heat? Hermione looked at him in disbelief. Sometimes she questioned how he had been sorted into Ravenclaw. She gave a faint nod. Oh my God. How did I not realize that sooner? Anthony was still staring at her, his jaw slightly slack. You and Malfoy? For a week? Wow. Well, that explains the smell. Hermione managed a thin smile and wished once more that the conversation would end. That he'd leave. She picked up her quill to finish working on her essay. So, Anthony said, scooting slightly closer in his chair. Hermione shot him a glare, and he paused, scooting back an inch. That was okay with you? I know you testified for him, but your heat, that's. He raised his eyebrows, trying to gauge her reaction. Hermione looked over at him, curious about the reason behind his question. The whole Omega thing just seems pretty weird and offensive to me. No offense, Anthony added, his expression semi-apologetic. I mean, what kind of consent is it if the witch is in a situation where she's basically in agony unless she has sex with someone? And random men can essentially force her into a submissive headspace if they want to? That's just. He shuddered slightly, his expression furrowing. Hermione felt her defensiveness fade. I know, she said, her chest aching with how bitterly she agreed. The more I read about it, the more horrified I become. It feels like some horrible evolutionary accident. Like there's this sex fiend in my brain trying to suffocate me. And as far as I can tell, there's nothing I can do about it except keep choking down suppressants until I find someone I want to marry. But even that doesn't solve all the problems. Anthony gave her a sympathetic smile, which she returned. Maybe she had misjudged him. He seemed to understand her feelings better than anyone else. Obviously, I wouldn't have chosen Malfoy, she added. What happened was pretty much a weird coincidence. But he was actually really nice about it in the midst of everything. And afterwards? Anthony prodded. Hermione's expression tightened. I noticed he doesn't seem to come around at all like the other alphas do. She nodded toward the left, where Theodore Nott was vanishing down an aisle. She bit her lip for a moment and glanced back at her essay. Well, she said quietly, once all the hormones faded, he remembered. He left pretty quickly after that, Hermione said. Oh. That must be so awkward, especially with the rest of us interrogating you about it. Anthony ducked his head until his ears were level with his shoulders, clapping a hand over his mouth to suppress a laugh. Hermione shrugged, trying to project a nonchalance she didn't truly feel. It's fine. I just keep reminding myself that this is all based on biological imperatives. She glanced at the time. I've got to head to my advanced arithmancy class. I'll walk you, Anthony said, springing up gallantly, then looking a bit bashful. If you want, of course. I mean, you're perfectly capable of walking yourself to class. You probably know 1,000 more hexes than I do. But I can glower better. And dock points, he added with a cheeky smile. Hermione smiled back. Anthony had improved dramatically with further acquaintance. She mentally recategorized him from creep to merely weird. He had the good sense not to offer his arm and kept a respectful distance. As they walked together from the library to the advanced arithmancy class, he accompanied her all the way to the door. A few students were already seated when they entered, including Malfoy. Malfoy glanced up briefly, then froze for a moment when he noticed Anthony standing beside Hermione. Anthony jutted his chin up and smirked before turning to leave. Hermione surveyed the room. The seating arrangement seemed to have changed from previous weeks. Students who hadn't typically sat next to each other were now paired off, presumably with their project partners. She hesitated for only a moment before heading to the back of the room and seating herself alone in a corner. Malfoy didn't even glance up as she passed by. Not that she'd been looking, because she most certainly hadn't. Chapter 8, So Let Me Go, Let Me Go. Being an Omega turned out to be not as terrible as Hermione had first feared. Sure, the suppressants were uncomfortable, but aside from some dazed looks and a few overly attentive boys, life seemed to carry on fairly well. She sent letters to Ron and Harry, and while she wasn't shocked by the silence that followed, she couldn't help but wonder if Harry even understood what it meant to be an Omega. As for Ron, well, that was an unceremonious end to a relationship that might have been. Toward the end of her first week on suppressants, Phineas Borgin attempted to use an alpha tone to drag her into an alcove after potions. Hermione didn't hesitate. She hexed him fiercely and stunned him. The result? 6 months of detention from McGonagall, and the word lecher appeared in weeping boils across Phineas's face, boils that Madame Pomfrey seemed less than eager to heal. Hermione suspected she hadn't put in her full effort. After her experience with Marietta Edgecombe, she knew that a forehead could easily be hidden behind bangs, so Phineas's boils were strategically placed across his cheeks and nose instead. Even a week later, the alphas were still bickering constantly. It was as if they couldn't help themselves. Even Neville, who usually avoided confrontation, occasionally got caught up in the chaos. The day after Phineas tried to grab Hermione, Neville pummeled him in a hallway. Then, during a study period, he and Anthony Goldstein ended up in a duel that left Anthony with a comically large pair of moose antlers for 4 days. It seemed everyone was fighting. Within 3 days of his attack on Hermione, Phineas Borgin had been thoroughly knocked down to the bottom of the alpha hierarchy. He slinked through the school like a defeated mongrel. Surprisingly, Neville fought the least, closely followed by Theodore Nott. This was an intriguing development, especially since Theodore was one of the few alphas who hadn't yet approached Hermione. In fact, Theodore Nott was, generally speaking. Hermione found herself puzzled by Nott, who seemed like something of a dark horse in the mix. He was an exceptional duelist, sneaky and creative, but not in a malicious way. During a practice duel in defense against the dark arts, he and Neville ended up in the hospital ward for the night, both refusing to call it a draw. Yet, Nott never approached her directly. Instead, he existed in a kind of orbit around her. Whenever their eyes met, he'd smile and give her a casual salute, occasionally waving, but he never loitered near the Gryffindor Tower portrait or outside her classes like the other boys did. She wondered if he was employing some sort of reverse psychology. Anthony and Peter were positioned somewhere in the upper middle of the alpha hierarchy. After 2 weeks, the physical confrontations began to subside as order was restored. However, the bickering, snarking, and snarling among the alphas continued unabated, regardless of the points they lost for it. Except for Malfoy. Draco Malfoy somehow navigated through it all as if he didn't care at all. He didn't squabble or bicker, and he certainly never engaged in duels or fistfights. In fact, the other alphas seemed unable to provoke him into any sort of confrontation, despite their endless attempts. Malfoy merely sneered and condescendingly ignored them. At first, Hermione thought it might be his inclemency that allowed him to filter everything out. Then it struck her, Malfoy was at the top of the pecking order. He had been with her, and all the other alphas were waiting in line behind him. He had claimed her, she could still feel his presence lingering. He was the only alpha at Hogwarts with nothing to prove, which allowed him to stroll about, ignoring them all, and her. It made Hermione seethe. It was downright insulting. How dare he treat her like that? Not that she wanted his attention. Hermione couldn't help but feel the sting of rejection. She found herself constantly glancing at Nott, hurt that he rarely acknowledged her. It turned out their arithmancy project required them to work together more than she had anticipated. When they met in the library, he was distracted, tense, and clearly frustrated, as if he wanted to escape the entire time. The moment they finished, he stalked away, leaving Hermione nearly reeling from the overwhelming scent he left behind. Desperate to rid herself of his lingering aroma, Hermione scrubbed her skin in the shower morning and night. She realized that having his scent on her affected her more than she expected, even with the suppressants. None of the other alphas had the same impact. Neville, on the other hand, was a different story. She wasn't sure if it was because they were such close friends or if their chemistry was just that intense, but whenever they were together for more than 10 minutes, the world around them began to fade. She found herself unconsciously inching closer to him, and it didn't help that he often leaned toward her as well. Poor Hannah. Hermione could occasionally see the betrayed look on the Hufflepuff girl's face when she entered a room, and Neville immediately turned to her, gazing at Hermione with a longing that was hard to miss. He would catch himself and quickly apologize to Hannah, but the moment lingered. As for Peter and Anthony, they were more of a neutral presence in Hermione's life. She sometimes caught herself admiring their necks or getting lost in their voices, yet she could easily engage in a normal conversation without letting her thoughts drift to anything more intimate. The other alphas she interacted with varied in their effects on her, but Draco Malfoy was in a league of his own. His scent enveloped her like a constant cloud, making it nearly impossible to stop thinking about him. More specifically, her mind would wander to the memories they shared, the thrill of his body against hers, the sensation of his tongue exploring her skin. The scent of magical creatures, its spine worn from years of use. As she flipped through the pages, the memories of Draco flooded her mind, his presence, the way his scent enveloped her, and the way he made her feel completely alive and utterly frustrated all at once. Every time she was near him, she struggled to maintain her composure. It was maddening how his very essence could leave her breathless, making it almost impossible to think clearly. The textbooks had described Omegas as having an insatiable appetite for intimacy, often soul-bonding during their first heat, leading to a whirlwind of romantic encounters. Yet here she was, no soul bond, no alpha, and certainly no daily escapades. Just her, caught in a whirlwind of longing, all because of Draco. She sighed, glancing around the library, grateful for the peace that had settled in. It was a welcome break from the chaos of her thoughts and the unwanted attention she had been receiving from other alphas, who seemed to sense her vulnerability. They had started to approach her, their competitive banter growing louder, making her retreat to the familiar comfort of Gryffindor common room more often. Tonight, however, she was determined to find some solace in her studies. With the library nearly empty, she took her time, savoring the quiet as she searched for an additional reference for her ancient runes translation. There was something comforting about the stillness, allowing her to momentarily escape the turmoil of her feelings. As she continued to browse the aisles, she came across a large book on magical creatures, its cover beckoning her with promises of knowledge. She couldn't help but smile. Perhaps this would provide the distraction she so desperately needed. After finding a book on curse breaking shelved in the wrong section, Hermione pulled it down and tucked herself into an abandoned corner of the library, completely immersing herself in its pages. When she finally looked up, a wave of horror washed over her. Not only had she stayed past the library's closing time, but it was also curfew. She muttered a quiet curse, returned the book, and hurried out of the library. Halfway back to Gryffindor Tower, Mrs. Norris suddenly appeared in front of her. Hermione bit back another curse and quickly turned to flee down a nearby hallway. The last thing she wanted was to be dragged through the castle by Filch. She had just caught up on all her classes and couldn't afford any detentions. The angry cat trotted after her, yowling furiously. Hermione quickened her pace. "Mrs. Norris, my sweet, have you found someone?" She heard Filch calling from around the corner. She bolted around another corner, down several flights of stairs, and wound her way through a series of hallways. Finally, it seemed she had escaped the unpleasant cat. Leaning against the wall, she chuckled quietly to herself. Running around and hiding in Hogwarts reminded her of Harry and Ron. After a week of silence, she had received letters from both of them, each containing suspiciously similar paragraphs about how they were there for her and would support her in whatever choices she made. Hermione was fairly certain Molly had dictated those words. They were planning to visit during Hogsmeade weekend, and she expected some honest conversations then. She hoped that if Ron was feeling any explosive emotions, they would have simmered down by then. Straightening up, she looked around to see where she had ended up. She realized she had gone all the way back down to the first floor and found herself at the far side of the castle. Scolding herself for not bringing the Marauder's map, she continued on. Just as she rounded a corner on the third floor, she ran into nearly headless Nick. "Why, hello, Miss Granger," Nick said with noisy delight. Hermione blanched and held a finger to her lips, shushing him. "What's wrong?" he asked in a stage whisper. Hermione blushed. "It's curfew. I'm not supposed to be out," she admitted, hurrying down the hallway. "What? You're not a prefect?" "For some reason, I thought you were," Nick said, following her, his voice rising to an almost painful volume. "No," Hermione replied quietly, waving her hands to urge him to lower his voice. "I'm not. Please, keep it down. I don't want Filch to find me." Nick chuckled, and his laughter echoed off the walls. "Quite understandable. Filch is rather unpleasant. He never has time to exchange a few words with someone like me." As they rounded a corner, they stumbled upon Anthony Goldstein and Pansy Parkinson on prefect patrol. Hermione sighed in resignation. It was clearly not her night. "Well, Hermione, I never took you for a rule breaker," Anthony said, a gleeful expression on his face. Hermione hadn't seen him much since she'd been studying in the Gryffindor common room. Pansy snorted. "Are we looking at the same person? The female third of the trio that got away with murder?" Hermione rolled her eyes. "Well, I always attributed it to Harry and Ron's bad influence," Anthony said. Hermione shot him a look. "I'm going to have to report you, Granger," Pansy said, her tone smug as she looked down her nose at Hermione. Hermione nodded. All right. Well, I'll be on my way then. I'll walk you. Anthony volunteered immediately. That way you won't lose more points if you run into a professor or Filch on your way back. It's fine, Hermione replied. I don't want you to leave Parkinson to do rounds alone. We actually just finished, Anthony said quickly. And Pansy said she'd write up the rounds report tonight. Besides, I don't like the idea of you walking alone in the halls after that stunt Borgin pulled. I'm sure. I'll be fine, Hermione said with a polite smile. Come on, Hermione, Anthony urged. I've been trying to find you the last couple of days. I have something I want to talk to you about. At that moment, Hermione definitely didn't want to walk with Anthony. She had already decided he wasn't a viable option for her. Despite his occasional charm, there was something distinctly insincere about him, and he made her uncomfortable, perhaps because he reminded her too much of Cormac McLaggen. Maybe over the weekend, she suggested. Come on. Let me walk you to Gryffindor Tower. We're old DA buddies. You're good with it, right, Pansy? The air seemed to vibrate slightly. Anthony smelled nicer than Hermione remembered. Both she and Pansy blinked. Yeah, it's fine, Pansy said, starting to walk away. I guess it's all right, Hermione said slowly. Great, Anthony replied with a grin, stepping beside her. Hermione glanced around and noticed that nearly headless Nick had vanished without a word. They walked about 20 feet before Anthony broke the silence. So, you probably know why I want to talk to you. Hermione gave a faint nod, focusing on maintaining a quick pace without appearing too hurried. Right. Now that you aren't smelling like Malfoy's cologne anymore, I wanted to be the first to ask if you'd be interested in going out. I mean, this whole Alpha Omega thing complicates things, but I've always thought you were pretty brilliant and honestly kind of intimidating, in a good way. And we're old friends. Hermione cleared her throat, trying to figure out how to let him down gently. Being asked out wasn't something she had much experience with. That's very nice of you, Anthony, she stammered, feeling her cheeks flush faintly. But, honestly, I'm not really sure I'm ready to get into a relationship just yet. This is all pretty new for me. I need more time to find my bearings and evaluate my options before making any decisions. Or commitments. Anthony's friendly demeanor faded slightly. Do you really think you can do that? He asked. Hermione looked at him, puzzled. What do you mean? Be single. Do you really think someone like you can actually be single? Hermione raised an eyebrow, taken aback. Someone like me? An Omega. Honestly, I think you're deluding yourself if you think you can stay single as an Omega. Well, I seem to be managing so far, Hermione replied, her tone sharp as tension coiled in her shoulders. It may not be ideal, but I'm not going to rush into something. I'd rather stay single for as long as I can. Anthony snorted in irritation. But you haven't been single. You've been smelling like Malfoy this whole time. Now that you don't, it's like you're begging for attention. You basically scream sex like it's an open invitation. You need an alpha's scent on you. Hermione stared at him, feeling a rush of anger. That's what it's like to be around me, she said, suddenly on edge in the hallway with him. Instinctively, yeah. I mean, sex is what Omegas are for. Her eyes narrowed, outrage boiling within her as her hand instinctively moved toward her wand. I am more than my biology, she snapped. And even if I weren't you the one talking about witches making their own choices regarding their sex lives? Are Omegas somehow excluded from that? Her voice dripped with venom. Calm down, Hermione, he said, rolling his eyes. Don't try blaming me for this. It's just how it is. You're taking it personally. In that moment, Hermione felt the urge to punch him in the face. How dare he tell her to calm down? She was calm. And not take it personally. She was one of the few Omegas in England. How else was she supposed to feel? Am I just supposed to take this? Hermione snapped. I haven't even smelled like Malfoy for days, and Neville has managed to keep his distance. Her voice was icy as she continued, I'm on suppressants, and I'm limiting my time in common areas. I'm not being unreasonable, I'm just trying to finish my education like everyone else. I'm sorry if this disappoints you, Anthony, but I'm not going to enter a relationship with you just because of how I smell. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm late for curfew. With that, she stalked away, anger bubbling inside her. She didn't want to be anywhere near Anthony Goldstein. Wait, Hermione, Anthony called after her. No, she spat over her shoulder, refusing to stop. I said wait. His voice cut through the air, a commanding tone that nearly halted her in her tracks. For a moment, her feet faltered before she pushed herself to move faster, fury igniting within her. How dare he try to use an alpha tone on her? Wait. Anthony growled, his voice wrapping around her like a vice. She felt his hand close around her wrist, pulling her back, his thumb brushing her scent gland. The sensation jolted through her like an electric shock, and she felt her resolve start to crumble. No. Her hand reached for her wand, but before she could raise it, he knocked it away and shoved her against the wall. The impact made her head crack sharply against the stones, and stars danced before her eyes. A portrait nearby shouted in protest. Blinking rapidly to clear her vision, she found herself staring up at Anthony's indignant face. Anthony, stop, she said, her voice shaking as she fought through the pain in her head and the fog his voice had created. She tugged at his grip, desperate to free herself. Let me go. I told you to wait. You should have listened to me, he growled, the alpha tone in his voice heavy, constricting around her mind. Danger. Danger. A part of her began to chant. Alpha. 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 She twitched, desperately trying to move, but her body remained stubbornly in place. Stay here, Anthony commanded, his tone growing even more forceful. His thumb slid over her wrists, brushing against her scent glands, sending shivers down her spine. She whimpered slightly, caught in a battle within her mind. Stay. Wait. Your alpha wants you to stay. The desire to obey enveloped her like a thick fog. Yet another part of her fought back. He was making her stay. He hadn't asked. He wasn't offering a choice. She didn't want to stay. He hurt her. He wasn't safe. He wasn't taking care of her, he was just taking. As she sobbed and instinctively recoiled, Anthony stepped closer. Don't worry. I'm not going to hurt you, he said gently, his voice low and coaxing. Hermione struggled against the urge to give in. He pulled her wrists together, clamping one large hand around them both. I'm going to be your alpha now. You didn't want Malfoy's stench hanging around you anyway. I'll be much better for you. With his free hand, he tilted her head back. Hermione began to pant as he moved closer, pushing her against the cold stone wall while breathing deeply against her throat. She choked back another sob. You smell so good now, he said, his voice dripping with possession. I'd bet you'll smell even better when you're mine. Don't, Hermione managed to choke out as she felt him nuzzle against her neck, her body betraying her resolve. She tried to push him away, but he had a significant physical advantage. His expression shifted to anger and possessiveness as he tightened his grip on her wrists, pulling her closer. You're mine, he declared forcefully. My Omega. I'm going to bury my teeth in your neck, Anne. You'll never fight me again. Now do as I say and stop struggling. Hermione sobbed, feeling her mind slipping further under the influence of his voice. She was fading into a place of mindlessness, a state of obedience. The thought of surrendering to him felt overwhelming. Alpha would take care of everything, all she had to do was wait and submit. She felt herself arching her head back, exposing her neck. Good girl. His teeth grazed her skin, sending shivers down her spine. A rush of heat pooled in her lower abdomen, and she realized he was going to bond with her, mark her right there in the hallway. A wave of panic washed over her. Please don't, she begged, trying to slide down the wall, away from his teeth. Stay still, he commanded. The weight of his voice pressed down on her as he dragged his tongue along her scent gland. Hermione felt herself floating, her thoughts smothered by the mantra of Alpha. Large hands gripped her tightly, and she could feel his hot breath on her skin. Her body grew warmer, radiating heat, and a throbbing sensation built between her legs as his tongue continued to lave against her neck. She arched into him, feeling his hard body pinning her against the wall. I'm going to bite you. Then I'm going to. It's been killing me, waiting. I've heard about what it's like to not. I've been imagining bending you over ever since you walked into the Great Hall. His words were murmured against her skin. No. The plea tore itself from deep within her, breaking through the haze. Don't fight me, Omega, he said angrily, and she felt something shrivel inside her. Dimly aware, she was arching obediently, further exposing her neck as he began sucking hard on her glands, his body pressed against hers, grinding his pelvis into her stomach. Then, suddenly, he was gone. A crashing sound echoed, but Hermione was too dazed to comprehend it. Goldstein, I am going to tear you limb from. The entire area around Hermione vibrated with the snarl of fury that suddenly filled the air. She felt herself sliding down the wall, her body on edge and frustrated, while somewhere inside, she sensed tears welling up. Hands gently cupped her face, tilting her head up. In her dazed state, she thought she caught a flash of gray. You bastard. You forced her into subspace. Right, because she smelled like you, right? Like she wanted to. What are you going to pretend? That sleeping with her during heat was any different than putting her under? Crashing sounds echoed around her, accompanied by sparkly lights that she could only vaguely register. Eventually, the flashes ceased, leaving only groans in their wake. Then, warm hands returned to her face, and there was that gray again. She felt herself being lifted, wrapped in someone's arms. Was she being carried? She inhaled deeply. Oh, she recognized that scent. It was pleasant, heavenly, and safe. Burying her face in the shoulder, she slipped her tongue out to taste it. It was perfect. Her eyes rolled back slightly as she breathed in again, sliding her tongue against the skin and teasing along the collar of the shirt. A low gasp vibrated through her, making her feel as if she were turning to honey inside. With a sigh, she wrapped her arms snugly around the person and hugged them tightly. But then she felt herself being put down. The arms around her withdrew and pushed her back slightly. That gray again. Granger, come on, you need to come back up. The voice was shaking faintly. She knew that voice, those eyes. And always that scent. Malfoy. He cradled her face between his fingers, staring intently into her eyes. His voice was low and coaxing. Come back up, Granger. Her mind felt cocooned in warmth and reassurance. If she did what he said, she had a feeling she could trust him. Stay still. Be quiet. She remained silent, trying to follow his instructions. Come on, Granger, Malfoy urged, his voice low and steady. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of safety. His strength surrounded her, and the proximity of his body was comforting. He was undeniably attractive, and she could sense his breath quickening, his scent almost intoxicating. She could still taste him lingering on her tongue. His eyes were dark, filled with a mix of possessiveness and anger, but there was also worry etched on his face as he stared at her, unable to look away. He still carried her scent, hers. She reached out, gripping his tie, and tilted her head back, exposing her neck to him. She had tried to behave, resisting the attention of other boys, even putting in extra effort to appear pretty for him. But he hadn't seemed to notice. She was meant to please him, and surely he would appreciate her submission, wouldn't he? Perhaps she just hadn't been submissive enough. She parted her legs and let out a soft, pleading sound. Chapter 9, I'm trying to hold my breath. Malfoy's eyes darkened to the point of almost appearing black. He slid his hand away from her face, trailing it down to her throat before pulling her closer. Leaning in, he breathed deeply against her skin. Hermione sighed, tilting her head back further. "Oh, damn," he murmured. "I thought I had imagined how perfect you smell." Hermione felt as if she might melt into a puddle, the heat of his breath seeping into her. She could feel the tip of his nose lightly brushing against her neck, and a low moan escaped her lips as she clutched at his robes. When he began to pull away, she held on tightly, refusing to let go. The urge to strip away her clothes and feel his skin against hers was overwhelming. She nuzzled into his neck, feeling a possessive connection. He was hers, and he smelled like her. His grip on her tightened, shaking ever so slightly. He growled against her skin, sending shivers coursing through her body down to her toes. Suddenly, she paused, capturing his jaw in her hand and lifting his face from her shoulder to study him. His expression was a mix of possessiveness and rage, not directed at her, but for her. Someone had hurt her, and Malfoy was nearly feral with it. The palpable rage surrounding him felt explosive. Instinctively, she understood. He was her alpha. It was her role to soothe and reassure him. She was all right, and she needed to show him. Leaning forward, she pressed a small, tender kiss to the side of his neck, then another kiss, a little higher up. His shaking stilled under her touch. She pressed another kiss near his jaw while her fingers slipped down to push aside the collar of his shirt, lightly caressing the scent glands on both sides of his neck. He let out a guttural moan, and in an instant, all the angry tension within him melted away, his focus shifting from protective anger to undeniable desire. Hermione scooted closer until they were pressed against each other. She began to plant tender kisses along his neck, trailing up to his jaw, and finally captured his lips with hers. The taste of him made her moan softly. In an instant, he wrapped his arms around her, lifting her onto his lap. She instinctively wrapped her legs around his hips, grinding against him. The pressure of her center against him elicited a shared groan. As she slid her hands over his shoulders and into his hair, she tugged gently, deepening the kiss. Their tongues intertwined, and he responded with a low growl of approval, pushing back with his own tongue, exploring her mouth. His hands began to roam over her curves, slipping beneath her clothes, gripping her possessively. Hermione could feel the heat rising between them as she brushed against his clothing, their scents mingling in the air. His fingers teased her skin, making her arch into him, and he crushed her against his body. Oh, how she loved this, the certainty of it, the strength he exuded. She could feel his muscles rippling beneath the fabric, and instead of feeling frightened by the disparity in their physical power, her mind relaxed. He wouldn't use it to hurt her, he would only please and protect her. A perfect alpha. Hers. Her heart raced, and she gasped against his mouth as he continued to kiss her, nipping at her lips. With a surge of courage, she drew her hand back and began unbuttoning her shirt, parting the fabric to encourage him to push her clothes off. She felt golden, having longed for him for weeks, dreaming of their connection. She guided one of his hands to her breast, moaning as his fingers slipped under the cup of her bra, teasing her aching nipple. A choked gasp escaped her lips as she arched her back further. Alpha. She panted. Alpha, please. He suddenly pulled away, yanking his hand back. Oh, damn, he swore angrily, staring at her in his lap. Hermione blinked, confusion washing over her. Merlin, Granger, Malfoy said, his voice strained as he ran a hand through his hair, eyes wide with surprise. Maybe, she was supposed to take her clothes off for him. Hesitantly, she began to pull her shirt off and reached behind her back to unclasp her bra. Malfoy watched her, dazed, until she started sliding the straps off her shoulders. Suddenly, he sprang to life, grabbing her hands to stop her. Don't, he said hoarsely. Don't do that, Granger. Hermione blinked at him, disappointment swelling within her. Was I not a good girl? She asked slowly. He stared back, speechless. I tried to be good, she continued. I tried to look pretty. I didn't touch myself. I tried not to let anyone touch me, but he licked me even when I said, no, I can be good. I can try harder. She felt her lip tremble. Oh, bloody hell, Malfoy exclaimed, despair evident in his voice. He released her hands and wrapped her in a hug. Hermione melted against him, savoring the warmth of his body. She could stay like this forever. With a sigh into his chest, she felt him rest his chin on top of her head. You're a very good girl, Granger, he said in a husky voice. I'm really pleased with you. Goldstein is a tosser, and I'll help you deal with him later. He gently pulled back, looking into her eyes with concern. But you need to wake up now. You're not a mindless submissive. Goldstein forced you. I know you don't want to be like this. So let's put your shirt back on and figure out how to get you back to your dorm. I like being here with you, Hermione protested, a hint of irritation in her voice. Malfoy sighed and turned his gaze away from her. I sincerely doubt that. But if you'll cooperate and let me bring you back from wherever Goldstein managed to shove that enormous brain of yours, and you still want to be here, well, he scoffed, I certainly won't stop you then. Hermione reclasped her bra and pulled her shirt back onto her shoulders. Malfoy buttoned her shirt almost all the way up but left the top 3 undone, exposing her scent glands as he regarded her thoughtfully. She remained seated on his lap, gazing up at him with adoration, trying not to swoon over his striking cheekbones. He was undeniably handsome, his dark eyes locked on hers. In a bold move, she reached up and unbuttoned one of the buttons he had fastened, revealing more of her cleavage. No, 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 Malfoy said immediately, rebut-toning it. None of that, Granger. I'm trying to think. You're already impossible enough to think around with your clothes all in place. I've never done this before, I honestly have no clue how to wake you back up. He rested his hands on her shoulders, staring into her eyes. Granger, come back up, he commanded softly. The authority in his voice sent a thrill down her spine, leaving her mind buzzing. She sighed, leaning forward to kiss him. Malfoy attempted to dodge, but she grasped his collar and pulled him close, pressing their lips together. In an instant, his hands tangled in her hair, and he kissed her back with a fierce intensity. Their mouths moved against each other, hot and bruising, until they both gasped for breath. When they finally broke apart, reality seemed to hit him. He drew back, untangling his fingers from her hair. Right. So that obviously didn't work, Malfoy said, panting as they stared at each other. His cheeks were flushed, and just as Hermione leaned in for another kiss, he gently placed a hand on her shoulder to stop her. Malfoy placed his hands on her shoulders, gently stopping her. He reached out, slowly sliding his thumbs over her collarbones, caressing her scent glands. Hermione let out a low keen, her entire body going slack in his grasp. He caught her, pulling her close against his chest. As he dipped his head down, Hermione stilled, holding her breath, hoping he would lick her. The throbbing in her neck was agonizingly sensitive, and every word he spoke or breath he took sent tingles of anticipation through her. She longed to feel his soothing tongue against her. But he didn't lick her. Instead, he breathed deeply, and the room suddenly felt thick with his scent as his thumbs brushed over her glands again. Granger, come back up now, Malfoy said, his voice breaking through the fog in Hermione's mind. She let out a low, slightly pained whimper of desire, arching her head back further in frustration. Why wouldn't he lick her? Alpha. She pleaded softly. He looked down into her eyes and sighed, sliding a hand along the column of her neck, pulling her closer as his lips ghosted over her skin. She felt his breath on her glands, stifling a moan of anticipation. Then, she felt the tip of his tongue brush against her gland, sending a shudder through her body as if she were being bathed in magic. He gave a long, broad lick, and the sensation shot straight through her. Her body throbbed with need. She moaned and pressed against him, feeling his arousal straining against his trousers. She tangled her fingers in his hair, holding his mouth against her neck. This was everything. Surely now he'd take her, pushing her down and filling her completely. The ache inside her intensified, desperate for him. He moaned, gripping her more tightly as his tongue caressed her skin, igniting a fire within her. He pressed his lips against her neck, and Hermione gasped as a shiver coursed through her body, igniting a heat that coiled into a fire within her lower abdomen. She slid her hand down his torso, reaching for his trousers, but just as she began to slip her fingers inside, his hand left her waist and closed around her wrist, stopping her. His thumb grazed the sensitive spot on her wrist, and she melted against him, feeling utterly consumed by sensation. Alpha. 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 Please, she whispered, trying to shift her hips against him. He released her neck, and disappointment washed over her. But instead of pulling away, he buried his face against her shoulder and inhaled deeply. The cool air brushed against the spot where his mouth had just been, causing her hair to shift and tickle her skin. A quivering anticipation blossomed in her lower spine as she tensed, waiting. She felt his lips lightly trace the juncture of her neck and shoulder, and she rolled her head forward, resting her cheek against his shoulder to breathe in his scent. He held her tightly as he pressed his mouth against her neck, and she held her breath, remaining still. Granger, you've been a good girl, but you need to come back now. Come back up. There was a forcefulness beneath his coaxing growl against her throat, the vibration cutting through the fog in Hermione's mind. It felt like surfacing after a deep dive, seeing the shimmering surface overhead, kicking toward it as it sparkled and shifted in waves, feeling the pressure change, and finally breaching with a gasp. Hermione's mind snapped back into focus, the world around her seeming to slow as she absorbed what had just happened. She lifted her head from his shoulder, and as she did, Malfoy's hands slipped away. She looked up at him, dazed, feeling intensely emotional and vulnerable as they locked eyes. "Oh my God," Hermione whispered, her voice trembling. "Granger?" Draco asked, his tone uncertain. She nodded slowly, keeping her gaze locked on him. "Do you remember what happened?" he inquired, studying her intently. Again, she nodded, fighting back tears. "Are you all right?" he asked gently. She shook her head, looking around as if trying to ground herself. They were sitting on the floor of a classroom. Biting her lip, she rubbed her wrists together, seeking comfort as the reality of the situation sank in. To her surprise, Draco wrapped his arms around her. She instinctively clung to him. "It's not your fault," he murmured. "Goldstein is a bastard for using your biology against you like that." "He asked me out," Hermione said, her anger bubbling to the surface. "And when I said no, he claimed I was basically an open invitation. Then, when I tried to leave, he forced me to stay and he said he was going to bite me." She trembled in Draco's embrace. He tightened his hold on her. "It's all right. You're safe now," he reassured her. His voice wrapped around her, soothing her shivers. "No one is going to bite you or do anything you don't want." "But they will," she replied, her voice wavering. "It's written into me now, somewhere deep down where I can't change it. I can barely say no. And even if I do, they can just ignore it and make me cooperate." She buried her face in his neck, acutely aware that she was seated in Draco Malfoy's lap, the very person who had avoided her gaze for weeks. Yet, the comfort of his embrace made her feel as though she might burst into tears if he let go. Since he hadn't pushed her away, she decided to stay put until he did. "I hate this. I hate this biology, she said fiercely. Draco sighed and held her even tighter. If only she could remain in his arms forever, that would be perfect. His hands gently stroked her back, and the familiar scent of him enveloped her once again. I'm not going to let anyone hurt you, Granger, Malfoy growled, his voice low and protective. One of his hands tangled in her curls at the back of her head, holding her firmly, almost possessively. Her head rested under his chin, and she could hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. It felt blissful. She closed her eyes and melted against him. After a moment, she lifted her head and gazed into his eyes, still dark and intense. Hesitantly, she reached out and placed her hand on his cheek, watching as his eyes deepened in color. Thank you, she said softly. Thank you for stopping Anthony. I don't know what I would have done if he'd bitten me. A shudder ran through her. While it wouldn't have created a permanent bond, it would have had lasting effects. Soul bonding required her to be in heat, and if Anthony had bitten her when she wasn't, it would have intensified Malfoy's scent on her, multiplied many times over. The effects would linger for months, potentially leaving her vulnerable until her next heat when he could have attempted to make it permanent. Thank you, Malfoy, she repeated, her voice trembling slightly. She looked into his silver eyes, and the connection felt electric, making it hard to remember to breathe. Her heart raced, as if it might explode. You are. She found herself leaning closer to him, unsure if it was her doing or if he had drawn nearer. She had never imagined that making eye contact could set her heart racing like a sprint around the Quidditch pitch. His silver eyes were like liquid, and she felt as if she could drown in them. It was different from the fog of arousal. She couldn't quite put it into words. She drew in a ragged breath, trying to pull her gaze away from his, but instead, she found herself wanting to stay lost in that moment. Hermione stared at Draco's mouth, captivated. His hand remained in her hair, his thumb gently caressing the nape of her neck. She tried to recall what she had been saying, but her focus was entirely on his lips, which were slightly parted. Suddenly, the matter of Anthony felt distant and insignificant, overshadowed by the reality of being in Draco Malfoy's arms for the first time. The air around them crackled with tension, almost humming with an unspoken energy. She shifted closer, reassured that if he truly despised her, he wouldn't let her sit in his lap while promising to keep her safe. Surely, he wouldn't care if he thought she was detestable and of low blood status. Perhaps there had been a misunderstanding. Their faces were nearly touching, and she could almost feel his lips brushing against hers. Malfoy. She whispered, her lips grazing his as she spoke. The sensation was electric. They both shivered and leaned in closer. She traced her thumb along the arch of his cheekbone, and his fingers tightened in her hair in response. Kiss him. Kiss him and he'll never leave you, her mind urged. He'll always keep you safe. He'll always be yours. She wanted to, but she needed to know. Malfoy, do you? Before she could finish her thought, the classroom door burst open, and Professor McGonagall stormed in, followed by several other professors. Minerva's wand was immediately aimed at Draco. Mr. Malfoy, remove your hands from Miss Granger this instant, she commanded in a firm voice. The sudden arrival of others shattered the electric tension, causing Hermione and Draco to spring apart and scramble to their feet. Miss Granger, are you all right? A portrait reported that you've been attacked, Professor Vector said, moving toward Draco, while Minerva pulled Hermione closer to her. I'm fine, Hermione replied, trying to regain her composure. Headmistress, Hermione said, straightening her clothes awkwardly as she was hurried across the room. Minerva shot a glare at Malfoy. I warned you, Mr. Malfoy. It was with extreme reluctance that I allowed you to return to this school after your actions in 6th year. And now, I find my halls crawling with enraged alphas, a prefect in the hospital wing, nearly beaten and cursed to death, and you, once again, compromising Miss Granger. Malfoy went pale as Dawlish took him by the arm, wand leveled at his temple, and started pulling him from the classroom. Hermione stared, bewildered, but Malfoy remained silent. Headmistress, Hermione blurted out quickly, Malfoy isn't the one who attacked me. Anthony shoved me into a wall and tried to bite me. Malfoy is the one who stopped him. The professors all froze, exchanging glances. A heavy silence hung in the air. I see. Well, if that's the case, you should have come to my office and reported it immediately, Minerva said, looking taken aback as she glanced between Hermione and Malfoy. I was not entirely lucid afterward, Hermione stammered. Malfoy brought me here to help me snap out of it. The Hogwarts staff eyed her with overt skepticism, and Hermione suddenly realized that, judging by Malfoy's rumpled appearance, she probably looked a bit worse for wear. Her tie was missing, her shirt half unbuttoned, her hair stood on end, and she could feel a flush creeping across her cheeks and chest. Her lips felt distinctly swollen. He didn't do anything that I didn't initiate, Hermione added, her cheeks growing hotter as she fought the urge to bury her face somewhere, preferably in Malfoy's chest. Instead, she rubbed her wrist surreptitiously against her hip. Well, Mr. Malfoy, McGonagall snapped, control yourself. Malfoy abruptly jerked away from Dawlish, making a muffled sound, his expression tense. Professor Dawlish firmly pressed his wand under Malfoy's jaw to keep him still. Please escort Mr. Malfoy to my office, McGonagall continued. I will take Miss Granger outside to resolve the situation and then to the hospital ward. Very well, Minerva, Dawlish replied with a nod, continuing to prod Malfoy in the throat before dragging him out of the classroom. Hermione watched Malfoy leave, their eyes locking for a brief, electric moment before he disappeared around the corner, leaving her alone with McGonagall and Professor Vector. Malfoy really didn't do anything, Headmistress, Hermione insisted. He shouldn't be punished. Minerva turned her gaze to Hermione, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. Miss Granger, are you becoming attached to Mr. Malfoy? Hermione felt her stomach drop slightly and glanced between McGonagall and Professor Vector, who wore an increasingly distasteful expression. The small classroom was heavy with an uncomfortable tension that lingered despite the fact that nothing had happened. And no, Hermione stammered. It's just, I would. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes, speaking quickly. He could have taken advantage of the situation, and with the state I was in, would have wanted him to. But he didn't. He stopped. The bitterness in her voice was palpable as she said the last word. Her cheeks flushed as she opened her eyes, inhaling sharply through her nose and staring determinately at the floor. I just think you should know how profoundly grateful I am to him for coming to my aid. If he hadn't shown up right then, I don't know what Anthony would have done to me. If anything, Malfoy should be rewarded. McGonagall regarded Hermione thoughtfully for several moments before shaking herself from her reverie. Very well, Miss Granger. After Poppy has seen you, I would like a complete account of what happened with Mr. Goldstein. Let's take you to the hospital ward and get you some Murdlap essence for your neck. She looked Hermione up and down and cleared her throat. Perhaps you should button your shirt. Feeling a bit awkward, Hermione turned away from the two older women to button and tuck in her shirt, then tried to smooth her hair. When she turned back, she felt the headmistress cast a freshening charm on her. Hermione blushed at the attention. McGonagall turned toward the door but paused. You should brace yourself, there's quite a commotion in the hallway, she warned before sweeping through the door. The commotion outside was a chaotic scene of the other alphas at Hogwarts, some half-dressed, all angrily shouting at their professors, who were trying to ward them off with their wands. Hermione stared in astonishment and nervously sidled behind McGonagall. Did they all show up because I was attacked? She asked in a shrill voice, peering over the tartan-clad shoulder. Apparently, McGonagall replied, her gaze fixed on the scene unfolding before them. Neville was there, wearing his robes and a pair of trousers but no shirt or shoes. Several boys sported pajamas of various kinds, while Theodore wore slacks and no shirt. Peter was draped in a bathrobe. They were all arguing with Flitwick, Slughorn, Hooch, and Sprout. Even Phineas was lurking against one wall. Half of them were here before the professors arrived, McGonagall noted. It didn't occur to me that I'd called them all, Hermione admitted awkwardly. She remembered reading about it in her books. When Omegas were extremely frightened, they inadvertently sent out a signal that drew others to their aid. Pheromones had a powerful effect, almost like going into heat. Since Hermione was unbound, any nearby alphas felt an instinctive urge to come to her rescue. It explained how Malfoy had appeared out of nowhere. Fortunately, your distress signal didn't send them into a frenzy, or we would have had to stun them all, McGonagall continued. They were willing to let the professors search for you, understanding that looking for you as a group wouldn't end well. We promised to let them see you once we found you, but they agreed to behave themselves. Hermione. Neville shouted as he spotted her peeking over McGonagall's shoulder. He dashed toward her, followed closely by the other boys. They nearly knocked over McGonagall and Professor Vector as they crowded around Hermione like an excited pack of dogs. The moment they surrounded her, Hermione froze, standing still as they closed in. In the background, she vaguely heard McGonagall and the rest of the Hogwarts staff begin to shout in frustration. Chapter 10, What's Going On? Neville's face was suddenly inches away from Hermione's, and the first thing she noticed was the way his irises were blown wide. The entire world around her faded, and all she could focus on was the intense presence of a pack of alphas, each one jostling for space as they tried to get closer. It was terrifying. They towered over her, all a foot taller, their rippling muscles glistening with sweat and pheromones, barely dressed, their expressions decidedly feral. An instinctual urge to back away and run surged within her, but something deeper held her in place. Do not run. She stood frozen, afraid to even breathe as they pressed in closer. She could hear their breaths, their soft sniffing, and for a moment, she felt like prey. It would have been almost humorous, if not for their size and her vulnerability in the midst of them. Suddenly, she felt a hand brush against her wrist, and she flinched, instinctively turning her wrists inward. Are you all right? Neville growled, his gaze locked onto her face. His expression reminded her of Malfoy's, enraged, predatory, possessive. I'm fine, she stammered. I'm fine. Anthony tried to bite me, but Malfoy got here in time. I'm fine. I'm not hurt. A collective growl rippled through the group, and Hermione felt it resonate through her entire body, sending shivers down her spine. She pressed her legs together, aware of the tension that hung in the air. McGonagall could have given her a clearer warning before they left the classroom. Still on edge and flustered from her earlier encounter with Malfoy, she could sense that the boys surrounding her were aware of her heightened state. Their eyes were dark, and it was only the sheer number of them that kept any one of them from making a move. The atmosphere was charged, taut with the potential for violence if anyone acted too suddenly. Amidst this chaos, McGonagall's voice rose above the noise, but her words were lost to Hermione's racing thoughts. Hermione could barely hear anything over the sound of panting and shifting bodies surrounding her. She eyed them nervously, her pulse quickening as she tried to figure out what to do. I'm fine, she said again. Was someone sniffing her hair? Yes, someone behind her was definitely sniffing her hair. She hunched her shoulders and tried to shy away, but there was nowhere to go. I'm fine, she repeated. You can go. I didn't mean to call you. Suddenly, a hand slipped around her wrist, and she jerked away, pulling her wrists up to her chest and pressing them against herself. Another hand caressed her waist. Stop touching me. She snarled, struggling to breathe. The air was thick with pheromones, making it nearly impossible to swallow. She wanted her wand, which was somewhere in the hallway, wherever Anthony had knocked it. Then, a flash of stunning spells lit up the room. Several of the alphas, including Neville, dropped to the ground. The hallway erupted into chaos. Large hands grabbed hold of Hermione, trying to pull her in multiple directions at once. The professors were attempting to stun the alphas, while the alphas instinctively tried to drag Hermione behind them. They were no longer aware of their actions, and there were too many of them. A witch cannot be dragged protectively in multiple directions at once, but apparently, alpha instincts lack the nuance to understand that. She was terrified they might accidentally break her arms as they pulled her. "You idiots! You're hurting me!" She shouted angrily, kicking several of them savagely as she struggled to break free. Then, there was a sudden surge, a magical explosion of sorts, and she was abruptly wrenched free from all the hands. By the time she managed to gather herself and figure out what had happened, she found herself pressed against a wall, with someone standing in front of her, blocking her view. "She is mine," he snarled. With enough force that Hermione could have sworn the walls of Hogwarts vibrated. The hallway fell silent, so quiet she could almost hear a pin drop. "M. Malfoy?" she said, bewildered, trying to peer around him. The Hogwarts staff and the few alphas who weren't unconscious on the floor were staring at them in shock. "Mine," Malfoy reiterated, his voice low and commanding. Peter, one of the few alphas still standing, looked visibly cowed. Malfoy's glare swept across the hallway, and for a moment, it was terrifying. Hermione's mind whispered that it was also strikingly attractive. She quickly dismissed the thought, focusing on the chaos around her. McGonagall was the first to regain her composure. "Yes, thank you, Mr. Malfoy. I believe you have resolved the situation. If you would, please stand down now," she said, her voice crisp and authoritative. Malfoy didn't move. Just then, they heard panting and the sound of running footsteps. Professor Dawlish skidded around the corner, coming to a halt as he leveled his wand at Malfoy. "Apologies, Minerva," Dawlish said quickly. "We were nearly to your office when he flung me into a wall and disappeared. I suspected he might return here." "There's no need to stun him, John," Minerva replied sharply. Mr. Malfoy ended up being uniquely suited to resolving this issue. Dawlish didn't lower his wand, but he also didn't cast a curse. Minerva turned her glare toward the still conscious alphas, then sighed in resignation as she addressed the house heads. "I'll leave you all to handle your students. I'm going to escort Miss Granger to the hospital wing and hope the night resolves itself quietly now." She glanced over at Hermione, who was peeking out from behind Malfoy, and noticed the exhaustion in her expression. Malfoy remained rooted in place. "I sincerely apologize, Miss Granger," he said quietly. "Granger, I had no idea the alphas would react so strongly to seeing you. That was a serious oversight on my part. Are you all right?" Hermione found herself moving closer to Malfoy, pressing against his robes, fighting the urge to breathe in his scent. "Maybe a bit bruised," she replied, "but they didn't break anything. Perhaps you and Mr. Malfoy could both come with me to the hospital wing. Rolanda, John, if you'll accompany me." Malfoy looked down at her, and Hermione was surprised to see that his expression wasn't feral. He appeared entirely lucid, albeit extremely annoyed. Their eyes met for just a moment before he looked away, pressed his hands to his face, and let out an exaggerated sigh. Then he turned toward the wall, repeatedly smacking his forehead against it. Hermione stared in disbelief. Finally, he looked back at her. "Granger," he said in a resigned tone, gesturing toward McGonagall. She walked stiffly toward the headmistress, feeling as if the evening was giving her emotional whiplash. There was a brief pause, followed by another sigh, and then she heard Malfoy's footsteps behind her. As she walked, Hermione scanned the hallway, trying to remember where Anthony had grabbed her. She wanted her wand back. Spotting it lying on the ground near a tapestry, she quickly snatched it up and slipped it into her pocket, feeling a faint sense of relief. Not having it had stirred a gnawing anxiety within her. Turning, she nearly bumped into Malfoy, who was standing right behind her. Blushing, she darted over to McGonagall. The headmistress regarded both Hermione and Malfoy with a thoughtful expression as they approached. Hermione narrowed her eyes. Surely, McGonagall didn't think she was in some sort of secret relationship with Malfoy? The thought nearly made her laugh out loud. Mr. Malfoy. Malfoy, McGonagall said, I realized too late that I should have asked you to accompany me to the hospital wing. It will expedite the diagnosis for Mr. Goldstein. Malfoy let out a faint snort, prompting McGonagall to give him a pointed look. Of course, headmistress. I'll assist the school in any way I can, he replied. Without another word, McGonagall turned and swept toward the hospital wing, with Hermione, Malfoy, and the professors following closely behind. As they entered the ward, Madame Pomfrey rushed to meet them. Minerva, thank goodness. I was just about to send word. I've just put Mr. Goldstein into bed and then, she waved her arm dramatically, gesturing across the room. This. She pointed to a bed that held a chrysalis the size of a kayak. Hermione's eyes widened as she turned to Malfoy, who was the only one in the room unaffected by the sight. I can't undo it. Madame Pomfrey continued, her voice rising in urgency. I ran a diagnostic, and it shows that he is dissolving. Dissolving? Have you apprehended the student responsible for the attack? That would be Mr. Malfoy here, McGonagall said with a wry tone. What did you hex him with? Madame Pomfrey demanded, rounding on Malfoy with suspicion. I'm not entirely certain. The moment was a bit of a blur, Malfoy replied, straightening his robes with a feigned air of innocence. Madame Pomfrey's eyes narrowed. That is one of the most complicated hexes I have ever seen in my career. You did not transform Mr. Goldstein into a pupa by accident. Well, if he really is in the process of turning into a butterfly, then I believe the spell came from a book of obscure hexes in my family's library. I'm afraid I don't remember any countercharm for it, Malfoy said, his expression unrepentant. There may not be one. If I recall correctly, the hexes in that book were all non-permanent and non-lethal. Although I couldn't say exactly how non-permanent, Malfoy replied casually. He is dissolving. Madame Pomfrey exclaimed sharply. I'm sure he'll just pupate for a week or two and then emerge transformed to some degree, McGonagall said dryly. That gives me time to decide whether to expel him and strip him of his prefect status. Poppy, since it seems Mr. Goldstein won't be doing anything in the immediate future except dissolving, could you check on Miss Granger for injuries? I believe some Murdlap essence may be in order for her neck, and she might have some bruising on her arms. Madame Pomfrey muttered something about irresponsible magic but seemed resigned to the fact that no one considered dissolving an undeserved fate for Anthony Goldstein. She turned her attention to Hermione. As Madame Pomfrey examined her, McGonagall fixed her gaze on Hermione. Now, Miss Granger, would you explain what happened? Well, Hermione began, feeling her ears heat up. I lost track of time while reading in the library. When I realized it was past curfew, I headed toward Gryffindor Tower. She decided to leave out the part about running from Filch. On my way, I ran into Anthony and Pansy on prefect patrol. Anthony offered to walk me back to the dorm so I wouldn't risk a double points loss if I ran into a professor. I told him it wasn't necessary, but Her voice trailed off. He insisted. I think he used some kind of alpha tone on Pansy and me because everything got blurry for a bit, and then Pansy was walking away, and it was just Anthony and me together. As she spoke, Hermione felt her shoulders tense and her stomach twist. Anger and betrayal washed over her. She felt stupid for losing track of time, for not resisting Anthony's voice, for allowing it to happen. Hermione felt a rush of anger as she recalled the encounter. It was as if her mind had betrayed her, succumbing to Anthony's commands far too easily. Madame Pomfrey's hand brushed near Hermione's collar, and she jumped with a startled yelp. Sorry, dear, Madame Pomfrey said softly. Could you unbutton your shirt collar? You've got some marks I can heal with a quick charm and a bit of murtlap essence. Blushing, Hermione stared down at her shoes as she reached up to undo the top 3 buttons of her shirt. Madame Pomfrey leaned closer, gently pushing Hermione's hair aside to begin the healing charms. Hermione hissed faintly, shivering as the magic interacted with her scent glands. It felt like an invasion. These were such sensitive parts of her, and experiencing Pomfrey's magic on them was akin to being publicly exposed. The sensation made her skin crawl. She swallowed hard, trying to suppress the bitter taste in her mouth and the discomfort that threatened to show on her face. She pressed her wrists tightly together and held her breath. It wasn't as though anyone, except maybe Malfoy, would understand the intrusive intimacy she felt. It was difficult to articulate, even to herself. She remained tense until the magic finally ceased. Here's some murtlap essence. Would you like me to apply it or do it yourself? I'll do it myself, Hermione replied quickly, nearly snatching the jar from the matron's hands. The thought of someone rubbing anything into her scent glands, especially in front of Malfoy, McGonagall, Hooch, and Dawlish, was simply unbearable. She shoved the jar into her pocket, rebut-toned her shirt, and set her jaw, forcing herself to continue recounting the incident to McGonagall. Anyway, Anthony asked me out, and when I said no, he made some incredibly demeaning and sexist comments. So, I told him I was leaving and started to walk away, and then he used an alpha tone, and for some reason, I couldn't resist it like I had before. He got really angry when I fought back and said he was going to bite me. Then he said he was going to, well, he used a crude word. According to him, being an unbound Omega just makes me an open invitation. Hermione's voice shook with anger. If Anthony weren't currently trapped in a cocoon, she might have gone over and hit him with a bedpan. He forced me into a submissive headspace, making it impossible for me to keep saying no, she continued, her tone matter-of-fact despite the turmoil inside her. Then Malfoy showed up. I wasn't very lucid, but I think they dueled. After that, Malfoy took me into a classroom and tried to pull me out of the subspace. I was a bit of a mess, and it took him a while to figure out how to help me. She glanced up at Malfoy, who remained expressionless, then looked back down at her shoes. Anyway, when he finally brought me back to reality, I was an emotional wreck at first, but Malfoy was very kind about it. Then the professors arrived. That's everything that happened, she said quickly. Did you take the suppressants today? McGonagall asked slowly. Yes. It's the first thing I do every morning, Hermione replied tightly, feeling insulted that McGonagall would even suggest she could be so careless. Perhaps the potions lose efficacy over time, the headmistress pondered. I'll have Horace brew a new batch, and we can compare them with your current supply. McGonagall turned her gaze to Malfoy. Tell me, Mr. Malfoy, how did you manage to reach Miss Granger before the other alphas, especially considering the Slytherin dorm is the farthest from the attack? Malfoy's expression flickered for a moment before growing serious. I was violating curfew by practicing charms in a classroom, he muttered, looking guilty. Indeed, McGonagall replied, her tone skeptical. And then you sensed Miss Granger's distress? Malfoy gave a short nod. Hermione studied him closely. She could tell he was lying about something, but she wasn't sure what. And what did you witness when you arrived? Malfoy's jaw clenched. Goldstein had her shoved against the wall. She was saying no, and he ordered her to stop fighting him. So you hexed him, McGonagall concluded. Malfoy's expression relaxed slightly, and his eyes gleamed. I may have punched him a few times too. Or more than a few times, Dawlish muttered. Well, Mr. Malfoy, this night has been quite illuminating. I'm afraid that due to your being out past curfew, casting what is currently an irreversible hex, and attacking a professor, I will have to deduct 30 points from Slytherin, McGonagall said. Hermione glared at her former head of house. However, For saving Miss Granger and demonstrating what I understand to have been remarkable self-restraint, and for helping to bring a quick resolution to an extremely unfortunate situation in the hallway, I award 80 points to Slytherin. If you will, please return to your dormitory now." Dawlish made a faint sound of displeasure. Malfoy's eyes flickered briefly to Hermione before darting away, avoiding eye contact. He straightened and inclined his head slightly. "Headmistress, professors, Granger." He turned on his heel and headed for the door, pausing only briefly to glance down at the bed where Anthony lay. Hermione thought she saw him smirk faintly. She watched him disappear through the doorway, trying not to sigh. McGonagall rubbed her temple lightly. "Poppy, tomorrow, if you're concerned about Mr. Goldstein, we can send him to street. Mungo Zor. Request a spell damage healer to come examine him," Madame Pomfrey instructed, glancing over at the cocoon in her hospital ward. Her expression showed considerably less concern than it had earlier. "Well, I'm sure he's unlikely to die from it," she continued. "I'll monitor his vitals and see if I can find any references to hexes like that in my medical library." "Very well," McGonagall nodded. "I'll send word to his parents tomorrow." Given that the hex was a result of a situation involving an Omega, I don't believe there can be any legal action taken against Mr. Malfoy. However, due to the terms of his probation, there's a chance the Goldsteins may urge the governor's board to demand Mr. Malfoy's expulsion. We might have to agree to a compromise, allowing Mr. Goldstein to finish his studies instead of expelling him for attempted sexual assault. If that's acceptable to you, Miss Granger, he would be carefully monitored. Hermione felt a chill at the thought of Anthony staying in school with her, but she tried to mask her discomfort. It would be terrible and profoundly unfair if Malfoy were expelled and sent to prison for saving her. She steeled herself internally, knowing she would have to find a way to protect herself better. "That's fine," Hermione replied, meeting the headmistress's gaze. "I don't want Malfoy to be punished for helping me." McGonagall escorted Hermione up to Gryffindor Tower, and Hermione remained quiet, lost in thought. When they reached the portrait of the fat lady, McGonagall turned to Hermione, her expression serious. "Miss Granger, I want to respect your autonomy in this matter, but I also need to ensure the safety of you and the other students at this school. Do you have any ideas for preventative measures we might implement to ensure nothing like this happens again?" I have a few ideas I'd like to explore," Hermione replied, twisting the cuff of her sleeve. "But nothing definite yet." McGonagall nodded. "Very well. You'll keep me informed, won't you? If there's any way I or the staff can assist you." "Of course, headmistress. I'm sorry about all the trouble I caused by violating curfew." "Just bad luck all around tonight," McGonagall replied dismissively. "Good night, Miss Granger. You should head up to your dorm now." "Good night," Hermione said, stepping through the portrait hole without another word. She climbed the stairs to her dorm room and slipped into the bathroom, locking the door behind her. The other girls were already in bed. Hermione placed the jar of Murtlap essence on the counter and took a deep breath before beginning to unbutton her shirt. Dark bruises marred her neck above her collarbones, the darker spots on the side where Anthony had sucked. She could faintly smell both Anthony and Malfoy, a combination that made her skin prickle and her head ache slightly with each breath. As she pulled her shirt off, she noticed more bruises along her arms and wrists. She started dabbing the Murtlap essence onto each mark, watching as they slowly faded away. Her mind drifted back to McGonagall's question. "I wish to be respectful of your autonomy in all this, but I also need to protect you and the other students in this school. Do you have any idea of what preventative measures we might put in place to ensure nothing like this happens again?" The underlying message was clear: you are making the school year difficult for a lot of people. In hindsight, it was naive to think that suppressants would solve the challenges of being an Omega. If it were that simple, the wizarding world wouldn't have developed the practice of marrying off Omegas before their presentation. Hermione pulled her shirt back on and walked over to her bed, staring at the calendar beside it. October 16th. She had barely more than 2 months until her next heat, just 2 months to find an alpha. She trusted that there was a solution out there somewhere. Gnawing her lower lip, Hermione pulled out all the books she had accumulated. After Anthony's attack, she found herself reevaluating many of her assumptions about alphas and omegas, as well as how the suppressants really worked. She stayed up all night, researching and cross-referencing texts, taking meticulous notes. As the sun began to creep over the horizon, Hermione gathered her scrolls and books, slipped several letters into envelopes, took another suppressant, and made her way to the Olary. Watching the school owls disappear into the distance, she felt slightly hollow-headed from exhaustion. She returned to her dorm, hoping to catch a few hours of sleep. Skipping breakfast, she spent the entire weekend in the 8th-year girls' dorm. The house elves brought sandwiches, but most of the other students were busy with their own plans, only returning to change or sleep. Hermione missed the library. Working on her bed was far less efficient than at a library desk. Still, she had already gathered most of the existing books on Omegas, and she wasn't in the mood to deal with anyone approaching her or disrupting her focus. The project felt deeply personal. She kept the canopy of her bed closed and hung several strips of parchment around it, allowing her to visually track the various theories she was developing. On Sunday evening, while standing in the middle of her bed and staring at all her work, she heard Ginny's voice. "Hermione, are you in here?" "Hey, Gin," Hermione replied absently, still focused on the red lines indicating the options she had eliminated. Ginny's head peeked through the canopy, her expression one of bewilderment as she glanced around. "What are you doing in here?" Ginny squinted and began reading one of the many scrolls of parchment hanging around Hermione. "A research project on myself," Hermione replied, reaching over to cross out another option. "I heard about what happened on Friday night," Ginny said gently. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Hermione responded, though her tone suggested otherwise. "I'm just trying to find a solution," Hermione said quickly. "After all, if I have to spend my whole school year hiding in the girls' dorm, I might as well just study for my newts through a correspondence course." Would you want to get in touch with Charlie?" Ginny asked. "I'm sure, if you were interested, he'd." Hermione sighed. "I thought he didn't want to get married." "Wasn't your mum going on about that before he headed back to the Dragon Reserve?" "I'm sure it would be different if it was you. I don't really want to end up with someone just because he's an alpha and I'm an omega. Unless I get pregnant immediately, he'd have to schedule his work around my heat cycles for the foreseeable future. That doesn't work very well for dragon taming. And even if he could adjust his schedule, we couldn't have it as some kind of seasonal arrangement. Omegas don't. Being alone is." Hermione hesitated. "It has a cumulative psychological effect. So being physically committed to someone who's mostly absent wouldn't be my first choice," she finished grimly. "And I don't really want to become a dragon tamer or ask him to give up his career." Ginny glanced around, her eyes landing on one of the scrolls, and they widened. "Are you really considering?" "It's just an option I'm exploring," Hermione replied quickly. "I sent out some letters of inquiry yesterday, just to see if it's even something I could pursue." Ginny looked visibly uncomfortable. "That would be pretty final, wouldn't it?" "Well, so is soul bonding," Hermione said tightly, waving her wand to banish all the scrolls into her trunk before Ginny could read more. "Did you need anything?" "I was just worried about you. After I heard what happened, especially since you haven't left the dorm all weekend. Although," she gave Hermione a long look, "I think I'm more worried about you now." "I'm just trying to be realistic and weigh my options," Hermione replied. "I still have some homework to finish before tomorrow." "I should probably get to it now," Hermione said stiffly. "Are you sure you don't want to come down to dinner?" "I can walk with you," Ginny offered. Hermione sighed and shook her head. "I think I'd rather stay and work." "It's fine. The elves send sandwiches." "All right." Ginny replied, her voice heavy with concern. "Just know that the offer is always open." Me and the rest of the DA, we'd be happy to help you however you need. I'm going to be this way for the rest of my life, Jin. I have to find a better solution than always needing a friend to walk with me. You know none of us would mind that, Ginny insisted. I would mind it, Hermione said firmly. Just let me know if you need anything. Thanks, Ginny. Hermione remained standing, lost in thought, as she heard the door shut and Ginny's footsteps recede down the stairs. She then pulled out her potions essay. It was finished, but she had intended to revise it one more time before class. The next morning, she blended in with her beta classmates as they made their way to breakfast, and then headed to potions class alongside Dean, Parvati, and Seamus. Theodore Nott and Blaise Zabini were already seated when Hermione walked in. Theodore blushed the moment he saw her and quickly dropped his gaze. Hermione ignored him and settled into her usual spot in the far corner of the room. Malfoy strode in just before class began, flanked by Pansy and Daphne Greengrass. Daphne's eyes sparkled when she noticed Malfoy sitting alone, and she quickly slipped into the seat beside him. Pansy shot her a disapproving look before disdainfully taking a seat next to Parvati. The potion they were about to start brewing was Veritaserum. Hermione focused intently on what Professor Slughorn was saying about Jabbernoll feathers, but she found it hard to concentrate as she watched Daphne lean closer to Malfoy, whispering in his ear. She gripped her quill tightly, pressing down so hard that the tip sliced through the parchment, leaving a large blot. Once class ended, Hermione lingered as she packed up her notes and textbooks, waiting for the rest of her classmates to leave before approaching Professor Slughorn's desk. "Professor," she said, "Headmistress McGonagall mentioned on Friday night that you were going to rebrew and compare the suppressant potions this weekend." Miss Granger," Slughorn replied, straightening his robes. "Indeed. Over the weekend, I developed several varieties for you to try. Quite a subtle bit of magic, suppressants, it requires prodigious skill, if I may say so myself." He tapped the side of his nose conspiratorially, but his joviality faded slightly. "Unfortunately, there's no reason to think any of them will be more effective than your current batch. The freshness wasn't the issue. The magic, comparatively speaking, is quite similar, the primary difference lies in the side effects." He pulled a small box from his desk, revealing rows of various colored potions. "Here's the first one I made, which causes a coughing fit upon imbibing. This version here produces a faintly green aura. This one seems to cause fong growth when angry, and this one leads to fuzzy-mindedness." Hermione examined the options thoughtfully. "I did some research over the weekend. I didn't think the attack was caused by a failure of the suppressants," she said, fidgeting with the vials in the box. "But thank you for putting so much time into this for me. I'm very grateful. Think nothing of it. I'm always happy to help exceptional individuals like yourself. By the way, I'm planning to hold another Slug Club party. You're, of course, invited, and if you could put in a good word with Mr. Weasley and Mr. Potter, I'd be tremendously flattered to have you all at my little soiree." "I'll mention it to them next week," Hermione promised, already certain that neither Ron nor. "Excellent. Give them both my sincerest regards," Slughorn said, bobbing slightly. "Yes, thank you, Professor." Hermione packed the box of suppressant potions into her satchel and left the potion classroom, heading toward a nearby alcove to check the Marauders' map. As she turned into the alcove, she nearly bumped into Daphne Greengrass, who was having an intense conversation with Malfoy. "Is there something objectionable about my sister or me that makes us completely unacceptable company for you?" Daphne asked, her voice laced with indignation. "Just once. That's all I'm asking. The way you're acting, one would think I was trying to entrap you in a marriage." Hermione stared, and Malfoy caught sight of her. "Granger?" Hermione felt her ears grow warm. "Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt." "You're not." Daphne was just leaving, Malfoy said quickly. Daphne rolled her eyes and shouldered past Hermione. Malfoy then turned his attention back to her. Did you need something? Actually, yes. If I could have a word with you in private, if possible. Malfoy paused, rolling his jaw slightly as he considered her request. After several seconds, he replied, "Fine. There's a classroom around the corner we can use." "Right, lead the way," Hermione said, stepping back so he could pass. He strode down the hallway deeper into the dungeons and led her into a classroom that appeared to be used for old desk storage. He crossed to the far wall, then turned to face her. Hermione hesitated for a moment before shutting the door behind her. "I'd really rather you didn't shut the door," he said in a tense voice before she had fully removed her hand from the knob. "I'd really rather we did," Hermione replied firmly, adding a privacy charm. She took a deep breath, hoping she wasn't about to make a total fool of herself. Chapter 11, I get a little bit nervous around you. "So," Hermione said, shuffling nervously, "I wanted to start by thanking you for everything you did on Friday night. I really can't express enough how grateful I am that you came." "Whatever, Granger," Malfoy interrupted, his tone dismissive. "It was just an instinctive response. Any alpha would have done the same." Hermione faltered. "Well, their idea of helping me nearly broke my arms, so I have to admit I doubt that somewhat," she replied, feeling increasingly on edge. "I didn't claim they were all intelligent," he snapped back. "I just said they would have come." She stared at him for a moment. "Fine," Hermione said, throwing her hands up in frustration. "It wasn't anything exceptional, but since you helped me twice, I wanted to say thank you anyway." "Gratitude accepted. May I go now?" Malfoy asked, arching an eyebrow. Hermione fought back a desire to growl. Good Lord, she really was turning into a dog. She wanted to weep. "No. That's not why I wanted to talk to you," she huffed, exasperated with how difficult he was making things. He rolled his eyes and folded his arms. "Fine. But if you dragged me into an abandoned classroom just to discuss our arithmancy project, I reserve the right to throw a textbook at you." Hermione glared at him, suddenly remembering what a prat Malfoy turned into the moment he opened his mouth. "Why on earth would I want to discuss our arithmancy project in private? I wanted to talk to you." Her voice trailed off, and she felt her cheeks flush. "I wanted to talk to you about. Why was it that the moment she spoke to Draco Malfoy, her voice started climbing toward the rafters? Every "about" seemed to be half an octave higher than the one before. She coughed slightly. "Did someone hit you with a triple tongue hex?" He drawled. "Spit it out. Some of us have places to be." She had classes and homework to focus on, and maybe this was a mistake. Perhaps there was another option she hadn't considered, something that didn't involve a git like Draco Malfoy. But as she thought it over, she realized there weren't any alternatives that didn't require bodyguards. Hermione felt a growing anxiety that it was only a matter of time before someone at school noticed, and the news would leak to the press. If she wanted to avoid the whole world fixating on her personal life, she needed to find a way to navigate the school year with some semblance of normalcy. Unfortunately, Malfoy seemed to be her best option in the sea of misfortune she found herself adrift in. At least he was easy on the eyes. "I want to talk about Friday night when we were in the classroom," Hermione said, forcing the words out in a stiff, low tone. Malfoy's expression shifted to one of immediate tension, his eyes narrowing. "What about it?" he replied, his voice cold. She fought the urge to shiver. "When we were snogging for the first time, and then you stopped because I was still stuck in subspace. You said that if I weren't, you wouldn't have any objection to snogging me." Malfoy stared at her, blinking slowly. "I'm pretty sure I did not say that," he countered, his arms crossed defensively. "Not in those exact words, but it was implied," Hermione pressed, feeling a shiver travel up her spine. He didn't deny it. "So, I wanted to know. Did you mean it? Would you want to snog me?" Malfoy's expression shifted to something more guarded, which Hermione took as a good sign. "I'm an alpha," he finally said. "You know I'm biologically wired to want to snog you." "Yes, but I'm not talking about that," Hermione insisted. "I mean, personally, would you want to snog me?" Malfoy stared at her, his response hanging in the air, and she realized she was holding her breath, waiting for his answer. "No," he said. "Why are we discussing this?" His voice was laced with an almost plaintive tone. Hermione studied his downcast expression, noting how his large eyes looked at her with guarded uncertainty. He seemed to be sulking, and she wondered if Malfoy had always had such strikingly expressive eyes. They were like liquid silver, something that seemed to conduct electricity, given the way her skin tingled each time their gazes met. Did silver really conduct electricity? She thought it did. How could anyone possess cheekbones like that? His straight, narrow nose, angular jaw, and broad shoulders drew her attention, not to mention his tapered waist and those beautiful, long-fingered hands. Hermione felt as if she could lose herself in his features for hours, maybe even days. Malfoy cleared his throat and glanced away, looking flushed and uncomfortable. Hermione started, realizing she had been openly staring at him. Heat rushed to her cheeks, creeping up to her hairline. What had they been talking about? Snogging. Whether Malfoy would want to snog her. She nearly whimpered but swallowed the sound, straightening her shoulders with determination. They were having a serious discussion, one that had no room for ogling or thoughts about his eyes, jawline, hands, or mouth, or how the small room they were in was starting to smell like him. A discussion. He had wanted to know why they were talking about snogging. "Right," Hermione said, trying to keep her tone as prim and steady as possible. "Well, the thing is, Omegas have certain, servile tendencies around alphas, and they can be quite intense, especially sexually. After my heat." She felt herself flush scarlet. "I started taking suppressants to help manage those traits. Given my unique situation, Headmistress McGonagall wanted to ensure that I'd be safe and able to resist if an alpha tried to take advantage of my tendencies." She shuffled her feet slightly, hugging herself as she spoke. "So, McGonagall asked Neville to try using an alpha tone to control me," Draco said, his expression darkening. "I could." Hermione interjected quickly. "We tried it several ways. I resisted him and instinctively fought against giving in. It was the same when Phineas tried to grab me. I didn't slip into subspace, I was able to resist. But with Anthony, it was different. I felt stilted. When I tried to fight back, it was like I was moving in slow motion." Draco listened, his brow furrowing. Slughorn tested the suppressants to see if they had lost their efficacy, but they haven't. They're still working just as well as before. I spent the whole weekend researching, and I realized that the suppressants weren't the reason I was able to resist in the first place. You were. Draco stared at her, a mixture of doubt and astonishment crossing his face. You scent-marked me when I was in heat, she continued, as if reminding him of that intense time they shared. So, when Neville and Phineas tried to influence me, I was able to resist them because they didn't smell right. I smelled like you. That made me subconsciously identify you as my alpha. But it wore off. That's why Anthony was able to try to bite me. I didn't have an alpha anymore." Draco shifted uncomfortably. "Basically, all the suppressants can do is lower my sex drive and slightly decrease my submissive tendencies. They're usually used by Omegas who are forced to be separated from their alpha. They don't actually solve the issues of being an unbound Omega. As long as my biology identifies me as being alone, I'm always going to be vulnerable around other alphas, just like I was around Anthony. It might even be worse. On Friday night, I still smelled a bit like you, just not very much." There was a pause, and then Hermione returned to the original topic, her thoughts racing. Hermione stared intently at Malfoy's shoes. "So, that's why I wanted to know if you, personally, would want to snog me, she said, her voice low and lacking the confidence she had practiced in her head. A heavy silence fell between them. To clarify, you're asking me this because you want me to scent mark you? Malfoy asked, his tone sharp and cutting. It sent an unhelpful tingle through Hermione, and she pressed her thighs together, standing stiffly. Well, yes, she admitted, her voice thick. Just, temporarily, while I try to figure out a long-term solution. She glanced up to find he had uncrossed his arms and was gripping the strap of his satchel tightly, his knuckles turning white as if he expected her to try to take it. You want me to scent mark you temporarily? Malfoy repeated, disbelief etched on his face. Why? I trust you, Hermione replied, and Malfoy's eyebrows shot up in surprise. You could have bitten me when I was in heat. It's instinct to do so, especially during the first heat when hormones are all over the place. And since then, the suppressants never really worked around you, so you could have taken advantage of that if you wanted to, and Hermione felt her cheeks flush bright red. Wouldn't have had any objections to it. Malfoy choked, looking as if he might fall over backward. And then, Hermione rushed on, determined to get it all out. You stopped when we were snogging on Friday night because you knew I wasn't really in control of my behavior at the time. It's basic decency, Granger, he replied, his tone hard and unenthusiastic. I realize that as a former Death Eater, I'm scum of the earth in all regards, but I am not a rapist. I didn't mean it like that, Hermione shot back, realizing she hadn't considered Malfoy's apparent inability to accept gratitude or a compliment. Let's be honest, she began, her voice steady despite the tension in the air. If you put a girl who looks coherent enough in the lap of most boys, they wouldn't think twice about it, especially not the alphas. I'm not trying to praise you too much, most men are toads, after all. But the law tends to favor alphas. You might not realize this, but as an Omega, I don't have any legal protection. If an alpha like Anthony were to bite me and assault me in the middle of the hallway, his actions would likely be dismissed in court as a biological impulse, something he wouldn't be held responsible for. Her voice trailed off, the weight of her anger filling the silence. The more she had researched over the weekend, the more infuriated she became. Anyway, she finally continued, her voice tight. I trust you. I trust that you won't take advantage of the things about myself that I can't control anymore. I believe you have the self-control not to. So, I wanted to know if you'd be interested. Malfoy's expression only grew more closed off, and Hermione felt her heart sink. Apparently, he wasn't interested after all. He'd probably just allowed her to stay in the classroom because he had been caught up in the moment. Pure blood. Muggle-born. She pressed her lips together, straightening up. You're clearly not interested, she concluded. That's fine. I just thought I'd ask. I'll figure out something else. She reached for her wand to cancel the privacy charm on the door. I'm interested, Malfoy said abruptly, cutting through the silence before she could utter the reversing charm. Hermione paused and turned back to him. You are? Yes, he replied, his voice tense. She stared at him, noting the conflict in his expression, as if he were already regretting his words. Maybe he was worried about what his family would think. Lucius might be in Azkaban, but technically, he still had control over the Malfoy legacy. He could still disinherit Malfoy if he found out his son had tarnished the family name. I'm not, it wouldn't be dating, she said. Right. There was a definite edge to Malfoy's voice. It would just be, she swallowed uncomfortably, physical, like, friends with benefits. Were she and Malfoy friends? She wasn't sure. It didn't seem like he had any interest in being friends with her. Well, not necessarily friends, she clarified, but just casual. A bit of fun. Malfoy's eyes were growing darker. Yes. Fun, Hermione said weakly. She couldn't remember anyone ever using the words casual or fun in relation to her before. Taking a deep breath, she noticed how poorly circulated the air in the classroom was. The room was thick with Malfoy's scent. Edible. She wanted to lick him, to crawl into his arms and slide her tongue over his pale skin. Dirty classrooms weren't the kind of place she had ever imagined wanting to be intimate, but would the surroundings really matter if she were with Draco Malfoy? No, not at all. His eyes were like something sexy and silver that she couldn't quite grasp at the moment. She realized she was leaning toward him and shook her head sharply. Right. So, she said awkwardly. We can schedule it, I guess. Now. Would Tuesday? She blinked, suddenly aware that Malfoy was no longer across the room. Now? He was right in front of her, his eyes black and his face looking starved, as if he intended to devour her. Now, he growled, backing her up against the wall, tangling a hand in her hair as he pressed against her and buried his face in her shoulder. Hermione wanted to melt, but her desire was slightly overshadowed by the stress of the moment. Hermione felt overwhelmed. She couldn't shake the paranoia that Malfoy's interest in her was merely a result of the classroom's stifling ventilation rather than a genuine attraction. The thought of inadvertently using his hormones to manipulate him into something more again filled her with guilt. They probably needed some rules, didn't they? A clear set of guidelines and a schedule to ensure that everything remained casual and fun. But what did casual and fun even mean in this context? Maybe they could draft a contract to clarify the boundaries, so she wouldn't have to worry about crossing any lines. After all, snogging and scent marking might not be mutual. It would be good to know if he was even interested in that. Just then, Malfoy pressed a hot, open-mouthed kiss against her neck, and it felt as though she'd been electrocuted. A guttural moan escaped her lips as she clutched his robes, trying to steady herself before her knees buckled. Alpha. 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 Her mind chanted, and she struggled to suppress the instinct while trying to stay focused. What had she been thinking about before? She couldn't remember. Malfoy smelled so intoxicating, like home, safety, desire, and her favorite food. Maybe if she had one of his shirts to sleep with, it would help. Ever since her heat, sleeping had been difficult and lonely. If she could breathe in his scent, perhaps she wouldn't feel so cold. She buried her face in his shoulder and inhaled deeply, clinging to him. It isn't real, she reminded herself. He wasn't claiming her. He was like a vaccine, a false sense of security. He didn't mean it. He didn't truly want her. And despite the instinctive and physical attraction she felt, she didn't want to belong to him either. It was just biology. This whole situation was simply a ruse for her instincts. Not real. It wasn't real. She forced herself to mentally review her research. His possessiveness and interest were just subconscious behaviors. Biological imperative. An alpha thing. He didn't have any control over it. He didn't mean it. Adolescent boys would have sex with anyone, alphas especially. Hermione could look like a mandrake and Malfoy would still want to snog her as long as she smelled like an unbound Omega. Reminding herself firmly of all that did not stop Hermione from wanting to have sex with him right then and there. Was sex an option? Probably not. He hadn't even seemed entirely enthusiastic about the idea of snogging at first. She should probably just hold still. She wanted to at least touch him, but she didn't want to come across wrong. He'd only agreed to scent mark on her. She didn't want him to think she was trying to get anything extra out of the arrangement. If she started accosting him, she'd have no heat or subspace to blame. He'd think she was some tart. She pressed her lips together into a hard line as she steadied herself mentally and then tilted her head back to expose her neck further. She forced herself to let go of his robes. Malfoy's fingers tightened in her hair as he pressed her more firmly against the wall, crushing her against himself. Hermione braced herself. She would keep it together, she said firmly to herself. When he licked her, she would stay quiet. She wouldn't cling to him. She wouldn't moan. She'd just stay quiet. He didn't lick her. She kept waiting and waiting, but he just kissed her neck and smelled her as though she were a drug. His nose was buried against her neck, just over the scent gland on the left side of her throat, and he wasn't licking her. He kept sighing against her so that she could feel the long, cool drags of the dungeon air twisting over her skin as he inhaled, and then the heat of his lungs as he exhaled. Hermione's spine began tingling in anticipation. A tension throughout her body was coiling tighter and tighter with every brush of air over her neck and shoulder. Her clit. Hermione felt an intense throb of emptiness inside her. His hair brushed lightly against her cheek, and she could feel his hands sliding around her waist, his fingers splaying against her as he held her firmly in place. She found herself waiting for him to make the next move, the anticipation building as he breathed along her neck. Her fingers twitched as she fought the urge to act, trying to maintain control over her emotions. His fingers tightened in her hair, lifting her until her toes barely grazed the ground. As he trailed his mouth along her collarbones to the other side of her neck, Hermione gasped, her body shaking slightly. Her mind felt like it was melting under the heat of the moment. The desire to tangle her fingers in his hair and pull him closer was overwhelming. She wanted to kiss him until her lungs burned, to feel his hands exploring her body. The thought of opening the collar of his robes and running her tongue over his scent gland rushed back to her, a memory of heat and longing. But he hadn't agreed to any of that, she reminded herself firmly. He wasn't interested, and until he indicated otherwise, she wouldn't dare touch him. Pressing her palms against her thighs, she took a steadying breath, though it did little to help. The air was thick with his scent. "You should just lick me," she finally gasped, her voice strained. "I don't think I can handle this much longer." Malfoy froze, then abruptly pulled away, his expression one of horror as he retreated several feet across the room. Hermione stood there, unsteady. "I don't want to cross a line by accident," she clarified, seeing the look on his face. "It's hard not to touch you." She felt her cheeks flush. Malfoy shook his head slightly, as if trying to clear his thoughts. "What?" That's fine," he replied in a thick voice. "You can touch me." "I can." Hermione blurted, her heart racing as she realized her words had come out in a tone of utter elation. She should have stopped there, but when she saw his expression, Malfoy's eyes darkened even further, and Hermione decided to push her luck. "Can I lick you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yes," he replied, his tone low and rough. "What about?" "If I don't like something, I'll tell you, Granger," he growled, moving closer until he was within arm's reach. He pulled her into his arms and closed his lips over hers. Hermione's mind short-circuited the moment their lips met. Kissing him was even better than she remembered. How was that possible? It felt as though the entire world faded away when his lips touched hers. One of his hands tangled in her hair, twisting and tugging at her curls, while the other caressed her neck, his fingers gliding over her scent gland as he held her in place. She whimpered and clung to him, gripping his robes and gasping against his lips. His tongue delved into her mouth, sliding against hers with a greedy urgency. She moaned at the taste of him, her hands sliding down his chest. Everywhere she touched was hard, his alpha muscles taut and rippling beneath his robes as he held her. He pulled her closer until they were pressed against each other, then backed her up against a desk and lifted her onto it, wrapping her legs around his hips. His hands glided up her thighs as he positioned himself between her legs. Hermione whimpered against his lips, arching her hips to grind against him. Her hands slipped under the collar of his robes, feeling the soft warmth of his skin beneath her fingertips. It was like silk stretched over unyielding muscle, and she dragged her nails along the juncture of his neck, battling the urge to tear her mouth from his and bite him. She had never felt so possessive before. She wanted to mark him, to ensure that no one else could touch him. They were made for each other. Every inch of them fit together perfectly, and it seemed impossible that anything could feel so right. The connection felt undeniably right. Even as Hermione kissed him fiercely, she reminded herself that this was simply the natural biology between alphas and omegas. Her possessiveness was just a typical omega trait, amplified by the fact that he smelled like hers. She let her fingers glide over the scent glands on either side of his neck until he pulled away with a groan, trailing light kisses along her jaw. He pushed her back onto the desk, leaning over her as he tugged sharply at her blouse. She felt the buttons give way, distant sounds of clattering echoing in her ears as they rolled to the floor. When his tongue brushed against the scent gland on her neck, he growled softly, beginning to suckle at the spot. A wave of sensation coursed through her, igniting a heat that pooled in her lower abdomen. She arched against him, feeling herself soak through her knickers and into his trousers as he pressed against her. With a rush of desire, she ran her tongue down his neck, tentatively sucking at one of his scent glands, instinctively knowing exactly where they were. Malfoy groaned, his grip tightening around her. His hand slid down her waist, tracing the curve of her body, pulling her closer as she wriggled against him. The pressure of his hardness against her made her ache with longing. She wished he would just tear her knickers away like he had her shirt and claim her fully. The emptiness inside her felt almost unbearable, as if it were a malady she could suffer from, one that could drive her to madness, if her books were to be believed. When he had taken her during her heat, it had felt blissfully right, a moment of happiness and security. She had hidden in his arms, sheltered from the world, and trusted him completely. A pang of longing struck her heart as she thought about it. Could they take that step? She wasn't sure. Did sex? Can this really be considered casual and fun? Hermione wondered as Malfoy kissed his way down her body. She whimpered, tangling her fingers in his hair. Casual sex was something people did, and while she might not have much experience, she understood that much. Her heat had been just that, hadn't it? Just sex, and then he'd left while she was asleep, avoiding any discussion afterward. That must be what casual meant, no talking, no feelings. Malfoy's fingers brushed against the fabric of her knickers, and Hermione gasped, instinctively parting her legs for him. "Oh God, please," she began to beg, but suddenly caught herself. She stiffened, forcing herself to sit up abruptly on the desk, pushing his hands away. Panting, she tried to catch her breath, acutely aware of the overwhelming desire coursing through her. "We need to talk," she said, her voice shaky. "I know you might not want to, but I need to. I have to know, can we have sex?" She looked at him, desperation etched on her face. "Is that an option?" Chapter 12, So Close with You on My Lips. Draco stared at Granger, trying to grasp the question she had just asked. Her eyes were dark, and her cheeks were flushed as she looked up at him, her legs crossed tightly. You can say no." "Obviously, it's not," she swallowed hard, necessary for scent marking. "It's not what you agreed to. It would just be easier for me if I know where the lines are, or I'm going to be constantly worried that I'm pushing them. Are you asking me if I want to have sex with you?" Draco replied, his voice dazed. He fought against the intense desire to ignore her words and simply pull off the remaining pieces of her clothing. He took a step back. Granger turned an even deeper shade of red, her gaze dropping to the floor. "Yes," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "I would think that was obvious," he said, baffled. He watched as her color shifted abruptly from red to white. "Right," she said quietly, pulling her shirt closed and looking away. "Good to know. We should probably write down what is and isn't acceptable. Have it all worked out ahead of time. If you don't mind. That would be helpful for me. I think I'll go now, since you have classes." Draco blinked slowly, struggling to form coherent thoughts. He was fairly certain that some massive misunderstanding had taken place. "Wait," he growled, feeling a flush creep onto his cheeks. His voice had a way of rumbling deeply whenever he caught even a hint of Hermione's presence. He had to consciously adjust his tone to avoid sounding like he was snarling at her. Granger looked back up at him sharply, and he noticed her shiver slightly. "Wait," he said again, this time in a more even tone. "By obvious, I meant yes. Did you think I was saying? Do you want to?" Granger stared at him, doubt creeping into her expression. "Yes?" she asked, her tone laced with hope as her wide eyes studied him. A painful tugging sensation gripped his chest. "Yes," he finally managed to say, forcing the words out. "I already told you, if I don't like something, I'll just tell you." "I know," she replied softly, her voice barely above a whisper. She hunched her shoulders, tucking her chin into her neck. I don't want you to agree to something and then change your mind. If you don't want to, I'd rather know right away." Draco stared at her in bewilderment as she set her jaw, hopped off the desk, and began straightening her clothing, hurriedly mending her torn shirt. "In fact," she added quickly, her voice high and nervous, "we should probably give it some time. So you can think about it." "What?" he said, incredulous. "Yes," she nodded to herself, smoothing her hair and avoiding his gaze. "Time, that would probably be a good idea, maybe a day or two. You can owl me." He was speechless as she continued. "Yes. Owl me. Then we can discuss terms, maybe somewhere better ventilated, like the library. Just let me know, yes or no. You can say no. If you do, I'll just accept that. I won't keep pushing for it or anything." Before he could respond, Granger bolted across the classroom and disappeared through the door, leaving him in a whirlwind of confusion and desire. He leaned heavily against the desk, trying to process how their moment had shifted from kissing to her asking him to owl her in a day or two if he wanted to take things further. He couldn't quite grasp Omega's. Or maybe Granger was just endlessly perplexing. Either way, he was painfully aware of his arousal, standing in a classroom thick with the scent of her desire. He could almost taste it in the air, and it made his head spin. Draco groaned in frustration, kicking a chair across the room. Why had she thought he would say no to sex? A part of him wanted to hunt her down, drag her into the nearest alcove, and show her just how willing he was. But apparently, sex was off the table that day. Granger had decided they needed a period of reflection. As if he hadn't spent the last month thinking about how he would do anything to be with her again. Bloody hell. He buried his face in his hands and groaned once more. After a few moments of trying to clear his head, he picked up his satchel and headed stiffly toward the Slytherin common room. He took a long, icy shower, replaying the entire conversation with Granger in his mind. It felt surreal, from the moment she closed the door to when she bolted. Being alone with her again had put him on edge. He never would have imagined she wanted to get him alone just to ask him to reflect on their relationship. When she'd shut the door and faced him, she looked visibly uneasy, which was demoralizing but not surprising. She often seemed uncomfortable around him, as if bracing for something. It was painful to even look at her, a constant reminder of that moment when she had emerged from her heat. Her expression had shifted from happy and trusting to stunned and horrified. He had braced himself for that reaction, but it still fractured something inside him. Just before that, they had been together, and she had looked blissful, relaxed, and happy, curled up in his arms. Then suddenly, her eyes cleared, and she turned pale with horror. She froze, staring at him speechless for a full minute. Finally, she asked why he would care if she were hurt. Draco hadn't known how to respond. The question hung in the air, heavy and unanswered. The moment caught him completely off guard, leaving him at a loss for words. It felt like a gut punch. In that instant, he realized she still viewed him as the same person who had stood by while she was tortured in his home, someone who would turn away as she screamed and cried, doing nothing to help. That's how she saw him. She hadn't testified for him because she believed he could change. No, she had done it for Potter, without expecting Draco to even appreciate her sacrifice. She never thought he would care if she got hurt, or that he would offer her any form of protection. Then, before he could muster a response, she looked away. They were so close, yet she'd buried her face in the crook of her arm, unwilling to meet his gaze for the rest of the conversation. Even when he apologized repeatedly, she didn't acknowledge it, as if she were trying to will him out of existence. Eventually, he noticed she had fallen asleep, her face hidden from him. As he lay there, he was in turmoil. The moment he could slip away from her, he fled. Leaving felt like a violation of his instincts. Every step away from her hurt, but he knew he wasn't in the right mental or emotional state to have that conversation again if he waited for her to wake. He couldn't tell if his devastation was a biological reaction or something more personal. It was hard to distinguish between the two. Regardless, the rejection burned deep. He returned to the Slytherin dorms, showered, and tried to process everything as his mind and hormones settled into some semblance of normalcy. Of course, she would see him that way. He had identified her to his aunt and then watched as she was tortured. He had followed Crabbe and Goyle to the room of requirement, attempting to capture Potter. And then, after they had saved his life, he had charged headlong into a Death Eater, reaffirming his commitment to their cause, until Potter, Weasley, and Granger swooped in to save him once again. He felt spineless, self-preserving, and burdened by every flaw that Granger and the trio seemed to rise above. What reason had he ever given her to expect decency from him? Now, if he tried to prove her wrong, she would likely think it was merely because she was an Omega. Any hope he had of showing her he'd changed was gone forever. She would just assume that any kindness he showed was driven by some biological imperative. There was a cruel irony in the fact that he had found her and crossed boundaries during her heat. Of all the women in the world, it had to be her. He had tasted forbidden fruit and was now condemned to crave it endlessly. He resolved to find her afterward, apologize again, and then keep his distance. He approached Professor Vector and requested that he and Granger not be paired for assignments. But before he could offer his apology, Slughorn interrupted, informing Draco that he was required in the headmistress's office. A chill ran through his veins. He had been so consumed with thoughts of Granger that he hadn't considered the risk of expulsion. When McGonagall ushered him into her office, her demeanor was icy. She stared at him for several tense moments before finally speaking. "You're at this school conditionally, Mr. Malfoy." "I know," he replied. "Miss Granger has suffered greatly in the last several years and now finds herself in a personal dilemma with dynamics beyond her control. I am speaking to you on her behalf because she feared that a personal interaction could be traumatic." Draco felt his face go pale, gripping the arms of his chair as McGonagall continued, "Whatever may have happened, she bears no responsibility for it. She is profoundly regretful." "I know," he said, looking down. Draco felt as though his chest were being crushed beneath a boulder. "I don't know what your intentions or motivations are, but if I find out that you use her nature or her behavior during that time against her in any way, I will not be lenient. Your expulsion will be immediate." "I understand. I will address this with the other alphas at the school later, but I want to make it clear to you now, I know there are circles that view Omegas as little more than commodities. I hope none of the alphas here share that belief. Miss Granger is not a plaything. She is no one's property. If she chooses to accept attention from anyone, that is her decision and her business alone. Do not let your biology mislead you into thinking that this past week gives you any rights to her. If she finds herself harassed by unwanted attention and considers withdrawing, it goes without saying which student's attendance I would prioritize." "Of course, Headmistress," Draco replied quietly. "I owe Granger for my probationary release. It was never my intention to upset her." McGonagall studied him in silence for a moment. "I have to ask, how did you manage to find her?" "The faculty and I went to considerable lengths to keep her presentation concealed." "How did you detect it?" Draco looked up at the headmistress. I didn't realize she was an Omega until I was inside the room. I heard her crying, and I thought someone was hurting her. After everything she did for me, I couldn't ignore it. McGonagall's expression turned skeptical. Really? You're claiming to know what Miss Granger sounds like when she cries? Draco's gaze dropped to the desk in front of him. She was tortured in my house, headmistress. I don't expect I'll ever forget what it sounds like. A heavy silence followed. So you broke in because you thought she was being harmed? Draco nodded listlessly. I see. Well, Mr. Malfoy, you may go now. I believe lunch is being served. Thank you for your time. Draco stood up and left the office, his movements almost mechanical. The message was clear: stay away from Granger. Don't look at her, don't approach her, and definitely don't talk to her. She didn't want his apologies. He could manage that. As he entered the Great Hall for lunch, he barely allowed himself to glance in her direction, even though ignoring her was as difficult as ignoring Avila. She drew alphas in like a magnet, and everything around him seemed to shift and change based on his proximity to her, or lack thereof. It took a great deal of effort to build an occlumency wall in his mind to dull the constant distraction. She moved through the halls, her scent wrapping around him, and his heart whispered, "Mine." The closer she was, the more fiercely his instincts urged him toward her. Ignoring Granger was almost bearable, until Vector, the insufferable, threatened to reveal Granger's designation if they didn't complete the arithmancy project together. So, Granger had found him in the classroom where he preferred to hide. She'd made it abundantly clear that she would never, in her right mind, have chosen to sleep with him, and would rather endure a week of agony than be touched by him. Yet, she had asked if they could at least pretend to work on the assignment together. It was a disaster. The arithmancy project turned into a collaborative nightmare. He sat next to her in the library, watching as her discomfort grew. He could sense her unwilling arousal, even as she tried to focus on her notes, determined not to look at him. She talked about numerical predictions at a breakneck pace, her voice a flurry of words, while her distress steadily mounted until it felt overwhelming. He felt an instinctive urge to reach out to her, to calm her, to please her. It was all-consuming. Alphas were wired to care for Omegas. It was ingrained in them at a fundamental level, alongside the desire to claim them. The knowledge that the thought that he couldn't please her, that he was a source of her distress, was pure misery. He tried to wrap up their study sessions as quickly as possible, then retreat to the abandoned parts of Hogwarts to curse his rotten luck of being an alpha. Every time he spotted another alpha near Hermione, the blood would roar in his ears, and his heart would start to snarl, "Mine. Mine. Mine," while he fought against the urge to storm over and confront the intruder. Alpha biology was simply the worst. It's not like he actually liked her. Before the Omega presentation, he'd only had a passing fancy for her during the summer, mostly out of gratitude. As he'd told Theo, she was fine. Privately, he thought she was maybe slightly more than fine. Pretty. Perhaps a bit more than just pretty. He wouldn't deny her brilliance, and while she might not have the most charming personality he'd ever encountered, her loyalty put the rest of the world to shame. But he hadn't truly liked her. When he'd completely lost control, thinking he'd hurt her being hurt, it was just because, fine, he'd fancied her a bit. But not seriously. He had no intention or delusions about pursuing her. He could appreciate her qualities without being genuinely interested. It wasn't his fault that most girls he knew were far less intriguingly academic. But after the presentation, after the heat, none of that mattered. He craved her like a drug. She could have the mind, personality, and appearance of a beige wall, and he'd still be drawn to her. And she knew it. He could see the wounded, distrustful expression in her eyes every time an alpha who had ignored her for the past 6 years suddenly wanted to join her study group. Draco felt he had even less ground to stand on than they did. There was no way she'd ever believe he was interested in her for any reason other than her biology. Then Goldstein happened. Draco hadn't exactly been stalking Hermione that night. Draco had just noticed Hermione in the library and decided to study in a nearby classroom. As miserable as it was to be near her, not being near her felt even worse. The stress of it all was overwhelming. She had taken to hiding in the Gryffindor Tower whenever she was out of class, so when he saw her nearby, he lingered. At first, he had only intended to ensure she made it back to the tower safely. But when Filch showed up, Hermione bolted through the castle, and Draco barely managed to avoid being caught. Once he figured out where she was, he approached cautiously, only to be hit with a wave of panic and adrenaline. He raced down the hall until he found her, crying and pinned against the wall while Goldstein loomed over her. Rage surged through him like a tidal wave. The world turned a furious shade of red, and he could have easily lost himself in the urge to confront Goldstein. But Hermione was sitting on the ground, quietly weeping, and she was far more important. Once Goldstein was neutralized, Draco satisfied himself by hexing the idiot with the most debilitating non-lethal curse he could think of. He hadn't meant to kiss Hermione. In that moment, he instinctively felt the need to get her away from the scene. He pulled her into a classroom, desperate to understand what Goldstein had done to her. But to his shock, she wrapped her arms and legs around him, kissing him with a fervor he hadn't anticipated. For a while, rational thought slipped away. She was just so perfect. It felt as if she were made for him. Every time her lips brushed against his, it felt like redemption. Then, he heard her whimper, "Alpha. Alpha, please." A chilling realization struck him with gut-wrenching horror. She wasn't kissing him. She was kissing an alpha. She would kiss any alpha. In that moment, she wasn't even Hermione anymore. She was just an Omega, a result of Goldstein's smothering presence. Granger, he thought, realizing he had fallen for it. Even while doubting whether his attraction was merely a biological response, he struggled to separate his feelings from instinct. There she was, seated on his lap, gazing at him with longing, trying to persuade him to take things further. In a moment of delusion, he almost believed she meant it. When he finally pulled her out of that trance-like state, he expected her to bolt. It was like bringing her back from a heat. She transformed from a trusting, relaxed figure curled in his arms to someone suddenly traumatized all over again. But instead of jumping up and fleeing, she remained on his lap, glancing around with uncertainty, looking heartbreakingly vulnerable. Without thinking, he wrapped his arms around her. It felt strange, given that he wasn't typically the hugging type. Yet, rather than push him away, she clung to him, and in that moment, Draco discovered that he actually could be the hugging type, if it was for her. Once he held her, he found it impossible to let go. This was Granger, the real, coherent Granger, with her face buried in his shoulder, allowing him to comfort her. Then she looked up at him, and instead of horror or shock, her eyes were clear and steady. He wasn't even sure if she said anything after that. Meeting her gaze felt like touching her magic with his own, a surge of desire coursing through him. Mine. 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 He leaned forward, and for a moment, he thought she leaned toward him too. He was less than a second away from kissing her when the professor stormed into the classroom. But Granger covered for him. Instead of revealing that he had indeed kissed her when she was barely lucid, she acted as if it had all been her fault. Perhaps she genuinely believed that. She looked so miserable, and Draco nearly broke free from Dawlish's hold at the sight. Draco made an attempt to comfort her, but he was quickly dragged away. As Dawlish prodded him toward the headmistress's office, a chilling thought crossed Draco's mind: he could very well end up expelled. The worry about what his mother might do if he were sent to Azkaban loomed over him. But then, just like that, a sense of certainty washed over him. Granger was in danger. He didn't know where the feeling came from, but he was absolutely convinced. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun around, seized Dawlish, and flung him against the wall. Then he bolted back in the direction he had come from. He found Granger kicking and struggling, surrounded by several alphas while the professors shouted and fired hexes. In that moment, something inside him snapped. He grabbed her and felt an explosion of accidental magic surge through him as he pulled her away. He shoved her behind him and growled, "She is mine," at everyone around. Once his mind cleared enough to realize what he had done, he wished Dawlish had come around the corner to stun him instead. He half expected Granger to do the same out of indignation. Damn alpha biology. Later that evening, he kissed her for a few minutes and then declared his ownership over her. He knew she was probably going to murder him for it, or maybe McGonagall or Potter would. Granger walked away from him, noticeably irritated, but that didn't stop him from trailing after her like a lost puppy. As the evening progressed, it became clear that for some inexplicable reason, Granger was covering up his role in their kiss. A tingle of self-preservation crept up his spine as he began to worry that she might have her own plans for him. Finding her attractive and admirable didn't negate the fact that he also recognized her more Slytherin traits. The witch was terrifying. Draco had kept a close watch on the Golden Trio over the years and considered himself well aware of their dynamics. Draco was privy to some of their best-kept secrets. For instance, when Rita Skeeter went silent after the Triwizard Tournament, he tracked her down and discovered that she was being blackmailed by Granger. Granger had trapped Skeeter in her beetle form and kept her in a jar for a week, releasing her only under the threat of imprisonment in Azkaban if the nosy reporter so much as whispered about Potter, Hagrid, or even Granger herself. Draco was fairly certain that Granger's blackmail was the reason behind Potter's interview with the Quibbler. Then, in 5th year, Granger had not only permanently disfigured Marietta Edgecombe's face but also lured Umbridge into the Forbidden Forest, where the High Inquisitor was captured by a herd of centaurs. Draco was convinced Granger had done it knowing full well how terrified Umbridge was of centaurs. Following Dumbledore's death, Granger had gone home and obliterated her entire existence from her parents' minds before sending them off to Australia. The healers were still trying to figure out how to reverse it. Draco had overheard the Weasleys discussing the situation in what they thought were hushed tones after his sentencing. And perhaps the most terrifying part of it all was that after being tortured by Bellatrix, Granger had somehow come into possession of his aunt's wand. Not only did she successfully use it during the final battle, but she was still using it due to the ongoing wand shortage. Every time Draco saw her pull it out in class, his blood ran cold. So when Granger tracked him down after potions, following an argument with Daphne Greengrass about his library, and asked to speak with him privately, he began mentally preparing for his impending doom. When Granger closed, locked, and charmed the door, he was certain his fate was sealed. If it wasn't a premeditated doom, being alone in a confined space with her had a very good chance of leading to him trying to snog her. He braced himself as she nervously thanked him, which was unexpected, to say the least. Draco struggled to maintain an air of indifference while he anticipated the inevitable but. He expected her to remind him that she wasn't his property, and if he ever dared to claim possession of her or kissed her again, she would retaliate with his aunt's wand, turning his organs into kibble and feeding them to her Kneazle. If she was going to eviscerate him, he wished she would just get on with it. Instead, the conversation took an unexpected turn. She started blushing and asked if he would personally want to snog her. Then, to his astonishment, she proposed that he scent mark her, claiming she trusted him. For a moment, Draco wondered if he had lost his mind and was hallucinating. But then she explained that she had no legal protection as an Omega, and it hit him like a bucket of ice water. He was Granger's new Rita Skeeter. She was in an impossible situation and had devised a solution using the person who had hurt her the most. She couldn't create any personal protection for herself, but she could use Draco as a shield against other alphas, knowing that if he crossed any lines, she could bring Azkaban down on him like an anvil. She was betting on his biology and sense of self-preservation, hoping he could provide what she wanted without overstepping. Of course, Sheath trusted him. It took him several minutes to come to terms with this realization, long enough for Granger to assume his answer was no. And it nearly was. Except, he wanted her. damned if he knew whether it was purely biological or something more. Still, he half regretted agreeing the moment the words left his mouth. It was deeply demoralizing to be temporarily chosen by an Omega simply because she saw his self-interest as a valuable asset. Granger had been quick to clarify, in case he had any illusions, this was not a relationship. Not even a friendship. When he had said, "Casual. A bit of fun," she said, though her expression remained unenthused. At that moment, he hardly cared. The room was filled with her scent, her pheromones permeated the small space, and every time he opened his mouth, he could almost taste her arousal in the air. Since she had closed the door, she had become increasingly flustered. Standing across from him, she attempted to be subtle, but her gaze lingered on him, undressing him with her eyes. While she might not have liked him personally, it was clear she had no objections to him physically. If it meant he could kiss her, touch her, and scent mark her, he could push past his feelings of demoralization and let her use him as she pleased. He barely remembered dropping his satchel and crossing the room. Suddenly, he had her in his arms, pinned against the wall, kissing down her neck. She was heaven incarnate. He could easily spend his entire life with her wrapped in his embrace, his face buried in her shoulder. The chemistry between alphas and omegas was undeniably powerful. Being near her ignited a fire within him. Touching her felt like diving into the sun. He had no idea it was possible to feel anything with such intensity. Granger seemed to be conflicted about their physical interactions, both nervous and eager in a way that should have been annoying but somehow felt endearing and incredibly enticing. Kissing her was so fantastic it felt almost surreal. But when she abruptly halted their makeout session and bolted, he realized he didn't understand omegas nearly enough. Granger felt nearly incomprehensible. Owl her? He muttered to himself, frustration boiling over as he slammed his fist into the wall of the shower. By the time his erection finally acknowledged that there would be no sex with Granger that day, he had nearly lost all sensation in his toes. Stepping out of the shower, he shivered, trying to shake off the lingering heat of their encounter. After drying off and taking care of his arousal, Draco decided it was time to head to the owlery. He needed to send Granger a note confirming that he would be more than happy to be with her, whenever, however, and as often as she desired. He also wanted to get his hands on every book about omegas that he could find. He was pretty sure that Theo had already ordered every text, treatise, and scientific journal on the topic right after Granger walked into the Great Hall post-presentation. Once Draco was dressed, he made his way over to his friend's trunk. It only took a few minutes to disable the security charms and access the neatly stacked books inside. As he stuffed them into his satchel, he wondered if there might be any more specialized texts available in the Malfoy Manor library. It was a long-standing family tradition to collect obscure scholarly works. Perhaps he should send an owl to his mother and ask her to check. With that thought in mind, he set off to find Granger. Chapter 13, I Don't Know What It's Like to Be You. Hermione dashed through the dungeon hallways, raced up the stairs, and navigated several more corridors before she burst into an empty classroom. She collapsed onto the floor, sprawling out like a starfish. Oh God. Was it even possible to die from sexual frustration? She suspected it might be. If Malfoy refused to sleep with her, she was pretty sure she would break down in tears. But hadn't she done the right thing? It had been incredibly difficult to think clearly in that classroom. Any consent given under those circumstances hardly seemed genuine. It would have felt just like her heat all over again. Rolling onto her back, she stared up at the ceiling, feeling her body throb with need. There was an emptiness in her lower abdomen that felt like it was tearing her apart. Just lying there, she was painfully aware of her arousal. Her neck and wrist glands were so sensitive that they felt almost painful. Hermione lifted her right arm and gently pressed her left palm against her wrist, hissing faintly as she tried to ease the ache. What if Malfoy said no? What if he only agreed to scent Mark but didn't want to go further? She didn't know what she would do. The thought of repeatedly kissing him without any further intimacy was terrifying. She pressed her wrists against her chest, feeling her heart race. Maybe she could try to handle it herself again. But up to now, she hadn't managed to find relief. Even the idea of touching herself made her feel intensely self-conscious, as if she were being indecent. She had stubbornly attempted it over the weekend, but nothing had worked. She had tried until she was sore and on the verge of screaming in frustration. Apparently, for an Omega, achieving orgasm was deeply dependent on having a partner. Trying to masturbate felt like hanging a massive, flashing neon sign over her head. A voice echoed in her head, taunting her with the words, "You are all alone." It ruined everything. She couldn't concentrate on the sensations coursing through her. It felt so unfair, so infuriating. It was yet another twist of the biological knife that had stripped her of her sexual autonomy. Lying quietly on the floor, she seethed, waiting for the edge of frustration to finally fade. When it eased somewhat, she pushed herself up and cast a freshening charm followed by a scourgifying charm on herself. She had several essays to tackle in the library. Pulling the Marauder's map from her satchel, she scanned it carefully, noting where all the alphas were. Hopefully, if her theory held true, her snog session with Malfoy would keep them at bay. She could still smell him on her, a heavy reminder of their encounter. Stopping by the girls' bathroom, she checked her appearance in the mirror, straightening her uniform and dabbing Murtlap essence on her neck and even on her lips to reduce the bee-stung effect. Once satisfied with her appearance, she made her way to the library, wand in hand, just in case. As she approached a table, she hesitated. Should she sit alone? Maybe it would be better to join someone else. Aside from Ron and Harry, she hadn't typically studied with others. Even her time with them had mostly involved her helping them with their homework rather than actual studying. Her own study sessions had mostly been solitary, either alone in the library or amidst groups socializing about Quidditch or other trivial matters. But perhaps it was time to change that, or at least pretend to. If she sat with someone, it might deter the alphas from approaching her. Scanning the aisles of bookshelves for a familiar face, she spotted Padma and Parvati Patil in the charms section. Pausing awkwardly, she asked, "Could I sit here?" Her cheeks warmed slightly at the sudden attention. The Patil sisters looked surprised but smiled. "Sure," said Parvati, sliding several books over to make room for her. Hermione made room for herself at the table, pulling out her textbooks, parchment, and quills. "Which essay are you working on?" Padma asked politely after a few moments of silence. Hermione looked up. "Oh, I'm starting with charms. I haven't begun yet. Then I still need to finish half of next week's Ancient Runes translation. After that, I have a transfiguration essay on the history of animagi. The divination part is giving me trouble. I can't find much conclusive research on how it works." Well, divination isn't really a subject that involves conclusive research. It's more emotional magic, you know, Parvati replied. Hermione's mouth twitched slightly. She despised divination, finding the entire subject vague and generally useless. Some believed that Harry's prophecy would have changed her mind, but Hermione thought Trelawney's predictions were more of a distraction than a useful tool in the war. "Yes, I suppose so," she finally said. "Speaking of divination, do you think you'll use it?" Parvati asked, studying her curiously. "Use it?" Hermione replied. "To find your alpha," Parvati said, as if it were obvious. Hermione felt her jaw tense. She remembered her books mentioning divination for finding an alpha, filled with references to dreamwalking, scrying over pools of water mixed with her fluids, and getting high while staring into crystal balls, all in the name of discovering the identity of her soulmate. The books did include heavy disclaimers that some people didn't have soulmates, and even if they did see someone, fate might still intervene and prevent the bonding. It all seemed like nonsense to her, and she had barely paid attention to those parts. "I'm trying to keep my options open," Hermione finally told Parvati. Well, if you want help, I know divination isn't really your subject. I could recommend a few books if you're interested. Hermione fought the urge to let her lips curl derisively. This was exactly why she preferred studying alone. I didn't realize the dynamic was such a focus in divination, Hermione said, trying to sound politely curious rather than openly disdainful. Parvati nodded eagerly, her enthusiasm palpable, as if she were ready to dive into a long discussion. It's actually a big part of romantic divination. Most wizards don't know this, but the more magical someone is, the more likely fate plays a role in their love life. That's why many magical beings have mates, like Vila. Their magic intertwines with their life force. Genetically speaking, alphas and omegas are about as magically potent as wizards can be without having magical being blood. So, they're more likely to have someone they're destined for. Not always, but the odds are definitely better. Hermione nodded absently, glancing at the paragraph of her charms essay that she had just written. She noticed a comma splice and 3 instances of the word definitively in as many sentences. Good to know. I'll keep it in mind, she replied, lying as she corrected her punctuation and crossed out the middle definitively. Fortunately, Parvati quieted down after that, allowing Hermione to immerse herself in her homework until it was time for her advanced ancient runes class. The beauty of academics was their non-physical and non-emotional nature. One could focus on charms and momentarily forget about missing friends, or how a genetic anomaly had impacted their life, or the emptiness in their abdomen, or the fear of potential threats, or the intense desire for passionate moments with Draco Malfoy. Because Hermione was not thinking about any of those things. She was solely focused on her charms essay. She was definitely not thinking about anything else. Not about how Harry and Ron were together, studying to become Aurors. Or how much she missed Harry's presence. Hermione felt a pang of longing as she thought about the laughter of Ron's jokes and the playful banter she missed. She would give anything to be walking the halls with Harry and Ron again, instead of feeling so utterly alone. Ginny had offered her protection through the DA, but Hermione didn't want that. She didn't want anyone accompanying her out of pity or obligation. If she was going to walk with someone, she wanted it to be with true friends. But the truth was, she didn't come back for 8th year to make new friends. She came back for school, and it was all so frustrating. In a moment of anger, Hermione kicked the wall and immediately regretted it, yelping and hopping on one foot as pain shot through her toes. Ugh. She limped her way to the ancient runes classroom and took a seat at the back. Oh God, she hoped Malfoy wouldn't change his mind about their arrangement. The thought of the next morning's post filled her with dread. What if he backed out on the scent marking? Maybe everything he agreed to had been a spur-of-the-moment decision. What if he decided not to write at all? The uncertainty made her stomach twist. She didn't want to think about it, so she forced her focus onto her ancient runes class, trying to ignore Peter Selwyn. She resolutely avoided thoughts of snogging or anything else with Malfoy while she walked through the halls, or while she sat in the Gryffindor common room. She pushed those thoughts aside as she began drafting a reply to a letter from Molly Weasley. Even during dinner in the Great Hall, she didn't let her mind wander to Malfoy. She didn't even notice Daphne Greengrass sitting across from him. She paid no attention to Malfoy's impeccable table manners or the way his mouth moved as he lifted his fork. When their eyes met, her heart skipped a beat, but she quickly tore her gaze away. She certainly did not think about snogging or anything else with Malfoy while writing her Transfiguration essay. She most definitely did not accidentally. As she wrote in the middle of a paragraph on the history of animal transfiguration, Hermione found herself distracted by an unexpected thought. He smells like leather, vetiver, and papyrus sedge, with an undertone of vanilla and sandalwood? Of course, she hadn't actually written that. Nor had she spent 15 minutes meticulously erasing it. If anyone were to accuse her of such a thing, she would have indignantly denied it. The truth was, she barely slept. The coldness of her bed was unbearable, and she even considered going to Ginny's room to ask if she could climb in beside her. But sharing a bed with Ginny had its downsides. Ginny had extremely sharp elbows. Hermione kept casting warming charms on herself, but every time one wore off, she woke up abruptly, her mind racing back to thoughts of Malfoy. The next morning, as she skulked down to the Great Hall for breakfast, she felt like a sleep-deprived toad, cold and gloomy. She poked listlessly at her eggs, trying not to flinch at any sound reminiscent of fluttering wings. Suddenly, a brown school owl landed on the edge of her plate and greedily devoured her kippers and sausage. Staring at it in confusion, she noticed an elegant M on the upper left corner of the envelope it carried. It dawned on her that it might be from Malfoy. Of course, he wouldn't send his eagle owl. She had no idea how she would explain receiving letters from him when he was literally seated across the hall. With a mix of nerves and curiosity, she pulled the large envelope free. It felt surprisingly thick, almost as if Malfoy had written an essay detailing why he, a rational pureblood, wasn't interested in being involved with her, a filthy, wanton mudblood. She almost opened it but hesitated. Looking up, she caught Malfoy's gaze from across the hall. He quirked an eyebrow and smirked faintly, leaving Hermione's heart racing in response. Hermione had no idea whether this heralded good or bad news. She quickly shoved the letter into her bag and left the Great Hall, heading straight to the nearest girl's bathroom. Once inside, she sat down on a toilet, broke the seal, and pulled out several sheets of parchment. Granger. Regarding the collaborative project we discussed yesterday, my answer remains the same. I am very interested in working with you on it. I hope you will not pursue any alternative partners or options. I've enclosed my timetable for the current and upcoming semester, which includes my entire schedule. I have also included a list of various locations around the castle where our collaboration is least likely to be interrupted. If you want to discuss terms further in a more private setting, I will be in the library this evening from 6 to 8 at the table in the aquatic herbology aisle. M. Hermione read the letter over and over, her heart racing. She pulled out the other sheets of parchment and found Malfoy's timetables along with a list of classrooms and unoccupied rooms throughout the castle. That certainly seemed like a strong affirmative. In hindsight, had she really expected Malfoy to write a letter saying, "Yes, Granger, let's shag"? What if he had, and she'd opened it in the middle of the Great Hall? Parvati and Ginny both had a habit of reading over her shoulder. Hermione blushed just thinking about it. She felt profoundly relieved that her worries had been for nothing. And he wanted to meet in the library to discuss everything beforehand. Thank goodness. Although, this was going to be very, very awkward. She mentally started a list of things she wanted to say. Comparing Malfoy's timetable with her own, she noticed they had quite a few overlapping free periods. He was studying for 9 newts, the same ones Hermione was taking. She had known he was in potions, data, and arithmancy since Gryffindor shared those classes with Slytherin, but she hadn't realized he had the exact same course load. Although, she supposed it wasn't entirely surprising. That was surprising. Aside from their 6th year, he had always been right behind her in class rank. It wasn't like he'd be studying care of magical creatures, divination, or muggle studies. She pulled out a quill and marked all the free periods they shared. There were quite a few. Not that it meant they'd be making out or anything like that during all or even most of them. After all, they both had heavy course loads. But still, just looking at those free periods made her feel a hopeful flutter. After carefully packing her things in her satchel, she left the bathroom. Tuesdays were her only day with just one class, herbology with Hufflepuff after lunch. She made her way to Gryffindor's common room to distract herself with homework for the rest of the day. That evening, after a light and somewhat anxious dinner, she headed to the library. Draco was seated at a table tucked away in the back of the herbology section. Hermione missed the aisle twice before finally spotting it. The area was dimly lit and turned sharply at the end, revealing a small study table. She paused at the corner. "Malfoy," she called out. She was sure he had sensed her presence the moment she walked into the library. From what she had read, now that he had scent-marked her, he could probably track her down anywhere in the castle. But Draco didn't look up from his essay until she spoke. When she said his name, his hand froze, and then he turned to her with a raised eyebrow. "Granger," he replied, his voice slow and low. Hermione felt a shiver run down her spine, warmth spreading through her. She pressed her lips together as she walked over. "So," she said, her voice struggling to keep steady. "You wanted to talk here about our new collaborative project?" He purred, a smirk playing on his lips as he capped his ink bottle. "Yes," she squeaked, taking a seat beside him. There was a moment of silence as Draco seemed to wait for her to start. Hermione nervously glanced at him, carefully studying his expression. Though a smirk lingered on his lips, his eyes appeared closed off and defensive. She felt a flutter of anxiety as she tried to think of how to begin. All the scenarios she had rehearsed in her mind suddenly felt wrong. Finally, she opened her mouth, only to close it again when she noticed the tension in his shoulders and jaw. Swallowing hard, she couldn't fathom why he would spend time with her when he seemed so unenthusiastic and resentful. A horrifying thought crossed her mind. "I owe you. You testified for me." "Malfoy," she said abruptly, "you don't have to do this." "If this is about owing me for testifying," she stared at him, wide-eyed. "That wasn't why I asked you," she added. He gazed at her without expression, and she felt the color drain from her face. Pushing her chair back, she said in a faint voice, "Never mind. Forget all of it. I'm so sorry." "Sit down, Granger," Draco said firmly. She quickly dropped back into her seat, looking at him apprehensively. He rolled his eyes and sneered faintly. "Good grief, I'm going to lose count of how many times you've tried to back out of your own idea." Her cheeks flushed as she stared down at her lap. "You have my interest in writing," he continued. "I realize it was somewhat vague since I wasn't sure if you'd be open to something like presenting it at the Gryffindor table, but I can be more specific now if you still have doubts." Hermione's heart raced as if she were a startled rabbit. "Really? Really?" he said, leaning closer until his mouth was near her ear. "Granger, I will gladly be with you at any time and in any place you desire." A shiver raced down her back as she nearly whimpered at his words. The hairs on Hermione's neck prickled as she felt the warmth of Draco's breath against her ear. A shiver ran through her as he continued, "In fact, the odds of you wanting to have sex and me not wanting to are pretty slim. If you ask, the answer will be yes. And if, for some unfathomable reason, I say no, I can definitely let you know. The real question is whether you can say no." He leaned back and fixed her with a steady gaze. Hermione's breath quickened, and she fought to maintain her composure, resisting the urge to whimper or squirm in her seat. What?" she stammered. "If I'm the one who scent-marks you and I asked to have sex, can you say a no?" he asked, his expression serious. Yet, she couldn't help but notice the darkness creeping into his eyes. "No," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's hard to imagine, I know, but there may come a time when you don't want to have sex with me. If that happens, I'd like to know if you can express it," he said. "I can say no," Hermione insisted. Malfoy regarded her with a condescending look. She bristled at his dismissal. "I can. I told Neville no when I was about to go into heat. I said no to Anthony repeatedly. I asked him to let me go, I begged him to stop." Her fists clenched as she took several sharp breaths through her nose. "Even when I was in subspace, I was still aware. It felt like I was missing pieces, but I knew what Anthony was doing and that I didn't want it. But when it was you, I knew you were safe." "Right," Malfoy said, his tone flat. For a moment, his expression flickered, revealing a hint of something almost melancholic before it shifted back to an intense, predatory focus. Hermione shivered as he leaned toward her again. I'm sure you won't mind that I want to verify. What? Hermione exclaimed as Draco stepped into her personal space. Granger, he said with a smirk, I'm not going to sleep with you in this library tonight. But I'm going to try to convince you to. Your job is to say no. If you can say no 3 times, I'll get you off on this desk. You'll what? She stammered, her mind racing. He didn't elaborate. Instead, he stared at her with an intensity that made her feel like prey. We're in the library. She protested. He grinned wickedly. Astute observation. 5 points to Gryffindor. Hermione stared at him, astonished, feeling a rush of heat. Wasn't there something she was supposed to discuss with him? Terms? We can't, it's the library, she said, her voice faltering. Really, Granger? I thought if anyone would have a library kink, it would be you. Her cheeks flushed red. The other alphas will smell it. They'll know regardless of where we do it, he pointed out. This could be a good way to tell them to back off when you're studying here. She shivered at his words. Is that a no then? He asked in a low voice, watching her sit there, stunned. You don't want me to get you off here? Hermione blushed deeper, guilt washing over her as she met his gaze. A triumphant grin spread across Malfoy's face before his mouth crashed into hers. She moaned as their lips connected. In an instant, he tangled a hand in her hair and wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her closer. As his tongue slid into her mouth, exploring with a teasing caress, he lifted her from her chair and set her on the table. She instinctively parted her legs, and he stepped between them, pinning her against the bookshelves as he continued to kiss her with urgency. Casual. Fun, she reminded herself, gripping his robes fiercely and whimpering against his mouth. Remember, he murmured. Granger, he said, pulling his lips away from hers as she gasped for breath, this is a test. You're supposed to show me you can say no if I try to seduce you here tonight. Hermione nodded, feeling a rush of excitement as he tilted her head back. He ran the tip of his tongue along her jaw before nipping playfully at her throat. She could feel his fingers at her neck, unbuttoning her shirt. As the fabric parted, he lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on her neck. The sensation was both soothing and electrifying. Oh, Hermione whispered, clinging to him. Oh God. His fingers continued to slide open her shirt, brushing lightly against her skin as he began to lick her throat, pressing his tongue against her scent glands. The air around them thickened with a possessive intensity. He kept kissing her neck until she felt weak and nearly boneless in his arms. Alpha. 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 Please. Hermione shifted her hips toward the edge of the desk, desperate for more contact. She could feel her arousal growing, slick and urgent. She wanted him inside her. Granger, Malfoy growled softly, I'm going to make you mine on this table. Oh God, yes. She almost nodded in agreement, but then the reality struck her. It's a test. He wants to see if you can say no. If you say yes, he might stop. Hermione bit her lip, forcing herself to stiffen. No, she managed to say. Malfoy froze for a moment, the silence stretching out like an eternity. Good girl, he murmured against her throat, and Hermione felt her thoughts dissolve into a haze of desire. He lifted his head and captured her lips again, cradling her face in his hand as he kissed her deeply. The air around them crackled with tension, and a molten heat pooled inside her as his lips moved against hers, his teeth grazing lightly as he pressed her body against his. Casual. Just physical. Biological. It doesn't mean anything. Sex doesn't necessarily mean anything. It can just be fun. She steadied herself with that thought, even as she slid her hand along his neck, feeling the tendons and rippling muscle beneath his skin. As she stroked her thumb against one of his scent glands, he gasped against her lips. His reaction sparked something deep within her, desire, a powerful need. Physically, she realized she could affect him just as profoundly as he could affect her. Running her fingers through his pale, silken hair, she playfully nipped at his mouth with her teeth. He responded with a low growl of approval, and she pressed her body against his, relishing the heat radiating through his robes. Hooking a heel around his leg to keep him close, she kissed him passionately. One of his hands rested on her waist, hot and caressing, his thumb gliding along her lowest rib as his fingers pulled her more firmly against the broad planes of his chest. Then, slowly, his hand slid up her waist and beneath her bra, his thumb lightly grazing the sensitive skin on the underside of her breast. Hermione bit back a strangled cry and arched into his hand. "Please," she whispered in a near sob against his lips. She felt him smirk as his fingers traveled across her skin with feather-like touches, and she could feel her nipples harden and begin to ache. Her clit throbbed, desperate for pressure, for anything. She was so close, already, just from touching him, breathing in his scent, feeling him against her. Her body shook slightly as he drew his mouth away from hers. His hand slid slowly down the column of her neck, brushing against her scent glands, making her shudder faintly before continuing onward. He slipped his fingers under the top of her bra and pulled the cups down, exposing her. Her skin tingled as he stepped back slightly to gaze at her, mesmerized. His expression was almost stunned, though he'd already seen every inch of her. She studied his expression, a wave of anxiousness washing over her. A cruel question pierced her thoughts. Could you find someone desirable while still feeling fundamentally superior to them? Then came an even harsher thought. What if he didn't even see her as desirable? Perhaps his interest was purely biological, reducing her to just a physical function, a mere vessel for his desires. The realization felt like a stab to her heart. She squeezed her eyes shut, willing herself not to think about it. "Don't think about any of it," she urged herself as she felt him step closer, even before he touched her. Pressing her lips together, she fought back tears. The heat and power of his body enveloped her as he drew near. "You're perfect," he murmured near her ear, his hands gently cupping her breasts. A bitter smile twitched at the corner of Hermione's mouth. "Don't think about it," she reminded herself. "Casual. Fun. That's all. Just a biological process." She tried to focus on the sensations, reminding herself that it didn't matter what he thought of her. She swallowed hard, letting out a ragged gasp as Malfoy's thumbs brushed against her nipples, gliding lightly around her areolas. She bucked against him, a soft keening escaping her lips. "Sihudich." "We're in the Hogwarts library, Granger," Malfoy whispered, his lips grazing her neck just below her ear. Hermione bit her lip and nodded, allowing only a quiet moan to slip out as he trailed light kisses along her jaw, up her cheek, and to her temple. She shivered against him, burying her face in his chest, silently cursing herself for wishing this moment was real. "That's just your biology tricking you," she reminded herself, even as she leaned back against the bookshelf, arching her back and pushing her breasts up in a wordless plea to Malfoy. He leaned down, wrapping his warm hands around her. Mouth around her nipple, and Hermione nearly came from the sensation. "Oh fuck," she gasped quietly as she felt his tongue curling around her aching flesh. One of his hands continued to tease her other breast, sliding around the circumference several times before finally caressing and rolling the tip between his fingertips. His other hand slid down her arm to her wrist and scent gland, and he began drawing languorous circles over the area until her fingers started spasming. He drew his mouth away and Hermione sobbed slightly. "Beg me to fuck you," he growled as he stared at her. He was using a slight alpha tone. She started opening her mouth and then snapped it shut and inhaled deeply. "That's not even fair," she finally ground out. "No." His eyes grew darker. "Good girl." He dipped his head down and began a tender assault of her other breast for several minutes, until she was writhing on the table. Then he slid further down her body, until he was kneeling between her legs. "Oh God." She stared at him and felt as though the blood in her veins may have turned to fire. He met her eyes as his hands slid up her thighs, parting her legs, opening her. Hermione's heart was beating so hard it almost hurt. She was balanced on the edge of a table in the library, completely exposed. She held her breath, frozen. Alpha. Alpha, please. She wanted him so much it hurt. Malfoy breathed deeply, and his eyes grew so dark she couldn't see any silver in them. His expression was ravenous. "You smell like heaven," he said in a husky voice. "I dream about this. Ever since your heat. I have been dying to taste you again." Hermione shivered and gripped the edge of the table. Then she felt his fingers brush across the fabric of her drenched knickers, and a ragged, guttural gasp was torn from her. She bit her lip, trying to keep quiet, and closed her eyes. Slow. Teasing. He kept running his fingertips across the fabric with barest pressure until Hermione was trembling. Then she felt his fingers catch the fabric and pull her knickers to one side. Her sex was swollen, flushed with blood. Her clit was throbbing, aching to be touched. The cool air of the library against it and Malfoy's greedy gaze made her feel ready to shatter. "You have a beautiful cunt, Granger." She snorted faintly, but it broke off as he used his fingers to spread her open. She shook with a combination of arousal and embarrassment. His fingers brushed tauntingly close to her core and she felt herself clench as she shifted slightly. "Oh, please," she said in a sobbing whisper. "You're dripping on the table," he said. She started, and flushed with embarrassment, but Malfoy stopped her from closing her legs. He smirked up at her. "This whole section of the library is going to smell like you," he said in a low voice. "Every time I come here, I'm going to think about you just like this. I want to fuck you here. Someday, I'm going to take you on this table until I not. Being inside you, there's nothing to compare it to. The way you arch and take me. I dream about it every night. There are so many ways I haven't gotten to fuck you yet." Hermione bit her lip as his fingers continued to tease her. "Will you let me fuck you here, Granger?" Hermione swallowed miserably. "Not tonight," she said in a thick voice. He grinned rakishly. He should have been as mindlessly aroused as Hermione, possibly even more. But apparently Draco Malfoy was capable of bending the biological rules most alphas found themselves subject to. "Good girl," he murmured against her inner thigh. "I am pleased with you." Her mind was purring like a smug Kneazle at his praise, but was a distant part of herself that found the entire situation deeply implausible, even as she was in the midst of it. As a general rule, boys did not grin and praise girls for saying no, "You cannot have sex with me." It must be some kind of Slytherin. Hermione's brain stalled and the entire library vanished from her vision as Malfoy gave her a long, broad lick. His tongue was hot and wet and Hermione gave a strangled gasp that was nearly a scream as her entire body seized under him. His hands clamped around her wrists like a vice to hold her in place as he continued his assault, sliding his tongue along her folds and then pressing inside her. Hermione shook. His lips were playing across her sensitive flesh, kissing, nipping, and then his tongue slid deeper inside of her and he moaned. The vibrations rippled through Hermione and she threw her head back and smacked it sharply into the bookshelf. "Oh, God," she sobbed quietly. Then his mouth came up to her clit and his tongue lightly dragged across it. Hermione made a choking sound as she tried not to make too much noise. He seemed to be experimenting, circling with his tongue several times, then giving slow intentional licks, then broader licks. Feathery light, gentle, soft. Hermione's entire body stilled, and she felt as though she were going to die. She was shaking so hard she was nearly vibrating, and Malfoy just kept lightly licking her clit the same way. Again and again and again. Closer and closer. She wrapped her fingers around his wrists and gripped him as hard as she could. His thumbs shifted and found her scent glands. He brushed against them lightly as he continued his ministrations to her clit. Hermione bucked and came with a strangled cry, seizing and jerking against Malfoy's hold. After she came, his tongue delved into her center as though he were drinking her. Hermione slumped limply against the shelf and stared down at him through half-lidded eyes when he finally drew his mouth away. His chin was glistening and his expression smug as he stood up and kissed her. Deeply. She could taste the tang of herself on his lips and tongue as he explored her mouth and teased her tongue in the same way he had teased her clit. One of his hands was gripping her hip, and the other lazily slid down between her legs as he broke off their kiss in order to smirk. "I bet I can get you off again with my fingers," he said. Hermione stared at him, glazed and wordless in the afterglow of her orgasm. He drew a hand up to her breast and gently teased her nipple into a hard peak under his fingers. "After all," he said in a low voice, as he began kissing along her neck while his fingers caressed and lightly cupped her mons. "You did manage to say no 3 times. Chapter 14, Can I Call You Mine? Malfoy pressed soft kisses along Hermione's neck and shoulders, each gentle touch accompanied by the occasional nip of his teeth that made her shiver. His hand, which had been teasing her breasts, slowly withdrew, only to tangle in her hair at the nape of her neck. He tilted her head back, exposing her throat in a gesture of submission. He pulled back to study her, his silver eyes glinting with desire, before lowering his head to her neck again. Hermione writhed in his grasp, gasping as she clutched the fabric of his shirt. Her mind was a whirlwind of sensations, barely able to form coherent thoughts while his fingers danced near her core. "Alpha. Please." "Yes." His thumb brushed against her arousal, gliding over the sensitive, swollen flesh as he traced the seam of her sex. Again and again. She arched her hips, seeking more contact, but his fingers withdrew just as quickly. Frustrated, she groaned, and he chuckled softly against her throat. "You have the most perfect body," he murmured, his voice thick with desire as his fingers plunged back into her. A sound escaped Hermione's throat, primal and raw, as her inner walls clamped around him, and she bucked against his hand. His grip on her hair tightened as he lifted his gaze from her throat to her eyes, the intensity of his stare sending shivers down her spine. His fingers withdrew slightly, only to thrust back inside her with renewed urgency. His eyes had darkened, filled with a feral possessiveness, and she could feel his arousal pressed against her thigh, grinding against the table as he continued to pleasure her. Hermione was panting now, captivated by his gaze. It felt like being engulfed in flames, the heat of his stare scorching her skin. As her body tightened around his fingers, he hissed through his teeth. Impulsively, her tongue darted out, brushing against his lips, and he responded by kissing her fiercely. Pumped his fingers deeper. It was not enough. It was not him and she wanted him. She wanted to plead. Somewhere feral in her mind, she feels to urge to beg. To call him Alpha and present herself more submissively. If she spread her legs as wide as she could, held them back and showed him how wet and aroused he made her, he'd fuck her. His thumb grazed her clit and a low sob was torn from her. His fingers inside her pressed up toward her pelvis as he sought a specific spot. When he found it, he pressed against it, and she keened against his lips as her whole body spasmed. He only had to tease her a few times before she came with a strangled cry. He smothered it with his lips. She collapsed against him and he withdrew his fingers and brought them up to his mouth. Then he dipped his head down, pressing a few kisses along the other side of her neck and then occupied himself with running his hands possessively over every inch of her. The smell of him around her was positively drugging. She allowed herself to get lost in it, nuzzling her face against his chest. She could feel his rapid heartbeat and the tension running through him. After several minutes, she lifted her head and stared up at his face. "Alpha, please." She wasn't sure if he wanted her to call him Alpha. Malfoy seemed safe. "Malfoy," she began tentatively. "Uh-huh." She bit her lip and her hand slipped down. She found his cock, straining against the fabric of his trousers. She ran her fingers along the outline and gripped it through his clothing. The moment she touched him, he gave a low gasp and his entire body went still as though she'd petrified him. She ran her hand along the length of it. He was huge. She knew he was, but actually feeling it was startling. Touching him, exploring the size, and feeling him freeze as he tried to control himself activated something possessive and claiming in her chest. She felt greedy. More. Mine. My alpha. She struggled to think clearly as she continued to caress him, carefully choosing her words. I know you said you weren't going to take me here, but I did say no 3 times. So, we've established that I can. There's really no reason why you can't, she said. Hermione's voice felt foreign to her, soft, pleading. A part of her was taken aback by it, yet a deeper need drove her, a desire she couldn't control. If she couldn't beg, she could at least coax him. She wanted him. She wanted him inside her. Just having him get her off wasn't enough, it wasn't what her instincts were demanding. She craved more than just his attention. She wanted him. To be clear, you're asking me to fuck you now? He replied, his voice thick and strained. She felt his hips jerk involuntarily as she traced her fingers over him. She dropped her gaze, feeling shy. Yes. I don't. She gripped him firmly and looked up at him, her eyes searching for the right words. I want you, she said, coaxingly. I need you to take care of me. It's not the same when you're not, when it's not actually sex. It was hard to explain, and she hoped he would just understand. You make a very compelling argument, he said in a low voice. She shivered against him. Please, she whispered. He twitched in her hand, and one of his hands tangled firmly in her hair, tilting her head back until her throat was fully exposed. He kissed her deeply, leaving her gasping against his lips. Please, she moaned when he finally broke the kiss. Only because you ask so nicely, he replied, staring deep into her eyes, as if searching for something. Then she felt him reach down between their bodies. Open his trousers. A moment later the satiny skin his cock brushed against her thigh. She felt her skin prickle with anticipation, and tugged her hair free from his hold in order to look down. He had his hand fisted around his cock, and was stroking it firmly. It was huge, rigid, and engorged, weeping pre-cum. Are you sure, Granger? Hermione was tempted beg. To debase herself on the floor and plead with him. It was what her instincts urged, and she was so desperate to have sex with him she felt tempted to give in. She forced herself to think carefully. It might be another test. The thought made her feel faintly irritated. I'm perfectly conscious of my decisions, Malfoy, she said in a sharp voice. He gave a relieved sigh. Test passed. Then he groaned. I got off right before I came here, and I was already hard the moment you walked into the library, he told her as his hand continued to pump slowly up and down his length. She shivered. You have no idea what you do to me, he growled against her ear. Hermione grabbed hold of his robes and tugged him closer, shifting her legs wider so that the head of his cock grazed her sex. She whimpered. Alpha, Malfoy, fuck me, she whispered. Yes. She was already balanced on the very edge of the table. He shifted slightly to align himself at the apex of her legs. Then they both stared down and watched as he prodded her with tip of his cock, parting her folds. He slid his cock up along her sex, brushing against her clit, and coating the length in her arousal before pulling back and slowly pushing in. His hands took hold of her hips, tilting her pelvis as he sank into her. Hermione gasped and then forgot to breathe as she watched him disappearing inside of her. The sensation was perfect. Yes. Alpha. Alpha. Please. She could feel her eyes growing larger and larger as she watched, and he kept pressing in. Further. Then she gave a ragged moan and dropped her head back. She was barely holding herself up on the table. She could feel him stretching her, her walls gripping him, fluttering faintly around him. Fuck, he groaned. He kept sinking in deeper and deeper. He was so big. It seemed almost anatomically impossible that she could accommodate him, except she knew she could, that she had. She panted as she willed her body to relax into it, arching her back deeply to accept him. He dipped his head down and pressed kisses across her breasts. She gasped and clenched around his cock. The penetration it was like he filled her entire being. As though they sat in the center of the universe and everything but him inside her was merely peripheral. Rationally she knew, obviously, that Draco Malfoy's cock was not the center of the universe, that there was in fact no center of the universe. But that detail seemed irrelevant to how she currently felt. Nothing was supposed to feel so good. She didn't even know how to think about it coherently, all she could think of was yes. Yes. More, like that. Hermione murmured the words again and again like a mantra. When he was buried in her to the hilt, he stilled with a gasp and dropped his head onto her shoulder. His hands on her hips were gripping her so tightly she suspected she'd have bruises. His entire body was shaking faintly as though he were on the outermost limits of the control he had been exercising to a point of excess. He drew several sharp breaths through his teeth. The rational side of Hermione recommended holding still and waiting for him to steady himself. But the instinctive side, the side closer to the surface of her mind, thrilled at the edge. She didn't want him composed. She wanted him possessive. Claiming. She wanted to feel the burn of it. She rolled her hips, dragged her tongue over his scent gland and then nipped the skin there sharply. He gave a ragged snarl escaped him as his hands gripped her tighter, pulling back before slamming into her. Mine. You're mine. Yes. Yes. Just like that. His hands slid possessively up her body as he thrust into her again, wrapping his arms around her until she felt completely enveloped in his hold. He crushed her against him, and she relished every moment. Mine, he growled each time he drove into her. You're mine. My Omega. Say it, he demanded, thrusting hard. He was like fire, the heat of him burning away the entire world. He became her focal point, an inferno she could lose herself in. Yours. I'm yours, she promised, tangling her fingers in his hair and drawing his face closer to study his expression. The way he looked at her made her feel like the center of the universe. The intensity of his gaze was possessive, as if he owned her, as if he worshipped her. When their eyes met, it felt like their magic intertwined. She gasped and kissed him, wrapping herself around him as he thrust deep inside her. You're so perfect, he breathed against her lips. I'm going to take care of you. I'll always take care of you. Mine. My Omega. At those words, Hermione thrilled, believing in them and losing herself in the moment. But then reality hit. Alpha promises. Any alpha would say something similar. It was instinctual for them, a part of their nature to please and protect Omegas. There was nothing truly sincere in those words, just biology. Even beyond her dynamic with Draco, it was a cardinal rule for girls never to believe what a boy said during such moments. Even she knew that. But in that instant, he meant it. Draco Malfoy wouldn't lie. When he was her alpha, he truly meant it. She allowed herself to believe it, just a little. Alpha. Alpha, she keened, melting into him. He was heat and sweat, raw power and possession, huge and hard. A perfect alpha. Her alpha. Hers. His thrusts quickened, and she felt him swelling inside her until he started to jerk as he came. The heat filled her completely, igniting something deep within her. Then, her orgasm hit like a tidal wave. She felt her muscles gripping him as she fell apart in his arms, his mouth catching every sound as he continued to kiss her. It was overwhelming, too much. Too emotional. Too physical. Every part of her felt like it was unraveling, teetering on the brink of breaking. The previous 2 orgasms had been like spring rain compared to this typhoon. Every emotion struck her: grief, frustration, stress, rage, and the uncertainty that had plagued her for weeks. Her desperate yearning for Malfoy clashed with the instinctive despair from his overt rejection. There was nowhere to go. She twisted in his arms, trying to escape, but she couldn't. He was inside her, crushing her against him as he gasped and promised her everything in the world. She couldn't escape the intensity of the moment. Her orgasm tore through her very soul, sensations and emotions building into an ever-growing wave. It wouldn't stop. She couldn't hold it in. Tears streamed down her face, and she cried and cried as her body shattered around him. "It's all right. You're all right. Good girl. You're so perfect," Malfoy murmured, holding her tightly even as he continued to move inside her. He ran his tongue across the sensitive skin of her neck, growling his praise and promises. "Good girl. You're so perfect." When he stilled with a groan, he slumped for just a moment before rousing himself, running his hands over her and gently wiping away her tears. "Good girl. Good girl. I'm so pleased with you." "You," he said, gently stroking her scent glands with his thumbs until her sobs began to fade and she found some calm. Heat rushed to her cheeks as she realized how mortifying it was to cry in the midst of such an intimate moment. Malfoy was never going to trust her judgment again, let alone want to be with her. "Sorry," Hermione mumbled, desperately trying to wipe away her tears. If he weren't literally inside her, she might have bolted. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I don't know why I started crying." His eyes widened. "Oh, crap. I thought you knew," he replied, lifting her off the table and settling her into a chair. "It's normal, for Omegas, if it's been a while since they had sex." Confusion flickered in Hermione's eyes, but her embarrassment began to fade as he arranged her comfortably in his lap, tousled her hair, and pressed a soft kiss to her forehead. He certainly didn't seem upset or ready to walk away. "I didn't know that," she admitted, feeling his hands glide up and down her back, gently caressing her neck. She melted against his chest, his warmth enveloping her. After such an emotional release, she felt as drowsy as a cat basking in the sun, wishing they wore less clothing, preferably none at all. "None of my books mentioned crying." "Well, they did say it was intensely emotional and cathartic, but none specified that it meant bawling when I came." A wave of annoyance washed over her. "Wait, you've mostly got textbooks, don't you?" His hands had wandered down to her wrists, fingers playing against her glands there. The sensation made her inner walls flutter around him, causing him to groan and jerk slightly. She tiredly nuzzled against his shoulder, letting her fingers explore as she settled into the comfort of the moment. "I have nearly all the books on Omegas that are currently in print, along with the published research papers. But honestly, there isn't much useful information. Most of it is either vague or downright absurd," Hermione said, furrowing her eyebrows. Malfoy nodded. "Right. What you really need are personal journals. You have to understand, Omegas are quite private. They won't disclose much to researchers, and they might even lie sometimes." Feeling frustrated, Hermione buried her face against him. "Well, I don't even know how to get my hands on private journals. So far, my only primary source is Molly Weasley, but her experiences are entirely different. She knows about the social aspects and pure-blood traditions, but there are many biological aspects she doesn't grasp." Malfoy paused, considering her words. The Malfoy Library has a few private journals. Over the centuries, there have been a few Omegas married into the family, and collecting books is a family tradition. My mother sent me some yesterday. One of them mentioned crying during intimacy, describing it as a sort of bonding or reconnecting process. I could lend the journals to you. Her heart leapt at the offer. "You would?" "Certainly." Thank you, she said, her voice filled with relief. That would be. Malfoy continued to stroke her scent glands, and she wasn't sure if it was intentional or just a subconscious instinct. The soothing motion made her head feel foggy as she fought against the urge to drift off to sleep on top of him. You're safe. You're always safe here. Nice. She finally managed to say, her fingers still resting on his neck. She nuzzled against him, her eyes growing heavy. Thanks, Malfoy, for being so nice. She felt him chuckle, the sound vibrating through her body. Anything for you. Her mouth twitched into a smile as she tiredly nuzzled him again, reminding herself not to fall asleep. Don't fall asleep. When she finally awoke, she found that Malfoy was asleep too, his head resting peacefully beside her. Resting against him, her arms wrapped around his, it felt wonderful. She could stay there forever. Even though the intensity had eased, she could still feel him inside her, their bodies intertwined in a way that felt both intimate and safe. She shifted slightly, and her eyes caught sight of a luminous tabby cat perched on the table beside them. Hermione let out a small, horrified scream. Malfoy jolted awake, instinctively grabbing her and pulling her protectively behind him as he sprang to his feet. The glowing cat stretched and yawned, then looked up at them. Hermione and Malfoy were both in a rather disheveled state. Mr. Malfoy, Miss Granger, when you're done in the library, I would like to see you both in my office, said the cat Patronus, its voice unmistakably Minerva McGonagall's. With that, it vanished into thin air. A stunned silence followed. Fuck, Malfoy muttered. Oh my God, Hermione moaned from behind him, feeling ready to sink into the floor with embarrassment. Oh my God. Standing behind him, she could feel the remnants of their encounter sliding down her thighs. In a rush, she grabbed her wand from her satchel and banished the evidence, then hurriedly began to straighten her clothes, pulling her bra back into place, adjusting her knickers, and rebuttoning her shirt. When she glanced over at Malfoy, she found him also fixing his clothing, staring at her with an unreadable expression. I'll tell her it was my idea, she said nervously. You don't have to worry. He gave a faint nod. How on earth did she know? Hermione wondered aloud, her thoughts spilling out uncontrollably. I mean, you had the Isle pretty heavily disillusioned. There's no way anyone would have come here. And I can't imagine the other alphas would have gone to her. Or maybe they would have. I don't know. I'm so confused, Hermione admitted. I think it may have been me, Malfoy said, a faint flush creeping across his cheeks as he hastily stuffed several books into his bag. Hermione furrowed her brow in confusion. What do you mean? Alphas, they subconsciously generate wards to keep other alphas away, he explained. She nodded, recalling what she knew about alpha magi biology. I thought I had it under control, but I lost it and forgot about it. He turned a deep shade of red, and Hermione felt a rush of warmth in her chest. She couldn't recall ever seeing Malfoy blush before. He looked adorable. A little voice in her head urged her to kiss him. She tried to push the thought aside. It's not your fault, she said, her own cheeks warming slightly. I wanted you to lose control. Just thinking about that moment made her feel giddy. If she could relive it every day for the rest of her life, she absolutely would. She glanced at Malfoy through her lashes and noticed his eyes darkening as they stood across from each other. A soft whimper escaped her lips. She wanted to kiss him again before stepping back into reality. Surely, they had a little time left. McGonagall hadn't specified that they needed to come immediately, only that they should come when they were done in the library. They didn't have to be done just yet. Hermione bit her lip as she weighed her options. Then it hit her, she, Hermione Granger, was seriously considering ignoring a message from the headmistress of Hogwarts in favor of snogging a boy. We should probably go, she said wistfully, wishing for the first time in her life that she were a little less responsible. The thought of the upcoming conversation filled her with dread. "We should," Malfoy replied, yet he didn't move. His gaze was fixed on her mouth. As she looked at him, his tongue darted out to wet his lips, and Hermione's mind went blank. "McGonagall said we should come as soon as we're done," she managed to say, her voice thick with anticipation. Hermione found herself captivated, her gaze locked onto Malfoy's lips, wondering if he might lick them again. "She did," he said, his voice low and inviting. "So?" Why was her voice climbing higher? Malfoy stepped closer, his presence drawing her in. "So, we'll go when we're done," he murmured, backing her against a bookshelf. "Right," she replied, breathless, as his head dipped down. His eyes shimmered like molten silver, radiating heat as he moved closer. When their lips brushed, a bittersweet pang struck her. Draco Malfoy was going to leave a lifelong mark on her. No matter where her 8th year took her, he would always be a part of her. Emotionally, she had entwined herself around him like a Gordian knot, and her instincts couldn't regard him as anything less than hers. A shiver coursed through her as his lips caressed hers, and she felt the faint curve of his smirk against her mouth as his knee pressed between her legs. She arched her back into the kiss, and one of his hands moved to rest at the base of her throat, brushing against the sensitive glands on either side of her neck. A soft moan escaped her lips, prompting him to deepen the kiss. His other hand slid to the small of her back, pulling her closer against him. Time slipped away as they lost themselves in each other. She suspected they lingered longer than she had ever kissed anyone in her life. For a moment, she thought he might take things further, but he seemed more focused on scent-marking her, filling the air with his intoxicating pheromones. She felt completely enveloped by him. He pinned her hands above her head and began to lick the insides of her wrists and both sides of her neck until she was trembling and incoherent. His tongue explored every exposed bit of skin he could reach without removing her clothing. He traced a path from her hairline, down between her eyes, and to the tip of her nose, showering her face with kisses. She felt his tongue flick out, dancing across her skin with each kiss. He trailed his tongue down her throat in long, slow strokes, drawing loud moans from her as she tugged at his grip on her wrists. By the time he finished, she felt euphoric. "Alpha. My alpha. Mine." The words echoed in her mind, almost deliriously. Although her sense of smell was nowhere near as heightened as an alpha's, she was certain she would be walking through the halls declaring Malfoy's, with all the subtlety of a bludger to the face. Draco kissed her one last time before releasing her wrists and stepping back, his eyes dark and his expression smug. "That should last for at least a day," he said with a smirk. "A day?" she replied, dazed, sliding down the bookshelf as her legs gave way beneath her. "If not, I'm sure I can find time between classes to do it again," he said, his voice low. "Please," her mind begged as she nearly collapsed onto the floor. Why was she even at school? Couldn't she and Malfoy just find a hotel and stay there forever? Draco seemed to sense her fading clarity. He caught her hand just before she sank all the way down and pulled her into his arms. "Are you all right, Granger?" She murmured, burying her face in his chest. "We should go see the headmistress now," he said, his tone suddenly serious. Hermione jolted as the memory rushed back. They had been summoned. McGonagall likely knew that she and Malfoy had just been together in the library. She could already hear the impending conversation with her former head of house. "You see, headmistress, you asked if I had any ideas regarding preventive measures to protect myself, and I have concluded that the surest means will be to have regular sex with Malfoy, even though it violates at least 15 different school ordinances." She let out a small sound of despair, and Malfoy's arms wrapped around her tighter. "Come on now, Granger," he said after a moment. Since when was Malfoy the responsible one? Hermione nodded reluctantly and stepped away from him, straightening her clothes for the second time that evening. They slipped out of the empty library and paused at the first set of bathrooms before continuing on to the headmistress's office. The gargoyle snickered as it granted them entry, and Hermione felt as though she might spontaneously combust as she climbed the steps, Malfoy trailing behind her. Once they reached the top, Malfoy's expression turned cool and unreadable. Inside the office, McGonagall was seated at her desk, surrounded by paperwork. She immediately set her quill down and peered at them over her spectacles. "Miss Granger, Mr. Malfoy, please sit down." Hermione sank anxiously onto the edge of her chair. This evening, just past 7, a repulsion ward abruptly forced all the students and faculty members bodily from the library, McGonagall stated, her expression pointed. Hermione glanced sideways at Malfoy. His face was carefully neutral, but his cheeks were flushed. There were several futile attempts to neutralize it. Unfortunately, the magic was quite impenetrable, much like some wards I encountered at the end of last month. Both Hermione and Malfoy shifted uncomfortably under McGonagall's unwavering gaze. "It's all Hermione began. "It was mine," Malfoy interjected. Hermione shot him a sharp look. "I am aware of whose magic it was," McGonagall said, and the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. "It was my fault, though," Hermione blurted out. "He only did it because I asked." "I am aware of that too," McGonagall replied, her mouth twitching once more. Hermione blinked, wondering if she had imagined it. "As it happens, there are small portraits kept in all the dungeon classrooms." Hermione stared, curiosity piqued. Aghast, McGonagall began. "I had intended to speak to you both sooner. Unfortunately, I had other matters within the school that required my immediate attention. However, the situation in the library has clearly demonstrated that this was an oversight. As former prefects, I'm sure you're both aware that sexual intercourse is strictly prohibited on school grounds and can lead to expulsion." Hermione felt the blood drain from her face, gripping Malfoy's hand tightly. "It's all my fault," she said, her voice trembling. "I'm entirely responsible." "Malfoy, you shouldn't blame him." "I have no intention of expelling either of you," McGonagall replied tersely, her expression one of disbelief. "After all, this is hardly the first time you've engaged in such activities at this school. As I was saying, while sexual intercourse is generally prohibited, there are certain contexts in which, as headmistress, I can make exceptions to Hogwarts rules. Miss Granger, as an Omega, it's advisable for you to have an Alpha to maintain both your autonomy and mental health. It's medically advisable, in fact. I have a letter from a healer to confirm this. It would also help stabilize the behavior of the other Alphas here at the school. Therefore, you and Mr. Malfoy may continue your liaison, with the understanding that you will both exercise the utmost discretion and not interfere with the academic pursuits of other students in the future." Hermione thought she might be hallucinating but nodded vigorously nonetheless. "In consideration of the need for discretion, particularly given the unique biological factors in your respective houses, I'm going to provide you with a private room. I believe you'll be able to find it, as you've both already spent several days there. The password is Kismet." A stunned silence followed. Hermione was still gripping Malfoy's hand, staring at McGonagall with her mouth agape. Malfoy looked equally astonished. McGonagall regarded them with a satisfied, cat-like smile. "If that arrangement is agreeable to both of you, I'll dismiss you now. It's 10 minutes until curfew. Please return to your respective dorms." "Yes, Headmistress," Hermione replied, her voice trembling as she stood up. "Thank you. Thank you." Malfoy rose as well, his expression thoughtful as he locked eyes with McGonagall. "Thank you, Headmistress. I appreciate your consideration," he said. McGonagall held his gaze. "Miss Granger deserves such support, wouldn't you agree?" "Absolutely," he replied coolly. "Good night then, Mr. Malfoy." Hermione and Malfoy descended the steps in silence, both momentarily stunned in the hallway as they processed their conversation. Hermione stole a glance at Malfoy. His expression remained guarded, his posture tense. Perhaps he was worried their liaison might be revealed. "I'm sure McGonagall won't tell anyone," she said, trying to reassure herself. "I'd be surprised if she did," he responded. "She's always quite protective of her lion cubs." Hermione felt a faint flush rise to her cheeks. Was it really just favoritism? Surely, McGonagall would help any Hogwarts student in a similar situation. Yet, she also had a tendency to assume the worst about Slytherins. Unsure of what to say next, Hermione finally broke the silence. "Good night, Malfoy," she said, stepping away as she prepared to head toward Gryffindor Tower. He looked down at her, his quicksilver eyes glinting with a smirk. "I'll see you around, Granger." Chapter 15, Maybe we could find new ways to fall apart. Hermione had never pictured herself as the type to engage in a torrid, secret interhouse love affair while at Hogwarts. The idea felt like something straight out of one of those ridiculously scandalous wizarding romance novels found in the literature section of Flourish Blots. There was a whole subsection dedicated to Hogwarts love affairs, occupying multiple shelves, all strictly banned by Filch. Yet, Parvati and Lavender had smuggled them in anyway, devouring every word, which was how Hermione came to know about them. She had never actually read any. Well, perhaps she had skimmed a few, purely out of intellectual curiosity. The classic pairing of Slytherin and Gryffindor made for the ultimate secret relationship. The interhouse rivalry always set the characters at odds, but the undeniable sexual tension would eventually bubble to the surface. Some plot twist would inevitably force them together: a potions mishap, getting trapped in the library, a forced class partnership, or some improbable scenario where they had to share a private common room. The desire would become irresistible. They would kiss, be horrified, and swear it would never happen again. Then, they'd proceed to find every flat surface in the castle to express their newfound passion. The sheer number of variations on this trope was a testament to wizarding creativity. Hermione had always found the books rather amusing. Did romance novelists truly believe that Hogwarts faculty would allow two teenagers to have a private room? Or that the prefects were oblivious to every alcove and broom closet in the castle? What dutiful student would dare to have a tryst in the prefect's bath? It sounded far too slippery for comfort. Smuggling someone through a common room without being noticed was nearly impossible. As she snuck Parvati's books back onto the shelf, Hermione couldn't help but snort at the sheer implausibility of it all. Yet, in retrospect, maybe not everything about those stories was so far-fetched. For one thing, prefects weren't on patrol until curfew. Malfoy found her walking down a hallway after breakfast the next morning and dragged her into an alcove concealed behind a tapestry. "Granger," was all he said by way of greeting before he kissed her. There was a flush of magic that shivered between them as his lips touched hers and she moaned softly. "I thought," she started when he started kissing along her jaw. "I thought we weren't supposed to." Her voice faded away as he slid a hand up her shirt and under her bra. He was already kissing down her neck toward her scent glands. She felt her whole body going slack in anticipation as she felt the heat of his mouth getting closer to them. "Enju hitch," she said, and her knees gave out. Malfoy just pinned her to wall as he gave a long hard lick over her left scent gland. "Oh God," she choked. He spent several minutes licking her scent glands and groping her before slipping a hand between her legs and pressing the heel of his hand against her clit. She bucked and ground against him. "I'm going to fuck you tonight, Granger," he growled against her throat, and his fingers twisted her clit through the fabric of her knickers and she sobbed faintly. "I'm going to lick every inch of you. And I'm going to fuck you at least twice. Yes. Yes. Please, Alpha. Also, I need your timetable." "You have mine," he said as his fingers remained between her legs until she was trembling. "It will be easier to know when I can do this to you, if I know your schedule." He played with her clit for a few more seconds until Hermione hit a peak. The shock waves of her orgasm obliterated everything for several seconds and she slumped against him. Then she shakily gripped his robes and tilted her head back, trying to catch her breath. "I thought we were supposed to use our room," she finally said. He smirked. "I'm not shagging you. This was merely precautionary scent marking." She. Hermione felt a lingering fog of arousal as she gathered her thoughts. She was fairly certain McGonagall hadn't intended for Malfoy to be involved with her in such a way, but in her post-orgasmic haze, she wasn't inclined to question it. "I have a copy of my timetable," she said, her voice steadying. "I meant to give it to you last night, but, well, you distracted me." His eyes sparkled with amusement in the dim light behind the tapestry. "It's in my satchel back at the tower. I can give it to you at arithmancy or tonight." "Tonight. What time?" she asked. "After dinner? Whoever gets there first can study. Unless you have other plans? Will anyone notice if you're not around?" "No. I'm available," he replied tersely. "All right. I'll see you then, I suppose," she said, starting to straighten her clothes. "Right. See you around then, Granger." With that, he slipped through the tapestry. Hermione didn't catch sight of Malfoy again until arithmancy after lunch. As usual, he was already in the classroom when she arrived, barely glancing up at her. When Theodore Nott walked in, he froze, sniffed the air, and nearly tripped over a desk. He stared at Hermione for a moment before slamming his books down next to Malfoy and sitting down. Hermione watched as Nott muttered something to Malfoy, who ignored him completely. Nott's reaction to the news that Hermione and Malfoy had resumed their affair was one of the more subtle responses. That day, several points were deducted for cursing, and Peter Selwyn's and the other alphas' friendly demeanor abruptly faded once more. Hermione wasn't surprised, but it stung to be reminded so overtly that their interest in her had only one motivation. She brushed aside her thoughts and looked forward to finally being left alone to study in the library again. She found an empty table in the Transfiguration section and began pulling her books out. Just being a distraction, Pansy was enjoying this. As Pansy Parkinson appeared, Hermione chose to ignore her and focused on uncapping her inkwell while sifting through her parchment scrolls for her Transfiguration essay. A faint grinding sound broke the silence, and Hermione looked up to see Pansy conjuring a nail file, shaping her fingernails with a contemplative expression. Irritation bubbled within Hermione as she observed Pansy. The girl's sleek bob was so sharp that Hermione wondered if she had used gel on the tips. Pansy's features were angular, and her eyes sparkled even as she languidly filed her nails, sending fine particles of alpha-keratin dust into the air. Finally, Pansy set the nail file aside and scrutinized Hermione from head to toe, as if cataloging her in her mind. "So," Pansy began, pausing for a moment after her second, impersonal glance, "does that mean you're a pure-blood?" "What?" Hermione replied, caught off guard. Pansy's mouth twitched in amusement. "Do you know one of the most valuable things for a woman?" She didn't wait for an answer. "Information. That's our currency. Not from your boring books, but from all the little details, the careless glances, the unusual absences, who's fighting and why. All those tiny things add up to something incendiary." Pansy fixed her gaze on Hermione, the sharp tips of her bob quivering slightly. Hermione swallowed hard. "I realized, because I'm not an idiot, that there had to be an Omega at the school. Anyone who pays attention to the alphas would know. But I'll admit, it didn't occur to me until Friday that it could possibly be you." "What do you want, Parkinson?" Hermione's voice was tense, and she gripped her quill so tightly it began to bend. Pansy sniffed and flashed a razor-edged smile. "Don't get your knickers in a twist, Granger. I'm here to do you a favor." Hermione blinked in confusion. "What?" Pansy's mouth twitched again, and Hermione realized that despite the tension, Pansy was thoroughly enjoying this encounter. Leaning casually against the table, Pansy's knuckles were white, and her shoulders trembled with tension. I'm not very popular this year, she said with a quick, indifferent shrug. No one would agree to pair with me for patrols. There was a pause, and Hermione felt a creeping realization even before Pansy continued. Goldstein volunteered. I was rather touched that he had, until he shoved me into a classroom the first night. I'm not quick at dueling. Pansy looked down, tucking her hair behind her ear. After he was done, he said no one would ever believe me. Because he was a war hero, and I was the girl who tried to hand Harry Potter over to Vold, he who must not be named. So, if I reported it, people would just think I was making it up, trying to play the victim and get attention. Who ever believes Slytherins anyway? Pansy's hands gripped the table, making it shake faintly. If I turned my prefect badge in, it would have been Tracy or Daphne instead. They're not any good at dueling either. Last Friday, when he wanted to walk you back to your dorm, I was so relieved. I told myself you were a good duelist, so he wouldn't dare with you. But I felt guilty about it, so I went back. The alphas were all there by then, panicking and asking what happened to you, while the professors were trying to find you. And that's when I realized what you are. So, I'm sorry about that. Hermione sat frozen. I'm so sorry, Parkinson. Do you want me to help you report it? Pansy scoffed. I'm not here for your pity, Granger. Or because I'm interested in becoming some sad little victim. I'm fine. Hermione didn't believe Pansy was fine. She had a slight idea of what fine felt like in the aftermath of Anthony Goldstein. Thanks to you, everyone knows what kind of person Goldstein is. Stripped of his prefect. I'll never have to do rounds with him again. Longbottom was furious that he isn't expelled. So, I owe you. You don't. There's nothing to owe, Hermione replied. Pansy arched an eyebrow and shot Hermione a sharp look. Even Slytherins repay debts, Granger. I know you think we're all immoral, but we do occasionally possess a small amount of basic decency. I didn't mean. Oh, so it's all right that I let myself walk away, knowing the risk? No. I'm not saying that either, Hermione said quickly. I just mean, you didn't know. You don't need to owe anyone. That should never have happened to you. I'm so sorry he did that. There's nothing to owe or repay me for. Pansy sniffed and shrugged. I don't think you understand the concept of debt. It's a matter of honor, which I possess alongside my small amount of basic decency. I'm not questioning your honor, Pansy, Hermione said, shaking her head. I'm just saying you don't owe me anything. Pansy rolled her eyes and sneered. Well, clearly I'll have to figure out how to discharge it myself, since Gryffindors apparently struggle with the mere concept. Before Hermione could come up with an offended response, Pansy straightened and strode away, her shoes clicking sharply against the library floor. Hermione sat in thought for several minutes, feeling lost. She didn't really know much about Pansy Parkinson aside from her past relationship with Malfoy. She felt as if she should do something, but she had no idea what could possibly help. Finally, with a sigh, Hermione turned back to her Transfiguration essay. She had written 7 inches when Ginny dropped unceremoniously into the chair beside her. You're in the library again. Hermione felt herself blush slightly. Yes. That's me. The girl in the library. Ginny stared pointedly at her, and Hermione focused intently on her Transfiguration essay, trying to ignore the world around her. Hermione, Ginny said, her tone warning. You've hardly set foot in the library these past 2 weeks without being swarmed. Over the weekend, you didn't even leave your room. And now you're here while half the alphas in the school are sulking 3 aisles away as if someone stole their pet pygmy puff. Well, I was researching over the weekend, Hermione replied vaguely. I figured out a solution. Did that solution have anything to do with me being picked up and thrown headfirst out of the library last night? Hermione stared at Ginny, aghast. You were there? A triumphant smile spread across Ginny's face. I knew it. I knew that was alpha magic. McGonagall wouldn't say, but Neville looked ready to combust. I know how alpha wards work. Hermione returned her gaze to her essay. So, who are you shagging? Obviously not Neville or Selwyn, they were both there last night. Is it that boy from Hufflepuff? What's his name? The one who looks like a string bean, Myers? Melvin? No. Wait. McGonagall also wouldn't explain how Goldstein got pulled off of you, but Saturday morning, Slytherin gained 50 new points. It's a Slytherin, isn't it? Is it not? No, Hermione said, her voice barely above a whisper. A long, pregnant silence hung between them. Well, I'm certain you aren't shagging Borgin, Ginny said finally. So that only leaves one other Slytherin alpha. You cannot tell Ron or Harry, Hermione said, still not looking up from her essay. If they find out, I will murder both you and Neville. Oh my God, you really are, with Malfoy? And you did it in the library last night? Hermione considered ducking under the table to escape Ginny's probing. How on earth? Ginny's voice cracked slightly with disbelief. Well, by odd coincidence, he was actually with me during my heat. Hermione spoke in a low voice. That's why the other alphas were keeping their distance at first, because of how he scent marked. But then it wore off, which is why Goldstein tried. She paused briefly, gathering her thoughts. So, Malfoy and I are, again. Wait, how did that happen? Of all the alphas in the school, he seems like the last one you'd ever let touch you, Ginny said, her curiosity piqued. He's actually fairly nice about it, Hermione replied quietly. It's not, well, we aren't, it's just casual. There's a line. That's part of why it works. He doesn't have any interest in me beyond this. He's not going to do anything that could ruin his bloodline. So it's just sex. It's all about the biology. Really? Ginny asked, her tone skeptical. Does it work that way? Really? It's just casual and temporary. Until I figure out a long-term solution I can live with. So don't you dare tell Harry or Ron. Fine, I won't. But I'm definitely going to keep an eye on you both. Thanks, Mum, Hermione muttered under her breath. A moment of silence passed between them. So, is he good in bed? Ginny prodded. Hermione's quill dropped, leaving a massive blot of ink in the middle of her paragraph. She cursed softly and tried to wipe it away, glaring at Ginny, her face flushed. I am not discussing my sex life with you, she hissed. Ginny looked unfazed and smirked. So, very good then. I've heard Daphne Greengrass has been practically hounding him all year, so there's obviously some kind of reputation there. Has he earned many O's from you, Hermione? Hermione hadn't thought she could blush any harder, but the heat rushed down to her chest as she refused to answer. Ginny snickered, leaning back with a satisfied grin. Well, they do say that alphas are extremely attentive in bed. They practically get off from being in control. They can't help it. I am not talking about this, Hermione insisted, her embarrassment palpable. Hermione said flatly, I need to finish this essay before my next class. Ginny let out a dramatic sigh, pulled out a book, and left Hermione alone until it was time for her history of magic class. That evening, before heading down to dinner, Hermione closed the curtains around her bed and cast a privacy charm. Malfoy wasn't in the Great Hall, but Theodore Nott was. He watched Hermione thoughtfully throughout the meal, making her feel self-conscious under his gaze. She found herself conflicted about the Slytherin boy. His behavior was as puzzling as Malfoy's. Distracted, she ate quickly, feeling a rush of anticipation that left her horrified. She knew the alphas could probably sense it. Once she finished her meal, she hurried from the great hall toward the abandoned wing of Hogwarts. Kismet, she murmured to herself, pondering her choice of words as the door swung open. She didn't have much time to reflect. As soon as she stepped inside, the door slammed shut behind her, and Malfoy pressed her against the wall, kissing her as if the world around them had vanished. They tore at each other's clothes, driven by an urgent need for contact. Her fingers practically itched as she fumbled with the buttons on his shirt. Hermione surrendered to her instincts, dragging her tongue down his neck and practically climbing into his arms as he kissed her. Malfoy laughed against her lips, a sound she realized she'd never heard from him unless he was mocking someone. But this was different. His laughter was genuine and full of delight. "Miss me, then?" he asked, lifting her legs around his waist and carrying her across the floor, still kissing her. "Emicham," she admitted, biting his ear lightly. Then, with a swift motion, she pushed his shirt off his shoulders and traced her fingers along his muscles, feeling the warmth beneath her touch. Lips, he laid her out on the bed and pulled the rest of her clothes off. She felt wanton under him. Spending the whole day waiting for evening, she was slick, dripping. He peeled her knickers off and then spread her legs wide and stared down at her. She just lay there exposed while her mind begged him to be pleased with her. She had 1,000 things she wanted to ask him. Could they sleep there? Would that be all right? If they couldn't, could she have one of his shirts? What exactly was casual and fun? Could he explain so she wouldn't have to worry about ruining things? Why did he just leave after her heat? Could they ever talk? Could he ever like her? Was it because she was Muggle-born, or was there some other reason he wouldn't even look at her in public after she'd presented? He'd talked to her before. Was that because she hadn't let him leave during her heat? Or did she do something else she couldn't remember? Why did he leave? Why wouldn't he look at her? "Don't get clingy, Hermione," she reminded herself. She bit her lip and let him drag his hand through her arousal before spreading her sex open and smirking to himself. "Alpha, Malfoy, please," she whimpered. He unraveled something in her that she didn't know how to articulate, as though he could build up or rip away the whole world from under her. The feeling terrified her, but she wanted him so fundamentally she couldn't resist the way he lured her in. From the moment he kissed her again in the classroom, wanting him to scent mark on her for the sake of her protection had become only an aspect of why she wanted him. She just wanted him. It scared her, what she might be willing to let him do in order to earn his praise. His touch and gaze was electric. "Good girl," he growled, before dragging his tongue across her sex. He didn't need to. The mere scent of him on her skin was enough to keep her primed and eager for him. The books on the subject had detailed. The surge of hormones was overwhelming. For the next decade, she would be more restless than a teenage boy. In the world of wizards, fertility lasted far longer than it did for muggles, extending into several decades. She squirmed beneath him, sobbing as he continued to explore her, pushing her senses to the limit. "Please," she begged, desperate for anything he wanted. It was all too much, yet if he asked, she would hold still. Whatever her alpha desired, she craved it too. Malfoy seemed to notice that she had drifted too far into a haze. He slid up her body, his tongue trailing along her skin until she quieted. "I need," she murmured, dazed. "I'll take care of you," he promised softly against her throat. "Open for me, Omega." She parted her legs for him, holding them under the knees as he sank into her. Wrapping her arms and legs around him, she clung to his shoulders, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat as their bodies connected. When he reached his peak, he didn't knot inside her. Instead, he pulled back slightly, keeping his knot just outside her. Even so, she felt the rush of pleasure wash over her, though it felt less intense. He panted and withdrew, and a wave of fear coursed through her, thinking he might leave. But he didn't. He pulled her closer, his hands roaming over her body, scenting her and fulfilling his promise to explore every inch of her. He whispered words of praise, telling her how good she was and how perfect he found her. He took each of her fingers into his mouth, coating them with his warmth, then licked her palms, her arms, and the crooks of her elbows. It felt like being groomed by a large, possessive cat, bewildering yet beautiful. Hermione felt herself melting into the mattress, yearning for every bit of his attention. When she tried to rouse herself and touch him too, he just pinned her down with a growl. Controlling, as Ginny had said. Then he reached between her legs and, to her astonishment, proceeded to dip his fingers into her and pull out his seed and rub it into her glands on her neck and wrists. He stared at her while he did it, as though waiting to see if she were going to object. Hermione was fairly sure she'd let him do anything he wanted to her. If he'd asked to bite her, she would have just arched her neck back for him. It frightened her how willing she'd be. She was afraid she might someday beg him to. "I'm going fuck you again now," he said, and she nodded, even though his cock still had a knot at the base of it and she wasn't sure how he intended to do it. He rolled her over into her stomach and then pulled her hips into the air until her back was sharply arched. She felt herself sinking into the pose, shifting her legs further apart until she was presented to him. Lordosis behavior, she registered vaguely. He ran his hands over the curve of her arse and slowly traced along her spine. Then he wrapped his long fingers around her hip bones to hold her in place and sank into her with a single thrust. A deep, ragged moan rolled out of Hermione. Despite still having a knot at the base of his cock, with the angle and his size, she still felt stretched around him. The angle was mind-bendingly delightful. He leaned over her and gripped her by her wrists as he drove her rapidly up toward her orgasm. She was screaming into the sheets even before he came, and the sensation of his hot seed, against her cervix, filling her, just added waves upon waves of pleasure. When he pulled out, she felt his cum sliding down her thighs as he kissed her cheek and then dropped on the mattress and proceeded to lick her everywhere once again. Hermione didn't think her books had made any mention to such an obsessive level of scent marking, but her mind surrendered to him completely. When his knot finally subsided, he rolled her over and took her again. This time, he nodded inside her, and his promises spilled from his lips. "You perfect girl," he panted, shifting so that she lay on top of him. "Can we sleep here, Malfoy?" she asked tentatively, sinking against his chest and rubbing her cheek against his pectorals. "Well, I'm not going anywhere right now," he replied dryly. She grasped his wrist and playfully licked the sensitive skin. He let out a faint moan, and she tightened her grip, licking him harder until she felt him twitch inside her. Slowly, she dragged her tongue up his hand, savoring each finger before he abruptly pulled it away. "That is enough," he growled, his voice thick as he stared at her with hooded eyes. "Keep it up, and I'll never be able to pull out of you." Hermione burst out laughing, and he looked surprised for a moment before a smile broke across his face. "Oh, I have my timetable in my satchel for you," she said, noticing the gleam in his eyes. "I brought the journals. I'll get them out when I can move independently of you," he smirked. She buried her face in his chest, laughing. He smelled like sweat and pheromones, so intoxicating it made sense how he could spend so much time licking her. If she were even half as addictive, it would be hard to ever stop. She dragged her tongue across his skin, entwining her fingers with his, inhaling his scent deeply. Burrowing against his warm body, she felt at home. As he drifted off to sleep, she followed him into slumber. The next morning, just as the first light of dawn began to peek over the horizon, she awoke to Malfoy gently sliding his hand from her grip and shifting out from under her. She almost spoke but hesitated. She didn't know how to talk to him when it was just the two of them. "Go. Say goodbye. Will I see you again today? Please don't leave me, Alpha." Hermione remained limp, watching him through her lashes. His expression was tense as he gazed down at her. He reached out, and Hermione's heartbeat quickened. But just before his fingers brushed her skin, he suddenly froze, and his expression hardened. He withdrew his hand, stood up, and began gathering his clothes to redress. Before leaving, He placed several books from his satchel on the bedside table beside her. Then, he opened her satchel and pulled out the scroll of parchment with his name on it. He glanced at her one last time before turning on his heel and slipping away quietly. It didn't take long for them to find a sort of rhythm together. Yet, things with Malfoy were strange. Hermione wasn't sure how to interpret their interactions. It felt as though he was two different people. As her alpha, he was warm and attentive. But then there were moments when he would switch, becoming distant and capable of acting as if she didn't exist. During the day, he was detached in a way Hermione found puzzling. She couldn't help but steal glances at him in the Great Hall, the hallways, or during classes. The world around her faded away the moment she registered his presence. When she answered questions correctly in class, her instinct was to look over at him, hoping to catch a hint of approval. Initially, she thought the intensity of his effect on her would lessen with their physical encounters, but it was the opposite. Each time they were together, it felt more intense and emotional. She became increasingly attuned to him, as if he were weaving himself into her very being. Within days, she found herself growing indifferent to the other alphas. Their voices, scents, and allure faded away because they weren't hers, and she didn't want them. Hermione found herself wanting Malfoy more and more with each passing day. He would track her down multiple times, stealing kisses and marking her with his scent before taking things further in the evenings. Though she had the Marauder's map in her possession, Malfoy proved far more adept at locating her than she was at finding him. She needed to find a safe spot to pull out her map and study it, but he had a knack for tracking her down like a bloodhound, astonishingly quick and almost unnervingly efficient. Some days, it felt as if Draco Malfoy's entire existence revolved around seizing opportunities to whisk her away into alcoves and behind suits of armor. While Hermione didn't mind, she privately thought he marked her enough to last at least a day. Yet, Malfoy seemed to believe that 12 hours was the absolute maximum, and 5 hours was ideal. If she was studying, he would hold off, but the moment she stepped into the hallways of Hogwarts, it was only a matter of time before he appeared. He knew countless hiding spots that she had overlooked, despite her years of sneaking around with Harry and Ron. It seemed that having a cloak of invisibility had made her less inventive than Malfoy. There were so many places she had never thought to check during her prefect patrols, and he had taken advantage of nearly every single one. The halls carried the unmistakable scent of their mingled pheromones. If looks could kill, Malfoy would have been dead 1,000 times over from the murderous glares the other alphas shot his way. Hermione couldn't help but wonder if McGonagall had any idea of the chaos she had inadvertently unleashed. Chapter 16, I Wish I Was a Little More Loved. Having sex with Malfoy was lovely, addictive, and almost surreal. At first, it was easy for Hermione to immerse herself in the experience and ignore the cracks that hinted at something deeper. It was just temporary, she reminded herself, so the dysfunctional aspects didn't matter. But her relentless mind couldn't help but pick at it. Once she wasn't in a constant state of sexual frustration, she found more room to notice things she would have preferred to overlook. Like the way Malfoy tended to avoid making eye contact during their encounters. He would glance at her, but only when Hermione initiated it. After a moment, he'd drop his gaze or bury his face against her shoulder. They didn't really talk, not in any meaningful way. Sure, there were exchanges of words about arithmancy, along with all the praise and promises made in the heat of passion. But actual conversations? Those were rare. Hermione would try at times to bring up anything personal or discuss what they were doing together, but Malfoy's expression would grow abruptly cold, and the questions she desperately wanted to ask would die in her throat. Don't ruin it, she told herself. Don't ruin what you have. She swallowed her thoughts and simply watched Malfoy earnestly throughout the day. He was more isolated than she had realized. Daphne Greengrass and Blaise Zabini seemed to be the only people he interacted with from his house. It appeared that his relationship with Theodore Nott had turned prickly since Hermione and Malfoy began their affair. She wasn't sure if that was due to Nott disapproving or feeling jealous. Being able to work peacefully in the library again was a delight. When Hermione wasn't in class or lost in the throes of passion with Malfoy, she practically lived in the Hogwarts library. Homework for 9 newts left her with almost no spare time, but she was determined to piece together a semi-scientific understanding of everything that was happening around her. Hermione was determined to understand alpha and omega biology for the sake of her sanity. If she couldn't solve the puzzle right away, she at least wanted to grasp its complexities. The journals Draco had provided were a breakthrough, shedding light on many aspects of her behavior that had remained vague or inconsistent in the other books she had read. Yet, even with those journals, the information she gathered was frustratingly unclear. Researchers often made obscure references to concepts without offering any explanations. In contrast, alpha biology was thoroughly explored. There were countless books dedicated to alphas, primarily focusing on their behavior independent of the hormonal influences of omegas. The biological aspects were exhaustively studied. Hermione could easily draw up a Punnett square illustrating the probability of genotypes. But when it came to omegas, information was scarce. Even basic details about the genotype that allowed omegas to exist were nearly impossible for her to track down. There were no explanations available for how a Muggle-born could possess the phenotype for the most recessive magical genotype in existence. Hermione had ordered dozens of research papers from various wizarding labs studying magical genetics, hoping to find answers, but all she had were more questions. To her surprise, Ginny turned out to be an incredibly supportive research partner. They would claim a table in the library, cast a muffliato over their area, and dive into research papers together. Hermione had never considered what kind of student Ginny was. She had always seen her as primarily sporty and skilled in defensive magic. It was somewhat embarrassing for Hermione to realize how much Ginny knew about magical theory and genetics. "Well, with Mum, you know," Ginny said with a slight shrug, twirling a strand of hair around her fingers. "When I was younger, a lot of people assumed I would be an Omega just because everyone knew Mum was one. They'd say things about how I'd have so many children. There were always all these. There are little comments and barbs that people would sneak in. When I was younger, I didn't understand. I just knew it made Mum and Dad upset when I told them about it. As I grew older and they finally explained the hierarchy, they were vague and avoided most of my questions. So, I took it upon myself to study it. Mum couldn't understand why I was so obsessed. I think it bothered her that I couldn't leave the subject alone. It always felt like something I had to keep to myself. Is that why when Ginny blushed? Yeah. Well, a bit. It was mostly nice to have a friend where the hierarchy just wasn't a part of our friendship. With you and Harry, I never had to feel on guard that you might say something or make a joke about it. It was refreshing how we could just be normal together. When you came and asked me, I was afraid it was because you'd heard some gossip and I'd have to explain everything. I worried it would change how you saw me and my family. I'm really sorry about that. I'll probably keep apologizing until I die." Hermione shook her head and glanced down at the article on phenotypes they were reading together. "Please don't. It'll get really old by then. Considering that witches typically live for an average of 145 years, that means 128 years of apologies. I might snap and murder you. Well, then I really will end up apologizing to you until I die." Hermione snorted, and Ginny burst into laughter. Then Hermione hesitated, her expression turning serious. "Is it? Are people really like that about omegas?" Ginny's eyes dropped away. "Not all of them. Or even most of them. It's just kind of weird. When they know, it's like it's all they can think about. They expect it to define everything. And they're curious, so they end up asking really personal and invasive questions, as though they have a right to know. People are always asking about Mum's heats, even though she's never had one. In their minds, that's what omegas do, they go into heat. They want to know if she'll do anything an alpha tells her. It's like knowing she's an Omega gives them a right to pry into her personal life. But it might not be like that for you, if we can keep the news from leaking. McGonagall has made all the alphas, staff, and prefects who know sign enchanted non-disclosure agreements about it. Hermione's eyebrows shot up, irritation flaring in her chest. She has? No one mentioned that to me. Well, you've been dealing with a lot. Are there any other things I should know about? Hermione asked, narrowing her eyes at Ginny, who looked slightly nervous. Well, we've added a lot of portraits. I think the post is being monitored. McGonagall is checking the mail? Hermione exclaimed, aghast. Ginny twirled a quill in her fingers and shifted in her chair. Hermione, it's a big deal that you're an Omega. Beyond what you're adapting to in your personal life, to a lot of people, an unbound Omega is a bigger deal than even Harry. Especially since you're Muggle-born. It would be international news if it got out. Anne. Ginny hesitated. With the way bonding works for Omegas, you're really vulnerable. McGonagall is trying to give you as many options as she can, but if the news gets out, there are alphas who would spend a fortune to get their hands on you. Hermione felt a chill run through her. McGonagall didn't mention that to me, she said, her anger bubbling to the surface. Well, it's kind of a lot, isn't it? Ginny replied, her expression serious. You looked pretty overwhelmed this last month anyway. Not all of them are like that. Most will just try to send you offers of marriage and court you. But just because the alpha instinct is to please you doesn't mean they. I won't, Hermione paused, then finished, kidnap and rape me first. Ginny glanced away, the weight of the words hanging in the air. Hermione sat in silence for a long time, processing everything. I didn't know, at first, Ginny finally said after several minutes. I knew it would be a big deal, but I didn't really think it all through until Harry wrote me a letter. So everyone is talking about it? Hermione's tone was cool, almost detached. He and Ron looked into old case files to see if there were any involving Omegas. They didn't tell me much, but there's a reason why people are so private about it. It's not safe for Omegas who aren't bound. Hermione was quiet for a moment, her thoughts swirling. Every time I think I've gotten a handle on how awful this is, it feels like it somehow gets worse. I'm sorry, Ginny replied, her voice soft. You have no idea how much I wish I'd told you about the hierarchy before. You could have had more time before you presented, and I don't know, maybe married Ron, or at least had time to choose an alpha beforehand. Hermione bit her lip, lost in thought. Even if I'd realized on the train what I was, I'm not sure what I would have done. I still have a month before my next heat, and it's hard to even think about going through it with anyone. Ginny looked over at her, curiosity in her eyes. You wouldn't just do it with Malfoy again? Hermione's breath caught slightly. I honestly don't think I could handle it. It's very emotional for me. And it's not the same for him. He draws a clearer line between real life and biology than I can. It would be hard to be with him and then deal with how he is afterward. Again. Ginny nodded in understanding. He really is cold toward you. I would never guess, based on how he treats you, that he was the one who, well, you know. I wonder if there's a reason, Hermione said thoughtfully. I mean, the others couldn't ignore you even if they wanted to. And most of them are purebloods too. Well, I think the Malfoys take blood purity more seriously than most, Ginny replied, her brow furrowing. Hermione spoke in a low, bitter tone. I guess it all works out for me since I don't have to worry about him crossing any lines. When I get too deep into that headspace, he could probably do anything he wanted, and I'd let him. Ginny gave her a speculative look. That's surprising. I mean, I still can't believe he didn't bite you during your heat. They usually do, unless he was muzzled or something. Well, they usually don't just leave, either. Hermione looked away. I'm just glad I didn't agree to have Anthony there. McGonagall told me to choose an alpha to see me through, but she didn't even mention that I'd probably end up bound to them for life. Maybe she was planning to hex their mouths shut. Considering the lengths she's gone to so far, that might actually be what she had in mind, Hermione said thoughtfully. That would have been so weird. Weirder than having sex with Malfoy? Ginny snorted. Hermione blushed. It felt natural at the time. It was just at the end that I realized it didn't make sense for him to be there. So he's nice to you? Hermione nodded. He's never mean. When he's alone with me, he's like the perfect counterweight to everything about being an Omega that I struggle with. We balance perfectly. But when it's not about scent marking and sex, there's this wall he puts up. He makes it very clear he doesn't want me anywhere near it. He's about as approachable as a porcupine. Ginny said, continuing to nibble on her sugar quill. A shuffling sound caught Hermione's attention, and she glanced over to see Neville walking past. He looked dazed and slightly gray, as if something terrible had happened. Hermione nudged Ginny. Gin, did something happen to Neville? Ginny looked up from her candy and her expression shifted to one of guilt as she noticed Neville's slumped shoulders. Oh, you wouldn't believe. I haven't heard. Hannah broke up with him a few days ago. Hermione stared in disbelief. What? I thought they were nearly engaged. Yeah, they were. Ginny said, avoiding Hermione's gaze. But they've been dealing with some issues lately. Hermione glanced back in the direction Neville had gone. Was it because of me? No. No, it wasn't really your fault. Ginny. It wasn't, Ginny insisted, but Hermione's piercing look made her fold slightly. Well, it may have been slightly related to you. I only heard about it secondhand from Susan. But as I understand it, the night that Anthony attacked you, Neville was with Hannah. Hermione's jaw dropped. As in? Ginny nodded, cringing a little. Yeah. They were. But then, Anthony. Apparently, Neville jumped in the middle of it. He said your name and just left her there. He didn't come back. Oh my God. She didn't break up immediately. I think they tried to patch things up, but when she finally broke it off, she told him that if they stayed together, she'd always wonder if he was only with her because they were already dating. It's like every time you walk into the room, he forgets about her. Hermione buried her face in her arms for several minutes. Poor Hannah. Poor Neville. That's awful. I know. I can't even imagine what I'd do if something like that happened with Harry. Probably Bat Bogey hex me, Hermione said, lifting her head to look at Ginny. Probably. Ginny pulled out a sugar quill and started nibbling on it. But on Hannah's end, I get it. If they're really supposed to be together, I can kind of see how letting him go might prove that. Hermione jerked her head up from the table. She's testing him? No. I mean more like, if you and Neville actually tried dating, dynamic aside, do you think you could end up together? Hermione hesitated. I don't know. I never really thought about it, the war, and then Hannah. Now that he's with her, he feels off limits, Hermione admitted. Ginny nodded seriously. I think that's what Hannah wants to know. If he weren't off limits, would you two be together? She'd probably rather let him go than feel like they only ended up together out of obligation. Hermione sat in silence, shaking her head in disbelief. I feel awful. He had a ring, didn't he? I ruined their relationship. Ginny patted her soothingly on the shoulder. It's not your fault. Blame fate or something. Really. The odds of you turning out to be an Omega are so small. Padma tried to calculate them, and there were so many zeros after the decimal point that I lost track. That makes me feel so much better, Hermione said, rolling her eyes as she began to put away her notes on genotypes. Fate caused me to ruin Neville's relationship with Hannah. I'm sure the tea leaves foretold it. Hermione, don't start ranting about divination again. I'm not ranting, Hermione replied crisply, finishing up her research papers. If other people want to believe in something as ridiculous as divination, that's their choice. Just don't try to inflict it on me. Is Padma still trying to convince you to find your soulmate? Ginny asked, a faint smirk on her face. Hermione gave a short nod, pulling her bag onto her shoulder. So, where are you going? Ginny's tone was coy. Hermione hesitated, feeling her cheeks flush. Just to the loo, she said, her voice rising slightly. Huh? Of course, Ginny replied slowly, her eyes glinting. As Hermione started to turn away, Ginny added, say hi to Malfoy for me. Hermione froze and looked back, guilt creeping in. I'm not. Right. Ginny smirked. I'm sure if I happen to peek around the corner, I won't see him pulling you into the broom closet down the hallway the way he always does when you leave the library. How? Portraits, Hermione. I told you, McGonagall added a lot of portraits. They report to the heads about certain things. Hermione turned bright red, and Ginny burst into muffled laughter. Go. Ginny waved Hermione away, still laughing into her hand. It's fine. I think McGonagall has gotten over it. Hermione fled the library. She made it down 4 hallways before she stopped and leaned against a wall, pressing her palms against her cheeks. They felt like they were about to catch fire. She had never felt so embarrassed in her life. Suddenly, cool fingers caught hold of her hands and pulled them away from her face. Are you all right, Granger? Did something happen? Hermione felt herself starting to melt, but she steeled herself internally. Malfoy would probably not be pleased to hear that their arrangement was common knowledge among the Hogwarts staff and Ginny. Shoving his claim in the Alpha's faces was a biological impulse, but the professors were too close to the real world. It's nothing. I just found out that Hannah and Neville broke up because of me. Malfoy stilled. Longbottom and Abbott aren't dating anymore. Apparently not. I feel rather bad about it. It's not your fault. He pressed a kiss to her forehead, and she shivered against him. I know. But it still feels that way a bit. It's not. You're not responsible for what other people do. Hermione gave a faint nod, and he caught her by the wrist, pulling her into an empty classroom. The door had barely clicked shut before he had her up on a desk, kissing her. It was like fire, and she couldn't understand it. How could he draw the line so clearly? How could he care so much and then not? She drew her lips away from him and stared at him. He paused and looked down at her, the corner of his mouth lifting in a slight smile. His mouth twitched faintly, and his eyes grew guarded. What? Is this? Am I doing this right? Hermione blurted out. He furrowed his brows and stared down at her. Doing what right? I feel like there's something I'm doing wrong. She held back the thought that his coldness was part of it. You're not doing anything wrong. You're just not, he paused, searching for the right word. Conventional. Pure-blooded, she thought but didn't say. That affects things, he added after a moment. Of course. Hermione felt mechanical. I should have realized it was that. He glanced away and stepped back, the mood abruptly shifting. She remained seated on the edge of the desk, yearning to reach for him. She wanted to bury her face in his chest and apologize for not being conventional, to admit that, for the first time in her life, she wished she were. Except she didn't. She was proud of being Muggle-born. She had always been proud of it. Even if he made her wish for something different, it wouldn't change who she was. Thank you for doing this anyway, Malfoy, she said after a moment. The fact that she was thanking Draco Malfoy for being willing to be intimate with her didn't escape her. But what else was there to say? He was, and she was willingly swallowing the humiliation of it. He snorted faintly, avoiding her eyes. She slipped off the desk and stood uncertainly, contemplating whether she should just leave. She always wanted to touch him. Their eyes met, and then they were kissing. She didn't even know which of them moved first, or if they both did. He had her pinned against the wall, kissing her so deeply that she gasped for breath. He held her wrists above her head, and it felt as though he were trying to consume her. There was no experience in her life that could compare to what it felt like in that moment. Being with Draco felt like something far greater than just the two of them. It was as if the universe had aligned the stars and planets, orchestrating every moment of history down to the precise millisecond their lips met. When that moment arrived, time seemed to stop. He kissed along her jaw, slowly sliding down her body, but she caught hold of his robes and gently stopped him. He looked up at her, surprise flickering across his face. "I don't want to, right now. I just want to kiss you," she said, gazing down at him. A smirk spread across his face as he straightened, and they locked eyes for a heartbeat. Hermione could hear her heart pounding in her chest as he captured her mouth with a passionate kiss. Their tongues intertwined, and her arms wrapped around his neck while he tangled his fingers in her hair. He always loved her hair, gripping and crushing the curls, sliding his fingers along her scalp, lacing his fingers through the locks to pull her closer or tilt her head back to angle her lips just the way he wanted. She tugged at the buttons of his shirt collar until they came undone, then moved further down his torso, parting the fabric and gliding her fingers across his skin. If she were blind, she would still recognize him. She had memorized every inch of him, the dips and rises of his body, the texture of his skin, the places where he shivered and gasped at her touch, and the edges of the Sectum Semper scar that bisected his chest. She savored the taste of his sweat and the scent of leather, vetiver, and papyrus with undertones of vanilla and sandalwood that lingered on his clothes and skin. As she traced her lips along his throat, she breathed deeply against his scent glands. In that moment, it felt wonderful to be somewhere without the burden of thought. Lately, thinking had become so stressful and heavy that it caused her physical pain. All she could do was think while trying to hold her life together, picking up the pieces that her biology had scattered. Suddenly, everything shattered. Hermione had always relied on her knowledge, determination, and cleverness to solve the problems life threw her way. But this was different. How could she outsmart something so deeply rooted within her mind, woven into every cell of her DNA? It felt futile and exhausting, and there were moments when she just wanted to surrender to it, to accept that this was who she was, who she would always be, and that she couldn't change it. When she was with Draco, she could stop thinking. It was a relief to escape, even for a little while, to find moments when life didn't feel so heavy. But then reality would crash back in, reminding her that the bliss was just a hormone-induced illusion, and yet, she kissed him anyway. Draco unbuttoned her shirt, pushed aside her bra, and let his fingers glide over her skin, tracing her waist and following the curve of her spine. She wondered if he had memorized her. When they finally pulled apart, their clothes were a mess. Draco's shirt hung half unbuttoned and untucked, his hair fell over his darkened eyes, and his lips were slightly swollen, his cheeks tinged with a faint flush. He looked roguish and undeniably attractive, his gaze fixed on her as if he couldn't look away. Hermione wished she could capture this moment, to prove to herself that he looked at her like that. Because when he walked through the hallways, his eyes never seemed to glance in her direction, and she often wondered if it was all just her imagination. "Well, I'm going to be in excellent condition for data class in half an hour," he said, finally breaking his gaze to glance down at his tented trousers. "Oh, sorry. Can I help?" "Not really. If I come around you, I'm going to nod, and if I nod, it'll definitely be noticeable for the next half hour or so." "Oh, right." Hermione remembered how alpha biology mixed with omega biology was somewhat symbiotic. She couldn't find release on her own. Hermione needed an alpha to help her reach the emotional place she craved. For Draco, pleasure was possible, but it felt muted without an omega by his side. When he was with an Omega, the sensations were overwhelmingly intense, but they also came with the complication of a knot forming at the base of his arousal, lingering for 30 minutes to an hour, leaving him painfully erect in the meantime. She found herself staring at his trousers, biting her lip. The thought of skipping class was tempting, and the urge to reach out, to unfasten his trousers and touch him, was nearly overwhelming. Her fingers twitched as she leaned in closer, just wanting to make contact. Draco took a step back. "While I'm profoundly flattered by the expression on your face, now is not the time, Granger." "Alpha." Her voice came out as a low whimper, and she took another step toward him. "Oh, for goodness sake." He backed away until he hit the wall. "Out, Granger. Fix your clothes and leave. There's no way my arousal is going to diminish while you're looking at me like that." Reluctantly, Hermione adjusted her bra and buttoned her shirt, her gaze still fixed on his trousers. "I could just." "Out, Granger. You're really testing my self-control here." His voice was thick with tension. Hermione let out a faint whimper and slowly moved toward the door. "Are you sure?" she asked, her voice pleading as she fidgeted with the doorknob. "Go, Granger. And I expect a huge thank you when your brilliant mind is back in control. This is why I usually just get you off." He buried his face in his hands. "I'm not incoherent," she protested, gazing back at him longingly. He lifted his head and raised an eyebrow. "Of course, Hermione Granger, the top student, is perfectly rational when she wants to skip defense against the dark arts to have sex instead. The charms classroom has a third-year class starting in." He glanced at his watch. 15 minutes. Malfoy stared at her, unimpressed. Hermione felt her cheeks flush. When he put it that way, it did sound like a bad idea. "Go away, Granger. I'll shag you later. Go." He emphasized the last word with a slight alpha tone, and Hermione felt a rush of warmth inside, leaning against the door for support. "Yes, Alpha," she replied in a soft, breathy voice, casting one last longing glance at his open shirt and the obvious evidence of his arousal before slipping out. Once in the bathroom, she splashed water on her face, trying to calm herself. It suddenly hit her. She had just attempted to convince Malfoy to skip defense against the dark arts for a rendezvous in the charms classroom. She let out a choked sound, burying her face in her hands. How ridiculous was she? An absolutely mindless tart. Thank goodness Draco had some sense, otherwise, she might fail her classes in favor of endless encounters that would leave her utterly humiliated. After straightening her uniform, Hermione reviewed her notes until there were 10 minutes left before class. When she walked in, she noticed Seamus, Dean, and Malfoy were the only students already seated. Making her way to her usual spot at the back, she passed Malfoy, who briefly met her gaze. She nearly stumbled. He shot her an unmistakable "I told you so" look before returning his attention to his book. Hermione blushed and hurried to her desk. Once seated, she nervously nibbled on a fingernail, watching the rest of the class trickle in: Parvati, Daphne, Neville, Blaise Zabini, and a few other Slytherins she didn't recognize. Then Theodore Nott walked in, heading toward his usual spot near Blaise, but paused and seemed to. He glanced over at Draco and then down at Hermione. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he turned and walked to the back of the classroom. He pulled out the chair next to Hermione and sat down. Hermione stared at him in surprise. Nott looked down at his hands for a moment, took a deep breath, and then turned to face her with determination. "Hello, I'm Theo," he said, extending his hand toward her. Chapter 17, My Heart and I Don't Get Along. Hermione stared at Theodore Nott's outstretched hand, then quickly glanced at Malfoy. He sat frozen in his seat, as if someone had cast a Petrificus totalis on him. She turned her attention back to Nott, trying to understand why, after all these weeks, he had suddenly decided to approach her. Hermione didn't recall much about Theodore Nott over the years, but she remembered him as being extremely thin and rather shy. He had always seemed a bit faded, like a cut flower left too long in the sun. She couldn't recall ever hearing him speak, except for that one time during a duel with Neville. But now, he looked different. His dark hair and dark eyes framed a face that had transformed from forgettable to strikingly memorable. There was a cheeky confidence about him that had clearly been absent before. "Hello, Theo." "I'm Hermione," she said, shaking his hand firmly while giving him a pointed look. "We've been in school together for 6 years." Theo looked relieved that she accepted his handshake and didn't seem the least bit embarrassed by her reproach. A grin spread across his face as he warmly returned her shake. "I know. I've fancied you for about 4 years. Not constantly, but rather recursively." Hermione stared at him in astonishment, and Theo's smile turned slightly crooked. "Unfortunately, there never seemed to be an appropriate time to do anything, what with my father being a Death Eater and all." As Hermione continued to shake his hand, her mind short-circuited. "You're joking," she finally managed to say. "No. He really was a Death Eater." Theo nodded, a false solemnity in his expression, clearly delighted that Hermione was still holding onto his hand. Feeling her face heat up, Hermione quickly drew her hand away. "I know about your father." "I didn't, I meant about me." "Oh, that part's true too. You have been unknowingly responsible for one of the most embarrassing moments of my life. I was so upset at one point that I actually challenged Victor Crumb to a duel," Theo said, his voice a mix of embarrassment and nostalgia. "But I was really nervous, and he couldn't understand a word I was saying. Back then, I was quite short and had a terrible stutter. When I finally managed to explain that I wanted to duel him for getting you put under the Great Lake, he just laughed and said that Hermione wouldn't approve of him dueling first years." Theo's face turned bright red, and he quickly clapped his hands over his mouth. "I did not mean to admit that. Oh God." He sighed deeply, clearly flustered. "Right. I should probably mention this now, in case you haven't noticed, I'm a nervous talker. I've been overthinking this conversation for months, and I've already derailed it. Please, feel free to hex me at any time." He dropped his head into his hands and took several deep breaths, trying to contain the nervous energy he was practically radiating. Hermione glanced over at Malfoy and noticed he was turned just enough to keep an eye on her and Theo. Interesting, she thought, before looking back at Theo. "You've been thinking about this conversation for months?" she asked. His head popped up from his hands, and he met her gaze. "Well, I heard you and Weasley had broken up. And with the matter of my father finally dealt with, it seemed like the right time to introduce myself rather than just admire you from afar. But you were uncharacteristically flighty at the start of the school year. Then you vanished for a week and came back to the Great Hall as..." He stopped short, clearly choosing his words carefully. Instead, he just looked at Hermione, and she could sense what he meant without him saying it. "It ruined my elaborate plan to finally introduce myself because suddenly everyone was doing it." Theo looked genuinely chagrined. "It didn't help that you and Draco apparently have some sort of thing going on. He's one of my oldest friends, and I'm not the type to try anything with my mate's girlfriend." We aren't dating," Hermione clarified hurriedly. "It's nothing like that," Theo said, nodding. "He mentioned it. I've tried interrogating him several times, and all he'll say is that it's not a relationship, just some kind of arrangement. To be honest, that sounds like blackmail. If he's blackmailing you, I'll gladly volunteer to take care of him. And if you're blackmailing him, then honestly, why?" Blaise Zabini shook with laughter, while Hermione stared at Theo incredulously. "No one is blackmailing anyone," she snapped in a low voice. "And if either of us were, do you think I'd admit it to you with him sitting 5 feet away?" "No. But it's really pissing him off," Theo replied, his eyes glinting. Hermione glanced toward Malfoy, who seemed to be engrossed in a book. "He is? Hard to believe, I know. I'm sure you remember how overdramatic he used to be. He milked that scratch on his arm from the hippogriff for 6 months. Now, someone could stab him, and he'd probably just sit there and finish whatever he was doing before heading to the hospital wing. Terrible timing, presenting a month after the war, right when he was on trial. Hermione studied Draco closely. Presentations for alphas often revealed distinct aspects of their personalities. The books discussed how current stresses and unfulfilled desires could manifest as dominant traits. Malfoy's trial had just concluded around that time, and she wasn't sure if sentencing had happened. He'd been facing 10 years in Azkaban, and that must have had a profound effect on how he presented himself. It would explain his almost supernatural level of self-control. So that's Malfoy really pissed off? She mused, looking skeptically at his seemingly indifferent back. We've known each other since we were in nappies. Speaking with the authority of someone who spent 17 years with what I've heard described as the social personality of a beige wall, I've gotten in the habit of watching. Everyone else thinks he's going to punch me later, Theo said. Why? Hermione asked, puzzled. Well, he's marked you in a very go near her and I'll murder you kind of way. So, my general proximity is one reason. Plus, asking if he was blackmailing you doesn't help. Not to mention, I'm a nervous fountain of information about him. You could probably convince me to tell you anything you wanted to know, and he knows that. Hermione glanced over at Draco again, her eyes narrowing as she considered his behavior. Anything I wanted to know? Probably. There are some things I can't share, brotherhood bonds and all that. But yes, I'll be particularly generous with you, for obvious reasons. Besides, he's been a complete arse for the last month. I'm pretty sure he at least suspected my crush, but he didn't even bother to mention that he was starting a casual relationship with you. And let's not forget, that tosser broke into my trunk and stole my books. Theo's tone remained light, but a hint of resentment crept in as he glared at the back of Malfoy's platinum head. Hermione wondered what kind of feud she had unwittingly stepped into. Theo glanced back at her and chuckled softly. Don't worry. I'm not going to sabotage whatever it is you're doing. But I am a Slytherin, and I'll take advantage of any opportunities that come my way. I was going to wait, but since whatever it is with him is ongoing, I figured it was time to make a move. Before Hermione could respond, Professor Dawlish strode in, signaling the start of class. Theo opened his books, pulled out a pair of reading glasses, and didn't bother her again. As Dawlish began teaching, Hermione took absent-minded notes, her thoughts drifting between Theo and Draco. Theo had a crush on her. The idea seemed somewhat dubious. It was hard to trust any alphas, especially with the constant tension hanging in the air. A lingering doubt crept into her mind that it might all be a ruse, a charm like sheepskin hiding a waiting wolf. Theo was cunning, the observant type. She was fairly certain that his mention of Crumb was entirely intentional. He was giving her a reference, an old friend she trusted. She could easily write to Crumb and ask if a weedy-looking Slytherin with a stutter had ever tried to challenge him to a duel because of her. She glanced at Theo from the corner of her eye, weighing the risk and reward of accepting his overtures of friendship. When class ended, Draco stood up sharply, then froze. Hermione was hit by a wave of his pheromones, making her mind momentarily blank. Theo chuckled softly beside her, but she barely registered it. Draco stood there, his fingers tapping slowly across the desk as if lost in thought. Then, without a backward glance, he shoved his notes and books into his bag and strode out. Hermione tried to ignore the sharp stab of hurt that accompanied his departure. She quickly looked down to gather her notes and arithmancy presentation, shoving them into her satchel. Malfoy hadn't even acknowledged her while she'd been discussing their arithmancy project. Dawlish had been dismissive, frustrated that she and Malfoy hadn't yet figured out a curse-breaking formula. He hadn't cared much for the complexity or detail of the equation they had crafted so far. There was no love lost between the former Auror and her, or Malfoy, though he was a decent defense professor. As Hermione slung her bag over her shoulder and turned to leave, her eyes landed on Theo, who was peering at her over the top of his reading glasses with a thoughtful expression. She stopped short and stared down at him. "I haven't decided what I think of you, not," she said firmly. "All the alphas have some excuse for why they never acknowledged my existence for the last 7 years. You've just added yourself to that list. I've dealt with a lot this year, and I really don't have time for boys who just stand around, acting charming until they see an opportunity to take advantage of me. I have no reason to believe you're any different from the rest of them." Theo removed his glasses and looked up at Hermione. She noticed that he didn't exploit his size advantage or her instinct to yield to it. She also observed that he had kept his pheromones under control throughout the entire class and hadn't used even a hint of an alpha tone when speaking. Credit where it was due, but part of her wondered if that was a tactic too. "I know," Theo said, his expression serious. "I've spent a lot of time wishing I'd had the nerve to talk to you at least once before your birthday, or at any other point in the past. I don't have an excuse for it, and even if I did, I understand you have no reason to believe me. I've never been brave or inclined to take risks. But I always wished I could be your friend. My father was unpleasant, and he saw me as something of a failure as his heir. You were everything I wished I could be: brave, interesting, and not born out of obligation. Liking you started as a secret way of rebelling, but it gradually grew out of my control." He laughed faintly. "All that to say, I genuinely want to be your friend, Hermione Granger, even if I don't stand a chance with you. I'll prove it to you eventually, because even if you soul bond with someone else, I'll still want to be your friend." He smirked, raising an eyebrow. "I'd been friends with Draco for 16 years. I'm the patient and long-suffering type." The corner of Hermione's mouth twitched as she fought to suppress a smile. "I'll take that under consideration." Theo slipped his glasses into his robes, stood up, and began packing his satchel. Hermione walked around him and headed out of the classroom, surprised by how engaging the conversation had been. Charming. She couldn't decide if she liked him or not. She was halfway down the hallway when she was snatched up and pulled a broom closet. MPH, she couldn't even get his name out before his mouth descended on hers. He kissed her so hard it was as though there was an explosion as their magic struck. His tongue slid between her teeth as he began to quite overtly fuck her mouth with it. Angry. Possessive. Pissed off. His hands gripped her hard against his body, pulling at her clothes as his tongue continued to delve greedily inside her mouth. One of his hands came up and gripped her hair forcefully, pulling her head back to expose her throat. She kissed him back fiercely, relishing the fire until her lungs began to burn for oxygen and the whole world grew buzzy around her. Draco pulled his mouth away from hers and dipped his head down. She felt his breath hot across her shoulder for a moment before he dragged a long, hard lick across her scent glands. Hermione gasped and tangled her fingers tightly in his hair. "That fucking wanker," Draco snarled under his breath as his lips continued to tease across her sensitive skin. "I can't believe he went near you." Hermione's brain was lost in a sea of pheromones and sensation. She could feel Draco's hand on her waist and the other tangled in her hair, and his mouth against her throat. His beautiful, possessive voice thrilled through her, causing her clit to throb and making her grow instantly wet. She whimpered and tried to grind against him. His hand on her waist slid down between her legs and into her knickers, and he cupped her sex. Hermione gave a ragged gasp as he pressed his fingers against the sensitive flesh and brushed his thumb near her clit. "Alpha. Alpha. Alpha. Please." Hermione whimpered against his shoulder and he sucked hard on the glands on one side. Her vision flashed white and her body went limp in his arms. He pushed her against the wall of the closet, his mouth moving hungrily against her neck. "Please, please." She begged, her voice a mix of desperation and desire. He pulled away momentarily, only to shift his attention to the other side of her neck. "You're mine," he growled, his breath hot against her skin as he pressed the heel of his hand against her. "Say you want me." "Yes, please," she gasped. "I want you." He withdrew his hand, and a dismayed wail escaped her lips. Without thinking, she yanked him back toward her, tugging at his robes until she felt the fastenings give way. This was what she craved, his attention, his reaction. She didn't want to be just an object he used when it suited him. Grabbing his face, she pulled him close again. In a moment of wild impulse, she bit his lip sharply. When she tasted blood, her eyes widened in shock, and she jerked back, staring at him in astonishment. "Sorry," she stammered. "I'm sorry. I don't." Before she could finish her apology, he kissed her again, and the words faded from her mind. She wrapped her arms around his neck, tracing her wrists along his shoulders, their pheromones thick in the air. His kisses tasted metallic, and a mix of guilt and exhilaration surged within her. He wasn't supposed to ignore her, he deserved to feel her fire. He was hers. Lifting her legs around his waist, she felt the rough stones of the castle against her back as he pinned her in place. She traced the curve of his cheekbones with her fingers, holding his lips captive against hers. Soft, apologetic kisses danced along the spot where her teeth had cut him, and one of his hands squeezed and kneaded her. She could feel his long fingers splay against her, igniting every nerve in her body. Across her flesh and then slipped away. He shifted slightly, and she wasn't sure what he was doing. He was panting against her lips, and his pale hair was brushing against her forehead as she kept kissing him again and again, and nuzzling their noses together. Breathing the same air as their lips and tongues pressed together, and she slipped her tongue across his teeth. Then she felt him pull her knickers roughly to the side, and she barely had time to register it before he sank into her. "Oh God, yes." She moaned against his mouth as he slid his hands under her knees, pulling them up as he gripped her thighs and drove into her. She shifted her hips, trying to accommodate him, feeling pleased with herself at how she could take him. Was there a reason they weren't supposed to have sex right then? There was something. Hermione couldn't remember. There was just Draco's cock buried inside her, and it felt so good she thought she must be dying because every neuron in her brain felt simultaneously activated, like an electric surge through her mind. His touch could kill her. He'd never fucked her against a wall before. It was desperate. She felt wicked and ascendant, as though they'd slipped the surly bonds of earth. She put out her hand and touched his face as she kissed him hard. "You're mine," he snarled against her teeth. "My Omega." "Yes, Alpha." She tilted her head back submissively so he could access her neck. He dragged his teeth across her glands. It was explosive. Everything went dark and her whole body spasmed. She clenched around him like a vice and nearly screamed from a sensation that ripped through every nerve in her body. Her fingernails sank into his shoulders. He gave a hoarse gasp and his pace faltered slightly. Then he used the support of the wall to slide his hands to her hips so he could control the pace better. Hermione's knees were drawn higher, making the penetration of his cock even deeper. She rapped. Hermione wrapped her arms around his neck, clinging to him tightly. The angle made it difficult for him to fully sink in, but as he began to swell, she could feel the pressure of his knot against her, teasing her but not stretching her as he approached his climax. He grazed his teeth across her sensitive skin, and suddenly, her orgasm hit her like a freight train. It was everything and nothing at once. She felt herself falling, the universe shattering around her, and she thought she might black out from the intensity. As she sobbed through her climax, her face buried in the crook of his neck, her inner walls gripped him so tightly that it felt like she might break apart. "Good girl, my good girl." He rasped, his hips jerking sharply against her. "Mine. I'll take care of you. I'll always, always take care of you." He pulled her away from the wall and backed into the door of the closet, sliding down to the floor until she was seated in his lap, still fully connected. He drew his arms from under her knees and cradled her face in his hands, kissing her forehead, cheeks, and then down along her nose. She shivered at his gentle touch, her skin prickling with sensation. "You're such a good girl," he said, pressing another kiss to her forehead while stroking her cheeks with his thumbs. "So good." Hermione smiled, dazed, and nestled her head under his chin. She could feel his heart pounding beneath her hand, and as her mind slowly cleared, she realized what had just happened. Malfoy had just taken her in a broom closet because Theo was sitting next to her in data class. She lifted her head to look at him, astonished. He seemed to come to the same realization at that moment. They stared at each other, mouths agape, as Hermione tried to grasp the implications of their encounter. Malfoy steadily blushed. "I don't." His mouth opened and closed several times, as if searching for the right words. "Do you care?" Hermione stared at him, apprehensive, her heartbeat quickening as she searched his face for an answer. He opened his mouth to respond, but no sound came out. Suddenly, his expression hardened, and Hermione felt a sinking sensation in her chest. He pressed his lips into a flat line, lifted her off his lap, and stood up. His arousal was evident, rigid and swollen, the knot at the base unyielding. With a faint hiss and a muttered curse, he pulled his trousers closed, then adjusted his robes to hide it. "No," he said finally, his voice firm, as he stared past her. "The biology just caught me off guard, I think." Hermione nodded faintly, feeling the remnants of their encounter sliding down the inside of her thighs. "Oh. Just biology. Again. Of course it would be." Before she could say anything else, Malfoy was gone. She remained in the broom closet for what felt like an eternity, the scent of his pheromones slowly fading, replaced by the sharp odor of cleaning potions. Finally, she retrieved her satchel from where it had fallen and pulled out a small mirror. As she dabbed myrtlap essence on her neck and smoothed her hair, she followed her familiar routine, a ritual that had already become second nature. After scourgifying the remnants from her legs, she made her way to Gryffindor Tower. Climbing into her unused bed, she stared up at the canopy, her mind racing. She had a runes translation to work on, a star chart to complete, and a potions essay due next month. 4 chapters awaited her in Transfiguration, and she still needed to collaborate on the arithmancy project with Malfoy. She hadn't heard back from most of the specialists she'd written to either. With no classes until after dinner, astronomy with Hufflepuff, she braced herself for what was sure to be a dull session. The cloudy night meant they'd likely spend the hour reading reviews instead of stargazing. Hermione had read the textbook years ago, and now it felt like her brain was melting. She didn't even feel inspired to raise her hand to answer the questions that no one else seemed to know. When the class was finally dismissed, she tiredly checked her watch, wondering if Malfoy would be in their room since they had already been intimate that day. She thought about stopping by to check on him. As she reached the bottom of the stairs, she spotted Hannah standing next to Susan. Instantly, Hermione averted her eyes and picked up her pace to walk away. "Hermione." She froze, cringing, and turned reluctantly to face Hannah. "Can I talk to you for a minute?" Hannah asked, looking slightly pale as she stepped away from Susan and approached Hermione. "Sure, what is it?" Hermione replied, her curiosity piqued. Hannah stopped just a few inches away, and they stared at each other in silence for several moments. "I broke up with Neville last week," Hannah said, her head jerking slightly as she spoke. Hermione nodded slowly. "I heard. I'm sorry." Hannah's eyes shimmered faintly, but her expression remained steady. "It's not your fault. I don't blame you at all." Hermione looked down, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Still, I feel bad. You two were really good together, I thought." "I think you should date Neville," Hannah said abruptly. Hermione's head snapped up in surprise, her eyes wide as she stared at Hannah. But Hannah just looked steadily back at her. "He used to like you, you know. He said you were the first friend he ever had." Chapter 18, and how do you just walk away? Do you care? Draco froze, staring at Granger. She was curled up in his lap, his body intimately connected with hers, and she was studying him with a baffled expression. Yes, he cared. She was his. His scent lingered on her skin. He had memorized every inch of her body, knew exactly how to touch her to make her moan and fall apart. She slept in his arms every night. In his dreams, he heard her whisper, "Yours. I'm yours." His entire life revolved around her as if she were the sun. Yes, he absolutely cared. He doubted she understood how difficult it was for him to hold back from biting her every time they were together. He often found himself dangerously close to giving in to that desire because he wanted her forever. He opened his mouth to speak, but as he did, he noticed her eyes grow guarded, as if she were bracing herself. The words died on his lips. Just, temporarily, while I try to figure out a long-term solution. It wouldn't be dating. It would just be physical, like, friends with benefits. Well, not necessarily friends. Not a relationship. Not even friends. Just casual. She was letting him touch her as a temporary fix until she found something better. Longbottom was single again, and Theo had apparently decided it was time to step in. If she thought he might complicate things by getting too invested, she'd probably end it immediately. After all, she had better options now. He didn't know what he'd do if she cut him off. The thought of her turning to someone else, of having to smell another man on her, made him feel sick. Knowing someone else was touching her, hearing the sound she'd make for them, it was unbearable. If having Theo sitting next to her was enough of a trigger to send him into a frenzy, the idea of her moving on to someone else could very well push him over the edge. He should have said no when she first asked him to. Draco felt a surge of possessiveness as he gazed at Granger, curled up in his lap. The thought of letting her go seemed impossible. No which could ever compare to the thrill of being near her. As their eyes met, he felt utterly vulnerable, as if she held his heart in her hands. He pressed his lips together and gently pulled her off him, acutely aware of his desire. The ache of restraint was intense as he adjusted himself in his trousers. Despite the discomfort, it helped ground him as he stood beside her. Her clothing was slightly open, revealing marks on her neck from where he'd kissed her, and he could feel the remnants of their intimacy sliding down her legs. He longed to pull her close again, to reclaim that connection, kissing his way across her face, neck, shoulders, and down her arms to her wrists. "No," he said, focusing on her left ear to avoid the truth in her eyes. "I think the biology just caught me off guard." "Oh," she replied, the single word hanging in the air. Hermione Granger, who could recite textbooks on command, had said nothing more than that. It left Draco confused. Did her "oh" mean she didn't believe him? Or that she did? Was she relieved or disappointed? He had no idea how to read her expressions, and the intensity of his feelings made it harder to look at her without wanting to touch her, kiss her, and promise her the world. The only time he felt even slightly in control was when she was losing herself to her emotions or instincts. In those moments, he could be steady for her. Most of the time, though, he felt an overwhelming urge to crawl to her, to be near her. It took every ounce of his willpower to stay away from her throughout the day. "Don't stop needing me," he wanted to plead, because that was the only time life felt manageable. His thoughts revolved around her. She was the axis of his world. Draco's thoughts were consumed with a desire to please Hermione, eagerly waiting for her to need him. Nothing compared to the joy he felt when he could bring her pleasure, when he could feel her desire for him. He loved watching her face, listening for that moment when her breath would catch, and noticing the way she shivered. He wanted to spend his entire life holding her close. Even discussions about arithmancy became a delight, despite his usual indifference toward the subject. When she revealed she'd read more than 30 supplemental textbooks for their class, he couldn't help but ask which ones, and they eagerly compared notes. Hermione practically bounced in her seat when they discovered they had both read the newly translated Nagnok's Guide to Goblin Arithmancy. Her excitement at finding someone to discuss these concepts with was infectious, and he had to bite his tongue to stop himself from suggesting they start a book club together. When they weren't together, he spent most of the day trying not to follow her through the halls. It was a relief that she dedicated so much time to studying. If Hermione were more social, he feared he might be failing all his classes. She was the most unconventional Omega he had ever encountered. She approached her identity as if it were a form of lycanthropy, managing it with potions and passionate encounters while striving to separate and ignore it the rest of the time. He marveled at how she managed it all. None of the books he'd read suggested that Omegas could be like her. When he was with her, it felt as if something within her flicked on, transforming her into a completely different person. Until she reached her climax, she seemed to exist as a separate entity, speaking in a different tone of voice. She called him Alpha and would suggest they skip class for a rendezvous in the Charms classroom. But once she climaxed, she returned to her familiar, more controlled self. The overwhelming intensity faded, and she became more like the Hermione he knew. Once she fell asleep, it was as if their time together was over. In the mornings, she would pretend. Draco lay there, allowing sleep to take him until he had to leave. Hermione wasn't just an Omega, she had an Omega carefully contained within her, one that she kept quiet through irregular, passionate encounters. It was a frustrating situation for Draco. He reasoned that her reluctance to embrace her true self had led her to suppress her Omega, resulting in this complicated manifestation. Unlike his own experience of presenting as an alpha, something that felt natural and intrinsic to his identity, Hermione's struggle seemed to box her Omega away, allowing her to dissociate from it until triggered. Draco was an alpha every minute of every day. It shaped his behavior, and whenever he suppressed it, he did so intentionally. He understood that losing control and giving in to his instincts didn't diminish the sincerity behind his feelings. When he promised to take care of her and told her she was perfect, he genuinely meant it. Yet, he grappled with the fact that part of his attraction to Hermione stemmed from biological instinct. It didn't feel like a purely instinctual pull. He tried to imagine if it were someone else. If Susan Bones had the same scent as Hermione, would he feel the same way? The instinctual craving would still be there, but he couldn't envision himself caring deeply. If Susan were to ask him if he wanted to kiss her, the answer would be a definite no. He wouldn't promise to always take care of her or plead for her to say she wanted him and belonged to him. If she ended up with someone else, he might feel a twinge of jealousy as an alpha, but he doubted he'd be emotionally shattered. None of the other alphas seemed emotionally invested in Hermione, despite all their posturing. But when Hermione was with Draco, it felt as though she was not fully present. It was as if her mind drifted away, leaving her Omega behind to whimper, keen, and beg for him. Draco couldn't shake the feeling that Hermione didn't truly mean the things she said. Deep down, he sensed that she didn't want to feel trapped in her identity as an Omega. But that was just his perspective, and it was all a bit theoretical. There was hardly any research on how Omegas presented themselves. For Omegas, the process seemed much more sudden and internal, while alphas like him grew into their identities gradually over the month following their birthdays. He found plenty of information on the physical aspects of Omega presentation, the glands, hormone surges, heats, and the heightened levels of magic. Yet, he struggled to find anything about how their personalities might change or if those changes were similar to alphas. The only certainty he had was that sex became an intensely emotional experience for Omegas, who needed a genuine emotional connection to reach climax. What surprised him most was how deeply her emotions affected him. He instinctively poured his feelings into her, and he had initially thought the intensity stemmed from her heat. But after their encounter in the library, he realized that it was simply the nature of their bond. Being intimate with her felt like their souls intertwined, and walking away afterward felt like tearing them apart. He would have expected at least one book to mention that aspect. He often wondered what it was like for Hermione. They barely talked about it, and he was unsure how to communicate with her without risking coming off as clingy. Whenever she referred to their relationship, she called it their arrangement, as if he were just a companion she was keeping. The thought was painful, and he found it hard to dwell on. If he admitted to any attachment or ever lost control and bit her, it would all be over. He would lose her, and the idea of that was more daunting than the thought of ending up in Azkaban, which, surprisingly, felt less significant compared to the chronic stress of being apart from her in any capacity. With those heavy thoughts swirling in his mind, Draco stepped out of the broom closet. Draco found himself struggling to cope after their encounters. Standing with Hermione once her head cleared, as her eyes grew guarded and doubtful, was always too difficult for him. Seeking refuge, he slipped into an empty classroom, staying there until his arousal finally faded. Hogwarts was becoming increasingly perilous. Charity Burbage's nephew, Cornelius, had made it his personal mission to get Draco expelled. A seventh year in Hufflepuff, Cornelius had gathered a group of friends from various houses, all eager to assist in their efforts. They would corner Draco, trying to provoke him into retaliating by casting minor hexes and hurling insults at him about his family. As Cornelius realized that Draco wouldn't easily be baited, he escalated his attacks. When he wasn't with Hermione, Draco spent most of his time hiding in empty classrooms or under disillusionment charms. He navigated his way to the Slytherin common room by the most roundabout routes possible, doubling back repeatedly to avoid being followed or trapped. As he walked through the entrance to the Slytherin common room, he strode across the room, grabbed Theo by the front of his robes, and dragged him up the stairs to their dormitory. "I think it's worth noting that I've already predicted you're going to punch me." "If you do, it's incredibly unoriginal," Theo said, stumbling up the stairs behind Draco. "Shut up," Draco snarled, kicking the door open and flinging Theo into the room. Theo, accustomed to being tossed around thanks to a lifetime of experience, rolled with the force, somersaulted, and jumped back to his feet across the room. Blaise looked up from a book on alchemy, wearing the expression of a martyr. "Do you have to do this in here?" "Shut up, Blaise," Draco snapped. Blaise sighed and closed his book with a thud. "I swear, alphas are more dramatic than teenage girls. You do realize you're fighting over an Omega who isn't interested in either of you?" "Shut up," Draco and Theo said in unison. Blaise rolled his eyes and sat up. "Don't say I didn't warn you when she starts dating Longbottom." Draco felt his stomach clench. "Fuck off, Blaise. I'm just saying." "Blaise," Draco interrupted, his tone icy, "I'm already having a terrible day. Burbage's goons tried a new hex on me today and nearly fractured my skull. I heard about Longbottom from Granger, and now Theo has decided to add himself to my complicated life. I actually added myself to Hermione's life." "You're just a coincidence," Theo said, shoving his hair out of his eyes and glaring at Draco. "She's mine." "Really?" Theo crossed his arms, eyeing Draco with skepticism. "Does she know that?" "Because she was pretty quick to clarify that you two aren't in any kind of relationship when we were talking." Draco balled his hands into fists, seething as Theo continued, "If you're actually dating her, I'll back off. But since you're obviously not, there's no reason I can't try. You're clearly not making her happy. She looks depressed or traumatized half the time when she looks at you." Draco swallowed hard. "Fine." His voice came out hollow. "But if you hurt her, I won't just crystallize you, I will kill you." Theo blinked, astonished. "Seriously?" "I have to admit, I was expecting a slightly stronger reaction from you." He sniffed the air and grimaced. "Although, you obviously were with her before coming here, so I'll just assume you've already dealt with most of your rage over my audacious decision to shake." In a split second, Draco crossed the room. Theo jumped back, trying to dodge, but Draco had seeker reflexes. He caught Theo's tie out of thin air. Draco yanked Theo forward, driving his knee into Theo's diaphragm. He released him as Theo collapsed to the floor. Don't talk about her like that, Draco snarled. Theo gasped for air for several seconds before managing to respond. Like what? Commenting on how you actually treat her? Are you claiming it was slow and sweet in a bed somewhere? I can smell it on you. You took her in a broom closet after class. He sneered at Draco while picking himself up off the floor, trying to catch his breath. I've never said anything against her. You're the one who used to talk about how you wished she'd die and took the dark mark. I'm the one who told you to leave her alone. You're using her, and you don't even deserve to breathe around her. I'm not using her, Draco shot back, his voice trembling with rage. Neither of us owe you any explanation. Just back off. I don't understand what's going on, Blaise chimed in from his bed. That makes two of us, Theo replied, pressing a hand against his diaphragm. I get it, Draco, your life is hard now. You're not popular. You're getting a crash course on what it's like to be bullied. Welcome to the club of unpopularity. Sorry, but you don't get Hermione Granger as a consolation prize. She's better than you. Draco drew a sharp breath. I'm not, I know. I don't see her that way. Sure. I'm sure all those mudblood slurs just accidentally slipped out over the years because you were under the Imperious curse. Theo's eyes sparkled with anger, and Draco realized his friend's fury ran deeper than mere jealousy. How long have you liked her, Theo? Theo's fingers twitched. Like I told her, it started in 4th year. Draco dropped a hand over his eyes and tipped his head back. I'm sorry. I didn't realize. How did you not know? I thought the whole house knew. Blaise sounded incredulous. Draco swallowed hard, searching for an explanation that wouldn't make him seem like a complete jerk. Ironically, that was exactly what he was. He looked down at the floor. I thought it was a joke. That says a lot about you, doesn't it? Theo's voice was tight with tension. Draco gave a faint nod, suddenly feeling exhausted. She doesn't want a relationship. Her goals for the year are academic. His tone was wooden. Theo eyed him warily. Are you falling for her? A deep, freezing sensation gripped Draco's chest. He shook his head. I don't know what I feel for her. Being around her, I just don't know. To be honest. He sighed. I feel ruined by her half the time. That good, huh? Blaise drawled. Draco's frustration boiled over, and he hexed Blaise hard enough that he flew off his bed and crashed into the wall. Don't talk about her. That's not what I meant. Blaise pushed himself up from the floor, pounding his chest as he tried to catch his breath. She's got you so whipped you don't even realize it. Draco fought the urge to hex Blaise again. It doesn't matter. His voice was tight. Like I said, she doesn't want a relationship. Wait. She's using you for sex? Theo asked, disbelief etched on his face. Draco ran a hand through his hair in frustration. No. It's not like that. Omegas aren't legally protected when they're unbound. Anything that happens to her would be dismissed in court as a biological imperative. He swallowed hard. She can't do anything about Goldstein, even after he told her he intended to assault her in the hallway. If she's scent marked, it inoculates her against the rest of you. She's unaffected. And I'm a logical choice because if I ever overstep, McGonagall has made it clear just how happy she'll be to expel me. Blaise and Theo stared at him in stunned silence. You dense motherfucker, Blaise finally said. Theo shook his head in disbelief and muttered, that's why you're sleeping with her. You agreed? Draco shot a sharp look at Theo. If you were in my position and she asked, would you have said no? Theo flushed and looked away. Touché. Blaise straightened his robes and turned toward the door. You alphas are so dumb. I can't take any more of this. I'm going to go snog Daphne. Draco glanced at Blaise, momentarily forgetting about Granger. You and Daphne? Blaise shrugged. Just casually. We started seeing each other over the summer. She wrote about getting to see he raised his eyebrows slightly, library with Astoria. It was a good time, so I invited her back. Right. Draco shook his head, bewildered. Why is she still after me then? Blaise didn't seem surprised or offended, he simply shrugged. Well, they're not exactly the same. She's probably just curious. I think she's mostly asking on Astoria's behalf anyway. Draco swallowed uncomfortably. That only made things feel weirder, and worse. Astoria is how old? Blaise looked up at the ceiling thoughtfully. 16, he said slowly. I think. But her birthday is this month. Draco realized he had been sleeping with Pansy occasionally since 5th year. He supposed 16 wasn't that young, but still, it felt strange. Why me? Why not someone from 6th or 7th year? Blaise snorted. Probably because yours is famous. What? Draco stared at Blaise in disbelief. Pansy. Pansy and her little group of friends who had to share every detail with each other. If Pansy was out there telling stories about their past together, even flattering ones, he was going to have some serious words for her. I have a fairly decent one too, Theo interjected, sounding aggrieved. Even if it's not as famous as Draco's. I showed it to them around noon, and it was nearly midnight before they were done with it. Draco didn't want to engage in this conversation. The last thing he needed was to hear Blaise and Theo argue about whose charm Daphne and Astoria Greengrass preferred. If that happened, he'd need to clear his mind with a Scourgify spell. I'll leave you to your argument since I'm apparently the only one who doesn't want the Greengrasses anywhere near my library, Draco said with a sneer, stalking out of his dorm room and heading to the Hogwarts library. The cursed object he and Granger were assigned was turning into a bit of a nightmare. They'd spent the past week trying to find a formula for the final equation. As he walked through the halls, he felt disillusioned until he reached the library, where he reappeared in an empty aisle. Granger wasn't nearby, which likely meant she was in the Gryffindor dorm. He made his way to the charms aisle, dragging his finger along the spines of the books in search of something useful. Granger had him thoroughly beaten when it came to arithmancy. She was a whiz at running numbers in her head, pulling equations from memory as if her brain functioned like an index file, or inventing them on the spot if she couldn't recall one that fit. It seemed almost unfair that someone could interact with numbers so fluidly. However, Draco suspected he was better at charms. He'd always had a natural talent for it, but his knowledge had expanded significantly after spending a year repairing a vanishing cabinet. The spellwork involved was so intricate that just thinking about it made his head hurt. Borgen's advice on the repairs had been mostly useless. Draco had to teach himself how to build the cabinets to truly grasp how the repairs were supposed to work. Charms theory was a subject he knew intimately. Granger wasn't at the library, but he was determined to find what he needed. Draco knew Hermione wasn't bad at charms, but she simply lacked the experience with the wide variety of charmed objects and how their elements interacted. Sometimes, she didn't fully account for those details in her calculations, which led to discrepancies between their results. This often meant they had to sift through pages of equations, trying to pinpoint the differences and determine who was right. On the bright side, it made their study sessions last much longer than either of them intended. Yet, Draco couldn't shake off the memory of how Dawlish had been dismissive and condescending toward Hermione during her class presentation. He could see that it had upset her. When he wasn't lost in thoughts about Dawlish and Theo visiting Goldstein in the hospital ward, he was focused on finding a breakthrough for their assignment. He finally reached the section he needed in the library and began to browse. Draco. He cringed, wishing he could disappear, but it was clearly too late. He turned to face Daphne with a strained smile. Draco, I was wondering if you changed your mind about the Christmas holidays by any chance, she said, sashaying down the aisle toward him, her voice smooth and teasing. "I'm afraid not," he replied, his voice stiff. Daphne's mouth twitched as her eyes narrowed and she pouted slightly. "Why not?" Draco rolled his jaw, feeling irritation bubble up. "Is it that hard for you to believe I'm simply not interested? Just think of it as a favor then." She shrugged, moving closer and running a hand down his arm. "Really, Draco, it's not as though the Malfoy family is winning any popularity contests this year. Don't pretend you have anyone else asking to visit during the holidays. Do this for Tori and me, and I'll start putting in a good word for you socially." Draco clenched his fist, sneering down at her. "Really? You think you have the social capital to share with the disgraced Malfoy family? What? Let you and your sister take whatever you want." Daphne stared up at him, blinking her cool green eyes slowly. "If you're that opposed, think of it as a compromise. The Malfoy family is famous for those. Were you planning to be a pariah for the rest of your life? You used to be so ambitious. I don't understand why you're not jumping at this opportunity. I'm hardly asking for anything." The answer is still no. Daphne's eyes glittered with irritation. "Why not?" she whined, moving closer. Draco slid away from her. "For one thing, my mother will be there. The whole reason I'm returning for the holidays is to be with her. Not to mention, Blaise and Theo usually spend part of the holidays there. I think that would be a bit awkward, don't you?" Daphne looked confused. "Why? I doubt they'll take it personally that Astoria and I want a chance to see yours too. They could even join us, if you wanted." Draco felt himself blush from the roots of his hair. "What? Do you have specific objections to me or my sister? Because it certainly seems like it's a free-for-all when it comes to Pansy, Blaise, and Theo." Daphne was getting annoyed, and her voice was rising. "Who told you that?" Draco demanded incredulously. "Blaise? I asked him why you've been so resistant. He has no idea. One afternoon is all I want, and you're acting as if I'm asking for your virginity. I know you have no objections when it's other people. Blaise said you spent most of this past summer with him and Theo, and since you weren't with Pansy anymore, the three of you spent most of your time. Excuse me, Greengrass, I suddenly have an urgent need to kill someone." Draco beelined out of the charms section, nearly running into Ginny Weasley as he left. He turned the corner, muttering, "Pardon me, Weasley," as he stormed out of the library in search of Blaise. Chapter 19, I've been thinking, too much, help me. Hermione stood, staring at Hannah in surprise. Hannah continued, "I think you were probably too busy with Ron and Harry, and the war, to realize it. But he did. He liked you a lot, for a long time. So, you guys should really try." Hannah. Hermione hesitated, unsure if this was the right moment to mention that she wasn't particularly interested in Neville. "This isn't some kind of test for him, or for you," Hannah added, her expression tense. "You both, biologically speaking, have a pretty good chance of ending up together if you give it a shot. I'm not doing this to prove something or to imagine that I'm setting him and me up for an epic love story. I'm a Hufflepuff, and epic has never been my dream." Hannah paused, drawing a deep breath. "I love Neville. I'm in love with him, but I love him first. I want him to be happy more than I want him to be with me. If he'd be happier with you, I'd rather know that than spend my whole life wondering about it. That wouldn't be fair to any of us." Hermione didn't know what to say. "I'm going to withdraw from Hogwarts," Hannah said, her gaze fixed on the floor. "I was waitlisted for the healing internship at St. Mungo's, but a spot just opened up unexpectedly. I got the letter a few days ago. So, I'm going to study for my newts by correspondence. I'm leaving this weekend. So, give Neville a chance. A real one. If you think he has one, you too should try." With that, Hannah turned and walked quickly back toward Susan, who was waiting nearby. Hermione watched as Susan slung an arm around Hannah's shoulders, and the two girls walked away without another glance in her direction. Hermione stood hesitating in the hallway, trying to make sense of the mess her personal life had somehow devolved into. Relationships had never been her strong suit. A bright but abrasive personality, her teacher had written in a note to her parents back in kindergarten. Has difficulty with interpersonal relationships, the note had said back in primary school. Hermione had tried, she really had, but especially when it came to girls, she always felt one misstep away from disaster. Aside from Ginny, who came from a family of boys, her female friendships had a tendency to sputter or explode. After 6 years at Hogwarts, maintaining a somewhat tense but polite acquaintance with her roommates was the most she had managed. As she walked slowly toward the abandoned wing of Hogwarts, she murmured the password and peered inside. Draco was lounging on the couch, surrounded by rolls of parchment. He glanced up, his eyes darkening slightly before he returned to skimming through a book. Hermione approached the couch. They had never worked on homework in this room before. She picked up one of the scrolls and unfurled it. "Don't look at that one." "I got through half of it and realized it was wrong," he muttered, not bothering to look up. His tone was a low, irritated grumble that sent a faint shiver down Hermione's spine. Despite his warning, Hermione examined the numbers anyway. Draco's handwriting was annoyingly perfect. She took comfort in knowing that, despite that, he struggled with mental arithmancy. On paper, he could calculate quickly, but he couldn't churn out equations nearly as fast as she could. For their arithmancy project, they had been assigned an amulet cursed with the Gemino spell. It should have been straightforward to break, but the protective properties of the amulet complicated things, causing their spells to interfere with one another. They had both developed dozens of equations, drawing from various theories in curse breaking, yet neither could find a counter-curse with more than a 67% chance of success. The assignment required a minimum of 70%. Hermione sat down next to him, careful not to get too close. "What do you have?" He snapped the book closed with a sharp sound. He let out an irritated sigh and picked up one of the many scrolls scattered around them. "It works all the way through, but at the end, there's another formula we need. I've gone through a dozen books and can't find any that fit the parameters," he said, grimacing as he handed it to her. Their fingers brushed slightly, and Hermione jumped, but she forced herself to focus on the long series of equations he had crafted, mentally calculating them to check for mistakes. It was perfect, every detail. It deserved to be framed. It was downright unjust that someone could write strings of numbers so beautifully. As she reached the end, she realized he had gotten closer to a workable solution than anything else they had come up with. She stared at the final string of predictive numbers, rolling them around in her mind, trying to figure out how to make them align with their goals. Just one more formula, and they'd be set. Biting her lip, an idea struck her. She reached across him, snatched up his quill, and added an equation at the top. Then, she used the resulting predictive numbers to add a final formula at the bottom. Looking up at Draco triumphantly, their eyes met, and for a moment, it felt like the breath had been knocked out of her. Her mind went blank, and she began to lean closer to him, then abruptly remembered the arithmancy. She shoved the parchment toward him and tore her gaze away. He glanced over it, his eyes narrowing as he calculated what he read. A faint quirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. "What exactly is this one?" Leaning over, she traced her finger along the numbers. Their shoulders brushed, and she pressed her lips together for a moment, trying to concentrate. "I realize that the protection spells interact with the Gemino curse, but the Gemino curse doesn't affect the protection spells. If we devise counterspells to the protections, we should be able to remove them without issue, and then reversing the Gemino will be easy." She studied his reaction. He arched an eyebrow, intrigued. "Well, technically, that would meet the requirements of the assignment. But I don't think the intention was for us to render the amulet useless, Hermione said. Yes, but if we can counter the protections, we should be able to reapply them afterward. Clever, Hermione replied, feeling a warmth spread through her. She forced herself to shrug instead of beaming at him. Do you know anything about removing protection spells? Draco asked after a moment. Not exactly, she admitted, shifting slightly on the couch. I'll have to research it. But if it's anything like removing warts, the numbers should mostly align with this equation. She pointed to the figures she had added at the top. The library should have some books on creating protective amulets. Then we can use spell analysis to figure out how to reverse engineer the magic. Draco smirked, looking as smug as an easel. Something like this? He reached into his satchel and pulled out a thick book on metallurgical spell creation. How? She started, surprised. He smirked again. I had the same thought, but I couldn't figure out the equation. He grimaced. Boffin. You might have figured it out eventually, maybe in 30 scrolls of parchment or so, she shot back with a teasing smirk. Draco rolled his eyes and picked up the equation again, leaning back and resting his feet on the coffee table as he inspected it. To be honest, I don't think this would have ever occurred to me. Where did you get it? Oh, Hermione brightened, summer reading. Victor Crumb and I have been corresponding over the years. Arithmancy is his favorite subject. He translated a book on Bulgarian arithmancy into English and sent me a copy to look over before he submitted it to an editor. He quirked an eyebrow and looked at her slowly. Crumb taught you about this kind of equation? There was a faint edge to his voice. Hermione felt the urge to roll her eyes. It seemed to be a strange universal rule that every male in her acquaintance had. Hermione raised an eyebrow at Draco's objections to her friendship with Victor. If by taught you mean he sent me a translated manuscript that discussed it and I read it, then yes. Draco smirked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I didn't realize professional Quidditch seekers had hobbies like arithmancy. Hermione snorted. How do you think we became friends? Talking about Quidditch? We met in the arithmancy aisle in the library. That was how we got to know each other. He even sends me a subscription to the academic arithmancy journals every year for Christmas. Draco's expression soured visibly as he dropped the parchment on the floor, as if it had offended him. He began gathering his notes, shoving them into his satchel with purpose. Hermione stretched across the couch, reaching for the book on metallurgy. Lying on her stomach, she flipped to the table of contents while Draco continued to stow away his notes. As she skimmed through the chapter titles, she felt her skirt slowly being pulled up. She paused for a moment, then forced herself to keep reading, despite the fabric inching up her thighs and pooling at the small of her back. A shiver ran through her as she felt fingers brushing against the edge of her knickers, followed by Draco's firm grip as he squeezed her right cheek. She let out a startled yelp. You have a delectable arse, Granger, he said, his voice teasing. Thank you, she replied, trying to sound prim, though her voice was strained with laughter. Suddenly, she felt his teeth graze her skin, and the unexpected sensation made her head slam down into the metallurgy book. Ouch! She exclaimed, cradling her nose as laughter bubbled up inside her. Are you all right? Draco asked, concern mingling with amusement. Yes, she answered, her voice nasal as she continued to hold her nose, shaking with laughter. Are you sure? Let me see. McGonagall will have me in irons if I break you. His fussing was absurdly adorable, and Hermione couldn't help but smile at the unexpected charm of the moment. Malfoy looked genuinely anxious as he lifted her off the couch and cradled her in his lap. He gently pulled her hands away from her face, held her chin, and examined her nose as if he feared it might fall off at any moment. Maybe you should go see Madame Pomfrey, he suggested after inspecting her injury from every angle. Hermione stared at him in disbelief. I'm fine, Malfoy. I just bumped it. It sounded very loud, he insisted, his expression stubborn. I am not going to ask the matron to look at my nose because I bumped it into a book. I've survived far worse on my own. Draco suddenly paled, his expression freezing. Hermione mentally kicked herself. I've survived several book avalanches helping Madame Pants with reshelving, she clarified. My nose isn't broken, and if it were, Episki is a very basic healing charm. Malfoy gave a stiff nod, but he still looked pale. She reached out and touched his cheek. Malfoy, we're both fine. His expression didn't relax, he seemed almost fragile, as if a single word from her could shatter him. Without thinking, she leaned forward and kissed him. Was it instinctive or rational? It was hard to say. He looked devastated, and she hated that. As their lips met, she felt more lucid than she usually did around him. Normally, she was a whirlwind of arousal and hormones by the time she entered the room, but perhaps it was because they'd already been intimate that day. She felt more like herself. As their lips brushed against each other, his hand slid up her waist and caressed her back. He kissed her fiercely, though his hands felt tense, as if he was trying to restrain something. She pressed her lips against his for a moment longer before pulling back to rest her forehead against his. His eyes were squeezed shut. She slipped her hand back and caught hold of one of his, drawing it forward. Interlacing their fingers, she asked, "What is it?" He opened his eyes and looked at her, his silver gaze crackling with intensity. "I'm sorry," he said abruptly. "I know it probably means nothing to you, but I need to say it. I'm so sorry for everything. I'm so sorry." Hermione stared at him, feeling a mix of elation and shock at his apology. But uncertainty crept in. Did he truly mean it, or was this just something he felt compelled to say? Was this an actual apology from Malfoy, or was it simply a duty of his role as her alpha? She couldn't tell. He looked away, his expression closing off. "Never mind. It's nothing. I just needed to say it." She stammered, her gaze dropping. She took a sharp breath. "I just don't know what's real anymore. I can't tell." Her throat felt constricted as she struggled to swallow. His mouth twitched slightly. "It doesn't matter." Her grip on his hand tightened. "No. It does matter. This really matters to me. Why are you sorry?" He stared at her, and her heart raced louder, pounding in her ears as she awaited his answer. "Because I was wrong. Because I was cruel and cowardly. I'm sorry for how I treated you in school and during the war." "Are really?" Her voice trembled. He smiled bitterly. "See? That's why it doesn't matter. You won't believe it anyway." Hermione groaned in frustration. "But I want to. I just don't know how to tell when something's real and when it's just biology." Draco leaned back, narrowing his eyes as he studied her. "What's it like for you?" Her shoulders sagged as she hugged herself. "Isn't it obvious? Let's assume that it isn't." She shrugged and gestured, feeling lost in the complexity of their conversation. "It's confusing," Hermione admitted, a flush creeping up her cheeks. "It's like there are these new aspects of my personality that I can't control. Whenever I'm, well, you know, feeling aroused, my mind just sort of slips away. I'm left with these instincts that take over unless I fight to maintain control. Before we started our arrangement, I felt like there was this succubus lurking in the back of my mind, only interested in getting aggressively involved with any alpha who came near. But now, it's manageable. It's contained and focused on you." However, she averted her gaze. Emotionally, everything feels fairly constant. "Constant how?" Draco asked, his expression cold. Hermione hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. "It felt risky to admit, I feel like you're my soulmate, which is surprising because I don't believe in soulmates. I don't even know if I like you as a person, especially since I can't be sure you'd willingly touch me if it weren't for the biological pull between us. Well, she started after a long pause. I think that because of my unusual situation, I have these instincts that drive me to want to bond. Even though I know it's irrational, it feels real. It's easy to recognize the biological urges when I'm tempted to act in ways that aren't typical for me. But when those biological instincts affect my emotions, it becomes harder to distinguish what's just biology. It feels legitimate, like it's real, she admitted, her eyes dropping away. Even when I know it's not. Taking a deep breath, she continued, that's why I'm uncertain about believing your apology. I can't tell if you feel sorry because your biology tells you to, or if you've actually thought it through and come to that conclusion. And since our brains rationalize things, it could be the former, but you might think it's the latter. Draco stared at her, as if weighing her words carefully. That's how you feel? Do you think this is just for alphas? Well, that's what all the books say. When alphas are around omegas, they lose control over their actions. Draco swallowed hard, a bitter expression crossing his face for several seconds. Right. Hermione let out a resigned sigh and looked away. She despised her biology, absolutely hated it. It felt like it would haunt her forever, making her second-guess herself and any alpha she might hope to be with for the rest of her life. I was sorry before you presented, Malfoy suddenly said. Hermione turned back to him, meeting his intense gaze. I wanted to apologize earlier, but it felt insufficient. I didn't think you'd believe me then, so I held back. I thought you'd prefer it if I just left you alone. He glanced down at their hands. But I wanted to tell you that I'm sorry for my part in everything. I don't want you to think otherwise, that I'm here and don't regret it. Hermione stared at him, breathless, gripping his hand so tightly that it trembled. Thank you, she managed to say. You have no idea how much it means to hear you say that. She intended to continue, to express how meaningful it was, to tell him that she believed him and forgave him for the things he had been forced to do during the war. She even wanted to ask if his apology included his pure-blood bigotry. But to her utter horror, tears began to stream down her face. Hermione was not the type to cry, she almost never did. Yet, in Draco Malfoy's presence, crying had become an unfortunate pattern, and she was mortified. Thrice damned Omega hormones, she thought. She tried to explain, to reassure him that she wasn't usually this emotional, but it was hard to articulate through her sobs. Sorry, she cried. I'm not actually sure why I'm crying. Hermione tried to wipe her face clean. These stupid hormones are ruining my life. She attempted to breathe through the tears, but they just kept flowing. Good grief. I'm trying to have a conversation, she whined, her voice shaky. I don't understand. How do I make it stop? Draco gently cupped her face, wiping away her tears and kissing her forehead. Then he pulled her into a hug, and she continued to cry, frustratedly burying her face in his robes. It was so awful. She wanted to kick something, not Draco, but ideally Anthony Goldstein. Lately, whenever Hermione felt this way, she had to suppress the urge to storm into the hospital ward and kick his chrysalis. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, she heard Draco murmuring softly as he held her close, pressing gentle kisses to her forehead and the top of her head. You have no idea how perfect you are. You're so perfect. I'm so sorry. His voice was husky, and his comforting pheromones filled the air around them. Hermione felt her resolve begin to slip away, but she fought against it. No, she wanted to talk to Draco. They were on the verge of an actual conversation, and the lack of communication was eating at her. Malfoy, she sniffled, drawing back slightly to meet his gaze. Malfoy, can I just ask you? She wiped her tears and focused on him, but her voice trailed off as she took in his striking eyes. It was unfair for anyone to have such beautiful eyes. The depths seemed to pull her in, and she felt a wave of uncertainty. What if he said no? What would she do then? What if he still saw her as inferior because of her blood and said it to her face? Would she continue anyway, or would she ruin things for Neville and Hannah out of sheer desperation? Swallowing her question bitterly, she let out a deep sigh. She just needed to manage. Hermione took a moment to gather her thoughts, promising herself that she would eventually ask Draco about their future. She needed clarity to understand what had transpired between them. Someday, when the fear of asking didn't feel so overwhelming, she would find the courage to bring it up. But not yet. Never mind, she said, trying to brush it off. What is it? He asked, his curiosity piqued. Nothing that matters, she replied, avoiding his gaze. You can ask. We can talk, he offered, though his expression was tense. Hermione shook her head. No, it doesn't matter. The fact that I even want to is probably just biology, anyway. His eyes narrowed. Suit yourself, he muttered. She shifted in his lap, sensing a sudden change in his mood. Anger and resentment flickered across his face. She felt a pang of confusion. Did you want it tonight? Or should I just go? The tension in the air was palpable, and the awkwardness between them felt more pronounced than ever. I wasn't sure if you'd be here when I came, he admitted, since we already, you know. He gripped her hips firmly, his gaze intense. Stay. Earlier, I wasn't. I didn't make it good for you. It was fine, Hermione said, a blush creeping up her cheeks. I actually liked it. He looked at her, a mix of disbelief and intrigue in his eyes. You liked how intense I was? Her voice wavered slightly. Yes. I like it when you're not holding back. Malfoy's expression shifted, becoming almost feral. Anticipation coursed through her as she felt her mind begin to unravel. Really? He growled. Really, she replied, her voice a breathy whisper. Heat radiated from her, pooling in her lower abdomen and traveling along her jaw and down her neck. She felt a tingling sensation, awakening every nerve in her body, and she realized she was ready for whatever would come next. Studied the possessive expression on his face. Hermione drew a shaky breath as Draco stared at her, his expression unreadable and calculating, as if he were weighing something while appraising her. Then, he lifted his hand and rested it gently on her neck. His skin was warm and comforting, and she leaned into his touch as he slid his thumb down her throat. Slowly, he dragged his hand to the top button of her shirt and flicked it open, then the next, and the next. They had never taken things slowly, not since that first encounter in the library. Normally, it was frantic when they met, clothes came off in a rush, and he would take her with an urgency that left them both breathless. As he finished unbuttoning her shirt, Hermione felt her knickers already damp with anticipation. He parted the fabric, letting her shirt slide off her shoulders and down her arms. Then, with a practiced flick, he unclasped her bra, pulling it away and leaving her bare. The cool air made her nipples ache, hardening under his intense gaze. He stared at her for what felt like an eternity. Hermione had grown accustomed to the staggered expression he wore after he pulled her clothes off, but the scrutiny still made her blush faintly. It wasn't just alpha biology, she thought. He must genuinely like the way she looked to spend so much time admiring her. Sometimes, she wished for more experience with casual relationships so she could better understand what was considered normal. It felt anything but casual to her, but maybe she simply didn't grasp how casual could work. Draco reached forward, brushing his fingers lightly along the underside of her breast. Her skin prickled at the sensation, and she bit her lip, trying to hold still. He dragged his fingers up between her breasts to the dip of her throat, avoiding her scent glands. Instead, he seemed to be savoring the moment. Hermione shivered as Draco caressed the length of her throat, moving up to her chin before sliding his thumb into her mouth. She instinctively sucked on it, tasting the salt of his skin. As he withdrew his thumb, she felt his skin graze lightly against her teeth. He then pushed 2 fingers into her mouth, tracing her teeth and pressing down on her tongue, only to pull them out and drag them along her chin and down her neck. The cold trails of saliva on her skin sent shivers through her. He pulled her closer, their lips almost touching when he paused, just a breath apart. Their noses brushed, and Hermione gasped softly before he captured her mouth with his. The kiss was so deep that her toes curled, and she found herself gripping the fabric of his shirt. In one smooth motion, he turned her and laid her back on the couch beneath him. Their fingers intertwined as he stretched across her, kissing her languidly. If Hermione tried to imagine what it felt like to be head over heels in love, she couldn't believe it could be more exhilarating than lying there under Draco, breathless from his kisses. Her heart raced, on the verge of exploding. He drew his lips away and pressed soft kisses along her jaw, nibbled her ears, and inexplicably seemed to revel in burying his nose in her hair. He felt like her lover, like he truly loved her, and she found herself at a loss for how to process it all. Was he always like this? Had she simply been too overwhelmed to notice? He dipped his head, kissing along the swell of her breasts. As his lips moved over her, his hand glided along the undersides of her breasts with feather-like touches, tracing the circumference without ever brushing against her nipples, which began to ache with need. She bit her lip, arching her back, begging wordlessly. She wanted him to squeeze her breasts, to press his fingers in hard enough to leave bruises, to drag his tongue over their curves. Burning mouth around her nipples and suck so hard she screamed under him. Instead, he just kept teasing her, exploring her slowly without licking her at all, noting the touches that she reacted to most intensely. As though she were a string instrument he was learning to play. She felt as though she must be. Under his observant ministrations she felt so taut she was nearly vibrating. It was so intense. She hadn't known it was possible for it to be so intense without having her mind slip away and leave her in a wanton, pheromone-induced state. But he didn't touch her glands at all. She smelled like him, the way she normally did, but she felt vividly lucid. It hadn't occurred to her that it wasn't all just hormone-induced. She'd assumed having sex with Malfoy was intense and incredible because the hormones made it seem mind-blowing. She hadn't considered that it simply was, and the hormones were just, she wasn't even sure anymore. She was writhing under him as her body grew steadily more and more on edge. Her clit and her glands were starting to throb from the intense arousal he was stoking within her with his relentless assault. She tried to buck against him. He drew back and stared at her. "Be still." Hermione froze as though he had jinxed her. He hadn't commanded her. He hadn't used even the faintest amount of an alpha tone at all, but she immediately stilled. "I'll take care of you," he said. "You just have to be patient." Hermione gave a small nod and he smirked faintly. "Good girl." Hermione felt golden heat unfurl inside of her, like the feeling of a cat purring against her chest. He leaned down and pressed a kiss against her abdomen and then slowly kissed up along her ribs and back to her breasts. He teased her nipples into rigid peaks once again until Hermione was nearly gasping as she struggled to hold still. She twitched and she shivered at his every touch, trying not to arch or writhe. Just when she felt on the verge of sobbing, he gently caught her nipple between his teeth and brushed his tongue against the throbbing tip. Hermione nearly gasped, her fingers digging into the fabric of the couch as he continued to suckle. Each stroke of his tongue and the heat from his mouth sent waves of sensation straight between her legs, leaving her slick with desire. It felt as if she could reach her peak with just his mouth on her breasts. Finally, he drew away and leaned over to take her other nipple into his mouth. Hermione felt her entire body grow rigid. This was just too much. This couldn't possibly be what normal intimacy felt like. It was as if she were on the brink of a seizure, her limbs a mix of liquid fire and fragile glass. Her heart pounded, and she clung to the couch, feeling as though she might fly off into the air. Draco continued to swirl his tongue against her sensitive flesh, one hand exploring her other breast, teasing the nipple beneath his fingers. When he finally pulled away, leaning in to kiss her again, the intensity of it all took her breath away. The control he held was palpable, and when he looked at her, it felt like she was the center of his universe. Control. Obsession. As their lips met, it was like being struck by lightning. A current surged between them, making her shiver as he slid his tongue against hers. It felt dangerous, as if she were uncovering truths about herself and Draco that she wasn't quite ready to confront. What she thought would be a simple rush of hormones had transformed into something far more complicated. Now, she didn't know what to believe anymore. Chapter 20. Step Inside My Brain. Draco pulled away from Hermione and helped her to her feet, gently guiding her from the couch to the bed. She felt almost boneless, uncertain if she could manage on her own, and he sensed it too. He always seemed to understand her in ways she couldn't quite grasp. When they reached the bed, he laid her down on her stomach on the mattress. She was topless, but her skirt, knickers, stockings, and practical Mary Jane shoes remained. As he slipped her shoes off, she wondered if the earlier instruction to remain still applied. She chose to lie still, and surprisingly, it was nice to let go of control. That was a feeling Hermione never thought she would welcome. In the past, losing control due to her Omega instincts had felt cruel and terrifying. It was a nightmare, a betrayal when her mind and body seemed to abandon her to any alpha who wished to dominate her. During her encounters with Draco, she had often felt forced to surrender to her instincts, resenting the loss of control. Maintaining her grip on situations was essential. It was something she had relied on for so long. For 7 years, Hermione had kept Harry and Ron safe, ensuring they didn't get expelled while managing to pass their classes at Hogwarts. The thought of voluntarily relinquishing control felt as alien as intentionally failing her newts. The potential consequences of losing that control loomed large, bad, life-altering, even deadly. If she wasn't in charge, she might not have had her beaded bag filled with Harry's invisibility cloak, books, clothes, money, essence of Dittany, and an entire camping set. The idea of being out of control was a chilling reminder of when Anthony Goldstein had invaded her mind, leaving her vulnerable to his whims. Just the thought of losing that control made Hermione's chest tighten. Hermione struggled to breathe for a moment. But when Draco gently told her to be still, it felt different this time. It was a choice she was making. She trusted him completely, knowing he wouldn't hurt her. Choosing to let him take control because she wanted to, rather than out of sheer desperation, brought her an intense sense of relief. Alphas thrived on control. It was a fundamental part of their nature. They needed to feel needed, to take care of someone. Even without an Omega, alphas often had specific preferences in intimate situations. Hermione wasn't sure if she would ever be comfortable with the idea of being tied up or spanked. But allowing Draco to guide her, to tell her to be still, to carry her and arrange her on the bed, it felt nice. It was as if a knot of anxiety that had been lodged in her mind for as long as she could remember had finally unraveled. She felt Draco's hand slide up her leg, and a soft moan escaped her lips. "Lift your hips for me," he said, his voice low and husky. His fingers caressed her hip bones, guiding her into the position he desired. Hermione shifted, arching her back and spreading her knees wide. He liked her like this. They shared this position almost every night. Usually, she was lost in a fog of desire then, never quite coherent. The sensation of him inside her at this angle was intensely satisfying. Yet, as she settled into the pose, a new awareness washed over her. She felt exposed and embarrassingly vulnerable. Heat rose to her cheeks as she sensed Draco unzip her skirt, pulling it and her knickers down over the curve of her backside. The cool air sent a shiver across her skin, heightening her awareness of her own arousal. Blushing deeper, she felt him slide her knickers down to her knees, and she shifted a leg to help him remove them completely, watching as he tossed them somewhere in the room. He seemed to have a knack for that. Her clothing scattered around the room. She'd summoned her bras and knickers down from the sconces more times than she could count. Biting her lip, she hoped he would just take her, rather than staring at her like he often did. It was faintly mortifying every time, no matter how lost in the moment she felt. She knew it wasn't unusual, especially for alphas, but surely, she had better angles to be admired from, any angle, really. Draco rested his hands on each cheek of her backside, sliding them along the curve, and she couldn't help but whimper. He kneaded her gently, squeezing possessively. Then, she felt his fingers trail lightly down her thighs before he suddenly pulled away. A shiver ran through her. She wished she could see what he was doing, but the thought horrified her. As if having him stare at her arousal wasn't mortifying enough, the idea of watching him do it was almost too cringe-worthy to consider. She twitched slightly, and a long pause stretched between them. What on earth was he looking at? It couldn't possibly be that interesting. Anxiously, she swallowed and tried to hold still. More time passed, and then she felt the air shift. His thumb slid along her wet center, and she gasped quietly. Another thumb joined it, parting her, spreading her open, and she could feel his breath against her skin, knowing he was very close. It felt as though her entire body was blushing, heat radiating from her. She could feel her arousal trailing down her inner thighs, and embarrassment washed over her. She regretted her earlier enjoyment of Draco's control. This was not hot, wet. God. Then, Draco's tongue slowly lapped across her, and Hermione froze, a sound escaping her lips that she had never uttered before. She mewled and nearly collapsed onto the bed. He pressed his hand into the small of her back, holding her in place as he continued. Licking her, pressing small kisses against her swollen flesh, and then sucking her clit gently into his mouth and lightly flicking it with his tongue. Hermione moaned gutturally and her back arched more sharply. He kept lapping gently against her until her whole body was vibrating as though she were about to come apart at a subatomic level. She was so close. If he'd just lick her clit a moment longer. But he kept not quite. She was right at the very brink, and he suddenly drew away. The first time she thought it was an accident. Then he did it again. And again. Until she felt ready to cry with desperation. His lips and tongue and fingers kept taking her to the very edge, and then withdrawing and going elsewhere until it faded. He would kiss gently along the curve of her arse, or soothingly massage the tension in the base of her spine where her back was arched. Then he'd kiss near her clit again and she'd be so agonizingly close again as he dragged his tongue up her inner thighs, collecting every drop of her arousal. She felt so on edge she felt as though she might come if he'd just breathe on her. But he wouldn't even do that. Hermione tangled her fingers into the sheets desperately as she choked back a frustrated gasp. She couldn't take it. She wanted him inside her. She wanted his arms around her and the feeling of his cock buried inside her until she stretched around him as he filled her to the very limit. Please, she finally sobbed as his tongue gently lapped against her clit and core once again. Oh God, Malfoy, please. His tongue stilled again and he drew away just enough to press a kiss against the sensitive spot at the top of her thigh just below the curve of her arse. She felt so close she was sure if he so much as pressed a finger inside her she'd instantly come apart. Please what? He asked in a low voice. She could feel him smirking faintly against her thigh. Prat. He was just unbelievable. Hermione swallowed hard. Please, please fuck me, she said in a small voice. He shifted away without a word. Hermione held her breath and heard the sound of shifting fabric. She nearly cried with relief. Then she felt him behind her. His right hand lightly caught her hip and held her in place while his left hand trailed along her spine for a moment. Then she felt the head of his cock against her center and pressed back against him as he sank into her. She gave a long, low moan as he filled her. She clenched hard around every inch of him. He was pressed hard against her pelvis, and she gasped raggedly as she arched and felt herself stretching around him. Had sex always been this real? He pulled back and thrust deep inside her again and again. Hard and fast. He groaned low in the back of his throat each time she clenched around him. Every time she heard it, it was as though the sound set the nerves in her spine on fire. She pushed her hips back to meet him, and whimpered and gasped under him. He leaned across her back until his chest was pressed against her. His heat was radiating through her. She felt his fingers dig into her hair at the base of her scalp, and he pulled her head up and turned it, capturing her lips in a bruising kiss as he continued to drive into her. She felt completely lost in him. He was in her and over her, his fingers tugged at her hair and his lips stole away her breath. He pulled his lips away from hers and slid a hand under her body, gripping her right breast, and he maintained his relentless pace. The angle inside her was just too, "You're so perfect. You're mine. Always mine," he muttered against her shoulder as his thrusts grew abbreviated as his knot inside her began to swell. He'd never knotted her in that position before. Hermione felt as though he were somehow deeper and larger, which should have been both impossible and uncomfortable, but somehow felt utterly incredible. She was pinned beneath him, physically trapped as his cock. He became completely enveloped by her, wrapping his muscular arms around her. In that moment, Hermione had never felt safer. There was a brief pause, then his hips jerked spasmodically as he reached his climax. It was as if a bomb had gone off inside her. There was no sensation of orgasm, just a blinding whiteness, as if the world had momentarily ceased to exist, overwhelmed by the intensity of her release. Even as she began to recover, the waves of pleasure continued to wash over her. She screamed, her body seizing around him. "Good girl," Draco groaned into her ear, moving inside her. "You're such a good girl. So perfect. Mine. God. Please. Always, always mine." As their climax faded, he panted heavily, resting his head against hers before kissing along her shoulders. When he started to slide his arms away, Hermione quickly captured his hand and held it tight. "Stay," she panted, letting her legs slide down to splay across the mattress. "I like feeling you like this." He followed her lead, pressing his chest against her back, his arms encircling hers, his legs resting on top of hers. Hermione sighed and melted into him, her heart still racing from the orgasm. Her head fit comfortably under his chin, but he tilted his head down, brushing his lips across her cheek. She closed her eyes, savoring the moment. Overwhelmed, she felt like she could drift off to sleep, but her mind was racing, trying to process what had just happened. "I thought it was just the pheromones," she said after several minutes of lying beneath him, absorbing his warmth like a cat in the sun. "What?" His voice rumbled in his chest, sending vibrations through her back. "The intensity. I thought it was just our pheromones causing a chemical reaction in the brain, like a drug trip. I didn't realize the sex would actually feel like that. I thought I was just high on you." He was silent for a moment. "Thanks," he finally replied, his tone dry. Hermione squeezed her eyes shut, a blush creeping across her cheeks. "I don't mean that I thought you were bad at it. It's just, normally I feel so lost. Sometimes, I can't even remember exactly what happens because it's so surreal. I didn't realize that," her breath caught, "that I could still have sex and feel like I'm me. I thought it was just something I could only experience as an Omega now." Draco remained silent for a long moment, an almost worryingly long moment. "Granger, you are an Omega," he said slowly. Hermione rolled her eyes. "Yes, but..." "There isn't any but. You're an Omega. You've been one your whole life. You aren't a werewolf. This isn't something you've recently been infected with and are now forced to sporadically treat. You are an Omega. Full stop. There are no buts about it." "But..." He groaned faintly, and Hermione stiffened beneath him. With a resigned tone, he said, "Go on, I'm listening." He slid his hands up her arms and then slowly down them, intertwining his fingers with hers and nuzzling her ear with his nose. Hermione shivered under his touch, trying to remember what she was saying. "But I'm not." It's not me. I mean, not that you and I knew each other very well before, but can't you tell that it's not me? I wouldn't be like this if I had any control over it. When the pheromones are in play, I lose almost all my self-determination. Even when I know, I feel like the part of me that knows has no power to stop myself from going along with it. It's like a form of dissociation. I don't understand how anyone can regard it as anything but absolutely horrifying. Malfoy was quiet, and Hermione huffed slightly. I mean, you don't think I would ever be willingly vulnerable to Anthony Goldstein, do you? Draco didn't immediately reply. Instead, he brushed his lips against her skin. He released her right hand and gently tucked her hair behind her ear. I think it's possible that you didn't present normally, he said, tracing a finger along her hairline. None of the books I've read mention the duality you sometimes demonstrate. I don't think that's typical for Omegas. Hermione froze, processing his words. What do you mean? Well, you were at school, surrounded by alphas before you presented. Even before your birthday, you noticed something was different, didn't you? You acted rather unusually whenever I saw you. She gave a small nod. You probably should have gone into premature heat. That's what the books say tends to happen when Omegas are exposed to alphas. But you didn't present until your birthday. My theory is that you suppressed your presentation, probably through sheer willpower. Given the state you were in when I found you, you were still fighting it even once you were in heat. If it's anything like alpha presentation, I imagine that affected how your presentation manifested. Hermione stiffened, a wave of horror washing over her. Oh my God. You mean, I did this to myself? Not intentionally. But you think that if I hadn't fought it, it would have turned out differently? It's possible. Oh God, she said quietly, fighting back tears. We could write to my grandmother. She's rather reclusive, but it's possible she'd be willing to speak to you if we tell her you're an Omega. She could tell you whether what you're experiencing is typical. Hermione struggled to imagine Druella Black, who hadn't even appeared at her daughter's trial, agreeing to meet with a Muggle-born Omega. It might change for you, Draco added after a moment. His tone shifted, the gentleness was gone, replaced by tension. When you finally find someone you trust enough to have bite you. If it stops being so. It's difficult for you to accept, but those dual tendencies may fade. Hermione froze for a moment, biting down on the inside of her lip and closing her eyes. He couldn't possibly mean for her to find another alpha while being knotted inside her. She had to be misunderstanding him. Is that what you think I should do? Find someone else? She asked carefully. Draco went still. Isn't that what you're intending to do? He replied. When you said this was temporary? Suddenly, Hermione regretted lying, feeling pinned beneath him with no way to escape. It felt like a punch to the gut. She pressed her lips together and swallowed hard. No, she finally managed to say after a minute. I'm actually pursuing medical options. Medical options? Draco echoed, sounding completely lost. Hermione flushed. She was already sweating under Draco, but now it felt like she was trapped in a sauna. She hadn't really considered discussing this with him. Yes, she said, trying to keep her voice casual. I'm looking into removing my ovaries to stop the heats. And my glands too. Just getting rid of the whole issue so I won't have to deal with it anymore. A heavy silence hung between them. He started after what felt like an eternity, then fell silent again. Hermione felt a twitch of anxiety. Anyway, that's the long-term option I'm exploring. I haven't heard back yet. It just seems more logical than giving up my whole life and marrying Charlie Weasley just because he's single and I know him better than anyone else. Or gambling on whether the next alpha I trust turns out to be another Anthony Goldstein. I don't think there's much chance of the duality fading in either case. So, it makes more sense to just stop being an Omega. Draco's hand, still entwined with hers, flinched slightly, tightening his grip. That's what you want to do? His voice shook. Hermione tucked her chin against her shoulder. It seems like the most logical thing to do. You don't want to soulbond? Or have children? Draco asked, his voice tinged with concern. Hermione buried her face in the mattress. Wanting to soulbond is a biological imperative, so once the hormones are all gone, I'm sure the desire will fade away. It's probably just instinct. And as for children, I can adopt. Draco fell silent, resting his head against her shoulder and pressing his cheek to it. After a few moments, he withdrew, his body softening enough that he could slip away from her. He sat on the edge of the bed, and Hermione glanced back over her shoulder, trying to gauge his reaction. His back was turned to her, and she couldn't see his face, which left her feeling uncertain. I think I need to go, he said abruptly, standing up and gathering his clothes. Hermione sat up, feeling a chill wash over her as she pulled the bed throw tightly around herself. He avoided her gaze while he dressed, eventually grabbing his satchel from the sofa. He had always stayed the night before. Malfoy, she called out, are you upset with me? He froze for a moment before turning back to look at her. Not at all, Granger. I just happen to have a bed in my dorm that I should probably make an occasional appearance in. Hermione stared at him, doubt clouding her thoughts. Good night, Granger, he said over his shoulder as he walked out. She glanced around the room, which suddenly felt cold, vast, and unbearably empty. The loneliness settled in, a familiar weight. It always seemed to be her left behind, Malfoy always departed first. With a heavy sigh, she got up and redressed, summoning her skirt and knickers from where they hung on the sconce. Her bed in the Gryffindor dorm felt frigid as she climbed in, and it took her hours to finally drift off to sleep. She conjured more than 20 comforters, hoping to find some warmth in the solitude. Before she felt warm enough, Hermione slept late. By the time her alarm clock's persistent buzzing finally broke through her consciousness, breakfast was long gone. She grabbed a sandwich from the house elves and made her way to the library. Immersed in her Transfiguration reading, she was startled when someone cleared their throat behind her. Looking up, she found Neville staring at her, clearly awkward. She regarded him with caution. Is there something wrong, Neville? She asked. He rubbed his chin, still watching her. I accidentally opened your post today. I'm really sorry. It was a package from St. Mungo's, and I just assumed it was about my parents, so I didn't check the name. He pulled a large, opened envelope from his book bag and held it out to her. Hermione felt her cheeks flush as she snatched it from his hand. Quickly, she pulled out the sheaf of papers and skimmed through the contents. Her expression fell, and she swallowed back her disappointment. Well, she said after several moments of reading, that's not as simple as I had hoped. Neville shifted uneasily. Is that actually something you're planning on? Hermione narrowed her eyes at him. I'm assuming you read it all? Neville turned bright red. At first, I was just confused, but then I realized I was curious. I'm really sorry. If anyone read my parents' files, I'd probably clobber them. You can punch me or hex me or whatever you want. I swear I wouldn't have opened it if I'd known it was for you. It's fine, Hermione replied heavily, flipping through the pages again. It's not like you wouldn't know if I ended up doing it. Aren't there better options? Neville asked, worry etching his features. I mean, that's pretty permanent. You couldn't go back. It would change everything. The corner of Hermione's mouth twitched. Well, I thought it would just mean no kids. I didn't realize all the other risks and likely side effects. It's not as straightforward as I had hoped. She sighed and flipped through the package again, stopping on another page. Of course, that's assuming the St. Mungo's Ethics Board would even approve such a disservice to wizarding kind after I pass all the prerequisite exams and psychological interviews. Apparently, not wanting biological children makes my mental soundness questionable. And despite my designation, it seems that smart girls like me are exactly the ones the wizarding world needs to have children. She sneered at one of the many letters enclosed in the package. It's remarkable how eager they are to push motherhood on me, considering how often they imply I'm mentally unstable, incapable of making decisions about my own body, and in need of extensive counseling. Neville rubbed the back of his neck, looking utterly bewildered. So, you and Malfoy aren't. I just assumed you two were dating. We aren't, Hermione replied, glancing away. It's just a casual arrangement to keep all the other boys from harassing me while I wait to hear back about this. She gestured toward the package. Huh, Neville said, his voice filled with confusion. He stared at her with an expression that was worryingly contemplative, reminiscent of the way Harry looked when he was planning something noble but foolish. Hermione cringed. Neville, I'm really sorry about you and Hannah. She and I spoke last night. I just want you to know, I'm not interested in interfering in your relationship. The whole reason I'm even exploring medical options is that I'm not keen on ending up in some sort of obligatory, semi-arranged marriage. I already have the Weasley family constantly urging me to just marry Charlie. She let out a faint snort. Neville continued to gaze at her thoughtfully. Hermione couldn't help but notice that he really was attractive, strong without losing his gentleness. The warmth radiating from Neville was palpable. If he weren't with Hannah, Hermione could easily see herself falling for him. There was a steadiness about him that drew her in like a moth to a flame. She tore her gaze away and bit her lip. Anyway, I've got homework. And I'm sure you do too. Thanks for bringing me my post. Neville shifted his book bag, hesitating for a moment. Hermione fixed her eyes on her Transfiguration textbook, determined not to look up until he finally left. She let out a quiet sigh of relief and tried to focus on her reading. But she had barely managed to get through 5 paragraphs when she heard a screech of chair legs, and someone dropped into the seat to her left. Hermione closed her eyes and groaned internally before turning to face Pansy. Somehow, Pansy was balancing her chair on 2 legs, reclining at an impossible angle while narrowing her eyes at Hermione. Her lips were painted a dangerous shade of scarlet, curled slightly into a smirk. I've decided, Pansy announced after a moment. Since you don't seem to be doing anything with the absolute goldmine you've been biologically handed, I'll have to do it for you. I'm going to find you a husband. Chapter 21, All This Bad Blood Here. Hermione stared in silence for several seconds, then furrowed her eyebrows, trying to project a calm and reassuring expression toward Pansy. That's very nice of you to offer, Pansy, Hermione said, making an effort to keep any sarcasm or incredulity from her tone. Pansy merely smirked, arching an eyebrow. No, of course not. A clever muggleborn which like you would never do anything so vapid as attend school in pursuit of making an advantageous match. You don't need a man. You can change the world all by yourself. Hermione just stared, and Pansy's smirk turned mean. Well, you could, until your birthday. Your situation isn't quite so singularly empowered now, is it? Hermione narrowed her eyes. Oh no, Hermione Granger is glaring at me, Pansy said, tossing her perfectly manicured hands into the air in mock terror. Are you going to use your war hero status to make me write lines? I will not enable the patriarchy for 38 inches. Pansy pouted and flicked her wand. A dozen scrolls and quills appeared in midair, scrawling the words over and over. It's actually a very useful spell, Pansy said, inspecting the nail polish on her index finger. Behind her, a wall of parchment steadily filled with the words, I will not enable the patriarchy. When you're being raised to be a socialite, your mother teaches you things like how to print 100 menus simultaneously. Of course, you're too intelligent and enlightened to ever host a gala. You'll be too busy writing legislation and trying to get the Wisengamot to read your 5,000-page bill on house elf rights. You probably wouldn't even show up at an event unless it's mandatory. I mean, what kind of sad little bint spends hundreds of galleons on a dress just to stand around simpering and talking about the season's shoes and Quidditch tickets? Hermione eyed Pansy with concern. The girl clearly seemed unwell. Counseling might do her good, perhaps even a reading of The Feminine Character by Viola Klein. Good grief, Granger, I can practically see you compiling an enlightening book list for me, Pansy snickered, the quills around them still scribbling. I will not enable the patriarchy. Hermione decided it was time to stop being nice. Parkinson, I have class soon. If you don't have anything serious to say, please just go away. I think this is fairly serious, Pansy replied with a shrug. I told you I'd find a way to repay my debt. This is something I'm actually quite good at, and you would be inherently bad at it, if not for the fact that you can marry any alpha you want. The world is your oyster. If I didn't owe you, you have no idea how much I would probably hate you for this. Well, I still hate you, to be honest, just less viciously. Wait. You're jealous that I'm an Omega? Hermione asked, incredulous. Pansy really needed help. Pansy sniffed dismissively. Unlike you, I wasn't raised to believe I'd be the next minister of Muggles, or whatever it is that Muggles have for their government. My mother raised me to get married, to make the most advantageous match possible. The Parkinsons aren't rich, but we're an old family. I'm a Slytherin, and I'm more ambitious than you are, Granger. The difference is that I was taught I'd achieve my ambitions through a good match. Pansy sighed softly. Of course, that's all a bit ruined for me now. I've dashed all my chances to pieces, as my mother has kindly reminded me all summer. What can I say? I gambled and lost. Hermione felt her jaw clench and shook her head slightly. By gambled and lost? Are you referring to your attempt to hand Harry over to Voldemort? That would have led to me and everyone like me being killed or imprisoned, Hermione said, her voice laced with bitterness. Pansy glanced over, her confident facade faltering slightly at the mention of Voldemort. If you were in my position, what would you have done? It wasn't personal, Pansy replied, her voice trembling a bit. He was going to win. No one knew Potter could resurrect himself and send killing curses back. Hermione shot her a fierce glare. Oh, I'm so glad that my enslavement and potential death weren't personal to you. You had a choice. Harry has a pretty good track record of surviving against Voldemort, she said, noting Pansy's flinch at the name. You'd know that if you'd bothered to think it through. But I suppose you've realized that now, considering how that gamble has turned out for you. Pansy went pale, her mouth falling open in shock. She quickly pressed her lips together into a tight line, her eyes shimmering. Then, she stood up abruptly. God, and I felt so bad about what Goldstein nearly did to you, she said, her voice shaking. But you're more of a witch than I am. Hermione blinked, then paled as she understood how Pansy had interpreted her words. She jumped to her feet and grabbed Pansy's wrist before she could escape. Oh my God, Pansy, I didn't. I wasn't talking about Anthony. I'm so sorry. I would never, ever, think that. I was only referring to political marriages. I'm really sorry. Pansy's expression shifted slightly as Hermione leaned in, taking her hand. I'm so sorry. Finally, Pansy yanked her hand away. You Gryffindors are just so stupid, she muttered, pressing her face into her hands while Hermione hovered nearby, wringing her hands in concern. Of course, Pansy began. Pansy snorted, then sniffed quietly as she wiped under her eyes. The nastiest thing anyone ever said to me would be by accident. Hermione cringed and looked down at her shoes. I'm so sorry. I swear, I would never. Of course not, Granger, Pansy replied, her tone dripping with sarcasm as she stood stiffly. Gryffindors really aren't bright enough to come up with something that mean. I'm really sorry, Hermione repeated, and before she knew it, she had pulled Pansy into a hug. Pansy's body tensed as if frozen. Get your hands off me before your disastrous hair strangles me to death. Hermione quickly stepped back, her hands clasped together nervously. Pansy remained still for several moments, then glanced down at the table. Well, I suppose we should get back to work before you come up with a new way to accidentally insult me. A flicker of amusement danced across Pansy's lips, and Hermione felt an urge to bang her head against the wall in frustration. Pansy, you really don't owe me anything. That never should have happened to you. I genuinely didn't, Hermione gestured, her voice earnest. I'm so sorry. You don't owe me anything at all. I already have Parvati trying to find my soulmate through the mystical powers of divination. So you really don't need to. Pansy let out a loud snort, looking genuinely offended. I'm not here to help you find something as useless as a soulmate. Love is what pets and children are for. Stupidity aside, my debt still stands. I'm offering to find you a political alliance. She tucked her hair behind her ear and sat down. So, we'll start by establishing your ambitions and then look at the options. Sit down. Her voice was sharp. Hermione sank back into her chair, terrified that if she didn't quietly cooperate, she'd accidentally hurt Pansy's feelings again. Pansy flicked her wand, and a mountain of color-coded scrolls appeared on the table between them. Hermione stared in awe. What are these? Profiles, Pansy replied, her tone suggesting they had a lot to discuss. Of eligible alphas in Britain, Pansy said with a shrug. My mother's been compiling profiles for years. Alphas are high achievers. I told you, I'm good at this. This is a comprehensive project. Hermione reached for one of the scrolls, its familiar crest sending a shiver of both intrigue and dread through her. Just as her fingers brushed the parchment, Pansy smacked her hand sharply. Don't just start going through the scrolls aimlessly. We need to narrow our search through a process of elimination. Hermione pulled her hand back, stinging from the unexpected slap. Pansy had a surprisingly effective way of getting her point across. Now, what do you want? Pansy continued. Not just money, I hate to say anything complimentary, but even I'll concede you're not that plebeian. So, political power and acumen? Do you prefer someone charismatic? Do you want to be Minister of Magic or just control them? Are you more interested in international issues or national? Or perhaps the magical industries? The right kind of business savvy can get you involved in more than a political career ever could. Or what about research? Collaborative projects with the Department of Mysteries and groundbreaking studies. Preferences like that can significantly impact your options. Hermione blinked, realizing she had no idea how to rein Pansy in. I haven't decided. I want to make the wizarding world a better place. I'm still figuring out how best to do that. I was planning to spend the school year finding the answer. Pansy rolled her eyes, her nose crinkling in disdain. You really are just terribly helpful. Then again, you're the type who probably thinks you could marry Ron Weasley and still be Minister of Magic. As if the boy who couldn't handle his best friend being Triwizard Champion could ever be happy being known as Hermione Granger's husband. Pansy snickered mockingly. I'm not planning to be Minister of Magic, Pansy, Hermione said, rolling her eyes in return. Finally, something concrete from you. I'm so relieved you said that. You'd make a terrible Minister of Magic. Would you want a spouse who became Minister of Magic? Hermione pondered. No one, aside from reporters, had ever posed such a ridiculous series of questions to her. It was an interesting thought experiment, if nothing else. No. It's too public. I'd prefer to influence things less overtly. Pansy eyed her. You're a little bit Slytherin. I never thought I'd say that about anyone with such awful hair. Hermione snorted. All right. Influential but not overly public. Do you have a sphere of influence you're particularly passionate about? Magical creatures? Magical law? Reform? Do you want to work in the public or private sector? If anyone had told Hermione that matchmaking was like this, she might have been more interested. She twisted a curl around her finger as she considered. Magical law, I think. It could encompass magical creatures and reform, but not the other way around. Pansy nodded. Well, that narrows the pool nicely. She began sifting through the scrolls, checking the crests and either setting them aside or handing them over to Hermione. Hermione couldn't help but glance at the family crests she recognized, curious to see which ones Pansy would pick up. Pansy contemplated a scroll with the Longbottom crest on it. I'm assuming that since you haven't already claimed him, Longbottom isn't regarded as an option. Claimed him? Hermione scoffed lightly. First off, no. Neville is not an option. Secondly, I think you have it backwards about how this whole thing works. They claimed me. Pansy froze, staring at Hermione with a look of astonishment. Good Lord, Granger. You're about as sharp as a bag of bludgers. Is that how you think it is? Hermione raised her eyebrows, meeting Pansy's gaze. Pansy shook her head in disbelief. How have you failed to notice that you have every single one of them wrapped around your finger? They can't even stop themselves from trying to impress you. Hermione snorted. Right. That explains Anthony in the hallway. He was trying to impress me, she said, her voice laced with sarcasm. She cringed at her own tone and attempted to soften it. Pansy, I don't think you understand what it's like to be an Omega. I don't control alphas, they try to control me. They're dominant, and I'm submissive. It's a complete nightmare. Pansy tilted her head back and burst into laughter, a cruel sound that cut straight through to Hermione's insecurities. Throughout their years at school, Malfoy had always been the one throwing insults, but it was Pansy's laughter that truly drove the point home. Hermione felt her cheeks flush and straightened herself up. Trying to be friends, or even just polite acquaintances, with Pansy was about as enjoyable as hugging a blast-ended scrut. Oh, don't storm off, Granger, Pansy said, her laughter subsiding. I'll stop. I just forgot how naive and innocent Gryffindors are, like Hufflepuffs but without impulse control. Hermione felt a surge of annoyance and wanted to smack Pansy but held back, not wanting to give her any satisfaction. I should have realized you wouldn't figure this out by yourself, Pansy continued, shaking her head and shrugging a thin shoulder. You may be a sexual submissive, but emotionally, you're the dominant one. In the long run, you hold almost all the power. Monsters like Goldstein aside, all alphas care about is impressing and pleasing you enough to be with you. It's fairly obvious to anyone watching. The reason alphas are so ambitious and driven is that it gives them something to do when they don't have an Omega to pour their energy into. Hermione shook her head skeptically. That's not. Pansy leaned forward, a challenging expression on her face. Alphas have an alpha tone, everyone knows that. To control. Omegas. Omegas don't, Pansy began, her tone dripping with condescension. Have you figured out why? Because Mother Nature is a bitch? Hermione replied dryly. Pansy leaned back, her eyes narrowing as she regarded Hermione. No, it's because you don't need one. If you looked at Peter Selwyn with those big, doe-like eyes of yours and said, "It would make me really happy if you'd rob a bank for me," there's a good chance he'd seriously consider it. I'd bet my favorite pair of shoes that's the real reason alphas can't be held legally responsible for their actions when it involves Omegas. Boys are already pretty stupid when they're in love. Just imagine what happens when you add your biology to the mix. I saw them all in the hallway after Goldstein. Neville Longbottom and the others were practically ready to assault the professors and tear down the castle just to find you. That's not how the books describe it at all, Hermione said flatly. Of course not. For a witch who has plans for her own career and expects to marry for love and live happily ever after, Pansy said, struggling to keep her disdain in check. You're the type who would never even realize it. But speaking as someone who grew up being groomed to make the most advantageous match possible, for a witch like me raised to use feminine influence to get what she wants, it's clear that the Omega is practically guaranteed to come out on top. In a battle between an Omega and an Alpha, sure, Alphas can win the skirmishes, but an Omega will always win the war. Pansy let out a small sigh, as if the thought warmed her inside. Your happiness is the axis upon which their world turns. They might have the physical ability to force you to do things, but all you have to do is be sad, and they'll move heaven and earth for you. Trust me, Granger, anyone who thinks Omegas are losers in this equation, you just don't understand the math, Pansy said, her frustration evident. Honestly, the temptation to hate you for this is really strong, and once I've repaid my debt, that's exactly what I plan to do. She sighed dramatically, lifting her hand as if to emphasize her point. The fact that you don't even appreciate the opportunity you have, it's just so unfair. For a moment, Pansy slumped, but then she straightened up and began sorting through a pile of scrolls again, while Hermione watched her with skepticism. All right, Pansy said, shoving 8 more scrolls in Hermione's direction. Look these over. See if there's anyone you think has similar ambitions. Hermione stared at the crests on the scrolls, trying to find a subtle way to ask her question. When that didn't work, she decided to be direct. Not Theo or Malfoy? Pansy froze, narrowing her eyes as she turned to face Hermione. Why? Hermione felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. I just wondered. At that moment, a wall of parchment inscribed with "I will not enable the patriarchy" hummed and collapsed into a neat pile of scrolls beside Pansy. With a flick of her wand, Pansy banished them and turned her gaze back to Hermione, her expression sharp. No. You aren't. Are you? Her face twitched slightly, interested in one of them. Hermione attempted to blink innocently. No. Theo introduced himself the other day and said he liked me. I was curious why you left his scroll out. Pansy picked up the scroll bearing the knot crest slowly. I excluded him because of his father being a Death Eater. The Knots are mostly known for their work with magical artifacts. Theo isn't particularly social, and if he went into politics, it would only be to please you. She held the scroll out toward Hermione, but as Hermione reached for it, Pansy tightened her grip. Why did you ask about Draco? Hermione swallowed hard. Oh, you know. I just know him better than anyone else in this stack, Pansy said, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Draco is having an extremely difficult year. Unless you've suddenly become a gold digger, there's no advantage the Malfoys can offer you. Stay away. She tightened her grip on the knot scroll, her expression shifting from tense to visibly nervous. I know I just mentioned that you have the potential to make an Alpha's life hell, but if you hurt Draco, I will do everything in my power to burn you to the ground. Hermione jumped, releasing the scroll. What do you mean he's having a difficult year? Pansy's eyes widened before narrowing again, her lips curling into a derisive sneer as she let out a sharp laugh. Oh, I don't know, Granger. Maybe it has something to do with the war earlier this year. Or the fact that his father was just sentenced to a decade in Azkaban. Or perhaps how he's on probation with terms so strict he can't defend himself against anyone looking for a little personal revenge on a real-live Death Eater. Pansy's cheeks flushed with anger. Do you think the Malfoy family is popular right now? Most of my housemates blame his mother for losing the war. The Wisengamot could have put him under house arrest, but instead, they forced him to come back here, 4 months after the final battle, to act as the school's whipping boy. They couldn't have set him up to fail any better. Offering him a fool's hope, that's all they did. Suddenly, Pansy looked as if she might cry. Hermione felt like she might collapse if she weren't sitting down. I didn't realize. I've been, well, with all the Omega stuff. I haven't been out much. He seemed fine when I saw him. Pansy sneered. He had the Dark Lord living in his manor for nearly 2 years. It may surprise you to learn that he's a fairly good actor. Hermione dropped her eyes, sitting there in shock as Pansy took a deep breath. Pansy took a sharp breath, as if studying herself, looking more tense than when she had approached Hermione about Anthony. Granger, she began, staring down at her lap and clenching her hand into a fist for a moment. Her voice trembled with tension. I realize that neither Draco nor I have ever been particularly nice to you. Given everything, you probably have more reason to want revenge than any of the other students. But you did testify on his behalf, so I'm hoping you'll just leave him alone. I doubt he can take much more this year. I don't think he could handle how much you could hurt him. She drew a deep breath. I'm not usually one to beg, but I'm sincerely asking this. Hermione stood up sharply. I'm not, I wouldn't. I'd never, her voice faltered. I had no idea anyone was trying to get him expelled. I think I need to go. With that, she turned on her heel and fled the library, leaving her books and everything else behind. She felt an urge to find Ginny and possibly strangle her, but she was even more desperate to find Draco. She hadn't seen him yet that day, which was unusual. He always came to find her. She had thought it might be because of their conversation the previous night, but now she was reevaluating everything. You're sexually submissive, but you're emotionally dominant. Your happiness is the axis upon which their world turns. Hermione doubted that everything worked the way Pansy claimed, but she couldn't help questioning some of her implicit assumptions about the balance of power. Omegas are made for alphas. Alphas are made for omegas. Despite the dynamic of dominance and submission, the relationship is symbiotic. An alpha might have influence over you, but they also have an instinctive desire to go to the ends of the earth to protect or please you. She ducked into an alcove and pulled out the Marauder's map. It took a while to find him. He was usually alone, but today his name was buried in the middle of a group. Hermione spotted a cluster of people gathered in one of the quieter hallways. The crowd was so large that she struggled to identify many of them. Without hesitation, she began to run, her heart racing as she drew closer. You know your mum's all alone in that big house, a taunting voice echoed through the air. Must be lonely after all those Death Eaters lived there. Maybe a few of us will pay her a visit next Hogsmeade weekend. Bet a whore like her would love a real man. Shut up, Malfoy snarled from somewhere in the crowd. The atmosphere shifted, filled with the sounds of scuffling and shoving. Make me. Unless you'd rather I keep going. Maybe you enjoy hearing about it. A boy like you? Bet it gets you off. I'd bet you'd stand there and watch if I shoved my cock down her throat. I must say, she's got a good mouth, your mum. Maybe after I take her in the arse, you could lick me clean. Cunt like you, based on your trial, sounds like standing and watching is all you know how to do. Fury surged through Hermione, and with a swift motion, she thrust her wand forward. A wave of blue magic erupted, knocking half a dozen boys to the ground. By the time they gathered themselves and turned to confront the source of the attack, Hermione had disarmed them all, holding more than 15 wands in her grip. She loathed Bellatrix's wand about 99% of the time. It was a disaster for charms and notoriously difficult to handle in Transfiguration. Yet, in this moment, she could almost sense its thrill as she prepared to duel. What's going on here, boys? She asked, her voice dripping with menace. Get to Draco. Get to Draco. Get to Draco. The frantic chant echoed in her mind as she tried to focus. He's on probation with terms so strict he can't defend himself from anyone looking for a little personal revenge on a real live Death Eater, she added, her eyes narrowing as the boys parted, attempting to keep both Hermione and Draco in sight. Then she caught a glimpse of him. Draco's face was slightly bruised, as though he had taken a punch to the jaw, and her heart sank at the sight. His shoulder hunched slightly, as if he might be injured. Hermione's hand itched to heck someone. The boys shuffled awkwardly, Hufflepuffs, Ravenclaws, Gryffindors, and even a few Slytherins. They held their hands out defensively, as if to physically ward off Hermione as she moved toward Draco. Their eyes flicked nervously to the handful of wands clutched in her left hand. Get to Draco. Get to Draco. Get to Draco. Before she could reach him, Cornelius Burbage stepped forward and blocked her path. Hermione froze. She hadn't known Cornelius until last summer, when they had met during the trials. He had sat through every Death Eater trial, and she remembered seeing him cry in court when the details of his aunt's death emerged. "It's all right, Granger. We're just having a bit of fun," Cornelius said. Hermione flinched at his words. His voice was the same one she'd heard taunting Draco as she approached. Her grip on her wand tightened. "It sounded rather crude when I was coming down the hall," she replied, her tone sharp. Cornelius shrugged dismissively. "You know how boys can be. Just a bit of mucking about." Her eyes darted to Cornelius' shoulder, where she caught another glimpse of Draco's pale, bruised face. "They hurt your alpha," she thought, her anger rising. "I have to admit," she said, her voice trembling slightly, "I don't think I've ever heard anyone talk like that. Even Fenrir Greyback, when he was hoping to cannibalize me. They hurt your alpha. They hurt your alpha. They hurt your alpha." She struggled to mask her growing rage, her wand hand twitching slightly. Several of the boys looked increasingly nervous. Cornelius swallowed hard but held his ground. "I can't imagine why you'd say things like that to anyone," Hermione pressed on, her voice steady. Cornelius wore an incredulous expression. "He is a Death Eater. He watched when my aunt was killed and eaten. He watched you get tortured. He should be rotting in Azkaban. So, what are you trying to do?" Hermione challenged. "Provoke him into getting expelled?" Hermione's voice was laced with tension. Cornelius flinched at her words. "Why not? That's where he belongs," he retorted. "Draco was tried," Hermione said firmly. "He was tried in court, and I testified for him. He was a minor who took the mark under threat. You can't punish him for the sins of all the Death Eaters. We have to move forward. He was sent to school for a second chance, not so you can all take turns exacting revenge. Leave him alone." The last words came out in a snarl. "Move forward? How?" Cornelius's face flushed with anger. "I have to see him in the hallway and at every meal. My Aunt Charity should be the one walking these halls, not him. He's a sniveling coward. He would have done anything to stay alive, even betray you. They forced him to come back here, just 4 months after the final battle, to be the school's whipping boy. They couldn't have set him up to fail any better. Offering him a fool's hope, that's what they really did." Hermione lifted her chin defiantly. "Draco was at the final battle. I don't remember seeing you there, Cornelius." Cornelius's face darkened. "At the final battle for the wrong side. He would have happily killed your entire family, Granger." "No, he wouldn't have. Draco is she caught herself. "He is my friend. He has apologized for what he's done repeatedly. He is not here for your amusement or punishment. He is not here for you to provoke. You will leave him alone, or I will make you." Cornelius shrugged, stepping back, his eyes blazing with anger. "I didn't realize war heroes got to make the rules for everyone. Malfoy is lucky to have another set of skirts to hide behind now that his mum isn't around to save him. Then again, I guess he would hide behind anything, even a mudblood." Draco, who had shown remarkable restraint while Cornelius insulted Narcissa, shot him a furious look. Draco lunged forward, grabbing Cornelius by the throat and driving his fist into Cornelius's nose. A loud cracking sound echoed in the hallway. "Don't call her that." Draco snarled, his anger palpable, before landing a punch to Cornelius's stomach. It looked as if Draco intended to beat him into submission. Hermione stepped in quickly, catching Draco by the wrist. Draco. He froze, shoving Cornelius away. Blood streamed from Cornelius's nose as he stumbled back, a smirk spreading across his face despite the pain. "I'll get you expelled now," he taunted. Hermione tightened her grip on Draco's wrist. "Fisticuffs in the hallways don't merit expulsion," she replied, her voice steady but strained. "At most, he might earn an evening's detention. But considering he punched you for calling me a mudblood, I wouldn't be surprised if McGonagall gave him points for it." She released Draco and stepped in front of him, glaring at Cornelius while spinning her wand between her fingers. "You know, this used to be Bellatrix Lestrange's wand," she said, glancing down at the curved piece of wood in her hand. "During the war, I was cursed with this wand, more than 6 times. If you've studied wand lore, you'd know it's very difficult to gain the allegiance of a wand, especially one with such a dark history. But I'm relentless." Several boys backed away, fear evident in their eyes. Hermione leveled her wand at Cornelius, her pulse racing. "If anything happens to Draco, I will hold you responsible. I'm sorry for what happened to your aunt. She was a brave woman. But if you wanted to avenge her, you should have fought in the Battle of Hogwarts. Attacking Draco and threatening his mother in a bid to get him thrown into Azkaban isn't justice, it's revenge, a coward's revenge. Hurting someone who can't or won't fight back is what the Death Eaters did. Think about that the next time you feel angry about what happened to your aunt," Hermione said, her voice laced with venom. Her heart raced as she glared at everyone in front of her. Cornelius turned to leave, a defiant expression on his face. Most of the boys hurried away, but a few took their time, backing off cautiously. "See, can I have my wand back?" one boy asked hesitantly. Hermione offered a thin smile. "I'll turn all of them over to the headmistress. You can pick it up from her. That way, she'll know exactly who to keep an eye on." The boys swallowed hard and turned away. Hermione stood beside Draco, breathing heavily as she watched the group slink off, still clutching their wands. Chapter 22, Tell Me What's Inside Your Head. When the hallway was empty, Hermione finally allowed herself to look at Draco. A rush of emotions flooded her, leaving her breathless, rage mingled with horror. She couldn't believe how oblivious she had been, how many things she had taken for granted or simply failed to question. The empty classrooms where he always seemed to be studying, how he knew more hiding spots in the castle than she ever imagined existed. And the way he had looked so tense and slightly terrified when she asked to speak with him and locked the classroom door. She had thought it was just the pheromones, but now, she didn't even want to consider it. He had been bullied all semester, and she hadn't noticed. Instead, she had resented him for not spending all his time focused on her, assuming he had nothing more urgent on his mind. She stuffed all the wands into her pocket and reached out to him. "Draco, I'm so sorry. I had no idea. And they hurt you," her voice faltered as she touched his cheek. "I'm so sorry. I can't believe," she grasped his robes tightly. "I should have realized." His arms wrapped around her shoulders, pulling her close. "It's fine, Granger," he said, resting his head atop hers. "It's not," she replied, her voice thick as she pulled away. "Let me see. What happened to you?" "I have Murtlap essence. No, it's in the library." "Draco, I'm so sorry. What can I do? What can I do to fix this? What do you want me to do?" Her throat felt constricted, and she traced her fingers along his face, where it was bruised. Now that she was closer, she noticed his skin was scraped as well. As she studied his injuries, it dawned on her that the bruising wasn't just from being punched. He had been thrown against a wall or perhaps onto the floor, and then his face had been ground into the ground. Hermione brushed her fingers against the rough-hewn stones of the castle. "Is your head all right? We should get you a potion. And your shoulder is hurt too. What should I do?" "It's just a scratch, Granger," Draco replied, pulling his face away from her touch. Don't worry about it. I'm not just talking about your face. What would they have done once they realized they couldn't provoke you? Her voice trembled slightly. He avoided her gaze, and Hermione's jaw tightened. She clenched her hand into a fist. How many times has this happened? He didn't answer. Hermione let out a sharp breath through her nose. I should have realized, I should have thought, I'm so sorry I didn't. I'll go get my Murtlap essence for you, and then, I'll fix all of this. She turned to leave, mentally listing everything she needed to do. Her cheekbones ached, and a heavy pit settled in her stomach. She refused to cry, she was so tired of crying over everything. Granger, don't, Draco said, catching her around the waist and pulling her back. No. Let me go. I need to fix this, she insisted, trying to pull his hands away. She struggled until he slid a hand up her chest, pressing against the base of her throat, his fingers grazing her scent glands. Hermione stilled, collapsing slightly against him, and then burst into tears. I'm so sorry. You should have told me. Where were the prefects? Why isn't anyone looking out for you? It's all right, he said, though he sounded weary. It's not. Don't pretend to be all right just to make me feel better. She snapped, straightening up and angrily wiping away her tears. She turned to face him, but Draco avoided her eyes. It's fine, Granger. He scoffed faintly, I'm used to it. I'm not going to let them get me expelled. You don't need to worry about me, Draco said, trying to reassure her. That's not good enough, Hermione replied, folding her arms defiantly. This shouldn't be happening. I can't believe they'd take advantage of your probation. Draco looked up at her sharply, letting out a faint laugh that he quickly stifled. Their eyes met for a moment, but he looked away again. What? She asked, sensing something deeper. It's nothing, he said, shaking his head. After a brief pause, he gingerly pressed the heel of his hand against his jaw. I'm fine. You should go, you have transfiguration in a few minutes. I'll find you later. He managed a faint smirk, but the tension in his shoulders was unmistakable. Pansy was right, he was a good actor. Hermione remained where she was, unwilling to let him off the hook. No. Tell me. Why did you laugh when I said that? His expression grew guarded, and a flicker of bitterness crossed his eyes. It was nothing. I just thought it was funny that you'd say that. What's funny? Hermione asked, feeling confused. He shrugged. Well, aren't the terms of my probation the reason you trust me for our arrangement? Because a word from you is all it takes for McGonagall to expel me? A chill ran through Hermione. What are you talking about? Expel you? You know, after your heat, when McGonagall called me to her office? She informed me on your behalf that my being there with you had been against your wishes, and if I ever bothered you again, my expulsion would be immediate. It's fair. I'm not complaining. I just thought it was funny, given our situation. There was a stunned silence. She said what? Hermione shrieked, her voice filled with disbelief. Draco looked at her in surprise as she started to shake, backing away from him. I asked her to speak to you because I was worried that I had sexually assaulted you. I never said I hadn't wanted you there. Hermione felt as though she couldn't breathe. It was as if someone had punched her in the gut. I can't, my memory from then isn't clear. I can only remember bits of it. You tried to leave. I climbed on top of you and made you go into a rut. I thought that was why you left before I woke up. So I asked McGonagall to speak to you because I wasn't sure if you'd want to talk to me. That's why I came and apologized. Draco stared at her, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? Wait, when? When I found you in the classroom in the Magnus Turris after my heat, Hermione said, her hands trembling. When we talked about the arithmancy project. I apologized first. I said, I can't remember exactly what I said, but I apologized. Draco shook his head faintly, his expression suddenly tense. No, you said you couldn't put into words how much you regretted it. That you hadn't been in your right mind, and if you hadn't been in heat, you would never have had sex with me. And that even though you knew I'd spoken to McGonagall already, you wanted to be sure that I knew. He recited her words as if he had repeated them to himself often. Because I forced you, Hermione stammered, a growing sense of horror washing over her. Because you wanted to leave, and I didn't let you. That's what I regretted. The fact that I climbed on top of you and wouldn't let you leave when you wanted to. I didn't want to leave, Draco said slowly, shaking his head. I assumed you would want someone else. That's why I offered to go find a different alpha for you. That's why I asked if you were sure. Hermione drew a sharp breath, her eyes wide as she stared at him. I don't remember that. I can barely remember anything. She pressed the heels of her hands against her temples, trying to piece it all together. Hermione rubbed her eyes, trying to clear the fog in her mind. I just remember, we were about to have sex, and then you suddenly pulled away. When I tried to touch you, you moved further away until, she flushed red, until I climbed on top of you and started giving you a handjob. But, why did you leave then? She stared at him through her hands, her heart pounding so hard it felt like a fist driving into her ribs. Draco's expression was a complex mix of emotions. His posture was stiff, his demeanor brittle, a facade similar to Pansy's. When you came out of your heat, you turned literally gray with horror when you realized it was me with you. I assumed you wanted me to leave. There was raw hurt in his voice. I was confused. You. He gestured toward her. We'd never even had a real conversation at that point. You acted like the mere smell of me made you sick only a few days before. What did you expect me to think? I wasn't even sure what was real at the time. Then you said you were only there because you owed me for testifying. And then you left. Her voice broke for a moment as she swallowed hard. I thought it was because I'm Muggle-born. I assumed that's why you tried to leave in the beginning and why you didn't stay at the end. All the other alphas were mooning over me, and you wouldn't even look in my direction. I thought you wanted nothing to do with me. She wrapped her arms tightly around herself. My God, Draco said, his expression a mix of confusion and horror. Then, why are you sleeping with me? If you're so sure I'd never willingly touch a Muggle-born. Hermione flushed and stared down at her shoes, feeling the heat rising in her ears. As she tried to speak, her throat felt so tight that the words struggled to escape. If I'd pushed for Anthony's expulsion because of his alpha behavior, there was a chance the Goldsteins could have used it to target you too. And you saved me. So I said he could stay. Hermione twisted her wand nervously in her hands. Draco choked out the word, but Hermione pressed on. McGonagall said I needed to find a way to ensure something like that didn't happen again. I was already barely going out at that point. Hogwarts is, her voice grew bitter, about as big a cage as I can hope for while I'm unbound. It's not like I can safely go anywhere else without getting soulbound first. If I'd withdrawn immediately, it would have meant spending the rest of my life on a dragon reserve. That's part of why I started looking into an ovariectomy. But I needed a stopgap measure while I waited to hear back. So, that's why I asked if you'd sent Mark me. After the way you acted in the classroom when I was in subspace, I thought, even if you didn't like me, maybe you wouldn't mind as long as no one knew, and I didn't act like it meant anything. No, Malfoy said. Hermione looked up at him, confused. No, he replied firmly. This isn't. He turned away and walked straight into the wall, leaning against it, face first, for several seconds. No. Hermione stood there hesitating, confusion swirling in her mind. So, wait. You thought I asked you to scent mark me because if you didn't, I was going to have you thrown into Azkaban. Suddenly, her knees gave out, and she sank to the floor in the middle of the hallway. Is that why you agreed to sleep with me? She clapped her hands over her mouth, feeling as if she were on the verge of hyperventilating. Her heart pounded so loudly she could hear it, and her chest heaved as she struggled to breathe. Draco looked over sharply. What? No. You said you trusted me. You said you couldn't do anything about Goldstein. Draco buried his face in his hands. I thought the reason you trusted me was because you had a failsafe in case I ever crossed a line. But I told you why I trusted you, Hermione exclaimed, throwing her hands up in disbelief, her anger suddenly rising. Because you stopped. You didn't bite me during my heat, even though that's considered an utterly irresistible biological imperative. When I was in subspace, you stopped even when I was throwing myself at you. That's why I trust you. It has nothing to do with Azkaban. Draco turned away, thudding his forehead against the wall repeatedly. Oh my God. Oh my God. Hermione sat on the floor, trying to make sense of everything. McGonagall said she'd talk to you and get your version of events. She was supposed to make sure you were all right, not threaten to expel you. How did this happen? She felt tears welling up, unsure if it was from horror or rage. She pressed her wrists together. Granger, it's not your fault. Draco suddenly dropped to the floor beside her, pulling her into his arms. Don't, you didn't sexually assault me or blackmail me. Don't cry. Hermione burrowed against him, clinging to him tightly. She pressed her nose against his scent glands, trying to calm herself. I'm going to scream at McGonagall, she mumbled into his shoulder. I'm going to send her howlers every day for the rest of her life. And then I'm going to send them to her grave. Draco tightened his hold around her shoulders. So, you don't mind being around me even though I'm Muggle-born? Hermione finally asked. No, Draco replied, his tone slightly offended. A small sob of relief escaped Hermione. Good grief, Granger, why didn't you? Why didn't you just ask? Because I didn't know what to do if I did, and you said yes. She blushed, pressing her face more firmly against his neck. Oh God, you have no idea, I'm so sorry about everything. I don't even know where to begin. There was a pause as she hugged him tightly. You are not walking the halls alone anymore, she finally said. He scoffed. Granger, I don't need a bodyguard. They can't usually find me, anyway. That's not good enough. You're my protection. There's no reason I can't be the same for you. You can't hide in empty classrooms all year, hoping none of the hundreds of students here stumble across you. I don't need you to make me your latest charitable cause. Hermione sat up, wanting to study his face. Is that what I am to you? A charitable cause? Something obligatory? No. But you'll risk your reputation being associated with me. Your showdown with Burbage will probably hurt you enough. Hermione snorted, disbelief etched on her face. Do you think I care about that? I stood by Harry when the whole world, including Ron, thought he cheated to get into the Triwizard Tournament. When he was accused of being insane for saying Voldemort was back. When he was the undesirable number one. When exactly do you think I've ever cared about my reputation? I would love to see someone try to accuse me of having secret Death Eater sympathies. Suddenly, the ridiculousness of it all struck her, and she started laughing. It was just too much, the whole day, the whole school year. Then a thought abruptly occurred to her. Wait, Draco, is that why you never look at me or acknowledge me when we aren't together? His expression turned tense. I assumed that was how you wanted it, based on everything you said when you proposed the idea. Hermione gasped in disbelief as she stared at him. Then she buried her face in her hands and groaned. How did this happen? I don't understand. Not friends, those were your words, Draco said stiffly. You said you weren't interested, but you looked as thrilled as if you'd agreed to take a mandrake to bed. I thought maybe our association would get you disinherited or something." He blinked, staring at her blankly. Hermione pulled her chin in defensively. Sirius and Andromeda were both disowned for various associations with Muggleborns. Draco tilted his head back and stared at the ceiling for several seconds. "First of all," he said in a tight voice, "if I actually cared about that, I wouldn't be having a semi-secret affair with you at all. Secondly, there's a long tradition, about 800 years, of Malfoys only having one male child each generation. The ancestral magic won't allow the manor to go to anyone but me. My father would have to have me killed. If he disinherited me from the estate and broke the entail, there's no one to leave it to. It would go to the crown, and my father has loathed Elizabeth II ever since she let her Cordies bite him." He dragged a hand across his face. "The reason I wasn't brimming with elation at the time was that I thought you only asked me because of McGonagall's threat." They sat in silence for several minutes, grappling with the weight of their miscommunication. Hermione exhaled short, incredulous breaths as she sat on Draco's lap, gripping his robes and trying to reconfigure everything in her mind. Her head felt light and began to throb as she struggled to wrap her mind around it all. "This is just unbelievable," she finally said. "It shouldn't even be possible for things to get this tangled." Her jaw tightened with outrage. She felt an urge to bite something. Suddenly, she stood up. "We are going to the headmistress' office. I want to know why on earth she did this." "Granger," Draco started, but she gripped his wrist and pulled him to his feet. "You don't need to. This isn't. She did the exact opposite of what I asked her to. She's added new portraits all over the castle to keep an eye on me. I'm certain she knows what's been happening to you and has just ignored it. Well, I'm not going to ignore this. Besides, I'm not leaving you alone. I have a lot of wands to turn in, and I'm half afraid that if either of us has another conversation alone with her, things will get all mixed up again." She pulled him down the hallway. He didn't fight or resist, but he walked slowly enough to make sure she was constantly aware of how resigned he was to go along with her. When they reached the gargoyle statue, she glared at it. "She's expecting me, I'm sure." The statue spun and revealed the stairway. "Headmistress, I would like a meeting," Hermione announced stiffly as soon as she reached the top of the stairs. Minerva McGonagall looked up from a scroll and slipped her quill into an inkwell. "Miss Granger, Mr. Malfoy, please sit down." Draco took a seat, but Hermione remained standing, staring down at her former head of house with intensity. Her hands were clenched tightly on her hips. "Are you here to scold me, Miss Granger?" McGonagall asked, her tone sharp. "Why did you tell Draco that his presence during my heat was against my will?" McGonagall adjusted her spectacles and fixed her gaze on Hermione. "It was, wasn't it? You told me quite specifically that you did not wish for an alpha to be present. I spent 6 days waiting for you to re-emerge after I found the wards breached, not knowing how he had even gotten in or whether he might be forcibly soul-bonding you." McGonagall's voice tightened, and her expression shifted slightly. "However, when I spoke to Mr. Malfoy, I didn't say anything about it being against your will. I informed him, as you requested, that you were profoundly regretful. I reminded him that none of your actions during that time were your responsibility. I wanted to ensure he didn't think he had grounds to hold you accountable. I've taught Slytherin students for 4 decades, and they have a keen instinct for self-preservation that often exploits the better nature of others. Given his delicate position, I was concerned that if I informed Mr. Malfoy of your fears, he might use that knowledge to manipulate you. I needed him to understand that you were not someone I would allow him to toy with. From what he said during our meeting, it was clear that your concerns about his consent were unfounded, which I communicated to you." "That's not how he understood it," Hermione said, her voice rising in anger. "This whole time, we both thought," she paused, realizing she wasn't ready to delve into it all with McGonagall. "And he's being bullied." With a swift motion, Hermione pulled all the wands from her pocket and slammed them onto the headmistress's desk. There were more than 15 students who had him cornered in one of the abandoned hallways. I took the liberty of confiscating their wands. I told them they could come get them from you. Thank you, McGonagall replied in a dry tone as she collected the wands and placed them in a drawer. Ginny told me about all the new portraits, so I know you're aware of what they were doing and saying to him. Why aren't you doing anything about it? Why isn't anyone doing anything about it? Hermione's chest heaved with outrage, while Draco remained silent, staring at the floor. McGonagall arched an eyebrow. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to run a school of over 800 grieving and traumatized students 4 months after a war? No, you don't. I was strongly opposed to Mr. Malfoy's return to this school. The animosity between the other houses and Slytherin is fraught enough without the presence of someone who actually bore the dark mark. Mark and I spent an entire year trying to assassinate Albus Dumbledore, McGonagall said, shooting Draco a cold, pointed look. The students I oversee are grieving, filled with guilt over the loss of friends and loved ones. Placing Mr. Malfoy here so soon after the Battle of Hogwarts was like setting a match on a keg of gunpowder. When the Chief Warlock informed me of the Wisengamot's decision to place him on probation here, I refused to accept him. But I was told that if I did, Mr. Malfoy would be sentenced to 5 years in Azkaban. Hermione flinched slightly at the mention of Azkaban. McGonagall's gaze turned stern as she continued, I agreed to his return. I am not a monster, nor am I neglectful of my responsibilities as headmistress. However, I am one person training multiple new professors who are far from prepared, managing prefects who are exhausted from their duties, and navigating a situation where I am an Omega among 11 Alphas. There are limits to what I can do. I must prioritize certain issues. Cornelius Burbage and his friends have a specific goal, to provoke Mr. Malfoy's expulsion. They understand the restrictions on how they can harass him. I am fully aware of the terms of Mr. Malfoy's probation. When I hear of any severe attacks, I address them immediately. But my resources are limited, and I lack trustworthy prefects. I cannot place Mr. Malfoy's well-being above everything else. Hermione fell silent for a moment, her gaze dropping to her shoes. Then she looked up at McGonagall and said, Well, you can have one more prefect now. If there are no objections, I would like my prefect badge back. Chapter 23, Everything Feels Right. Granger was in the middle of an argument with McGonagall, but Draco wasn't paying any attention. He was still reeling from the revelation that Granger hadn't wanted him to stay away after her heat. She had actually asked him to scent mark her because she trusted him. It felt as if the ground had vanished beneath his feet, and he was plummeting into an abyss. Maybe he had hit his head harder than he realized when Burbage and his friends had caught him in the hallway. He had been distracted then, lost in a daze since the moment Hermione had buried her face into the mattress and quietly said, I'm actually pursuing medical options. Removing my ovaries to stop the heats. And my glands too. Just getting rid of the whole issue so that I won't have to deal with it anymore. He had been so shocked by her words that he forgot to breathe. No. Don't. You're mine. Those words had almost slipped out, rising instinctively to his lips, but he had to bite them back. No matter how many times he reminded himself that it was all temporary, he couldn't stop hoping he could somehow convince her otherwise. It felt like she was in his blood, pulsing through his mind more steadily than his heartbeat, as if the ground tilted toward her, with everything ultimately leading to her. He wasn't sure when that had happened, when all his thoughts started to end with her. But when she said, It makes more sense to just stop being an Omega. He couldn't bring himself to beg her not to. He knew how much she hated being an Omega. In hindsight, he should have realized she would consider such drastic measures. To her, it was a problem to be solved. If she couldn't make it go away, she would slice away every physical aspect she could reach with a scalpel, reclaiming the sense of control she rarely allowed herself. Physically cutting herself free from it. Of course she would. He had never expected to keep her, but the desperation she felt was palpable. Draco felt somewhat staggered by her words. He wasn't quite sure how to respond. Until that moment, he had held on to the hope that somehow, he could find a way forward with her. He had dreamed of things he hadn't even fully acknowledged: soul bonding, having children together. It was a bizarre realization for an 18-year-old. Just at the start of the school year, he had considered marriage within the next decade to be a stretch. Parenthood hadn't crossed his mind, except for the obligatory heir he was expected to produce someday. He'd never even held a baby before. But when she said, "Remove my ovaries," it hit him like a lightning bolt. He wanted children with her, multiple children. He imagined what they might look like, and he found himself emotionally invested in the idea. It was overwhelming, and he knew he needed to leave before he said or did something he might regret. He could easily have said something that would end with Granger hexing him, effectively removing any chance of those hypothetical children for entirely different reasons. "Malfoy, are you upset with me?" she asked, her voice cutting through his thoughts. He froze for a moment before turning back to her. "Not at all, Granger. I just happen to have a bed in my dorm that I should probably make an occasional appearance in." She stared at him, clearly doubtful, and he felt lost for words. "Oh, just feeling internally crushed to hear you don't want to soul bond and have multiple children with me," he added, trying to keep the mood light. After leaving her, he returned to his dorm and lay in bed, wrestling with his thoughts. Was it better or worse that she wasn't rejecting just him? She didn't want Longbottom, or the older Weasley brother, or Theo, or anyone else. It wasn't a personal rejection, she simply didn't want any alpha. It wasn't just him. That realization left him with a hollow sense of reassurance. Sleep eluded him the entire night. He was used to sharing a bed with her, and now it felt cold and empty without her beside him. He snored, but he couldn't shake the thoughts swirling in his mind. Someday, it would be over between them, and he'd be left to return to being just himself, the one who followed without asking questions until it was too late. The one who stood by, watching her scream, unable to act, not even considering the possibility of doing anything. She wouldn't need him anymore. Not because she had someone else to take care of her or because she had found someone who made her happier. No, it would be simply because she wouldn't be an Omega anymore. He struggled to wrap his head around it. What was instinct, and what was real? Would the feelings he had for her simply fade if she chose to sterilize herself? Wanting to soul bond is a biological imperative, he recalled her saying. Once the hormones are all gone, I'm sure the desire will fade away. It's probably just instinct. But would it really work that way? If she ceased to be an Omega, would everything he felt just disappear? He imagined certain aspects would change. Without the pheromones, their intimacy wouldn't be the same. He wouldn't not, and she wouldn't smell as she did now. He wasn't even sure what her scent would be like, definitely not peaches. Yet, he couldn't fathom that everything would vanish if she stopped being an Omega. He had feelings for her long before she presented. It would be far too convenient if everything on his end could just fade over time. No, it felt more like a part of her would die, the parts of her he had come to know and the way he had fit into her life, all gone. The thought felt like a wound deep inside him, one he couldn't pinpoint. But at the same time, he had cursed fate for making Hermione an Omega, for her presenting before he'd had the chance to prove he had changed. If she weren't an Omega anymore, he would finally have the opportunity to show her that his feelings were genuine, that wanting her and being good to her wasn't just a biological impulse that could be snipped away with a scalpel. He begged for her forgiveness, and he meant it. When he told her how perfect she was and swore he'd never let anyone hurt her again, he truly meant it. He wouldn't stand by anymore, watching to save his own skin. He wanted to prove that she didn't need to be an Omega for him to make those promises. Just being herself was more than enough. He had already tried to show her that their connection was deeper than biology, and it had seemed to resonate with her, until the previous evening. It hadn't even crossed his mind to be intimate with her without scent marking. In the past, his possessive instinct to lick her had taken over, and she had always seemed to enjoy it. But after their conversation, he realized that she viewed sex as merely a physical act, something she participated in but didn't truly engage with, as if she were just lending her body to her Omega temporarily. So, he decided to see how it felt if he intentionally avoided her scent glands. The change had a profound impact on her. If he could replicate that experience, he might slowly shift her perception of what being an Omega really meant. Having been intimate with her at 2 different points during the day had seemed to ease her in a way that quick encounters in alcoves and empty classrooms never did. Normally, she'd burst through the door and jump him, with barely a word exchanged. But after astronomy, they had actually engaged in a full conversation about arithmancy, discussing their whatever they were. He had been contemplating how to manage intimacy at 2 separate times during the day, considering their busy academic schedules, when suddenly, he felt the hex strike him in the back. He hit the stones so hard that he briefly blacked out. When he regained consciousness, he found himself surrounded. As Burbage began his monologue, Draco bided his time, reminding himself, if you get expelled, Granger will be here alone, then she really will go through with the sterilization. He could hear Hermione's enraged voice rising in the chaos. As he listened to her voice, he watched a group of 7th-year boys soar through the air. The feeling was indescribable. She radiated rage, crackling with energy that seemed to shoot from her fingertips, the ends of her hair, and out of her eyes. In that moment, he realized that saying he fancied her was a profound understatement. She was the most terrifyingly beautiful creature he had ever seen, and it had nothing to do with her scent or what it might be like to be intimate with her. Her eyes kept darting toward him while she argued with Cornelius. When she almost called him her alpha, only to quickly correct herself by saying, "Draco is my friend," he felt an overwhelming urge to kiss her right there in the middle of the hall. When Burbage insulted her, calling her a mudblood, Draco felt a surge of rage, wanting nothing more than to take him down. Forget self-control. He would have pounded him into the flagstones if Granger hadn't grabbed his wrist. Once Burbage and the others had left, things became confusing. His head throbbed slightly as Granger began to speak, claiming she had sexually assaulted him and forced him to stay with her during her heat. She explained how he had left afterward because she was Muggle-born, her voice growing nearly tearful as she recounted how he had refused to look at her. She talked about how her feelings for Goldstein were complicated, as acting on them could risk Draco's expulsion. Granger had spent so much time worrying about his consent, his potential expulsion, his inheritance, and how he might view her as a stain on his pure-blood reputation if anyone found out they were together. Draco was so stunned he could barely find the words. He felt like bludgeoning himself with something. The shock was overwhelming, leaving him unsure of where to start in re-evaluating everything. The number of conclusions and assumptions he had made in error was staggering. If she cared about him this much, it suggested that she might actually like him. Better than he had imagined. The realization struck him, his interest in her might not be objectionable after all. This was an opportunity he had no intention of letting slip away. He had spent so much energy trying not to seem clingy, striving to be noble and not presume he deserved anything from her. But it seemed to have backfired, leaving Hermione with the impression that he was ashamed to be seen with her. Now, though, he had an opening, and he intended to make the most of it. She had been sitting there, hugging him in the middle of the hallway, seemingly uninterested in going to Transfiguration class at all. Hope began to bloom in his chest as he imagined whisking her away to their room for a long, clarifying conversation, one that he hoped would involve plenty of snogging and more. Unfortunately, he miscalculated Hermione's indignation. Instead of celebrating with a kiss, she insisted on having a meeting with the headmistress, which was, of course, in the exact opposite direction of their room. She physically dragged him through the castle, seemingly oblivious to the curious glances they attracted. If she didn't mind, he certainly wasn't going to complain. In fact, if this all worked out the way he hoped, he might just send Burbage a thank you note. That would definitely annoy him. Hermione was speaking passionately to McGonagall about the school's bullying issues, and McGonagall didn't seem particularly impressed. Draco, however, was too preoccupied with his own schemes and elaborate plans involving Hermione in places far removed from the headmistress's office. "All right. I'll speak to Ginny this evening." "Thank you, headmistress," Hermione said, turning to look at Draco. He took that as their cue to leave. He gave a faint nod of acknowledgement and followed her back into the hallway. Finally, he could kiss her. But then she turned and looked up at him with a worried expression. As he took her in, he noticed something. "You're a prefect again?" he asked. He stared at her chest, trying to mask his dismay. Patrols would definitely cut into their evenings. When had that happened? Hermione furrowed her eyebrows. "Yes. That's what the headmistress and I had been discussing for the last half hour." "You look dazed. I think you might have a concussion. We should go see Madame Pomfrey." "No. I'm fine, Granger. It was hardly the worst blow to my head I've ever experienced," he said, straightening up and rolling his eyes. Hermione looked horrified. "You mean you're dealing with repeated head trauma? That can lead to serious damage. You should have mentioned it. I should have taken you to the hospital ward first." "I'm so sorry." Then she was dragging him off again, and Draco was kicking himself internally. He caught sight of an alcove he particularly liked and abruptly pulled Hermione back, dragging her into it. "Draco, we really need to." He cut her off with a kiss. For a moment, she was stiff, but then she melted against him slightly. She had the most divine curves. The way her body molded against his felt perfect. He slid an arm around her waist and tangled his fingers in her hair, nipping lightly at her lips. He probably couldn't take things further there, but if he could distract her with a good snog, maybe she'd forget about dragging him to the hospital ward. He tilted her head back and kissed along her throat, brushing his lips against her skin. She gave a ragged gasp, but then abruptly stiffened. "Don't." He felt her hands against his chest, trying to push him away. Draco froze, as if petrified, then wrenched himself back. Hermione was panting faintly, slumped against the wall. "We need to get you to the hospital ward," she said in a strained voice. "If you have a concussion, it needs to be treated. Leaving it could result in brain damage." God damn. He was going to be. Draco felt frustrated, his own mind getting in the way. He slumped his shoulders and rolled his eyes toward the ceiling. "I'm fine, Granger," he said, looking down at her with a pleading expression. She straightened up, hands on her hips, her face pinched in a way that he found oddly appealing. "You tried to send me to the matron because I bumped my nose last night," she huffed. "You have bruising, and your skin is scraped and broken in several places. Earlier, you were holding your shoulder like it was hurt too. If I looked like that, would you believe me if I said I was fine?" That was a low blow. "Fine," he replied, his mouth twisting bitterly. Hermione started to pull him out of the alcove, but he stopped her. "Malfoy," she said, stiffening and glaring at him. "Just wait." He let out a faint sigh. "If I have a concussion, Madame Pomfrey will probably make me stay overnight. I didn't scent mark you last night, so I should do it now to make sure you'll be all right. And I haven't gotten you off at all since last night." "Oh." She fell silent for several moments. Normally, they would have spent the night together multiple times, and he usually sought her out before her first class. But now it was midday, and he had barely kissed her. If she wasn't feeling it yet, she would likely start soon, especially once she had a moment to stop feeling indignant. I'm sure I'll be fine," she finally said, her voice slightly high and rapid, a telltale sign of her nerves. "It doesn't wash off that fast. You really should see Pomfrey. And if you end up staying overnight in the hospital wing, it'll be a lot harder to come down from that. I have prefect duties now, so I can't just hide in the Gryffindor dorms. Draco hissed in irritation. The thought of her wandering the halls without him scent-marking her was enough to make him want to punch the wall. Draco's frustration boiled over. Why are you a prefect again? I thought you didn't want any leadership positions this year. Were you even listening to the conversation? Hermione shot back, raising her eyebrows and throwing her hands in the air. McGonagall is overwhelmed managing the school so soon after the war. She can't handle all the post-war issues the students are facing. Many of the professors are new, and there aren't many prefects willing to take on extra responsibility. I can't just go around the school throwing hexes at anyone who tries to get you expelled. It's not just you, there are other vulnerable students who need someone to look out for them. So, I asked for my badge back. Draco stared at her for several seconds, then gripped her shoulders and lowered his forehead to the top of her head. Gryffindors and their damned hero complexes. Granger, you, Argga, he groaned. He sighed, then leaned down and kissed her. Her lips were like silk, and he could kiss her for days without getting tired of it. She always let out a tiny gasp of surprise when their lips met, followed by a soft moan as she started to kiss him back. He slid a hand along her jaw and felt her pulse under his fingertips, fluttering like a snitch in his grip. He darted his tongue out, and she shivered, parting her lips in response. He pushed her back against the wall, diving eagerly into her mouth as his hands explored her body. Her curves had filled out over the last several months. He wasn't sure if it was an Omega thing or if the stress of the war had left her underweight. Her waist was smaller, and her breasts had grown fuller. She was lush, and just the sensation of her against him ignited a fire within him. He carefully avoided her glands, instead cupping her breasts and popping open the top buttons of her shirt to kiss her deeper. She tangled her fingers in his hair and whimpered. "Draco, no," she said, her voice thick with emotion as she squirmed away, tightening her grip on his hair. "I'm saying no." He let out a frustrated groan that made her shudder, and as he pulled back, she felt a mix of relief and disappointment. "Fucking Burbage," he muttered, clenching his teeth and withdrawing his hands in frustration. "Fine. I'll stop. I'm done." He pressed his hands against his face, exasperated. "It's not that I don't want to," she said quickly, rebut-toning her shirt. "But I'll be worried the whole time. There's time for that later. I want to be sure you're all right." He let out a resigned sigh, trying to focus on that later. "Fine," he replied. "We really should hurry to the hospital wing." She grabbed him by the wrist again, her palm pressing against the sensitive spot there, and he let out a quiet, frustrated moan as she pulled him along. Madame Pomfrey spotted them the moment they entered the infirmary. "What is it this time, Mr. Malfoy? Did you bend over and hit another doorknob? Or was it the disappearing step on the stairs again?" She studied him with a pointed expression as she cast a diagnostic spell. "Peeves," Draco lied without missing a beat. Hermione's eyes widened in indignation, but he continued smoothly, "Knocked a suit of armor on me while I was heading to class. The helmet caught me in the side of the head." "Really?" Pomfrey said, examining the readings on her wand. "I don't think he likes me," Draco replied blandly. "I'll mention it to the Bloody Baron and see if he can do anything about it. But you know how poltergeists are." "I'm sure you will," Pomfrey said, her tone dripping with skepticism as she gently pulled on his arm, prompting him to yelp. "You have a concussion and bruising. No reading or homework for the next 24 hours. I'll keep you here under observation overnight." "No reading?" Draco's eyes widened in horror as he clutched his book bag defensively. "It's crucial to let the brain rest while it recovers," Madame Pomfrey said, pointing her wand at him. "You never said no reading or homework before," Draco retorted, crossing his arms and bristling. "It's not that bad. The diagnostic shows you lost consciousness from the impact," Madame Pomfrey replied, standing tall with a stern expression. Hermione let out a faint gasp, and the air around her filled with an intensity that made Draco uneasy. Go change into hospital pajamas and get into bed so I can take care of your bruising. I'll fetch the potions. Thank you for escorting him, Miss Granger. You may return to classes. With that, Madame Pomfrey bustled away, leaving Draco to look at Hermione with a mix of dismay and concern. You lost consciousness? She asked, her eyes wide with alarm. Very briefly, Draco said with a dismissive shrug, moving closer to her without thinking. A few seconds at most. Hermione took a small step back, her face growing pale with anger. This is never happening again. I'm never letting you out of my sight. Draco opened his mouth to reassure her but thought better of it and closed his jaw. If she wanted to keep an eye on him, he wouldn't object. In fact, if he were gravely injured, she might not wander the castle alone, especially since he hadn't sent Martyr in nearly 24 hours. She might choose to stay and nurse him back to health. He wondered if she thought she smelled enough like him, but he certainly didn't. And 48 hours? That was another matter entirely. You'll be all right here, won't you? She asked. I have to meet with Ginny and Neville about joining the prefect roster. She glanced at her watch, and Draco's eyes narrowed as he began to think of ways to convince her to stay. Maybe during. How about after dinner, I come and read to you? Hermione suggested. Since we have the same classes, our assignments should match. We can start on the metallurgy book to figure out the amulet, if you want. And then we can talk about, she blushed slightly, awkwardly gesturing between them. Of course. You should go, Draco replied, turning to grab the pajamas Madame Pomfrey had left for him. I'm sure I'll be fine alone in the infirmary. He glanced at Hermione, who suddenly looked guilty. Pomfrey is here, though. Her voice trailed off as she searched for the matron, who hadn't returned with the potions for Draco yet. Of course, Draco said, nodding. He carefully scanned the room. It's not like Burbage would stoop so low as to attack me in the infirmary. If he did, and I yelled, Pomfrey would come back quickly. Maybe I can stay and keep you company, Hermione offered slowly, inching closer and studying his face for his reaction. I don't have to see Ginny immediately. You don't need to worry about me, Hermione, Draco said, suppressing his delight. It's just a brain injury. I don't feel comfortable leaving you, she insisted, lifting her chin defiantly. If you hit your head again, it could be really serious. I don't want to take that risk. If something happened to you because I wasn't here, she paused for a moment. I'm going to stay, she declared, placing her hands on her hips and raising an eyebrow as if ready for a fight. Well, if it makes you feel better, he replied, hiding a smirk as he stepped behind a dividing curtain and started to unbutton his shirt. I don't want you to feel obliged. He momentarily forgot about his shoulder hurting and twisted to get his shirt off. A faint hiss escaped his lips, and suddenly, Hermione was right beside him, seemingly forgetting the reason for her earlier concern. Hermione pulled aside the dividing curtains, her cheeks flushing as she caught sight of Draco half-naked, an image she certainly wasn't used to seeing in public. Are you all right? Oh gosh, that looks awful. Let me help, she said quickly. She tossed his robes and shirt onto the bed, then gently pulled the hospital pajama shirt up over his shoulders, carefully buttoning it for him. As she fastened the top button, a sudden wave of embarrassment washed over her. Oh. I'll be on the other side if you need anything. With that, she hurried back through the curtains before Draco could ask her to help with his trousers as well. Just as Draco finished changing, Madame Pomfrey returned with a handful of potions. Miss Granger, you're still here, he heard her say from behind the curtain. I told Draco I'd keep him company, Hermione replied. We're working on an arithmancy project together, so I was going to read a metallurgy book aloud to him, if that's all right. Being read to is fine. Please wait here while I treat him. Pomfrey stepped through the curtains and administered several foul-tasting potions, ones that Quidditch had made Draco far too familiar with. She then got him settled in bed, briefly removing his shirt to apply a strong-smelling herbal ointment to his shoulder. Draco had to stifle a snarl when her fingers brushed too close to his sensitive areas. Afterward, she dabbed myrtlap essence onto his face. Now remember, quiet activities. No reading, Madame Pomfrey said, giving him a stern look before pulling back the curtain to let Hermione in. Miss Granger, I trust you to follow the rules. With that, she bustled off, leaving them alone. Draco and Hermione exchanged glances, their silence stretching for several moments. So, metallurgy. Is it in your bag? He asked. No, she replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Oh. You don't have it? Is it in your dorm? Draco leaned back against the pillows. I have it. I just don't want to read right now. Hermione nodded. Do you need to rest? I can just keep you company. Keep you company and work on an essay. Hermione smacked her forehead with a sigh. I don't have my bag. I left it in the library with Pansy. Draco blinked, momentarily forgetting what he had been planning. You left your bag with Pansy? Well, yes. She thinks she owes me a favor for some reason. I tried to tell her she doesn't, but she won't listen. So now she's decided that the proper way to repay me is by cornering me in the library and setting me up for a successful political marriage. Draco's eyebrows shot up, and he felt his jaw tighten. Why does Pansy think you want a political marriage? Oh, Hermione blushed faintly, shifting at the foot of his bed. Well, she was there the night with Anthony and realized that I'm an Omega. Because she thinks she owes me a favor, she showed up in the library today with all these scrolls detailing profiles of eligible alphas for me to choose from before I graduate. According to her, I can marry any alpha I please and make them do anything I want, even rob banks for me. She rolled her eyes and shook her head, disbelief etched on her face. I've robbed a bank. It's really not as much fun as you'd think. She shuddered faintly. Draco stared at her, dazed, wondering if he had somehow sustained a severe concussion. He wasn't even sure which part of her story made the least sense. Anyway, Hermione continued, picking up his clothing and quickly folding it into a neat pile, seemingly oblivious to the whirlwind of information she had just unleashed. While we were discussing my ambitions in life and who I should marry, you came up. I did? Draco echoed, a warm sense of elation washing over him. Bless Pansy. And she said to stay away from you. That I shouldn't have anything to do with you because you're dealing with a lot this year. She said, being an Omega, I'd probably really hurt you, and since you're already being bullied, I needed to. Just leave you alone, Draco cursed under his breath. I hadn't even realized how this year has been for you. I've been so absorbed in myself, and I didn't think, when she said that, I panicked a bit, left all my books with her, and rushed off to find you. Which, now that I think about it, is probably not what she intended. He finished, straightening his pile of clothing and fidgeting with the blanket at the foot of the bed. I see. Really? Hermione looked at him, wide-eyed. No. I don't think I understood any of that, Draco admitted, grimacing as he stared back at her. Come here. Looking at you from so far away is giving me a headache. It wasn't, but he suppressed a smirk as Hermione's eyes grew even wider, and she hurried closer with a worried expression. Draco caught hold of her hand and pulled her onto the bed. She let out a small shriek as she tumbled into his arms. This is a good distance, he said, feeling triumphant as he wrapped his arms around her waist and buried his face in her shoulder. This isn't really any distance, she replied in a slightly wobbly voice, wiggling on top of him and trying to regain her balance. He murmured, breathing against her neck. Don't you think we should talk? She asked after a moment. We should, Draco agreed, not loosening his hold on her waist. But I'm still recovering. Maybe if you kissed me, I'll feel well enough to. He pulled his head back just enough to give her a sly smile. Hermione narrowed her eyes at him. Is your head really even hurting, or are you just pretending so that I'll fuss over you? Chapter 24, Between the Both of Us. Draco's eyes widened innocently. Me? Yes, Hermione said, pursing her lips as she stared down at him. Is this like that scratch you got in third year? Draco was silent for a moment. Hermione's expression grew indignant, and she started squirming, trying to climb off the bed. You're unbelievable, she fumed. What? How can you accuse me of pretending? I didn't even want to come here, Draco replied, refusing to let her escape. I wanted to take you back to our room and snog you. You're the one who dragged me to the headmistress' office and then made me come here. She paused, stopping her escape but continuing to eye him suspiciously. I didn't even ask you to stay. You're the one who decided to stay, he added, removing his hands. His eyes were large and reproachful. You can go if you want. Hermione sighed. She would never have thought that someone as large and angular as Draco Malfoy could look so much like a puppy when he was sad. I'm not going to leave. She rolled her eyes and let out a long, low breath. But you have a reputation for being overdramatic. I'm not sure how to be around you without being a bit suspicious. Draco's face fell noticeably, and Hermione felt a stab of guilt. She wanted to cover his eyes to hide the hurt. When he looked at her like that, she had to stifle the temptation to lean forward and kiss the expression away. His eyes were like enormous silver pools of emotion, almost like staring at a baby unicorn. I don't mean that I don't trust you. She turned her gaze upward, studying the ceiling. We have a lot of history. It makes everything so complicated. I mean, look at the mess we just started sorting through. It's like we're designed to misunderstand each other. I've spent the last several months trying to deal with the fact that I was sleeping with you, even though you didn't want anything to do with me. Trying to suddenly see you differently, Hermione said, there are so many conversations that suddenly feel meaningless to me. There were times when you said things, and I just assumed they were about me being Muggle-born. Now, I can hardly remember what we talked about most of the time. Draco's voice was quiet as he replied, You could have asked. I would have told you if you'd ever asked. I know, Hermione admitted, her head dropping. I assumed things because it felt safer than asking. I don't really do vulnerability well. She swallowed hard, looking at him, her shoulders tense. Having this happen to me, presenting, has honestly been more terrifying than anything else I've ever faced. At least during the war, I was up against external forces. But this feels like it's coming from inside me. It's my body and my mind, and it feels like they're betraying me. I don't know what to do. I've always trusted my mind, even more than magic. My mind is me. But now, I feel like it isn't anymore. Not entirely. Her gaze dropped to her wrists. I don't know what the right way to be brave about all this is. So, I just decided to be miserable about the situation with you instead of facing it and risking making everything worse than it already was. I'm really sorry. Draco wrapped his hands around her waist. It's not your fault. You never said my probation was the reason you chose me to scent mark you. I just couldn't believe it when you gave other reasons. I thought they were meant to make me feel better. Hermione cringed. It's such a mess. I almost asked last night. It was right on the tip of my tongue after you apologized, just to ask you why you left. But then I lost my nerve. Draco brought his hands up to her shoulders for a moment before sliding them down to hold her wrists. The sensation instantly relaxed her shoulders. She drew a deep breath. I think we were both. Hermione nodded, gnawing at her lower lip as she met Draco's gaze. So, now that we've realized we were both wrong about so much, where does that leave us? A smirk played at the corners of Draco's lips. Right here is good. Both of us, right here. This is a pretty solid place for us to stay." The corner of Hermione's mouth quirked upward as she reached out to stroke his healed cheek. "You really did hit your head hard. I'm currently straddling you in the hospital ward. But there are privacy curtains," Draco purred, tightening his grip on her wrists, his fingers pressing against her skin. Hermione let out a small moan as he leaned closer. "We can't snog here," she said, panting softly and arching away. "Pomfrey said I was supposed to follow the rules. No reading. Quiet activities." "Kissing is a quiet activity," Draco countered in a husky voice as he closed the distance between them. Hermione tilted her head back, trying to keep her lips away from his. But he simply dragged his mouth along her throat, and she choked back a whimper. "I think there are rules against kissing here." "No," Draco replied, shaking his head as his lips brushed along her jaw. She shivered, heat spreading through her steadily. "There are no rules against snogging in the infirmary." He pulled her closer, and Hermione shook her head, raising an eyebrow. "How do you know that?" Draco paused, drawing back slightly, looking a bit sheepish. "I looked it up in third year. Seemed like a useful thing to know." Hermione snorted, skepticism in her voice. "Really?" "I did," he insisted with a shrug. "I'm a Slytherin. You can't find loopholes if you don't study the rules. I read all the rulebooks for the castle and even Hogwarts, a history, just to make sure I knew the context of things." Hermione straightened, her curiosity piqued. "You've read Hogwarts, a history?" Her voice wavered slightly, and Draco suddenly looked uneasy. "Only a few times." It seemed like a practical source of information about the castle. Hermione stared at him, wide-eyed. "But no one reads Hogwarts, a history. Even most Ravenclaws have only skimmed it." Draco jutted his chin out, looking sullen. "It's well written. It may never be a classic like History of Magic, but Badhilda Bagshot was an exceptional historian. All her books are worth reading. You'd probably like it." Hermione nearly laughed, warmth spreading across her chest. "Draco, it's my favorite book." Draco blinked. "Oh." He blushed. Without thinking, Hermione leaned forward and kissed him. He gasped softly as their lips met. They should talk more, but maybe later. She wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him closer. He pressed her body against his, and their tongues intertwined. The taste of him was intoxicating, she loved it. One of his hands slid up her spine, tangling in her hair. A rush of heat coursed through her, and she gripped the fabric of his pajama shirt, tempted to tear it off. A voice in her head whispered that he was her alpha, stirring a possessive urge within her. She wanted to explore every inch of him, to leave her mark until he was drenched in her. But not in the hospital wing. She had to stop kissing him, just for a moment. Even if there were no explicit rules against it, she imagined Madame Pomfrey would frown upon Hermione ravishing Draco in his hospital bed, violating the spirit of quiet activities. So, she promised herself she would stop. In just a minute. She pushed him back against the pillows and trailed her tongue down his throat. He growled, sending shivers through her entire body. She could feel his hands sliding under her shirt as she teased him with her tongue. He let out a muffled moan. "Granger," he groaned, weren't." Hermione didn't want to talk. She wanted to kiss him. She traced her tongue along his neck, feeling him tighten his grip on her. "Granger. You're mine," she murmured against his throat. His hand tangled in her hair, pulling her head back to meet his gaze. "Fuck, yes," he breathed, pressing his lips to hers in a fierce kiss. She arched against him, fingers threading through his hair as she ground her hips against him. He moaned into her mouth, his hand gripping her waist tightly. A faint sound caught her attention, but it barely registered as Draco nipped at her lower lip, his hold on her hair tightening. "Just a suggestion, if you're in a secret non-relationship, Maybe don't snog in the infirmary, a voice drawled. Hermione gasped and tried to leap away from Draco, but he wouldn't let go. She turned her head over her shoulder and saw Blaise Zabini lounging in a chair beside Draco's bed, studying them with an indifferent expression. "Fuck off, Blaise," Draco growled. "Granger and I are busy." Hermione's face burned with embarrassment as she realized they had been passionately kissing in the hospital wing while she had insisted to herself that she wouldn't. Oh God. Was she really acting like this? "Do you still go by surnames after you've licked a witch's tonsils?" Blaise asked, tilting his head in mock curiosity. "I don't recall any etiquette manuals mentioning that." "Draco, please let go," Hermione said, squirming in his grasp. He tightened his arms around her stubbornly. "No. Blaise is leaving," he replied coolly. "I'm not done with you." Hermione felt her cheeks flush even hotter. "Let me go, you prat," she said, twisting and contorting as she tried to pry his fingers off one by one. The curtain snapped open once more, jolting Hermione from her struggle to pry Draco's hands away. She looked up in horror as Pansy and Theo stepped through the fabric. "Oh. Did I not mention that Theo and Pansy were right behind me?" Blaise said with a teasing grin. "Oops." Pansy froze mid-step, her eyes widening as she took in the sight of Hermione straddling Draco in the hospital bed, his arms possessively wrapped around her waist. Theo's expression flickered, processing the scene before him. "Draco, let go," Hermione urged, attempting to pry his hands away again. He reluctantly released his grip, and she nearly tumbled off the bed in her haste to escape. She quickly shoved her shirt back into her skirt, only to realize that in the midst of their kiss, she had completely unbuttoned Draco's shirt. He seemed in no hurry to fix it, sitting back against the headboard with a scowl directed at their visitors. "What do you lot want?" he asked, folding his arms. "We heard you were here and thought you might want some company," Blaise replied, leaning back casually in his chair. Pansy looked ready to explode. "I have company. You can all leave. Preferably now." Draco waved them off dismissively. Hermione edged toward the curtain, shaking her head. "No, no. They can stay. I should go meet with Ginny and Neville now." It wasn't running away, it was a strategic retreat. She and Draco hadn't finished their conversation, especially after she had lost her head and kissed him. She would face his friends later, once she was more prepared for the situation. "Am I the only one who didn't know about this?" Pansy's voice crackled with disbelief. Hermione froze, realizing Pansy was partially blocking her exit. "Did we forget to tell you?" Theo asked, turning back to her and running a hand through his hair. "Sorry about that. It slipped my mind. We definitely meant to." Pansy glared at Draco, her expression filled with venom. "How could you let this happen? How long has this been going on?" Pansy asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Remember how Draco was sick for a week at the end of September?" "He actually wasn't," Blaise replied with a smirk. "You didn't tell me?" Pansy spun around to face Theo and Blaise, her irritation palpable. Seizing the moment, Draco leaned forward and grasped Hermione's robes, gently tugging her backward until he could wrap his arms possessively around her waist once more. He pulled her down to sit on the edge of the bed beside him. Hermione tried to wriggle free. "Draco," she said softly, "you're going to make this worse." He shook his head. "You don't know Pansy. This is a much safer place for you." Hermione snorted. "I'm not afraid of Pansy Parkinson. I don't care." Draco tightened his grip. "Pansy is very protective and a bit unethical. She would take advantage of your Gryffindor morals and stab you in the back." "Well," Theo interjected, rubbing the back of his neck, "you are his ex-girlfriend. I'm also his friend." Pansy was tense, like a coiled viper ready to strike. "You didn't think it was worth mentioning that he's been secretly seeing Granger since the moment she arrived?" Well, I'm an alpha, so I signed a non-disclosure agreement, and I'm not keen to find out what McGonagall cursed it with. But Blaise noticed because he's our roommate, and Draco hasn't slept in our room in over a month. So really, he's the only one who could have told you. It's all Blaise's fault. Theo pointed an accusing finger at Blaise, who was lounging casually. So you all thought this would be a good time for Draco to have a secret affair this year? Pansy turned back to glare at Draco. And you, I don't even know where to begin with you. Does your mother have any idea what you're doing? She's already worried sick about you, and now this? Do you really think getting involved with Granger is a good idea? Under what circumstances do you see this ending well for you? Draco tightened his grip on Hermione, and Pansy shot a venomous glare in her direction. Then there's you, Granger, Pansy hissed, her words dripping with disdain. Pansy, Draco growled, a warning lacing his tone. I actually tried to be nice to you, Pansy continued, her teeth bared. I could tell you were having a rough time, and since I owed you, I thought I'd help. But instead of choosing one of the nearly dozen alphas in the school, you took advantage of the most vulnerable one you could find. After 5th year, everyone should have realized how ruthless you can be when it comes to revenge. Pansy, shut up. Draco snapped, his frustration boiling over. You are not my mother. Even if you were, you don't get to decide what I can handle or who I can be with. My relationship with Granger is none of your business. Pansy let out a laugh that sounded almost hyena-like, a noise that seemed to reverberate through Hermione's very bones. Really? I'm sure this was all your idea. As if you wouldn't do anything she asked. I gave you too much credit. I thought your indifference meant you had self-control. But no, you're just letting her use you as a toy. Hermione flinched, feeling as if she'd been slapped, her eyes wide with shock as she stared at Pansy. Get her out. Draco roared. Suddenly, Pansy fell silent, though her lips continued to move in a silent fury. Theo stepped forward, silencing her further, and hoisted Pansy up onto his shoulder. We'll bring her back once she's calmed down, he said, shooting Hermione an apologetic glance. Pansy retaliated by smacking Theo across the back of the head, but he barely reacted. Pansy blinked, managing to look somewhat poised even while draped over someone's shoulder. For the record, Pans, Blaise said as he stood up, the next time you complain that we don't tell you things, this will be the reason why. Pansy kicked and squirmed, trying to wriggle free from Theo's grip just as Madame Pomfrey burst in. What is going on here? She exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise as she took in the scene. Dear old Pansy is just having an ex-girlfriend moment, Blaise replied slyly. She had a small fit of jealous rage. Pansy let out a scream and rudely gestured at Blaise. We won't let her come back unless she promises to behave. We apologize for disturbing Draco and any other patients. Come on, Theo, we should go before she causes another scene. With that, Theo and Blaise walked away, leaving Pansy to squirm and glare furiously at Hermione until the curtain fell, hiding her from view. Madame Pomfrey eyed Hermione suspiciously. Draco had her firmly around the waist, holding her in a tight grip. Mr. Malfoy is supposed to be resting, Pomfrey said, her tone stern. Hermione didn't do anything, Draco insisted. She was keeping me company, and Pansy came and caused a scene. His hold on Hermione tightened even more, making her feel as though she might be crushed. Pomfrey studied them both for several seconds before finally speaking. Any further scenes, and I will restrict Mr. Malfoy from all visitors until I release him tomorrow. Yes, ma'am, Hermione replied, her voice small. Quiet activities, Pomfrey instructed, her mouth tightening slightly before she turned and bustled away. Well, that went rather badly, Hermione said once the sound of Pomfrey's shoes had faded. Draco nuzzled his chin over her shoulder. Sorry. Pansy doesn't handle surprises well. She tends to overreact and get vicious. You shouldn't pay attention to the things she says, Draco advised gently. Hermione nodded, but a moment of silence fell between them. She looked down, tracing her fingertip along Draco's wrist while his hands remained around her waist. But, what she said about you doing anything I want, I'm worried about that. She turned to glance over her shoulder at him. I don't know how to tell if that's why alphas do things, or if they actually mean what they say and do. Yesterday, in the broom closet, her mouth twitched slightly. You said the only reason you pulled me in there was that the biology caught you off guard. Draco shifted behind her, and Hermione pressed on steadily. And now, you're acting different. I don't know if you're just doing whatever you think I want. She swallowed hard. I don't know if your instincts just make you think you want something once you believe it's what I want. The idea of that makes me feel ill. I don't want you to change yourself to suit me just because it's in your biology. Draco was silent for a moment, then sighed. It's not like that, he said slowly. I lied yesterday. When you asked if I cared, I lied because I thought you had Longbottom and maybe even Theo lined up as alternative alphas. Based on why I thought you asked me to be the one to scent mark you in the first place, I figured you'd just move on to someone who would follow your rules better if I complicated things by being interested. Hermione felt as though she'd been electrocuted. Draco drew a sharp, frustrated breath. You said at the beginning, not a relationship, not friends. I was trying not to cross any of the lines you set because I didn't want you to look elsewhere. I'm being different now because I just realized how grossly I misunderstood things, and I don't want to watch you feel like you have to sterilize yourself just to avoid complications. Hermione barely heard him. She felt petrified. You're interested in me? Draco turned his head slightly, and their eyes met. Yes, he replied. Really? Hermione blinked up at him, still processing his words. Are you sure? Hermione struggled to complete her sentences, her mind racing with questions. Biology, hormones, and concussion. Probably not. I mean, we probably shouldn't, metallurgy. We're supposed to, metallurgy. She dove off the bed and rummaged through Draco's book bag. Pulling out a book, she flipped to the introduction and began reading aloud before he could interject. Metallurgy, the science of magical metallurgy, is a branch of charm work. One of the most ancient branches in wizarding science, its purpose is to utilize the characteristics of metal by imbuing them with spell work. This enables charms masters to magnify and maintain complex charm work that would otherwise be impossible to create. Metallurgy is delicate work, in many regards as much art as science. It necessitates a deep understanding of both magic and metal in order to find a complementary balance in forces. Metal used in charm work cannot be chosen based on appearance. It must be determined by selecting a metal with fundamental qualities that complement the magic. Hermione read through the introduction without pausing for breath, her face turning blue with the effort. Finally, she gasped for air but quickly continued, her eyes glued to the page. She was completely immersed in metallurgy, focused solely on the text and ignoring everything else. After what felt like an eternity, she permitted herself a brief glance up. Draco had his hands over his face, as though he were in pain. Are you all right? She asked, snapping the book shut and hurrying over to him. Is your head hurting again? I can call Pomfrey. No. It's not that. His voice was muffled behind his hands. What's wrong? Oh, I don't know, he said, still muffled, maybe that I said I was interested in you, and then you leaped off the bed and started reading a book at a rate of 5,000 words per minute. Hermione's face flushed, and she fidgeted with her hands. We're already dealing with so much. The hormones, the biology. You have a concussion right now. I really think we shouldn't have this conversation now. We already struggle to understand each other as it is. It's not a good time. Draco pulled his hands away and looked up at her. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his mouth curved into a familiar sneer. I don't want you to let me down over the next 2 days just because I have a concussion. If you're not interested, just tell me now, and I'll shut up. You won't have to hear another word about it. What? No. That's not what I meant. Draco's eyes lit up. Then that's a yes. Hermione stared at him, momentarily speechless. After several seconds, she took a slow breath. I don't want to talk about this right now, she said firmly. Let's discuss it tomorrow when you're feeling better. Draco looked like he wanted to argue but swallowed hard and let out a deep sigh. Fine. We can just read, Hermione suggested, clutching the metallurgy book against her chest. The feel of the leather cover and the decal-edged pages was comforting. Metallurgy. Charms. Concrete, discrete rules. No guesswork, no emotions, no hormones to complicate things. Just straightforward information. Fine, Draco replied, his tone lacking enthusiasm. If that's what you want. Hermione fidgeted again. I just don't want everything to get mixed up again, especially if it turns out Pomfrey gave you a potion that makes you hallucinate or something. I don't think I could handle it if we misunderstand each other again. Draco rolled his eyes. I get it. Reading is fine. But maybe you could try reading a little more slowly and sit a bit closer, too? Bit closer. His expression didn't change at all, but his eyes glittered slightly at the last word. Hermione studied him through narrowed eyes. I'm not going to let you pull me into your lap again. Draco gave a small sigh and slid over on the bed. He patted the space beside him. Here then. Hermione continued to balk, and he laid his hands over his heart. I promise to behave myself. Hermione seated herself gingerly on the bed beside him and then looked up at him with a severe expression. No reading over my shoulder. I wouldn't dare. All right then, Hermione said primly, as she opened the book. Chapter 1, Conductive Metals. Draco shifted and his arm draped over her shoulder. Hermione looked up sharply. His head was tilted back and his eyes were closed. She cleared her throat and started reading. As she read, the weight of his arm on her shoulder steadily grew heavier and heavier. As she finished the section detailing the uses of aluminium, his head dropped slightly against hers. She looked up and found him asleep. She read quietly to herself until she finished the metallurgy book, and then using her toe, she caught the strap of his book bag and pulled it over. She was growing uncomfortably aroused. It had been more than a month since she'd gone so long without an orgasm, and it was beginning to feel like a throbbing, tangled ball of tension between her legs. She shifted and pressed her knees together while she tried to focus on finding something new to read. There wasn't anything to be done about it. She'd just have to cope. But there was a part of her that was whining and wanted to roll over and grind on Draco to try to deal with the growing frustration. He was right there and he smelled edible. She wanted to flick her tongue out and drag it along his wrists until he woke up. To have him push her down and tear her clothes off. To feel his cock slide through her folds and then slowly stretch her as he sank to the hilt inside. Her body responded involuntarily, and she let out a frustrated moan, trying to shake off the fantasy that was taking over her mind. In an effort to distract herself, she reached for several books on ancient runes and began to read. A few hours later, Madame Pomfrey poked her head through the curtains. You're still here. I didn't want to wake him, Hermione replied. Dinner is nearly over. Let me move him. With a flick of her wand, Pomfrey eased the pressure on Hermione's head and shoulders. She approached Draco and gently shifted him onto his back. He barely stirred. Hermione rolled her neck, hearing it crack several times as she stood up. You should go, dear. He'll probably sleep all night. Hermione glanced down at Draco. You'll keep an eye on him? There are a lot of students who don't like that he's here. I'm a bit worried about him if I'm not here to make sure he's all right. I'll put extra monitoring charms on him to ensure there are no disturbances, if that will reassure you. No one will bother him in my hospital ward. There's plenty of magic here to keep patients safe. Now, go on to dinner. Mr. Malfoy will be here to visit in the morning." Reluctantly, Hermione opened the door and stepped out. Theo looked up from a chair facing the hospital ward. "I was wondering if you'd ever come out." Hermione studied him, her fingers instinctively reaching for her wand. Theo remained seated, looking up at her. "Do you need something, Theo?" "I wanted to talk to you. But you don't seem very comfortable talking to me right now." He folded his hands and offered her a wry smile. Hermione held her ground. "I'm not very trusting of alphas." "Except Draco," Theo said, raising an eyebrow. "You seem to trust him." He chuckled softly, his gaze fixed on her hand. "You can pull your wand out if you want. I can handle it. Go ahead, say what you want to say. I won't take offense, and I promise you'll feel better afterward." It was an invitation to open up, a chance to be vulnerable. But Hermione wasn't ready to trust him, not yet. No matter how charming Theo not could be, she remained cautious. She drew her wand and held it at her side, raising an eyebrow. "What do you want, Theo?" Chapter 25, I Want You to Be Happier. "I wanted to talk to you about Draco," Theo said, tilting his head as he regarded her. "You mentioned yesterday that your situation with him isn't a relationship, but it seems to have taken a turn. If the scene in the hospital wing was any indication." Hermione raised an eyebrow at him. Theo took a quick breath and straightened, studying her intently. There was a new look in his eyes, a mix of wariness and reserve that hadn't been there in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. "I know you and Draco aren't exactly friends, but he's not the same person he was in previous years here at school." He hesitated for a moment. "I know you're in a tough spot, but I hope you realize that just because he's an easy solution doesn't mean it isn't personal for him." A cold shiver ran down Hermione's spine. She paused, biting her lip. "Did Draco tell you that I'm sleeping with him because of his probation?" Theo nodded slowly. Hermione pressed her lips together, looking away down the hall. "I see." The corner of her mouth twitched. "I didn't realize that's how I come across to people. That I seem like the kind of person who would blackmail someone into sleeping with me." She tightened her grip on her wand. "He didn't say you were blackmailing him," Theo replied quickly, his eyes widening. "That's not how he put it. He just mentioned that it's why it's him and not someone else. Because he's safer for you. It's not like any of us would have said no." He shrugged. "Well, maybe Longbottom. But you have to admit, it's rather odd that you're with Draco." Hermione clenched her jaw. "Everything about this situation is odd, including its very existence. I'm trying to manage it as best I can. I didn't expect things with Malfoy to last this long. He didn't tell me. He thought I only asked because of his probation. If I had known, I would have told him it wasn't the case. But he didn't share that with me until today. When he finally did, he framed it as a completely reasonable and unsurprising thing for me to do. Your happiness is the axis upon which their world turns. Draco would do anything for her. He would rationalize his way into doing whatever he thought she wanted from him, convincing himself it was fair for her to ask it of him. Being used by her, being interested in her, it was all the same. A knot formed in her stomach, twisting tighter and tighter as the day went on. "Why did you ask him?" "If you don't mind my asking," Theo interjected, pulling her from her thoughts. She blinked, looked at him, and felt an urge to find a hole to hide in. "I felt like I could trust him," she admitted, twitching her shoulder. "He can tell when I'm asking for something I don't actually want. And he stops when I say no. Everyone else just ignores it. Even Neville, although he felt so badly afterward that he wanted to withdraw from school." Theo winced. "I'm sorry. I never apologized, but but I felt terrible about how we all acted after McGonagall brought you out. I should have said something sooner. Or at least yesterday when we talked." Hermione shrugged again, bitterness creeping in. "It's just the way alphas are. The books make it pretty clear that there's nothing to be done about it. And that's why you trust Draco," Theo said. "Because he's not like that." Hermione gave a small nod. "I suppose so." Theo's expression briefly turned resigned before clearing. "Well, that makes sense. So, what are you two up to now? It would help to know if I need to run interference with Pansy." Hermione shuffled her feet and glanced forlornly at the infirmary doors. "I'm not sure. We're not very good at talking to each other. We mostly misunderstand one another." Theo raised his eyebrows, intrigued. Hermione's gaze lingered on him, and she begrudgingly acknowledged that he was undeniably handsome. He wore a jumper with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his pale, muscular forearms. His dark eyes were expressive, clever, and observant. Theo not struck her as someone brimming with information he rarely shared. In a world where trust wasn't an issue, he might have made for an intriguing friend. She shook herself out of her thoughts. It seems like Draco thinks things are different now than they were yesterday. Theo regarded her with a pointed look. Hermione took a deep breath. "Yes, he does." "Do you?" he asked. "I don't know," she admitted, looking away. "The biology muddies everything. It's difficult to even have a conversation half the time. I can't tell what's real and what's just hormones. I wasn't really expecting this with him. It's all catching me off guard." Theo's expression turned wary, and Hermione bristled, her lip curling in frustration. "I'm not trying to hurt him. I'm trying to be careful." Her empty hand clenched into a fist as she inhaled sharply. "Up until today, I thought I was just some freebie he was happy to take advantage of, as long as he didn't have to actually interact with me. He wouldn't look at me, barely spoke to me most of the time. He'd just leave without a word. It seemed like the obvious conclusion. Now I find out that all this time, he thought I was using him because of his probation, and he's even become interested in me despite it." Her shoulders sagged. "I don't know how to think about any of it. I don't know him very well. I can't tell how much is a self-determined choice and how much is a biological impulse that he rationalizes. I don't even know how to distinguish it in myself most of the time. I certainly don't know how to read him. I'm just trying not to let all this end horribly, but I'm honestly not sure exactly how to do that." Hermione drew a sharp breath and squared her shoulders. She had a list of things to do, concrete actions to take, problems to solve. Unlike her feelings. Closing her eyes for a moment, she sighed deeply. "I need to go," she said, her voice tight. "I have to meet with Ginny and Neville about joining the prefect roster." She turned to leave. Theo nodded, his eyebrows furrowed as he watched her, as if trying to calculate something. "That's right, you're a prefect again." "Why?" Hermione paused and met his gaze, jutting her chin up defiantly. "There's a bullying issue. Becoming a prefect seemed like the best way to help resolve it." A small smile crept onto Theo's face. "Gryffindor." Hermione gave a small nod. "Yes." She walked away without a backward glance. Once she was alone, she paused, leaning her head against the wall for a few minutes, trying to clear her mind. It was a pity she didn't know a clemency. Everything felt unbearably crowded, conflicting problems, her own emotions, and an overwhelming heat in her lower abdomen that she had no way to address. Feeling uncomfortably restless, she decided to skip the Great Hall and head straight to the prefect office. She didn't want to sit around while the alphas had dinner, all the while aware of her discomfort. She stopped by the library, hoping Madame Pants had her satchel, but was dismayed to learn that Pansy hadn't turned it in. The thought of tracking down Pansy to ask for it back filled her with dread, especially since she was sure Pansy would have gone through everything. Her package from St. Mungo's was in that bag. Hermione gave a muffled groan of despair at the idea of Pansy reading through it all. She knocked sharply on the door to the prefect office. "Come in," Ginny's voice called. Hermione poked her head inside. Hermione stepped into the room and found Ginny behind the head's desk. "Hermione, are you here to get help with your homework?" Ginny's eyes sparkled with surprise. Hermione forced a laugh as she closed the door. "No, I'm actually here to report for prefect duty." She adjusted the pin on her uniform, making it clear she was serious. "Oh. You're a prefect again." "I wasn't expecting that," Ginny replied, her surprise evident. Hermione raised an eyebrow. "I wasn't planning on it, but I've become aware of the bullying issue the school is facing this year." Ginny's eyes widened, and her shoulders tensed. Hermione crossed her arms. "When I went to report it to McGonagall, she mentioned you're short on reliable prefects. So, I volunteered." Ginny looked down at the scroll on the desk, her expression troubled. "You didn't need to do that. Neville and I are already working on it. You're already stretched thin this year, you don't need to feel responsible for Malfoy too." Ginny rolled her eyes slightly. "The Malfoys can survive anything." Hermione's eyebrows shot up, and her jaw dropped in disbelief. "They threw him into a wall so hard he blacked out, Ginny." Ginny flinched at the intensity of Hermione's words. "His face was bleeding, and he was covered in bruises. He's in the hospital ward. When I got there, Cornelius Burbage was ranting about wanting to go to Draco's Manor and do terrible things to Narcissa Malfoy. There were more than a dozen boys who had Draco cornered, so he couldn't even try to run." Hermione's voice trembled with anger. "I talked to you yesterday about how upset I was that he was so cold when we weren't together, and you didn't think to mention that when he's alone, people are tracking him down, attacking him, and trying to get him thrown into Azkaban." Ginny sighed deeply and leaned back against her desk. "I didn't know anything that severe was happening." Ginny sighed, frustration evident in her voice. "Normally, it's just the typical hexes or a few bruises, standard bullying. We're trying to manage it, but honestly, no one likes having him here. I struggle to find a patrol partner for Parkinson. Telling the prefects to keep an eye on Malfoy is like talking to a wall." Hermione's eyes widened, and she scoffed. "So what? You're just going to ignore it? The prefects don't want to help, so you'll just let this continue until Draco is seriously hurt or expelled?" Ginny lifted her chin defiantly, her eyebrows knitting into an angry V. "No. Don't accuse me of neglecting my head duties, Hermione. You've been through a lot, but so have I. I don't think you realize how tense things are right now. Your focus is on the alphas, while the rest of us barely register unless we interrupt your study time. The school is a mess, and I'm working hard to meet the needs of all the students I'm responsible for. You don't understand the grudges at play here. You were camping while the rest of us were trapped in this castle with the Carrows." Hermione gasped, indignant, but Ginny raised her hand to continue. "I'm not blaming you for that. Harry needed you, you had to find the Horcruxes, I get it. You don't need to justify what you did or what you went through. But you also don't grasp where most of the students are coming from. I don't like Malfoy, Hermione." Ginny's hand dropped to grip the desk, her expression intense. "You seem to have forgotten, but it's important. I don't like Malfoy. You don't like Malfoy. He bullied Harry for years. His father even stuck a Horcrux in my school books, hoping to get my dad sacked. I got possessed because of it. My family and his have been feuding for generations." She took a sharp breath, her cheeks flushing as she spoke. Ginny tossed her head slightly. "Ron, you know that boy you were sort of dating before you decided to come back to school? He has nightmares about the war. Not about Fred dying or the Battle of Hogwarts. He wakes up screaming, begging to be interrogated instead of you at Malfoy Manor." Hermione flinched, twisting her wand nervously in her hands. Ginny let out a long sigh and met Hermione's gaze steadily. I'm trying to be supportive of whatever you decide to do. The students, we can eventually move on from the war, but what you're going through is redefining your whole life. I understand that you want to control it. So when you started seeing Malfoy and didn't want to tell Harry or Ron, I went along with it. But that doesn't mean I like him. It doesn't mean I forgive him for poisoning Ron, imperioing Katie, or letting Death Eaters into Hogwarts. He stood by while the Carrows enjoyed their reign of terror. Or for being a Death Eater in the first place. I get that he's become important to you, but it's a bit late for Draco Malfoy to be a victim in my eyes. Hermione swallowed hard, drawing a slow breath. Draco is not his father. He was tried. You were there. I testified for him. So did Harry. He's on probation for years, no flying, restricted apparition, no international travel for 10 years. A lifetime ban on holding a ministry position. He can't use offensive magic outside of class, including jinxes and hexes, for 5 years. He could have been expelled for stopping Anthony. You don't need to see him as a victim to realize he doesn't deserve to be blamed and punished for the entire war. Her voice trembled slightly. Ginny snorted. Being tried and put on probation with a travel ban and spell restrictions doesn't mean I have to forgive him. She was pale, but the hollows of her cheeks were growing stained scarlet. I'm not telling you to forgive him. I'm telling you. Do your job. Hermione slammed her fist onto the table. If you believe in the justice system at all, then as head girl, it's your responsibility to stop cowards like Cornelius Burbage from demanding a pound of flesh simply because they know Draco can't fight back. I was so proud of you for becoming head girl, for everything you and Neville accomplished during the war. But I'm honestly so disappointed in you right now. Hermione drew in a sharp breath, her throat tight. She wanted nothing more than to turn around, head back to the hospital ward, and curl up next to Draco, ensuring that no one could ever hurt him again. But you know what? It doesn't matter if you care, or if you're going to do your job. I'm going to take care of him. Just let me know when you want me to do rounds. Her voice trembled with anger. Hermione. Ginny slumped in her chair. Don't do this. Don't become a prefect for Malfoy. You were so excited about this school year, about just getting to study. You turned down head girl. Hermione opened her mouth to deny it, but Ginny cut her off with a sharp wave of her hand. I know you turned it down. There's no way I would have been offered the position if you hadn't. It was pretty obvious when you weren't even a prefect this year. This whole Omega thing, I know you're getting attached to Malfoy because he's with you. That's what you said, that it's emotional for you. But he doesn't even acknowledge you in public. Don't build your last year of school around someone like him. There are so many better alphas out there. It's not like the options are Charlie or Malfoy. Ginny took a deep breath. I'll be more proactive about the bullying issue. I'll reiterate the policies to the prefects. I'll watch out for Malfoy. I really will. Don't add this to your workload. I'm going to do this for him, Ginny. I need to do this. I don't care about my workload. Hermione turned sharply to leave, but a hand wrapped around her wrist. It brushed against her scent glands, causing her to hiss sharply as she yanked her hand away. Don't touch me there. Ginny quickly withdrew her hands. Sorry, I wasn't thinking. Please don't just storm off. I'm trying to help. She ran a hand through her hair, frustration evident in her voice. Hermione, do you like him? Are you trying to make this work? I know today was bad, I'm taking that seriously. But I'm trying to understand why you're acting like this. Just yesterday, you looked devastated talking about him, and now you're becoming a prefect and calling him Draco. Hermione stared at her shoes. Apparently, there's been a massive misunderstanding between us. During my heat, After he first arrived, he tried to leave. He asked if I wanted Neville or Anthony or someone else, and I just climbed him. Afterward, I thought maybe I'd sexually assaulted him by making him go into a rut, and that's why he left. So, I asked McGonagall to check on him, to see if he was all right. But instead of understanding my concerns, she implied that he had assaulted me. She told him that if he bothered me again or if I felt uncomfortable with his presence at school, he'd be immediately expelled. So when I asked him to scent mark, he thought I was saying that if he crossed a line, I'd throw him in Azkaban. Oh gosh. Ginny stood there, blinking at Hermione in shock. Hermione took a deep breath, shifting her weight and scuffing her shoe on the floor. Apparently, he's been ignoring me this whole time to meet my terms. But I set those terms to reassure him that I didn't expect any kind of public association. I thought the scent marking would be temporary, maybe a week or two. I didn't expect it to last this long. We've both been trudging along, thinking we knew what the other wanted. But apparently, he's interested in me. Hermione's voice quivered as she spoke the last 3 words. Ginny snorted and rolled her eyes. They're all interested in you. Hermione flinched, her stomach dropping at the comment. Ginny shot her a knowing look, the corner of her mouth twitching as her shoulders slumped. But it's different with him. You want him to be interested in you. Hermione flushed and nodded slightly. I really think I could like him. When we work on our arithmancy project or start discussing books, I've never had someone I could talk to about so many things without their eyes glazing over. I love Harry and Ron, but it's lonely to have a whole world in your head that no one seems interested in. She rubbed her wrists together, trying to ease the heaviness in her chest. Draco has even read Hogwarts, a history. Several times. In fact, he got a bit defensive when it came up. I think he was worried I'd see him as a history nerd. But he insisted that I'd probably like it. When I told him it was my favorite book, he just stared at me with this expression of astonished delight, then turned bright red. Hermione found herself smiling down at the floor. She buried her face in her hands for a moment to hide her expression. After taking a deep breath, she pressed her lips together before looking back up at Ginny. And he listens to me. All the other alphas, they get into this mode around me where they don't hear anything I say. When I'm saying no, or asking them to stop, or telling them they're hurting me, they just don't listen. But Draco does. He always does. And when I'm asking him to do something that isn't really me, he can tell and says no for me. Hermione's mouth twisted slightly as she looked away, her cheekbones aching with the weight of her emotions. Hermione sighed, her voice trembling. But I don't know if any of that matters. The way I affect him, it might even be worse than how he affects me. He's willing to change himself in any way he thinks will please me, and he thinks that's fine. Just yesterday, I asked him if he cared about me, and he lied, saying no. He thought if he said yes, I'd end things right away, assuming I'd eventually move on to another alpha. He believed I was just using him until I found a better option because he felt so imprisonable. She swallowed hard, her eyes glistening. He thought that was fair. That it was okay and nothing to complain about, even though he liked me. I don't know if we hadn't finally cleared things up today, if he would have ever told me. Or if he would have just kept going along with my terms, thinking that was what I wanted. Hermione buried her face in her hands for a moment, overwhelmed. When she looked up, she saw Ginny had stepped closer, and she forced a bitter smile. I hadn't even considered that part of alpha biology. The idea that wanting to please an Omega could mean they'd change themselves until they fit some mold, without speaking up for what they really want. At least in my case, the instincts are temporary, and then my head clears. But I don't think it works that way for him. I dragged him into this situation with me, and now he's so deep in, I'm not sure what I can do that won't end up hurting him. She took a deep breath. So anyway, that's how it is. I never expected to like him, but every time I catch a glimpse of who he really is, I feel like I do. It never occurred to me that he'd be interested, but now he is, and it's so hard not to just go along with it. I can't tell if that's because I'm being selfish or delusional. Her voice trailed off as Ginny wrapped an arm around her. Hermione rested her head against Ginny's shoulder, finding comfort in her friend's support. Well, I still don't like Malfoy, Ginny said firmly, but I'll support you. Hermione, whatever you do, if he wants to change himself to deserve you, I'd say let him. It would only be an improvement. Hermione let out a choked laugh. We've got the next several weeks of patrols already scheduled, so you can ease back into prefect duties. We meet on Tuesday after dinner to go over notes and discuss everything. All right. I'll be there. I can probably cover if anyone is sick. Just let me know. I'll give you a copy of my timetable tomorrow. After a few more minutes of logistics with Ginny, Hermione left the prefect office and wandered down the hall. She planned to get her bag back from Pansy the next day. Arriving at Gryffindor Tower, she pulled out her supplemental textbooks and checked her watch. The library hours had already ended, and an uncomfortable feeling settled over her. She wasn't used to having evenings free anymore. She could feel her body responding, her thoughts consumed by a need she hadn't anticipated. It was as if her body hadn't received the memo that Draco was unavailable that night. A throbbing sensation began to build, accompanied by an emptiness in her lower abdomen that felt like it was tearing at her. Her glands were becoming overly sensitive, almost painful, and she felt a deep ache. Emotionally, she was on the verge of falling apart, as if she were experiencing some kind of withdrawal. She longed to sneak into the hospital ward and curl up around Draco. If she couldn't have him physically, at least being near him would ease the unbearable chill inside her. Shaking off her thoughts, she tried to study, but the words in her books swam before her eyes. Frustrated, she gave up and decided to take a scalding hot shower. The warmth of the water felt soothing on her skin, and she closed her eyes, allowing her hands to drift slowly along her body. She caressed her neck and jaw, pressed her fingertips against her throat, and let her other hand rise to cup her breast, sliding her thumb across her nipple, feeling it tighten under her touch. A sensitive bud. She dropped her head back. It wasn't her hands. It was Draco. It was what he would do if he were there. She wasn't getting herself off because she didn't have an alpha. Draco would be there if he could be. Touching herself was not something Hermione was particularly experienced with. Her sex drive hadn't really been a matter she'd attended to. It was a thing she'd assumed would show up when she had a boyfriend. Instead, it had jumped her on the Hogwarts Express when Draco slid into her compartment, and she still felt like she was only beginning to sort it out. Draco knew her body better than she did. But she had paid attention as much as she could, and over the course of a month she'd gotten a clearer sense of what she liked. She dragged her thumb lightly across her glands. She probably was going to make it all worse by trying to masturbate. After presenting, she tried several times to get herself off before Draco had started to scent mark her. It had been a spectacular failure each time. But she felt so miserable she wanted to try again. She pinched her nipple slightly and started replaying one of the many occasions in which Draco had pulled her into an alcove. His voice was always deep and sly when he greeted her. Like velvet across her skin. He'd kiss her first, and slide a hand up under her shirt to cup her breast. His burning mouth would suck on her glands, and it would take mere seconds before she'd be limp and wanton in his arms. His hand would press between her legs so she could grind against him as he licked and teased her throat until she was trembling. Hermione pressed her own hand between her legs. Teasing at first, sliding 2 fingers along the seam of her sex until she felt her inner walls clench. She pressed her fingertips against her clit and arched her hips. He'd unbutton her shirt just enough to pull the cups of her bra aside and then dip his head down the lave and suckle on her nipples as he'd slowly slide to his knees. Hermione twisted her nipple between her thumb and index finger and gripped her breast harder. He'd press her back against the wall and shove up her skirt. He'd brush his nose against Hermione's and she'd feel the air move against her skin as he breathed in deeply against her sex. Then, using one hand splayed across her hips to pin her to the wall, he'd pull her knickers aside. He always started softly, teasing, pressing the lightest kisses against her sex until her arousal was sliding down her legs, running his tongue along her thighs to catch every drop. He'd gently suck her clit into his mouth as his fingers pressed inside of her. Hermione tried to move her fingers in a way that captured the movement of Draco's tongue. She imagined his silver eyes as he looked up at her. He always watched her expression as her face twisted and she writhed under him until she shattered. His eyes would get darker and darker the closer she got to coming. The silver would slowly vanish until she felt as though she were falling into them. His burning, soothing tongue gently teasing her delicate flesh, somehow always able to tell the stroke that could push her over. Doing it again and again. His fingers inside her, she'd grip them as they pressed in and curled forward toward her pelvis. Hermione slid 2 fingers into her slick core and felt the heat of her body as she clenched around them. She used her thumb to keep teasing her clit. She thought about Draco's eyes. How he watched her. The triumph and satisfaction in his expression when she gave a low cry and came apart for him. She came. She gave a low gasp of astonishment. Her knees gave out. She collapsed onto the shower floor, panting with surprise. She pressed her hand against her chest and sat under the pouring water as she absorbed it. It was probably the smallest orgasm she'd had in the last month. But it was hers. She'd managed it all on her own. Thinking about Draco and she'd been able to do it. She stepped out of the... After her shower, Hermione toweled off and pulled on her pajamas, layering several jumpers over them. She glanced resentfully at her bed, unwilling to sleep there. Instead, she donned her robes and made her way to the private room filled with her books. Burying her face in the pillows, she searched for the one that carried Draco's scent. Once she found it, she hugged it tightly against her chest and opened a book, reading until midnight. When she finally curled up, sleep eluded her. She tossed and turned, transfiguring a dozen more comforters, but the softness of the pillows couldn't replace the warmth of Draco beside her. 2 nights without him felt like too long. She was accustomed to sleeping on his chest, feeling his heartbeat, and resting her face against him as he wrapped his arms around her. At 2 a.m., exhausted and frustrated, she finally gave up. Grabbing her wand, she peeked out into the empty hallway, checking the Marauder's map to confirm that the rest of the school was asleep. With determination, she snuck through the castle toward the hospital ward. Outside the doors, she hesitated, unsure if entering would trigger any alarms. Casting a detection spell, she found no signs of a warning system. Taking a deep breath, she laid her hand on the handle and turned it. The door opened soundlessly. She slipped inside, glancing around the darkened ward before tiptoeing toward the curtain surrounding Draco's bed. Would it be creepy to sleep in the chair next to him? She didn't want to disturb him, she simply longed to be near him. As she poked her head through the curtains, she was startled to find Draco's silver eyes watching her in the darkness. A grin spread across his face. "You came back," he said. Hermione felt her cheeks heat up. "I couldn't sleep. It's cold to sleep alone." He sat up, intrigued. I couldn't either. I woke up when you left." "Oh, I didn't mean to wake you by leaving. Pomfrey said you'd sleep until tomorrow." Hermione stepped through the curtains. Draco snorted. "I don't think she knows much about alphas and omegas. She keeps touching my glands when she puts potions on my shoulder." I was ready to bite her. "She did that to me too," Hermione shuddered. He reached out toward her. "Come here." She stepped closer, and he caught her wrist, pulling her onto the bed. He buried his head in the crook of her shoulder and wrapped his arms tightly around her. Hermione melted against him, pressing her nose against his glands. He started to lean back on the bed, and Hermione stiffened slightly. Draco, we can't. I'm not. I'm too tired to bend any rules, he replied in a plaintive voice, continuing to pull her down with him. We'll just sleep. Are you sure? I can just sit in the chair. Absolutely not. His hold tightened. Neither of us will sleep at all that way. I have a concussion. I need sleep to recover. This is medically necessary. Slytherin, Hermione said with a snort, smiling against his shoulder. Don't tell anyone. He tangled a hand in her hair and pressed a kiss to her forehead. Hermione shivered at his lips, closing her eyes and nuzzling closer until she was pressed against him as much as physically possible. Chapter 26, Be My Forever. Hermione awoke, her body ablaze with sensation. Draco lay on top of her, his nose nestled against her neck. With every breath he took, the warmth of his breath sent shivers of desire coursing through her. A soft whimper escaped her lips, and at the sound, Draco tightened his arms around her, growling low in his throat. The sound resonated through her, igniting a wave of heat between her legs. She felt a deep ache within her, every inch of her body attuned and ready. Her nipples were hard peaks, and her core throbbed steadily. Alpha. 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 Please, she thought, instinctively arching against him, tilting her head back as much as she could. Draco growled again, and she felt his tongue glide across her skin. Hermione let out a choked moan and pressed her hips against him. Alpha, please, she murmured, her voice a low plea. Suddenly, Draco froze, jerking awake. His silver eyes, now nearly black, widened as they locked onto hers. Please, she whispered, gazing up at him longingly, trying to grind against his erection. She tilted her head back further, exposing her neck. Granger? He seemed to take in her every detail, sniffing the air. As his eyes darkened further, he drew a sharp breath that was half a groan and shifted closer to her. Mine, he said huskily, lowering his head until their lips met. Hermione moaned softly, intertwining her legs with his as they kissed. His hands explored her body, pulling her closer as their tongues danced together. Alpha, please, she breathed, her desire intensifying. She began to pull her shirt up, shimmying out of her pajama bottoms. Just as her knickers slipped halfway down her hips, Draco seemed to notice. His hands closed around her wrists, pressing against her skin. Hermione let out a guttural moan, her eyes rolling back in pleasure as she ground against him. Wait. Wait, Draco half growled, his voice thick with need. It felt as though time had stopped, the air thick with tension and longing. Draco was trying to balance climbing off her while pinning her to the bed. God, fuck. Granger? Granger? We can't have sex in the infirmary, he said, though Hermione barely registered his words. Alpha, Alpha, please. Please take care of me, she pleaded, twisting her wrists in his grip. Shock waves of pleasure rippled through her. Draco hesitated and sank back against her again. Hermione pressed her hips against his, eliciting a shuddering moan from him as he buried his head in the curve of her neck. She felt his tongue glide over her skin, causing her to writhe beneath him. Suddenly, his teeth closed around her trapezius muscle, firm, but without breaking the skin. Hermione froze, her eyes widening in surprise. He held her there for several seconds before letting go and gazing down at her. Wait, he growled, his words sinking deep into her consciousness. I will take care of you. You have to wait. Hermione's eyes remained wide, her entire body aflame with desire, but she nodded obediently. If he asked her to jump into a volcano, she would do it, anything to feel his teeth on her again. Alpha. 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 Please. Draco studied her for a moment, ensuring she wasn't writhing or removing her clothes anymore. He was panting, his expression hungry as he looked down at her. He finally dragged his eyes away and stood up. Pomfrey. I'm going. I'm leaving right now. He leaned down, scooping Hermione up and cradling her against his chest as he marched through the privacy curtains. Hermione wrapped her arms possessively around his neck and purred. Mr. Malfoy, Madame Pomfrey's indignant voice cut through the air. You are not a medical professional. You do not decide when you can leave the... Hermione gazed at the hospital matron, her expression dazed. I am leaving, Draco stated flatly, his voice sending vibrations through Hermione as she gave a contented sigh. Hermione let out a small whimper and buried her face in Draco's chest. Unless you prefer being flung from the infirmary for the next several hours, you could always complain to McGonagall, he said, shifting Hermione so her head rested against his shoulder as he turned away. Hermione tried to be patient. He promised he'd take care of her if she waited, but it felt like forever. He kept walking, and she finally gave up on waiting. Eagerly, she nuzzled her nose against him and flicked the tip of her tongue against his skin. Draco's body went rigid. He stopped for a moment, shaking slightly, before hurriedly moving on. Hermione slowly repeated her actions, her thoughts drifting to how lovely it would be if he took her against the wall, his body hard and fast, growling against her throat. Just the thought made her clit throb, and she let out a low moan. They moved quickly through the castle, but her focus was solely on him, licking until he smelled like hers. She twisted her tongue, and he stumbled slightly. Fuck, Granger, wait, he gasped. Alpha, please, she murmured against his throat. Suddenly, he set her down, and she looked around, dazed, realizing they were in a broom closet. Finally. She jumped on him, kissing him fiercely. Fuck me. Fuck me. Fuck me, she chanted against his lips. Good fuck, Granger, just hold on a minute, Draco rasped, trying to untangle her legs from around his waist. Alpha, please, she pleaded, her voice dropping low. Come on, good girl, we're almost there, he urged, pulling her hand out of his shirt where she had been teasing him. I'm not going to knot you in a broom closet. Please. She begged, sucking hard on his skin, and before she knew it, she was pinned against the wall. He kissed her fiercely, and she could feel the heat between them rising. His hunger coursed through her like fire. His hands were warm, gliding across her skin. Mine, he growled against her throat, and she moaned in response. He traced his tongue along her neck, and Hermione trembled beneath him. Mine. My Omega. He slid a hand beneath the waistband of her pajamas, fingers brushing lightly against her pelvis. Hermione went slack with anticipation. His hand ventured lower, finding the apex of her legs. You're slick for me. His mouth was tantalizingly close to her neck. Hermione nodded, dazed. He sank 2 fingers into her core, and she bucked against him, wanting more, clenching around him. You're so tight, I don't know how you take me. You're so damn small. His fingers moved teasingly, his thumb grazing her clit. After you come for me here, I'm taking you to our room and I'll make you scream my name before I even knock you. When you come, I want to hear it. You're mine. His fingers curled inside her, thrusting hard as his thumb pressed against her clit. His mouth found her throat, teeth grazing her skin. Hermione's eyes widened. Draco. She gasped as her orgasm washed over her, obliterating her thoughts for several seconds. She slumped against the wall, and he kissed her neck, withdrawing his hand. Good girl. You're a good girl. He licked his fingers, eyes fixed on her. Can you walk? Hermione stared at him, a flicker of clarity fighting through the haze of desire that enveloped her. Walk? Why would she want to walk? He had mentioned other things, things she wanted to do right there, against the wall or on the floor. She wasn't picky, she would do whatever he wanted. Gladly have him fuck her anywhere he wanted. She reached out and caressed his cock through the hospital pajama bottoms he was still wearing. His cock was rigid as she wrapped her fingers around the length and tugged it toward herself. Draco gave a ragged groan and his hips jerked forward as his head fell back. Hermione eagerly slid her other hand along his stomach and down under the waistband, relishing the sensation of his skin under her fingers before they combed through the wiry thatch of hair at the base of his cock. She wrapped her fingers around his cock. Aside from the very beginning of her heat, she'd never had it in her hand. He never let her. But she was so curious. She slid her hand along it eagerly, stepping closer as his hips jerked forward. She started sliding her hand back down toward the base when his hand abruptly closed around her wrist and pulled her hand off. God, Granger, I'm not fucking you in a broom closet again. Draco's voice was thick as he pushed her hand away. Come on, let's get to our room and I'll do anything you want. He jerked her off the ground and she wrapped her legs tightly around his waist and buried her face in his neck. If she couldn't fuck him, she'd console herself by licking him as he ran through the halls of the castle. Were there rules against running in castle? She couldn't remember. Kismet, Draco said and practically fell through the door, Hermione still in his arms. He collapsed to the rug and kicked the door closed behind him as he ripped her shirt open. Mine, he growled against her throat, pinning her wrists above her head as he dragged his tongue up her throat. Fire. There was fire inside her nerves. Hermione gave a guttural whimper under him as his free hand roamed down her body and jerked her pajama bottoms down so she could kick them off. She shoved them off her feet and parted her legs. He dropped his hips down and pressed the weight of his body against her as his tongue continued to lave against her glands. Her clit was throbbing and she arched her pelvis trying to find relief. Alpha. Alpha. Please. Please fuck me. His hips shifted away and she could feel his fingers between her legs, sliding through her slick. She was so wet for him. He liked her wet. Dripping. She knew. He'd be so pleased with her. She parted her legs wider, exposing herself to him. He brushed his fingers lightly along her sex and dipped into her core. Her inner walls clenched desperately around nothing as he drew his fingers away. Please. Please. Alpha. Please. You're so wet for me. His voice was near her ear. His fingers played along the seam of flesh before vanishing. Hermione bit her lip and waited desperately. He drove into her with one long thrust. Hermione gasped as she felt herself stretch to accommodate him. He slid through the slick until he was sheathed to the hilt inside her. She arched and moaned and relaxed into the sensation of fullness as he withdrew and slammed back into her. She keened as she canted her hips to meet his thrusts. Mine. He let go of her wrists in order to catch her jaw and angle her mouth against his. She clung to him and felt her mind free fall. She was only vaguely aware of the promises and praise he spoke against her lips and throat. She was perfect. So perfect. He would always take care of her. He was sorry. He was sorry. He was sorry. She was such a good girl. He'd never let anyone hurt her. She kissed the words from his lips and ran her fingers through his hair. When she came, she screamed his name the way he'd asked. He pulled out enough that he didn't knot inside her when he came. While she lay on the rug panting and feeling her brain re-emerge, he slid down her body, peppering kisses over her breasts and over her stomach. She tangled her fingers in his pale hair and drew him back up and studied his eyes. Before she kissed him slowly, he lifted her into his arms and carried her to the bed. He pulled off his shirt, then leaned across her, dragging his tongue gently up her torso to her throat. Her mind floated in a blissful haze, caught between being an Omega and being herself. She entwined their fingers and kissed along his knuckles, pulling his mouth to hers, kissing him deeply until she was gasping for air. There was something urgent she needed to discuss with him, but the details slipped away. Something important, she had been thinking about it the night before. Suddenly, it came to her. I had an orgasm last night, all by myself, she blurted out. Draco's head snapped up from where he had been showering her stomach with kisses, and he stared at her, his eyes wide. A blush crept down to her chest. No, that wasn't the topic she had intended to bring up. He looked at her as if he were about to devour her. You were unavailable, and I couldn't concentrate. So I tried. Again. Why was she telling him this? I had attempted it before we started, but it never worked. Last night, I imagined I was with you. Draco's expression shifted to something more predatory, and Hermione felt her pulse quicken. I thought about how you look when you watch me come. I thought about your eyes. His gaze held a mix of triumph and ravenous desire, igniting a fire within her. I thought about it, and I was able to come. Her voice was breathy, and it was hard to remember how to breathe when he looked at her like that. Did you now? He asked, his words sending shivers down her spine. She nodded, feeling her cheeks heat even more. I think it helped to know you would have been there if you could have. Draco wore a smug expression, like a satisfied Kneazle, his gaze fixed on her until her skin felt electrified. But it didn't help me sleep at all. I tried. For hours, I tried to sleep before I sneaked into the infirmary, she said, making a face. He smirked and leaned in to kiss her. It's good you did. I doubt I would have slept without you. With that, he entwined his fingers with hers and traced his tongue along her throat. She felt her mind drifting away again. Closing her eyes, she surrendered to the moment. Her alpha was in control, and that was fine. His hands and tongue danced over her body, and the air around them felt hazy, almost magical, charged with the pheromones swirling in the atmosphere as he scent-marked every inch of her. Hermione lay limp on the bed, feeling his hands glide along her spine, followed by his lips and tongue. I'm going to fuck you again, he whispered, his words brushing against the shell of her ear and sending a shiver down her spine. She gave a dazed nod, and he gently lifted her hips before sinking into her. He dragged his lips along her shoulders, tucking her hair aside to explore the nape of her neck with his mouth and tongue as he thrust. Hermione arched her back, wanting him deeper, and moaned as she pushed back against him. He teased her shoulder with his teeth, and she whimpered into the mattress, her inner walls gripping him tightly. He nipped her harder, making her entire body tremble. Bite me. Bite me. The words hovered on her lips, but she swallowed them down. You're so good. You're so perfect. He murmured praise and promises against her skin. When he finally slumped down beside her, he pressed a tender kiss to her temple and wrapped his arms around her. Hermione sighed, dozing against his chest for several minutes, until her mind suddenly kicked back into gear. Her eyes flew open, and she gazed up at Draco. He was studying her through half-lidded eyes. Draco, what does being interested in me mean? His eyes widened, and his expression shifted to one of uncertainty. She felt his hand twitch against her spine. What do you want? What does it mean? Hermione pressed her lips together and sat up. I want to know what you want, not what you think I want. A flicker of something that looked almost like terror crossed Draco's face. Then his eyes narrowed, the way they did when he was calculating odds, trying to decide which choice to make. Draco, this isn't a trick question, she said sharply. Just tell me what you want. I'm tired of guessing and assuming, only to find out I've got it all wrong. Draco sat up, his expression resolute. I'm interested in you. I've said that already. I want you. You've done the research, you know how this usually goes. How is that not obvious? His words carried an underlying alpha tone that sent a shiver through Hermione. She swallowed hard. All right. But do you want me just because you're an alpha? Draco scoffed and rolled his eyes. No. She eyed him skeptically. Really? Yes, he replied, meeting her gaze directly. Hermione felt her mouth twitch as she tried to navigate the conversation carefully. She twisted her fingers together, hesitating. Can you actually differentiate between yourself and the biological imperative? Of course I can. Draco folded his arms and jutted his chin up defiantly, his posture accentuating his muscles. Hermione tried to avert her eyes, not wanting to get distracted. Are you sure? She asked, studying his face for any signs that would reassure her he was truly himself. Because I can't always tell. Things seem rational in the moment, and then later, they don't. Draco snorted and tilted his head, holding her stare. Well, you don't really have the same experiences I do. For the most part, it's quite distinct for me. Hermione felt her spirits lift and her heart rate quicken slightly. She swallowed again, trying to push the feeling aside. How? It's multifaceted. It's not like I didn't expect to be an alpha. I don't regard. Being an alpha is distinct from who I am, just like how you present yourself, Draco explained. That said, there are instincts and biological imperatives that I can usually ignore. What do you mean by, most of the time? Hermione asked, her curiosity piqued. Draco licked his lips, and Hermione felt her face heat up. Well, I wasn't exactly thinking when Theo sat next to you in class. I just wanted you to remember you were mine. A rush of warmth flooded Hermione, and she squirmed, crossing her arms in response. But I wouldn't ever cross a line, even if I wanted to biologically. What? Her voice jumped an octave, betraying her surprise. She cleared her throat and tried again. What do you mean? You've read the books. The biology is always there. Alphas are wired to want omegas. So I want you, his voice dropped to a near growl. To be happy, to be pleased with me, and I want to bite you. Hermione felt a flush spread across her skin and a tightening in her lower abdomen. No matter how much intimacy she had just experienced, hearing Draco say, bite, was enough to make her melt. She could still remember the feel of his teeth on her shoulder when he had bitten her to calm her in the infirmary. How had she gone from thinking the idea of biting was vile and animalistic to finding it incredibly alluring? She had never thought the idea of someone licking her would be appealing either, yet now she would gladly spend a month with Draco exploring every inch of her body in that way. Swallowing hard, she pressed her thighs together, trying to concentrate. Staring down at the sheet, she chewed her lip for several moments. So, how does that work? That's just biology, so you'd feel that way about any omega. The fact that it's focused on me, she hesitated, her eyes dropping to her knees, a slight ache forming in her chest. Doesn't actually have anything to do with me. If it were anyone else, it would be the same. I wouldn't, Draco said, his tone suggesting he truly believed it. Hermione snorted and shook her head dismissively. It's fine. Her voice lacked conviction, even to her own ears. I mean, it's not really, but I understand. You don't need to pretend you wouldn't happily do this with any Omega who happened to be around at Hogwarts. Really? Draco's tone turned sharp. Is that how it is for you? You have a biological imperative, so all the alphas here at Hogwarts are interchangeable? Hermione looked up at him, indignation rising. What? No. Then why assume it's different for me? He adopted that snobbish tone she loathed, and she felt herself bristle. Because it seems pretty obviously different. You thought I was blackmailing you, and somehow you concluded that was fair. You say you're interested, but were you planning on mentioning it? Or would you just have gone along with things until you decided to step back quietly if I said I was going to start seeing Theo instead? Draco's expression darkened at her last words, but he remained silent. Hermione's shoulders slumped. See? This is the problem. I do this to you. None of it feels real. You just react to whatever you think I want and then rationalize your conclusions afterward. Do I? Thanks, Granger. I wouldn't even know my thought processes without your help. His voice dripped with disdain. I don't hear you denying it. Right. And I'm the only one who rationalizes conclusions? You thought I didn't want anything to do with you, and you just accepted it too. How is that any different? I was adapting. I didn't want to mess things up. I felt like I had no other option. Well, so was I. Going along with what you wanted didn't make me unaware of what I wanted. So you're claiming you've been genuinely interested in me this whole time? Are you like Theo, then, with a rebellious little crush on me since 4th year? Hermione's voice dripped with mockery. It felt surreal to be sitting naked in bed with Draco Malfoy, arguing about whether he had feelings for her. Good God, I'd forgotten how annoying you are, Draco scowled. Hermione's chest tightened, and her eyes widened at his words. She pressed her lips together for a moment, then straightened herself. Well, I guess it's a good thing we're finally talking. So you can remember that your interest is just fake. I'm annoying, and we've never been friends. This is the real us. With that, she slid off the mattress, hastily gathering her clothes from the floor. But Draco's hand shot out, catching her wrist. Don't you dare run off, Granger. You're the Gryffindor. Since when are finding someone annoying and finding them attractive mutually exclusive? Oh, I don't know. Usually, she snapped, her frustration bubbling over as he dragged her back onto the bed. He wrapped his arms and legs around her like a koala bear, gripping her wrists tightly. She squirmed, trying to break free, but he held her even tighter. What are you doing? She exclaimed, twisting her wrist and poking him repeatedly in the ribs. He jerked but refused to let go. I'm keeping you here until I'm done talking to you. Now stop stabbing me. He could have easily ordered her to stay, and with the way he sent marked, a single word in his commanding tone would have made her brain fold. But he didn't, so she still had the option to scream at him and demand to be let go if she truly wanted to escape. Instead, she stilled. Now then, he said, a smug tone creeping into his voice as he rested his chin on her shoulder. When you were visibly pining over Weasley while he was snogging the brown girl all over the castle, was that because you thought he was perfect? You never found him annoying? Hermione rolled her eyes and poked him again. That's not. Really? Why not? Because you were old friends? Because you knew each other too well? He scoffed. I spent years pouring a considerable amount of energy into disliking you, noticing your flaws and trying to outdo you in school. Would it be more convincing if I said you were Venus reborn with the mind of Rowena Ravenclaw and started writing poetry about your hair? Would that make you think I wasn't under some biological spell? Hermione snorted and elbowed him. Draco shifted to avoid it, and she suddenly realized that his still rigid body was pressed against her. She wiggled teasingly, satisfied to hear him let out a low hiss before gripping her more firmly. I find you annoying, he said, his voice tight. Full stop. You are part nightmare. I have a keen sense of self-preservation, and being anywhere near you, especially with that wand you're still carrying, makes me uneasy. You are terrifying to be on the wrong side of. When you think you're right, you can be more underhanded and ruthless than anyone I've ever known in Slytherin. Plus, you only bother to brush your hair bi-weekly, and you're covered in ink smudges half the time. I always find your fingerprints on my skin and shirts after I kiss you. Hermione felt her ears grow warm and ducked her head. Draco cleared his throat. However, I also fancy you. Both rationally and biologically, you are. His voice trailed off for a moment. I don't even know how to describe you. I always thought bravery was the most foolish quality a person could have until I saw my aunt torturing you. You exist in a different stratosphere than I do. I would never have testified for someone like me. I don't even understand how anyone can be the way you are. He dropped his head against her shoulder and tightened his grip. And you're quite pretty. His voice vibrated through her skin and down her spine, making her feel warm and tingly all over. Which I never expected to actually admit to you. Your eyes in particular, and your mouth, and just you in general, I'm not even going to describe it right now because I'll get distracted and just want to kiss you again. He cleared his throat and shifted slightly. But also your brain. I didn't even know I could be attracted to someone's intellect. Is that a kink? I'm just going to assume it's completely normal. I'm obsessed with your mind. It's not just about discussing arithmancy or charms, it's the way you think that fascinates me. Your eyes light up when you explain complex arithmetic theory, and it makes me want to snog you. Even though I know I'm going to end up covered in ink. His tone was petulant. I'm not that messy. It's mostly my fingers, Hermione said, scowling over her shoulder at him, though her cheeks were still slightly flushed. Draco raised an eyebrow. Right. Unless you've touched your face at some point while writing. In which case, it often ends up on your nose or cheeks, or even your mouth on occasion. Don't blush, it's actually adorable. I much prefer ink on my collars to lipstick. But that's really not relevant. The point is, you are both annoying and attractive, Granger. Deal with it. Hermione let out a low laugh but then fell silent for several seconds. When exactly did you start to feel this way? Is it all just since I presented? Because if it is, then it might just be the biological imperative. Draco snorted in disbelief. If the biological imperative is that elaborate, I don't think there's any point in trying to fight it. But since you're so damn skeptical, his voice hesitated slightly. Actually fancied you since the summer. Hermione's eyes widened, and she looked up at him, raising her eyebrows in surprise. You did? Draco's expression flickered. It was intended to be a sort of passing thing. I didn't exactly plan for it. When they announced your name during my trial, I thought I was done for. But instead, you testified for me. I don't know, it made me wish I'd been your friend rather than, well, what I was. But you didn't seem to want anything to do with me and ran off when I tried to talk to you on the train. Fancying you is rather masochistic of me, no matter how you look at it. I tried to keep my distance. He looked away. But when I heard you crying, I knew I wasn't the person to go help you. Still, I couldn't make myself turn around to get someone else. I knew it was you. It was the same way it had been at the manor. And I didn't want to be the person who didn't do anything to protect you again. I didn't know you were an Omega until you climbed into my arms. In retrospect, that's somewhat unbelievable, but in my defense, I was distracted trying to find you. Hermione gasped softly. She had always assumed he'd broken into her room fully aware of what she was. Alphas went to Omegas, they'd do anything to reach them. She thought that when he said he'd heard her crying, he must have identified her as an Omega. You knew what I sound like when I cry? That's why you were there. I still have nightmares about you in the manor, Draco said, his voice low as he dropped his head against her shoulder. Hermione gripped his hand tightly. There was something monumental and predestined about her connection with Draco that she struggled to comprehend. She had testified for him. He had presented himself so differently over the summer compared to the other alphas at Hogwarts. He was the first alpha she'd encountered, and he had unknowingly jump-started her presentation. He had found her, he was the only person who could have. And he hadn't even found her because he knew she was an Omega, he had been looking for her. Draco Malfoy had. They had been trying to find and save Hermione Granger. It felt as though there was a path they were both unknowingly traversing, even during the war, long before either of them had revealed their true selves. It was as if something was guiding them toward one another. When she looked into his eyes, it felt like their magic and souls were intertwining. The more fundamentally magical someone is, the more likely fate will play a role in their love life. Genetically speaking, alphas and omegas are about as fundamentally magical as wizards can be without having magical being blood. So, there's a much higher chance they'll have someone they're destined for. The corner of her mouth twitched as she shook her head. Soulmates were such an absurd concept. I didn't know that was why you found me, she finally said. Well, it was. So the question isn't really about me. It's about you. Draco's tone shifted from conversational to more clipped and cautious. You're the one who wasn't interested before. It's much more likely that it's just a biological imperative for you than it is for me. Hermione drew her chin down and glared over her shoulder at him. Me? I'll admit the biology catches me off guard at times, but I'm not delusional, Draco. Draco smirked down at her. Right. We'd obviously be friends. Even without your presentation and heat, I'm sure you would have jumped me and proposed a casual relationship. He snorted insolently, but his voice began to grow more reserved, almost deadened in tone. There was a pause, and she felt his grip on her wrists loosen. He let out a low, bitter laugh, tilting his head back. None of this would have happened if you'd had any say in it. That's fairly clear. You should consider other alphas. You have options, Granger. You should actually think about them. But I'll help you, for as long as you want. Hermione froze as Draco released her wrists and began to slide his hand away. She grasped his fingers tightly, shaking her head in disbelief. You just spent all this time convincing me that you genuinely like me, without any biological compulsion, and now you're suggesting I find another alpha while we're involved? Do you even hear yourself? Her voice was filled with indignation. Turning in his arms, she straddled him, which was probably not the best idea since they were both naked. Every time she looked directly at him, she was reminded of how incredibly attractive he was. She bit her lip, fighting the urge to lean in and nibble at him. Draco jerked slightly and looked away. It's complicated for me, he said. You have options. I don't. My future looks like hiding in my manor until my probation ends, then going abroad where I'll only be occasionally spat on. You've been out to prove yourself since you first stepped onto the Hogwarts Express. You're in the perfect position to do that now. I do fancy you, but I want you to be happy more than I want you to be mine. Soul bonding isn't something you can back out of later. Hermione closed her eyes and scoffed before glaring at him. I understand you're a Slytherin, but not everyone prioritizes proving themselves in social climbing over their relationships. Is this your idea of being noble? Offering to be my friend with benefits until I find someone who can help me climb the social ladder for my hypothetical career? You Slytherins are utterly absurd. No wonder everyone thinks you're all evil. Draco tightened his jaw, and his eyes darkened. I'm trying. I have very little experience with this whole noble thing. Hermione snorted, then burst out laughing, burying her head in his shoulder. My God, you are so sorry. I'm not trying to discourage you. I really should give you credit for trying. She sat up, pressing her hands against her eyes. Please stop trying to be noble, Draco. I much prefer it when you're sneakily trying to keep me in the infirmary with you. She opened her fingers and fixed her gaze on him, her heart racing as their eyes met. I actually think I fancy you too, Draco. She bit her lip, gathering her courage. So, I would like to not be in a casual relationship with you. If that's what you want. Chapter 27, My Heart Finally Trusts My Mind. Draco blinked slowly, his expression remaining as stoic as ever. To be clear, Granger, are you asking me out? As in, do you want to be in a relationship with me? Hermione felt her cheeks flush. Yes. Had she misunderstood their entire conversation? She had expected at least a flicker of emotion from him, maybe even a smile. But Draco looked as if he were carved from marble, staring at her without a hint of response. Would you want to try that? She studied him closely, her Omega instinct stirring uneasily in the back of her mind. And would this relationship be something we acknowledge publicly? His eyes narrowed, and an inner voice whispered, You're upsetting your alpha. He doesn't like this. You're ruining everything. You're too needy. Hermione forcefully pushed down the internal turmoil. I don't see why not. Plenty of people saw us yesterday anyway. Still, his expression remained unchanged. Frustrated, she released a sharp breath. I don't think the issue between us is communication. I think it's just us. There's too much of the wrong kind of history. She pressed her lips together, ready to say more, but the words evaporated when Draco's mouth suddenly crashed into hers. He pinned her to the mattress, kissing her passionately until she felt breathless. When he finally pulled away, he trailed kisses along her jaw. Shut up. Shut up. Don't you dare back out again. You asked me out, Granger. I'm holding you to it. His voice was a low growl, his hands exploring her body. Hermione let out a relieved laugh as he nipped at her ear. Maybe you should try being more encouraging. This is the second time you've been discouraging about me approaching you. I don't have a lot of experience with this, you could stand to be a bit nicer. Draco dropped his head against her shoulder and groaned. I was just trying to make sure there. I don't think there's any angle I could possibly misunderstand you from. I'm going to go crazy with stress if I have to keep pretending I don't like you. Hermione laughed again. Oh, well, I'm not asking you to be in a secret relationship with me. Good. He kissed her again, then slowly made his way across her cheekbones toward her ears. Draco was purring. The dynamics of alpha and omega biology seemed to mirror canine traits in wizards, but Draco felt more feline, like a panther. He lay on top of her, nibbling her ear, and she could feel a pleased rumble in his chest. It was both relaxing and amusing. Do you? She snorted slightly, usually purr. Draco lifted his head to look at her, and the vibrating stopped. I purr? You were, just now, you were purring. He blushed, seemingly unaware of this peculiar trait. Hermione snickered. I liked it. I just didn't know if you were doing it on purpose. Her eyes crinkled at the corners as she grinned at him. By all means, continue. Cheeky. He kissed her nose. Minx. He pressed a kiss to her forehead. Annoying. He kissed her cheek. Hermione burst out laughing. Fanciable. He kissed the other cheek. Mine. He pressed his lips to the dip at the base of her throat, and she felt the tip of his tongue flick out. She bit her lip and let out a low moan. He continued down her body, avoiding her more sensitive spots, kissing and teasing and worshipping her. This wasn't about marking territory or a biological imperative, this was Draco kissing her. He pushed her legs apart and traced his fingers along her inner thighs. His hands slid to her knees as he sat up, staring down at her with dark, possessive eyes. He had looked at her that way before, but it had usually been hidden beneath a mask, or she'd been too lost in the moment to fully grasp it. He appreciated it. No longer hiding his feelings, Draco let his gaze wander slowly along her body, so intently that Hermione could almost feel the warmth of his stare on her skin. As he knelt between her legs, his thumbs traced gentle circles on the inside of her knees, studying her with a look of admiration. You are so lovely, he said, his voice filled with sincerity. I think I could stare at you forever. Leaning closer, he captured her lips with his in a soft kiss. You're so good, he murmured, pressing his body against hers, hot and solid. Hermione slid her hands across his shoulders, a sense of possessiveness washing over her. Mine. 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 There was no longer a need to beg for his affection, he was hers. Relishing the moment, she moved her tongue against his, pulling him closer until she felt enveloped by him. Safe. She was safe with him. And he was safe with her. You're mine, she said, tangling her fingers in his hair and pulling back just enough to gaze into his eyes. He held her stare, his expression a mix of hunger, possessiveness, and adoration. No wonder he had avoided meeting her gaze for so long, even when he seemed closed off, his eyes betrayed him. The magic between them thrummed like a living thing, weaving through her body until she felt completely attuned to him. It was as if they were experiencing a glimpse of soul bonding, no clear boundary between their magic, just the two of them entwined in the most intrinsic way possible. "You're mine," she reiterated, grinding against him and feeling the heat of him against her thigh. Though the knot had eased, he was still hard. She noticed his eyes darken even further as he studied her. "I want you to look at me during the day," she said, her voice steady. "I want to study with you, sit next to you in class, and walk through the halls together. I want everyone to know you're mine. I don't want anyone to hurt you again." He looked down at her, a serious expression on his face. "You sure, Granger?" She nodded, determination in her eyes. "I don't do things by halves. I'm telling you, if anyone dislikes what I do, they can bugger off." She arched an eyebrow, looking up at him. "If you're dating me, you have to call me Hermione. It's a rule I just invented." He smirked. "Are there any other rules, Hermione?" "Just one that I can think of at the moment. And that's, you need to shag me, right now." She wriggled beneath him, pressing against his leg. "I want to feel you inside me. I want to look into your eyes when you come." He smiled. "I can do that." Leaning down, he kissed her, his hands finding their way to her breasts. As he shifted, she felt him sliding between her folds, coating himself with her arousal. She parted her legs wider, feeling him prod her entrance before he slowly pressed inside her. He locked eyes with her. "You're so good. You're so perfect." Hermione could barely breathe as she stared into his eyes, feeling him fill her completely. In the back of her mind, a voice was keening, and she realized how well she took him, every inch of him. They were made for each other. Her alpha. As he buried himself deep inside her, she arched her back, stretching to accommodate him. "Fuck," he groaned, kissing her. "My good girl." She cupped his face in her hands, kissing him back. It felt perfect. She moved her hips in rhythm with him, and he slid a hand to tangle in her hair at the nape of her neck, tilting her head back as he thrust into her hard and fast. He knew just how she liked it, and the intensity was unlike anything Hermione had ever experienced. Their eyes met, and she felt fully present, completely attuned to him. She almost wanted to say, "I think I love you," but held back. They had only been in a relationship for half an hour. Instead, she kissed him again, wrapping her legs around his hips, locking her feet under him. He started to slow down, but she wouldn't allow it. Shifting her hips, she urged him to go faster, deeper. She could feel him beginning to. His body swelled and arched, ensuring he was fully knotted inside her. "God. You're perfect," he gasped. "You have no idea." She wanted to respond, but as she opened her mouth, all that came out was a moan while he moved inside her. She was so close, so close. Clinging to his shoulders, she locked eyes with him just as he began to come. It felt like a shockwave of magic rippled outward from them. Their magic didn't just touch, it merged for a moment, and she felt herself hit climax. It was like flying, or falling, or perhaps both at once. They were enmeshed, entwined, two pieces that snapped together, completing parts of her she hadn't known existed. For a split second, his emotions pressed into her, and she could feel him. "You're perfect. So perfect. I'll always take care of you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll never let anyone hurt you again. You're such a good girl. Mine, be mine, always." The words were almost torn from his lips. He meant them. She could sense the intensity with which he spoke, almost crushing in its sincerity. He wasn't saying it because he felt he had to, he was saying it because he couldn't hold back. Oh God, Draco. All she could see was silver as she clung to him, the world around them slowly coming back into focus. Her fingers tangled in his hair, her chest heaving as she tried to catch her breath. "Mine. You're mine," she whispered, wrapping her arms tightly around him. "You're my alpha." She didn't let go as sleep overtook her. When they awoke again, it was late morning, well past breakfast. Hermione stared at the clock on the wall and realized they had missed arithmancy class. "Oh bollocks," she muttered as she sat up. Draco stirred beside her with a groan. She leaned over him, concern etched on her face. "Is your head all right? You should go back to the infirmary and get a final check." "Check up," he said, making a face but ultimately nodding. "I will." Hermione scrambled off the bed, gathering her clothes from the floor. She realized she'd be walking the halls in her pajamas at midday, definitely not her finest planning. Pansy still had her school bag, and a groan escaped her lips. With a flick of her wand, she cast a cleaning charm on herself and pulled on her clothes. "I'll take you to the hospital wing," she said, searching for her bra. Had she even worn one? Apparently not. "Then I'll walk you to the Slytherin dorm so you can change into a fresh uniform." "I'll need to grab some clothes from Gryffindor Tower," she bit her lip, concerned. "I don't want to leave you alone in the halls, though. Maybe I can stay in my pajamas until you're in class. I can just transfigure them a bit." Draco stared at her incredulously as he buttoned the hospital pajamas he had arrived in. "Granger, Hermione, I don't need you to babysit me," he replied, his tone plaintive. "Despite my many bad choices in life, I've generally managed to survive quite well until now. I'm not having you escort me through the castle in your pajamas just because you think I'll collapse without you." Hermione blushed but remained resolute as she finished dressing. "I'm sure it will be fine. I'll move my things here, and it won't be an issue after today." Draco buried his face in his hands for a moment. "I realize that being followed by Crabbe and Goyle since first year gave a bad impression about my abilities. But I am capable of walking down a hallway alone. I was just distracted and tired yesterday. I don't need you to be my bodyguard." "I don't want anything to happen to you," she insisted. Draco walked over, gently cupping her face in his hands. He squished her cheeks slightly as he looked down at her. "Granger," he caught himself, rolling his eyes. "Hermione. I'll be fine. I won't let anything happen to me because I'm not going to let anything happen to you. And besides, I'm a Malfoy. We're infamously self-preserving. Just ask anyone, I believe there's even an article about it in the Daily Prophet. You're not going to follow me around the school for half the day in those transfigured pajamas." A sly smirk curled across his lips. "However, if you want to move in here with me, I won't object." Hermione bit her lip, a hint of worry in her eyes. "I'm just a bit paranoid right now. You already have a concussion, and if you sustain another brain injury, it could be really serious." "I'll be fine. I'll see you at lunch. Go get changed," he quirked an eyebrow, "and comb your hair. You're nearly as tall as I am right now." Hermione reached up and found her tangled curls were nearly standing on end. She pushed them down and tried to run her fingers through the mess. Draco leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss on her forehead. "I'll see you later, assuming I get a clean bill of health from Pomfrey." He left while she was still detangling her hair. As soon as the door clicked shut, Hermione pulled out the Marauder's map and watched him make his way indirectly toward the infirmary. She had considered giving him the map, but if he had it, she wouldn't be able to find him. When he reached the infirmary without incident, she hurried toward Gryffindor Tower. Upon entering her room, she found her school bag laid on top of her trunk. Opening it, she noticed it had been reorganized. A pocket had been emptied and filled with all the scrolls Pansy had given her the day before. A smile tugged at her lips as she pulled out the scrolls and placed them in her trunk. After a quick shower, she detangled her hair and made sure to scrub away any residual ink stains from her hands and fingertips. She took her daily suppressant potion before getting ready to head out. Hermione finished getting dressed and checked the Marauders map again. Draco was in the Great Hall with Theo and Zabini. As she entered, she spotted Ginny already eating. The head girl arched an eyebrow at Hermione and scooted over to make space. "Did you put my school bag in my room?" Hermione asked as she sat down. Pansy Parkinson gave it to me." She made some snooty comment about leaving medical information lying around. "Does she know? Did you tell her?" Hermione pursed her lips. "I didn't. She figured it out on her own. She's known for over a month. I should mention it to McGonagall. She'll want Parkinson to sign a non-disclosure form." There was a brief lull as Hermione took a sip of her pumpkin juice. In unrelated news, I got the strangest report from several portraits about students running in the halls early this morning. "Well, not really both of them running," Ginny said dryly, her voice low. Hermione choked and nearly snorted her juice. "Ginny, get stuffed." "I'm just telling a funny story," Ginny replied, waving her fork in lazy circles. Hermione rolled her eyes. "It was an accident. I sort of lost my mind for a bit. I didn't take my suppressant at the usual time, and since Draco was in the infirmary, he wasn't around to, jump his bones?" Ginny teased. Hermione turned red and gave a short nod. "Anyway, we're dating now. I asked him out this morning." There was a pause before Ginny leaned closer. "Wait, I thought last night you said." "I know what I said." Hermione cut her off sharply. "But we talked, and there's a chance it's not that way. I'm not assuming it's all going to work out, but I want to try. So I'm telling you because in a minute, I'm going to walk over and ask him to come to the library with me." Ginny shifted and looked down at her plate. "That will be rather public, Don't you think it would make more sense to take it slow? There are students who are really going to be upset about this. I don't want you to lose friends over a relationship that might not even work out." Hermione's jaw tightened. "I'm not going to hide it. I'm not planning to snog him in public, but I'm not keeping him a secret either. If there are too many obstacles for it to work, I'd rather know right away. There's no time for me to slowly explore a relationship that isn't going to last. I'd rather not invest any more emotionally than I already have. If dating Draco is a deal breaker for people, then they're probably not friendships I care about." "Well, that's very efficient of you." Hermione nodded in agreement. Ginny let out a low sigh. "So, are you going to tell Harry and Ron?" "I'm planning to write to them today. I'm more worried about their reactions than anyone here. I'm hoping they'll come around eventually. I'm sure they will. By your wedding, maybe. Or when you have small, pointy-faced kids climbing the walls. They'll probably realize by then that you're not going to change your mind and will be supportive." Hermione smiled at Ginny's humor. "I really appreciate that. I know you don't like him, so it means a lot that you're being supportive." Ginny returned the smile, though it was small. "Well, I'm holding out hope that he messes it up so I can hex him in the end. But if he makes you happy, I'll do my best to be supportive. I honestly don't know what I'd do if I were in your shoes." Hermione finished her lunch and slung her school bag over her shoulder. "Well, I'm off." She could feel Ginny's eyes on her back as she made her way across the room to the Slytherin table. Draco was sitting near the end with Blaise and Theo. He caught her gaze as she approached, and Hermione felt an electric thrill race through her spine. Of the connection between them. Hermione paused about 3 feet away and offered him a small smile. "Draco, I'm heading to the library. Would you like to walk there with me?" Draco studied her for a moment. "Sure, Hermione." He stretched out the R in her name playfully. "I was actually planning to go there after lunch." Zabini raised an eyebrow beside him, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, were you? I thought you said." Draco kicked Zabini sharply under the table. Zabini yelped, nearly doubling over. Pansy and I were going to the library too, Theo chimed in, his eyes wide and innocent. Can we join you? We can start a study group. His tone was coaxing. Draco attempted to kick Theo as well, but Theo deftly moved his shins just in time, smirking smugly across the table at him. Slytherins and their smirking, was it a house trait? Hermione imagined Snape sitting in the Slytherin common room, teaching first-years how to smirk condescendingly. Start your own. Ours is full, Draco replied loftily as he stood up. An exclusive. He glanced down at her, and despite his usual indolent and smug demeanor, she noticed a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. They were taking a significant step together. I have a lot of Transfiguration reading to finish, and we need to work on the charm for our arithmancy project. So, she shuffled slightly, I thought a study date would be a good start for us. Not that it has to be a date. Draco's eyes crinkled at the corners. Sounds like a good date to me. Zabini made a gagging sound. You two are worse when you're not snogging. Have fun in the library. Draco's entire face twitched slightly before he regained his indolent expression. He slung his bag over his shoulder and gave his friends a lazy salute. As he and Hermione turned to leave, she caught sight of the way his gaze lingered on her for just a moment longer. Hermione noticed several stunned and disgusted expressions on the faces of nearby students. She tilted her chin upward, reached out, and grasped Draco's hand. Her eyes darted over to Ginny for a moment. Ginny smiled and gave a small thumbs up. They walked semi-sedately out of the Great Hall and down the hallway until Draco pulled her into an empty classroom. You Gryffindors really don't do things by halves, do you? He said, pushing the door closed and glancing down at their entwined hands. Hermione stuck out her jaw defiantly. Well, everyone was glaring already. I figured I'd give them something to be really angry about. She studied him closely. Are you all right? Did Pomfrey say you were okay? He rolled his eyes. My brain is fine. Although I'm still not supposed to read excessively for the next several days. I don't think she knows anything about the 7th-year course load. Well, most students aren't studying for 9 newts, she replied, tightening her grip on his hand. We have a lot of the same homework, so I can read to you. You fell asleep yesterday, but I finished the metallurgy book. I think I found what type of charm work we'll need. Her heart raced as she looked at him. Aside from Victor, she hadn't really dated anyone, unless she counted her disastrous outing with Cormac McLaggen and the awkward moments with Ron, where they'd sort of danced around each other and shared a few kisses without ever defining their relationship. She wasn't quite sure how dating was supposed to work, especially since they were already intimate with each other. Draco seemed to be pondering the same thing. So, I'm new to interhouse relationships. Any rules I should know? Hermione's mouth twitched in amusement. I don't know. Not everything is defined by rules. But if I don't know the rules, how can I exploit them? He asked with a low purr, moving closer to her. Hermione giggled, clapping her hands over her mouth in mortification. Let's just start slow and see where this goes. Let's see how things go. All right. With a smirk, he pushed her gently against the wall and kissed her deeply. Chapter 28, Particular Tastes. Hermione felt a small thrill of satisfaction at the surprised reactions of everyone around her when they learned she was dating Draco Malfoy, just 6 months after the Battle of Hogwarts. For the first few days, the school seemed to be in a state of stunned denial. No one dared to act, as they appeared too astonished to think of what to do. To avoid drawing too much attention, Hermione and Draco took long, winding routes through the castle and studied in the quiet corners of the library. Whenever Hermione waited for Draco to finish class, she could feel the pointed stares directed at her. But for the most part, they were left alone. Her main concern was Pansy, who made no effort to hide her disapproval. Hermione had written to Harry and Ron, informing them about her relationship with Draco, and added a postscript listing a few creative curses she would use if they dared to send any howlers on the subject. Mostly, though, Hermione worried about Pansy. She couldn't figure out what Pansy was plotting. The Slytherin girl would watch her with icy eyes from across the Great Hall, as if she were waiting or daring Hermione to make a move. Hermione tried several times to corner Pansy for a conversation, but Pansy was rarely alone. Finally, Hermione decided to ask Ginny to partner with her for rounds. Ginny raised an eyebrow skeptically. Parkinson, really? What is this, SPW for Slytherins? Are you planning to adopt all of them? Hermione rolled her eyes. I actually need to talk to her, and she's avoiding me. So your solution is to do rounds with her? Can't you just send her an owl? Neville is the only person who will do rounds with her. I tried once and nearly bat-bogey hexed her before we made it halfway through the castle. Hermione shook her head. It has to be in person. I think she believes I'm taking advantage of Draco. That's definitely a conversation that shouldn't happen by post. She gave Ginny a determined look. Hermione shot Ginny a pointed look. She's actually not that bad. A bit prickly, maybe. But she's very loyal to her friends. Ginny made a face. Pansy Parkinson is what you'd get if you crossed a porcupine with a blast-ended scrut. She kept her head very low last year. She shrugged and jotted down a note on the prefect's schedule. I'm sure Neville will be grateful for the break. She's on the roster in 2 days. All right. I'll take it. Thanks, Gin. Ginny pulled a wry face. Sure. By the way, how are things going with you and Malfoy? Hermione gave a small smile and tilted her head from side to side. We're just getting to know each other. We mostly do a lot of homework. The course load right now is a bit intense. All the projects are supposed to be wrapped up before the Christmas holidays, so everything is due in the next week or two. Ginny nodded. Even Bill and Percy both dropped down to 8 newts their last year. I can't believe you decided to do 9. Hermione shrugged. I still don't know what I want to do once I graduate, so I want to keep my options open. Bill and Percy were both heads, so I have more free time than they did. What's Malfoy doing with so many? Hermione looked at the floor. He's banned from all extracurriculars. I think it's something to do. There was a pause, and Ginny fidgeted. Hermione looked up. What? It's nothing, Ginny said casually. What is it? Ginny tilted her head to the side. I don't know if it's really worth mentioning. It's kind of all hearsay, you know. I don't want you to feel like I'm trying to sabotage things. Hermione gave Ginny a long look and snorted. Just tell me. Last week, before you and Malfoy were dating and being all couple-y, I heard him in the library with Daphne Greengrass. Hermione blinked and choked slightly. With Daphne? Ginny blanched and waved her hands. Hermione shook her head vigorously. No. God, no. Not like that with her. I just mean, talking with her. You know how she's been after him all year. Hermione gave a short nod. She had noticed Daphne's relentless pursuit of Draco ever since he had bolted into her compartment on the Hogwarts Express. Daphne seemed impossible to deter. Even after Hermione and Draco became official, she still lingered around him whenever she could. Hermione had once found Daphne cornering Draco after History of Magic. The moment Draco spotted Hermione, he turned bright red and nearly knocked Daphne over as he rushed to grab Hermione and escape. Hermione had wanted to ask him about it, but he appeared extremely uncomfortable discussing the situation. Anyway, Daphne was trying to wrangle an invitation for herself and Astoria to Malfoy Manor during the holidays, Ginny said. Oh, Hermione replied quietly. Her next heat would occur during the holidays, right through Christmas. She had been trying not to think about it, trying not to pressure or assume anything about her and Draco's budding relationship. But she had sort of thought, well, at the time of his conversation with Daphne, she and Draco hadn't been dating. He usually went home for the holidays, after all. Most people didn't plan their lives in 3-month increments. Talking to him about her next heat had been on her to-do list, but she kept putting it off, hoping to have at least a week of being official under their belts before she broached the topic of skipping his Christmas holidays for another romp. The timing just hadn't felt right yet. Ginny continued, oblivious to Hermione's internal turmoil. Malfoy wasn't interested in whatever Daphne was trying for. But then Daphne mentioned something, and remember, this is just hearsay, I'm only telling you what I heard, but, Ginny swallowed, apparently, Malfoy plays for both teams. If you know what I mean. Hermione blinked, pulled from her thoughts about her upcoming heat. What? Ginny shuffled, twirling a finger in her hair. Daphne was saying that Malfoy basically spent his whole summer with Nott and Zabini. Not to put a damper on what you guys have going on, she added, waving her hands awkwardly toward Hermione. I just thought you might want to know that Malfoy is bisexual. It doesn't really affect you since you're an Omega, and obviously, he dated Pansy too, so I assume he goes both ways. Ginny studied Hermione, then jumped slightly. And remember, it's just hearsay. I could be wrong. Maybe I misunderstood. I just thought I'd mention it. Draco was with Theo and Blaise over the summer. Hermione's voice barely captured her bewilderment. I think so, Ginny said, her expression tightening. Please don't hate me for telling you that. Hermione stood there, staring at Ginny in confusion. Draco was bisexual? She didn't mind, really. It didn't even seem relevant. It just felt unlikely. Draco was friends with Theo and Blaise. Close friends. But she had never noticed any interactions between them that seemed particularly physical. Not the way Draco touched her. But maybe his behavior with her was different because of the biological factors at play. Draco didn't really let her touch him. He was obsessive about pleasuring her, the way alphas typically were. But whenever she tried to reciprocate, aside from licking and caressing his glands, he was always quick to pull her hands away and pin her down until she stopped. Despite all the times they'd been together, she'd barely even touched him. What did that indicate? She wasn't sure. She continued to stare blankly at Ginny, her mind swirling in confusion. Allegedly, Draco had been having a lot of sex with Theo and Blaise over the summer, according to Ginny. Hermione's thoughts raced as she tried to piece everything together. Had she overheard something that hinted at Draco's preferences? Was he into triads? Could he be polyamorous as well? It was hard to ignore the fact that he'd been involved in an all-male threesome over the summer while he was telling her he fancied her. The confusion was overwhelming. Then there was Theo, who also supposedly had feelings for her. Were Slytherins generally bisexual? Her mind kept spinning with questions. Do you want me to just ask him? Ginny's voice cut through Hermione's thoughts. No, I'll ask, Hermione replied, waving Ginny off. We're trying to improve our communication anyway. This will be a stepping stone for us, I suppose. She imagined how the conversation might unfold. Draco, are you bisexual? What did you do over the summer? Have you ever had a threesome? Were there any girls involved? Is Theo upset that we're together because he likes me or because he likes you? Why did you and Pansy break up? And why don't you let me touch you? Lost in her thoughts, Hermione drifted away from Ginny and found herself outside Draco's Charms class just as the door swung open and students began to filter out. Draco's eyes brightened when he spotted her. Instantly, her worries about his sexual orientation slipped away. It's my gnome-sized bodyguard, here to escort me through the halls, he said dryly as he approached her. Hermione couldn't help but snort. He smirked and took her hand, leading her toward the library. Although, despite your stature, you're much scarier than Crabbe and Goyle ever were. Rolling her eyes, Hermione scoffed. People aren't scared of me. Draco paused and looked down at her, his expression serious. People are terrified of you. Are you not aware of this? Hermione smiled up at him, shaking her head. They're not, Draco. He sighed dramatically, adopting a beleaguered expression as if he were explaining this to a first-year student. Hermione, Draco said with a smirk, don't take offense, but you are the scariest non-evil person I've ever met. Hermione drew her chin down and raised her eyebrows, letting out a loud, undignified snort. Me? Really? Not Harry, who actually defeated Voldemort. Or Molly Weasley, who took down your aunt. Or Neville. He chopped off Nagini's head with a sword. What about Ron? He and Neville were the ones who took down Fenrir Greyback. She shook her head, her expression incredulous. I'm not some shrinking violet, but I'm hardly the scariest non-evil person. I'm not scary at all. I'm very friendly. Draco rolled his eyes. Right. Hermione sniffed primly and turned to continue toward the library. It's not like you trapped a journalist in a jar and blackmailed her in your 4th year. Draco's drawling voice echoed down the hall. How did you know about that? He shrugged and caught up with her. Slytherin. Hermione snorted and poked him in the ribs. Telling Rita Skeeter to shove her quill up her arse if she didn't want to be reported as an illegal animagus hardly makes me scary. He caught her hand before she could poke him again. Maybe not as an isolated incident. But then there's hexing a girl's face permanently in 5th year, and sicking centaurs on Umbridge. And let's not forget that wand you still carry. He gave her a pointed look. Hermione pulled her hand away and fidgeted with the pocket in her robes where Bellatrix's wand sat, her gaze dropping to her shoes. That's just because of the wand shortage. It's not like I want to use it. Ollivander is still recovering, and with all the first years and imprisoned Muggleborns whose wands were snapped, it seemed selfish to push for a new wand when so many people still haven't got one at all. She looked up at him, determination in her eyes. Draco said, it hardly even works for me half the time. So, if anything, that proves I'm not scary. He shook his head and let out a sharp exhale through his nose, then reached out, his hand brushing lightly against her waist. Hermione, the fact that you weren't the one to defeat Greyback or chop the head off a giant snake doesn't change how frightening you are. Longbottom, Weasley, and Potter have their moments, I'll give them that, but the difference is they know it. Potter knows he's never going to top defeating the Dark Lord. Longbottom's crowning moment as a Gryffindor legend was beheading that snake. Weasley tells every reporter he meets about taking down Greyback. Draco took her by the shoulders. You, on the other hand, don't see anything you do as unreasonable or out of the ordinary. You're terrifying without even realizing it. Trust me, the rest of the school has noticed. I walk through the halls as if I have a barrier charm around me. It has a 6-foot radius that Blaise calls the fear of Granger. Hermione rolled her eyes so hard she thought they might get stuck. That's because Ginny has stepped up the anti-bullying measures. No, it's not. The prefects are afraid of me now too. It may have escaped your notice, along with Potter's and Weasley's, but most of the school has been afraid of you since 5th year. You're tiny and terrifying, and, he smirked roguishly, it makes you very sexy. Hermione let out a low laugh and surrendered. All right, fine. I'm your very, very scary, gnome-sized girlfriend. The entire school quakes in fear of me, I'm sure. They really do, Draco nodded. So what does that make you, then? She looked up at him. If I'm the scary one? Draco blinked, then smiled and shrugged carelessly. Lucky. Hermione didn't mean to kiss him in the middle of the hallway, but sometimes, in moments like these, she simply couldn't help herself. In the hallway, where there were hardly any people around. She grasped his robes and pulled him down until their lips met. You know, you can be rather scary sometimes too, she said after a moment, pulling back just enough to look into his eyes. When you're being protective of me. It's both terrifying and sexy. He smirked. That's the general idea, terrifying for them, sexy for you. He backed her against the wall and kissed her again. They were oblivious to anyone passing by, any glances, or any derogatory comments. Several hours later, after finishing their study period in the library, Hermione's thoughts drifted back to her conversation with Ginny. She began rehearsing ways to bring up the subject but kept scrapping them. Did it really matter? Yes and no. She felt fairly certain about Draco's feelings. There was an undeniable intensity between them. Sometimes, when their eyes met, she could sense his emotions. She was almost convinced it was real, that it wasn't just biology playing tricks on them. Yet, there were moments when she worried she might be deluding herself. She wished she could step out of her Omega role for just a day, to interact with Draco and be sure it wasn't merely a hormonal illusion. She found herself struggling to place her summer fling with Blaise and Theo into her mental framework. They hadn't discussed their sexual histories, but she couldn't shake the thought that he might have casually slept with his two best friends simply because he was a horny alpha. Somehow, that seemed unlikely. The more she got to know him, the clearer it became that Draco wasn't the casual sex type. So, were they in a non-casual triad? If that were the case, what did that mean for them? Draco was possessive of her, but possessiveness didn't necessarily mean monogamy for alphas. If Draco were polyamorous, she wanted to know. Because if he expected her to eventually share him with anyone else, male or female, she would need to go scream down a well for a while. The thought of anyone else touching him made her chest tighten and her head throb, blurring her vision. But what if he really was seeing someone else, keeping it from her because, as an alpha, his instinct was to prioritize her needs over his own? Now that the idea was in her mind, it gnawed at her, how one-sided their sexual relationship felt. It wasn't that she hadn't tried to give. Every time she felt clear-headed enough to approach him, Draco seemed to deliberately derail it. Why wouldn't he want her to touch him? It wasn't an alpha thing. She had read enough on the subject to be sure of that. It had to be something personal to Draco. Perhaps she had been awful during her heat, and it was something she simply didn't remember. "Let's go to our room," she said abruptly. Draco glanced at her, surprise flickering across his face. Now? Hermione felt her cheeks heat. Yes. Now. If you want. If you don't, we don't need to. Are you all right? His brows furrowed as he studied her intently. He reached out, brushing his fingers against her wrist. I'm fine. Her voice wavered slightly as she swallowed and shrugged. It's not, I just wanted to go, anyway. Just, because. She searched his face for a reaction. I just wanted to because it's us, and not for any other reason. He gazed at her for a moment longer, then the corners of his eyes crinkled into a smile. She had come to realize that his eyes smiled first, with the rest of his features following a moment later. Even when his expression remained neutral, she could sometimes see that glimmer of happiness in his eyes. Sure, he said. She smiled back at him. The moment the door to their room closed, she dropped her bag on the floor and turned toward him. Grabbing his robes in both hands, she kissed him and began to back him across the room toward the couch. Hermione, he said, confusion lacing his tone. He narrowly avoided tripping over the coffee table and fell back onto the couch. What are you doing? He asked, his eyes wide. I'm kissing you, she replied, climbing onto his lap and straddling him. She arched against him and kissed him again, passionately. Then she pulled back, tangling her fingers in his hair. I'm sitting on you. Now I'm kissing you again. She captured his mouth with hers once more. Yes, he said, pulling back to look at her. I got that bit. But you seem, he paused, clearly unsure how to express what he was feeling. This is a bit different than usual. Hermione raised her eyebrows. We've only been dating a few days. What's usual? His mouth twitched in amusement. She leaned forward and kissed the corner of his mouth lightly. Normally when we're together, she swallowed, gathering her thoughts. I want it to be more us and less me. Draco let out a low laugh, cupping her face in his hands and kissing her forehead. Trust me, Hermione, I don't have any complaints. Hermione stiffened slightly. Well, I do. His eyes widened, and his expression shifted. It bothers me that I don't do anything. I don't want to just be passive or needy. I want to do things to you too, if you want. Would you? She traced her fingers down his torso, hesitating. Want me to do things to you? She studied him carefully, noticing the way his irises expanded sharply. Heat stirred in her lower abdomen as she leaned forward to kiss his neck below his ear. Let me, she whispered, let me do this for you. Please, Draco. She sat back, searching his eyes. Can I? I'm not going to object if you want to, he replied, his voice dropping into a deeper tone. The words seemed to vibrate in the air between them. But you don't need to. She cut him off with a kiss, then pulled back, feeling a shiver run through her. Doubts crept in, but her determination remained strong. He was aware of it, but the moment she whispered in his ear, his pheromones filled the air, wrapping around them like a curtain. She could feel the electric tension between them, dominant, her alpha, submissive, his omega. It was as if she had unlocked something he had carefully contained. Leaning forward, she kissed him, slow and deep. She teased his lower lip with her tongue, playfully catching it between her teeth. Her hands slipped up, unbuttoning his shirt as she trailed kisses along his jaw, eliciting a soft sigh from him. As she parted his shirt, she brushed her hands along his neck, her thumbs grazing his scent glands. He shivered, drawing in a low breath. She slid her hands down his torso, leaning in to press her lips against the gland on one side of his throat. She inhaled deeply, feeling her spine tingle at the intoxicating scent of him. I want to be good for you. I want to be enough for you. I want to make you happy, truly happy. She pressed a kiss to his other gland and then drew back, her heart racing. A wave of anxiety washed over her, more intense than when she had asked him out. If I do something you don't like, just tell me. Warmth coursed through her, fueled by a mix of nervousness and desire. She could feel his hardness pressing against her as she straddled him, fighting the instinct to grind against him. If she let herself get too carried away, she might lose control and ruin everything. Meeting Draco's gaze, she slowly slid back, lowering her head to brush her lips against his torso. She felt the scars on his chest beneath her lips and kissed each one tenderly. Sliding further down until she knelt between his legs, she rested her hands lightly on his knees, looking up at him. His eyes were dark, and the intensity of his stare sent a thrill through her. Her breath caught in her throat as the room crackled with the intensity radiating from him. He seemed almost frozen, his eyes locked on hers. Her heart raced in her chest. Do I please you, Alpha? Are you pleased with me? Still maintaining eye contact, she slowly slid her hand up his leg. She could feel the muscles beneath the fabric of his trousers, tracing along his thigh until she reached the buttons. The evidence of his desire strained against the material, twitching under her touch. A shiver coursed through her as she unbuttoned his boxers. His fingers twitched in response as she slipped her hand inside. Wrapping her fingers around him, she pulled him free, her gaze studying him intently. He was large, she had known that, but now, just inches from her face, he seemed even bigger. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind about whether her mouth could accommodate him. Draco's fingers twitched again, and she noticed how utterly still he was, how tense his legs had become as she leaned closer. Holding him firmly, she leaned forward and slowly enveloped him with her lips. She lifted her eyes to meet his, and in that moment, the air was sliced by a sharp gasp that escaped him. His left hand reached out, sliding along her jaw, warm, reassuring, and desperate. As she took him deeper, his hand vanished from her skin, dropping onto the couch where he gripped the upholstery tightly. A low groan rumbled from deep within him, igniting something fierce inside her. She inhaled deeply, focusing on relaxing her jaw and honing in on the sensations of the moment. As she drew her head back slowly, her tongue glided along him. His chest rose and fell rapidly, his knuckles turning white as he watched her, eyes wide and dark, unable to look away. He tasted. She struggled to find the right words as her tongue danced against him. It was primal, activating something deep within her. In her mind, she sensed the intensity of her effect on him. He was hers, and she was his. It felt as if she were giving him something he hadn't allowed himself to want. She could feel it in the air and smell it in the way his pheromones reacted to her. Heat pooled in her lower abdomen. She slid her hand along his length, dipping her head down and drawing back again, flicking her tongue against the underside. Draco jerked, releasing a ragged groan as his hands tangled in her hair. She continued carefully, trying to find the right rhythm. His hand slipped away from her hair, moving to caress her neck. Hermione let out a deep moan, feeling her jaw relax more. Draco gasped, and she hadn't realized how intensely arousing it would be to have him in her mouth, or how vividly she would experience his response. He pressed his thumbs more firmly against her neck, sending a pulse of arousal through her. Her hips bucked forward as she kept moving her hand and exploring him with her tongue. She continued until she felt the base of him start to expand. Momentarily, she paused, having somewhat forgotten about that part. She removed her mouth, studying him while still sliding her hand up and down his length. She hadn't realized how large the knot became. Anatomically speaking, she understood it had to be substantial, but she hadn't truly considered its size. Hand-drawn diagrams in textbooks didn't do the sight justice. "Come here," he said, his voice thick and rasping. His grip on her neck tightened as if he were trying to draw her back onto his lap. Hermione pulled back slightly, tightening her hold on him as she lowered her head, pressing kisses along the underside of his shaft. She darted her tongue out, nipping gently with her lips until she reached the base, lightly dragging her tongue across the knot. Fuck. Draco's entire body spasmed beneath her, and his grip on her neck tightened, a different kind of loss of control. It wasn't jealousy that fueled him, it was the way she was affecting him. His hands trembled slightly as he brushed his thumbs against her skin, repeating the words in his mind, "Good girl. Good girl. You're such a good girl. I'm so pleased with you." She felt the weight of his words in the way he touched her, and her own desire surged within her. She pressed her legs together, feeling achingly empty. The scent of her arousal hung in the air, a tangible reminder of her need. She knew Draco had sensed it long before she had. He breathed through his teeth as she licked his knot, her hand moving rhythmically along the length of him until she could feel his legs begin to tremble. "Come here," he growled. Hermione hesitated for a moment, then lifted her mouth from his knot and locked eyes with him. As she gazed up at him, she opened her mouth, wrapped her lips around him, and took him in as deeply as she could. Draco groaned, a sound that was half snarl, his head falling back in pleasure. He quickly sat up, capturing her jaw in his hands. "You are so fucking perfect," he said, his thumbs grazing her cheekbones. "Your gorgeous mouth on my cock. Such a perfect omega. Your mouth is perfect, your body is perfect, everything about you is just so fucking perfect. You are such a good girl." His eyes were dark, nearly obscuring the silver, filled with a ravenous greed that matched her own. He held her face gently, allowing her to set her own pace, never forcing her down further than she could handle. His praise was unrelenting, filled with filthy words as his fingers caressed her cheeks and jaw, reassuring her of his pleasure. Hermione felt a smile tugging at her lips, though she couldn't quite express it. Saliva pooled at the corners of her mouth, trailing down his shaft as she worked to find the rhythm they both craved. The rhythm of her hand and mouth was mesmerizing. She dragged her tongue along the vein, twisting it against the frenulum, feeling him pulse inside her. He leaned back, his fingers spasming against her jaw as he came. Hermione swallowed instinctively, not fully prepared for the intensity of it. She swallowed again and again, feeling it escape her lips and slide down his shaft and over her fingers. When he finally stopped, she carefully drew her mouth away and began to lick him clean. The tension in him had melted away, yet one of his hands remained on her jaw, gently stroking her cheek. Hermione focused on catching every drop, his cock, her fingers, his knot. Gentle. Soothing. The warmth of him felt like an aphrodisiac, igniting her arousal to a near painful level. Her nipples hardened, and her clit throbbed with every flick of her tongue. Once there was nothing left to lick, she looked up at him. He was still so hard and knotted that there was no way he could fit back into his trousers, and a part of her almost wished he could, just to clarify things for herself, though not for her, but for him. She craved to climb onto his lap, to impale herself on him and bury her face in his neck. "Come here." His voice was commanding this time, carrying an alpha tone that sent shivers through Hermione's nerves, making her feel completely attuned to him. Heat flooded her lower abdomen, and she let out a soft whimper as she scrambled onto his lap. He kissed her, and the taste of him lingered on her tongue. His cock was trapped between their bodies, his hands tangling in her hair as he deepened the kiss. She ground against his thigh, arching her torso against the hard planes of his body. His hands slid down, starting to unbutton her shirt, but she caught his wrists and stopped him. "No. It's fine. This is for you," he said, sliding his hand around her neck. She held on to him as he tangled one hand in her hair, gently drawing her head back. "You said us, didn't you? You're part of that equation." She hesitated, caught in the moment. He leaned closer, his lips brushing against her skin. "I can smell how aroused you are. I could sense it when you were with me. Now, let me have you. Your mouth is incredible, but I want you in a different way. I want to feel you come with me." Her hands dropped, and she felt him smile against her throat. "Good girl." Chapter 29, You've Got That Power Over Me. After a day of contemplation, Hermione decided it was time to confront Theo. While Draco was busy in his Ancient Runes class, she tracked Theo down in the library, finding him in the History of Magic section. As she turned the corner, she caught sight of him looking down the aisle, and his expression suggested he had somehow sensed her presence. "Theo," she began, but paused, uncertain. "Hermione," he replied, setting down his quill and turning to face her. Hermione chewed on her lower lip, her gaze fixed on him. She often felt as though she was exploiting their interactions, and doubt crept in. Maybe she shouldn't ask Theo, perhaps she should just talk to Draco directly. But she needed to be prepared. If Draco wasn't monogamous, she wanted to be emotionally ready for that conversation. She needed clarity on what compromises she could handle. Swallowing hard, she said, "Theo." "Hermione," he repeated, his tone patient. "Theo." She felt her cheeks flush as she said his name for the third time. "I have a question I wanted to ask you." He raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Right. And that question would be?" Hermione hesitated, staring at him for several seconds. She opened her mouth to speak, then closed it, rethinking her approach. Looking down at her shoes, she took a deep breath before meeting his gaze again. "Theo, don't take this the wrong way, but, are you gay?" Theo stared at her, seemingly too stunned to respond. His eyes widened, and he blinked several times in disbelief. What? Am I what?" Hermione felt as if she could melt into the floor. His mouth moved soundlessly, and then he sighed, closing his eyes briefly. "Maybe," he opened his eyes again, looking at her with a mix of confusion and irritation. "You should clarify what you mean by the wrong way, so I know how to take your question." "I'm not." She started, trying to find the right words. Hermione glanced at the books on the shelf next to her. "I'm not asking because I think you're gay," she said. "Right. I was definitely taking it the wrong way," Theo muttered. I heard this story about you, and Draco and Blaze that I'm very confused about." Theo's eyebrows shot up. "What kind of story?" Hermione carefully avoided meeting his eyes. Well, someone I know heard this story that you three shagged each other a lot. Draco, Blaze, and I shagged? The three of us? That's what I heard." Hermione felt her face flush, as if she were standing in the sun. "Well, I'm not gay," Theo said flatly. "Oh. Or bisexual, or whatever you thought." "Draco," Theo's voice trailed off as Hermione tensed. His hand twitched, as if he wanted to reach out to her. He looked up at the ceiling and shook his head in despair. "You two are the worst." Hermione hunched her shoulders up around her ears, wishing the bookshelf would swallow her whole. "Draco," Theo said loudly, "who you're really asking about, is also not gay or bisexual. Blaze will actually shag anything with two legs, but I doubt you have any interest in his orientation." Theo rubbed his eyes. "Good grief, you and Draco are, without a doubt, the biggest idiots I've ever known. I'm beginning to question how either of you survived the war." He dragged a hand through his hair and stared pointedly at Hermione. "If I develop ulcers, I'm sending you my medical bills. You've been shagging him for how many months now, and suddenly you're concerned he's gay?" Hermione felt so embarrassed that she thought she might spontaneously combust. "The biology is confusing. I don't want to just go and assume." Her voice was barely above a whisper. Theo let out a deep sigh. "I don't know why I'm not sabotaging you too. This would be a perfect opportunity. I'm really too nice to be a Slytherin. I should have let that stupid hat put me in Ravenclaw." He shook his head sharply. "Draco's obsession with Potter over the years aside, as far as I know, he's never swung that way. He was in a pretty serious relationship with Pansy for several years. I'm sure you've noticed that." Hermione rolled her eyes. "Right. He's not gay. I never thought he was actually gay. I've been hearing stories about summer orgies, and I didn't know what to make of it." Theo snickered. Despite living in the dungeons, Slytherin isn't exactly full of sexual libertines. Ravenclaw is actually much kinkier. And Hufflepuff is really, he blushed and cut himself off with a dismissive wave of his hand. "Slytherin is pretty traditional, arranged marriages and all that nonsense. I wouldn't be surprised if we have more virgins than the other houses." He tilted his head to the side. "When did Draco, Blaze, and I supposedly have this orgy?" "This past summer," Hermione replied in a low voice. Theo chuckled softly. "Right. This summer, while all those Aurors were crawling through his home, tearing the place apart looking for dark artifacts, and he was under house arrest, we were having a threesome," he said, his eyes glinting with amusement. "Honestly, we spent most of our time reorganizing the—" His voice suddenly cut off, and he burst out laughing. He clapped a hand over his mouth. "Oh, good Lord." His shoulders shook with laughter. "I need to verify something, but I think I know where the story of Draco's summer orgy came from," he said, barely able to contain his laughter. "I'll get back to you on this." Hermione felt as if she could finally breathe again. Draco wasn't a polyamorous bisexual. She wouldn't have to share him with anyone. She felt like singing, even though she couldn't carry a tune to save her life. With a light heart, she skipped along. Hermione was waiting for Draco after class when he spotted her just outside the door. He chuckled lightly. "You don't have to pick me up after classes. I can walk all the way to the library and meet you there." She smiled up at him, her eyes sparkling. "But if I did that, we couldn't snog on the way there." The corners of his eyes crinkled as he took her hand, leading her down an empty hallway. Suddenly, he caught her by the waist and pulled her behind a statue. Their lips met, and she kissed him eagerly. Having a stable relationship with Draco had transformed her life. Their evenings were still filled with passion, but now, he didn't slip away in the morning while she pretended to be asleep. Instead, he stayed by her side, and she often woke up to the delightful sensation of his mouth and talented tongue between her legs. He would then crawl up her body, and they would lose themselves in each other until he nodded inside her. Afterward, they would drift off in each other's arms or share sweet kisses and quiet conversations, marking each other with their scents. They would shower together and only part ways when they reached the Great Hall for breakfast. Sometimes they even studied in their room, taking breaks that turned into passionate interludes. It felt like a honeymoon, all while juggling a rigorous academic schedule. Hermione's Omega subconscious, which had often been restless, finally felt content. It quieted down and allowed her to enjoy life again. It would stir during their intimate moments, but other than that, she hardly noticed it. Draco lifted her onto the pedestal of the statue, and she wrapped her legs around his hips as their kisses deepened until her lungs felt like they might burst. He pulled back slightly, brushing his nose against hers. "We could go to the library, or I could get you off here first." He stepped back a little, surveying her with a playful grin. "I must say, I rather like you on a pedestal, Granger. It suits you." Hermione let out a low laugh and slipped down. "Well, I don't care for pedestals. I much prefer beds or..." Hermione smirked up at him. "Broom closets." Draco's eyes darkened. "Do you now? Shagging you after data class in the broom closet was..." Her mouth twitched. "I rather liked it." Draco loomed over her. "Which part?" Hermione felt her cheeks warm. "All of it. I liked how aggressive you were. That was the first time you used your teeth." She shivered slightly, pressing her legs together. "And the position. It felt so intense, and I like breaking the rules. It gives me a bit of a thrill." She was sure her face had turned bright red. Draco looked positively feral. "I knew you were a rule breaker. Somehow, I didn't realize you got off on it." His voice dropped to a low register, sending goosebumps across Hermione's entire body. Not always," she stammered, her voice jumping a full octave. He slid a hand around her wrist, and her breath caught. Pulling her hard against his chest, he dipped his head so his mouth was next to her ear. "As it happens, this is a rather empty hallway, and there's a supply closet around the corner. It would be rather inappropriate for me to..." He paused, letting the implication linger. "To have you against the wall of it, wouldn't it?" "It would." Hermione could barely breathe. "It's fortunate that neither of us are very rule-abiding then." He caught her wrist and dragged her into the supply closet, demonstrating just how much they both enjoyed breaking the rules. Afterward, she wrapped her arms around him and sighed, kissing his chest. "Ron and Harry haven't written back yet," she said after a moment. "I'm beginning to worry about what they're planning. They're probably going to show up here." Draco's hands tightened in her hair. "Have you seen them since you presented?" "Once. They came for a Hogsmeade weekend. We took a walk around the castle and caught up. They were mostly really awkward and just kept telling me, 'I need to Soulbond with Charlie during my next heat to stay safe.' They haven't sent you any death threats or anything, have they?" No death threats from Potter or Weasley," Draco replied, his voice overly casual. Hermione narrowed her eyes at him. "From anyone else?" He offered her a wry smile. "Just the usual." Her expression tightened, and Draco's smile faded. "You do too, don't you?" he asked. Hermione dropped her gaze and shrugged. "Every now and then. Nothing enrages old pureblood families like a Muggle-born who doesn't know her place, which is apparently a ditch somewhere." They show up from time to time, especially after Harry or Ron get featured in the Daily Prophet. I think McGonagall started screening them after someone sent me Bubotibur. I usually just skim through them and banish them. I've noticed, he said, his eyes tense, and his arms around her stiffened slightly. She rested her hand against his throat, her fingers brushing against his skin. He relaxed a bit. It's really not an issue, she continued. I'm just more visible than most Muggleborns. Many keep quiet about their parentage. It's not even really directed at me, it's just general hate toward the existence of Muggleborns. Anonymity emboldens assholes. She shrugged, and Draco stared at her for a moment. Hermione, what are your plans after you graduate? Her heart raced as she shifted her gaze away. I'm not really sure yet. I suppose it will depend on how I do on my newts. That will affect things a lot, don't you think? Draco snorted, giving her a long look. You're easily on track to pass all of them. You could probably sit for them now. You must have some idea of what you'll pursue. Hermione hesitated. Well, I thought the magical creature department could be a good fit for me, working with magical beings in particular. I want to reform things there. Most of the existing laws are almost. Seems like everything is focused on the interests and protection of wizards, without considering the needs of magical beings. I really want to see that change. The department is quite mobile, from what I've heard, so I wouldn't have to spend my entire life working my way up just to make a difference. Her voice lowered. But, I'm not sure I'll be the one to do it. I'm still figuring things out. Figuring out what? Draco's eyes narrowed as he stared at her. Her mouth felt dry. Well, I might take a break after finishing school. It could be a good idea to spend time with my parents and help them resettle. The healers are hopeful their memories will be fully restored by the end of the school year. So after I take my newts, it might be best for me to step away and reconnect with them. Draco fell silent, and Hermione glanced at him nervously. What are you leaving out? He finally asked. Her stomach dropped. Nothing. Just a personal matter. More personal than your parents? He arched an eyebrow. Hermione met his gaze. It's something I need to work through on my own. When I'm more sure about it, I'll tell you then. Draco looked like he wanted to argue. His mouth twisted, and his jaw jutted out as he stared at her. He started to speak but then snapped his mouth shut with an eye roll. Fine. Hermione released a small sigh of relief. It's not anything you need to worry about. His eyes narrowed. When you say it like that, I feel like I do. You're willing to talk about your parents and the death threats you get in the mail, but you won't tell me what you're planning to do when you graduate. Hermione swallowed and rebut-toned her shirt. It's complicated. You'll understand later. I promise I'll tell you when we graduate, if you still want to know then. I'll plan on it. She studied his expression and could tell he was bothered. I'm sorry. It just wouldn't help to tell you, he said with a low sigh. Hermione had rounds with Pansy the next night, and Draco was visibly sulking as she got ready to leave. She paused in the bathroom to wash the ink off her hands and smooth her hair after the heated kiss she and Draco had shared earlier. Explain to me again why you're doing rounds with Pansy? Draco asked, suddenly appearing at the door, his expression sullen. Hermione jumped slightly but quickly regained her composure, glancing at her reflection in the mirror. I asked Ginny to pair us. Draco rolled his eyes. Yes, I get that part. But why? Hermione muttered a pressing charm on her shirt and gathered her hair into a ponytail. I think she could use a friend. She's having a pretty tough year too. I think she believes I'm taking advantage of you. Draco snorted. Right. Of the two of us, you're definitely the one gaining all the advantages here. Hermione shrugged and leaned forward, applying some Murtlap essence to her neck and lips. It had been a rather intense snog session. She cares a lot about you, Draco. So your solution is to become friends with her? I'm pretty sure it's irregular to befriend your boyfriend's ex. Well, I've never been one to stick to convention. I'm not going to ignore someone just because there's an unspoken rule against it. Draco sighed, slumping against the doorframe. You said it would be weeks before you started patrols. It just turned out this way. It's not every week since they have an extra year's worth of prefects. I'll only do it occasionally. If she tells you anything, please verify it with me. Don't pay any attention to her if she starts going on about posture or political marriages or, he paused, staring at her. Are you primping? Hermione quickly snatched her hands away from the curl she was trying to fix. Absolutely not. Draco scrutinized her for several seconds before a smug grin spread across his face. You are. You're primping for rounds with Pansy. You're doing your hair, and you even ironed your shirt. I didn't, Hermione protested. Draco moved toward her, his expression predatory. You did. Hermione darted under his arm to avoid him. Fine, I ironed my shirt. Pansy is highly judgmental. I'm not interested in giving her any free shots. You don't even iron your shirt for me. Draco caught her by the wrist, pulling her close as he inspected her hands. You washed all your ink stains off. He dragged his tongue along her wrist, and Hermione let out a low moan. That's because you'd just wrinkle it again. Stop licking me. I have to go. Don't jilt me for my ex, Granger. Draco stared at her, mock seriousness etched on his face. She snorted, pulling her hand free. I don't think that's a concern you need to have. I can never be too careful. You're full of surprises. So let the record show, I've asked you very nicely not to dump me and run off with my ex. Your request has been noted, but I don't really think I'm her type. Not if your clothes are wrinkled. He bunched her skirt up, squeezing her backside, and she smacked his hand sharply. I have rounds, you prat. Fine. He released her with a sigh. I'll see you after. Hermione rose on her toes and pulled his head down just enough to kiss his lips. See you after. When she arrived at the prefect office, Pansy stood stiffly by the door. There you are. I wondered if you would bother to show. Sorry, I got sidetracked, Hermione said, avoiding Pansy's gaze. Clearly. Pansy's eyes roamed up and down Hermione, and even though her robes concealed most of her outfit, Hermione felt as if Pansy could see the wrinkles Draco had left in her skirt. So, any particular reason you've decided to inflict yourself upon me on a bi-weekly basis? Hermione shrugged. You're avoiding me, and you keep glaring at me. I thought we should talk. Pansy sniffed, her heels clicking sharply against the castle flagstones as they began their patrol route. Have you looked at the scrolls I gave you? Hermione rolled her eyes. No. You may have noticed that Draco and I are giving things a go. Pansy scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Hermione. Oh, and does he know about all your plans? Did you tell him you're looking into getting spayed? That's some handy leverage. Have you used it already, or are you saving it for maximum impact? Hermione's jaw twitched in annoyance. I mentioned it to him before we started dating because he asked about my long-term plans. He knows it's something I was exploring. At that time, I hadn't heard back. What about now that you have? Is that why you made it official? Didn't get the easy exit you hoped for, so you decided to use Draco instead? Hermione turned her gaze away, peering into an empty classroom. No, it wasn't anything like that. There were some communication issues we had to sort through. That's why we weren't official before. Hearing back from St. Mungo's at the same time was just a coincidence. Pansy let out a derisive snort as she illuminated her wand to check behind several statues and tapestries. Hermione sighed in frustration. It's a backup plan, Pansy. I need to have a solution before I graduate, unless I want to barricade myself inside a house for the rest of my life. I don't have a lot of time. Really? You expect me to believe it's Draco or bust for you? Hermione rolled her eyes again. I know you think I'm ambitious, but relationships are actually very important to me. I'm not going to jump into a marriage of convenience that involves my soul just because it might benefit my hypothetical career. It's not like I can just get bonded to some alpha, just avoid them in private, and that will solve everything. With alphas and omegas, it's incredibly complicated. Pansy snickered. Is that what they call it these days? Her tone dripped with malice. Hermione bristled. You said it yourself, omegas are emotionally dominant. Soul bonding is irreversible. If I bond with someone I don't truly connect with, she swallowed hard and slammed a classroom door shut, they'd know. They'd feel it. And then they'd try to change themselves to please me. I'd feel so guilty. We'd just end up fueling each other's misery. If we'd bonded and it didn't work out, the only way to lessen the intensity of that bond is through physical distance. We'd avoid each other as much as possible. Alphas can stray, but omegas, we can't really do that. I'd be trapped in a codependent relationship with someone who might spend most of the year in another country, and the corners of her eyes stun, and she blinked hard. I'd just have my career to keep me company. Clearing her throat, Hermione continued, it doesn't matter how politically advantageous some alpha might be or how far they could help my career. The marriage aspects are significant and biologically unavoidable. So yes, I'd rather spay myself, as you so charmingly put it. So what's Draco for? Is he your lifeboat? The only person you won't feel guilty about if he changes himself to suit you? Pansy sneered. Everyone says a person's true colors show when they're cornered, and I must say, Granger, yours might be nastier than mine. The corner of Hermione's mouth twitched. Not that you seem interested in believing I could be a decent person, but I actually like Draco, Pansy. I really like him. She glanced down at her hands. I'm not assuming it's going to work out, Hermione said, her hands gesturing slightly. We're just trying it, there isn't any kind of commitment. We're just getting to know each other. If things don't go well, I'm not going to force it. Pansy froze, her gaze fixed on Hermione for several seconds. Your friends don't know about that package from St. Mungo's, do they? Hermione looked away. Of course not. Weaslet's expression when she sees you with Draco is like someone shoved a lemon wedge in her mouth. Hearing that stung a bit. Hermione had suspected Ginny wouldn't be thrilled about her decision to date Draco, but hearing it confirmed was still disheartening. Pansy's eyebrows shot up, and for the first time that evening, she dropped her sneer. You're hiding it. Draco doesn't know either, does he? Hermione sighed and glanced toward an alcove where she'd shared a few kisses with Draco. No, he doesn't. I haven't told anyone. It would just make everything more complicated. It wouldn't help. If things go south with Draco and we break up, I'll probably tell Harry and the Weasleys then. Like I said, I'm not trying to force a relationship that isn't going to work. I don't want dating Draco to feel like an ultimatum. She took a deep breath and offered Pansy a faint smile. This might be my last year here. I'm trying to enjoy it. If I start telling people, it would strain everything. They'd probably act like I was dying. I'm a muggle-born. It might be unimaginable for wizarding folk, but I'd rather get an ovariectomy and face the likelihood of losing my magic than be forced into a dysfunctional soul bond with someone. Chapter 30, I need this. Wait. What? Hermione turned sharply to see Blaise Zabini emerge from a tapestry down the hall, followed by a confused and rumpled-looking Daphne Greengrass. She shot a quick glare of loathing at Daphne, who seemed to get around like it was nobody's business. Earlier that day, Hermione had seen her cornering Draco for what felt like the umpteenth time. Now, the aggressive Slytherin girl looked like she had just been interrupted from a rather intimate encounter with Blaise. Hermione tried to keep her disdain in check, but Daphne Greengrass was really starting to get on her nerves. Ignoring Blaise's question, she fixed her gaze on him. "You're out past curfew, Zebini and Greengrass. That will be 10 points each from Slytherin." Blaise waved his hand dismissively. "Right. Never mind that. You're losing your magic, Granger." "Fuck off, Blaise." "Granger and I are bonding," Pansy interjected sharply as she stepped forward. "Oh, you're bonding?" Blaise's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Does Drake know?" "Sorry, I just need some clarification about this whole losing magic thing." Hermione's mouth twitched as she glanced between Blaise, Pansy, and Daphne. Blaise seemed to realize that having Daphne around was a problem. "Daph, love, why don't you head back to the dorms without me?" "What?" Daphne started, visibly sulking. Pansy and Blaise both shot her glares. With a dramatic sigh, she relented. "Fine." Daphne stalked off toward the dungeons, leaving Blaise and Pansy to face Hermione. Crossing her arms tightly across her chest, Hermione glared at them. "I'm not the type to put all my eggs in one basket. I'm preparing for multiple possibilities, lining up backup plans. I don't see how this can possibly surprise you." She gestured awkwardly around herself, her frustration bubbling beneath the surface. Hermione swallowed hard. "I'm not necessarily going to get approved for surgery anyway. I'm just going through the preliminary interviews. If I do get approved and decide to go that route, losing my magic isn't a sure thing. It's just an associated risk." Pansy snorted, arching her eyebrows. "I admit, I'm not studying new-level arithmancy, but I think I understand enough to know that an 80% chance of never managing even a basic household charm afterward sounds pretty certain." Hermione jerked her chin up defiantly. "I don't see why this is any of your business. The fact that you went through my school bag and read my medical correspondence doesn't give you the right to have an opinion about my life choices, Pansy." Blaise crossed his arms, looking Hermione up and down as if re-evaluating her. "So, let me get this straight. You're dating Draco now, but if it doesn't work out by graduation, your plan is to become a muggle?" He rolled his eyes. "That is the most Gryffindor thing I've ever heard." Hermione felt her face grow hot. "I'm sure it is. So, what now? Are you two planning to tell Draco?" She glanced between them. Pansy looked strangely subdued, while Blaise remained contemplative, staring at her. She let out a deep sigh. "Despite the fact that neither of you likes me and you spend most of your time treating me like I'm trying to entrap or ruin your friend, I'm actually trying very hard not to. So, by all means, tell him if you think he should know." With that, she turned on her heel and walked away, completing the rest of her patrol route without Pansy. When she finished, she headed back toward Draco. Standing outside his door, she paused for a moment, taking a deep breath before she muttered the password. Draco was buried in Charm's homework when she walked in. He looked up from his essay, a hint of surprise on his face. "Hey," he said. "Hey," he said, echoing her greeting. "How were rounds?" she asked. "Dull. Not many students breaking curfew, except for Blaise and Daphne snogging in an alcove." Draco didn't seem surprised to hear Daphne was involved with Blaise. "Was Pansy all right?" Hermione shrugged as she settled onto the couch beside him. "She's Pansy." Her main insult was that I might be a worse person than she is. I can't help but wonder what her mother must be like. Draco set down his quill. Iphigenia Parkinson is a nightmare. Her whole life revolves around marrying Pansy off. The woman tried discussing betrothal contracts with my father when we were 14. Hermione felt her stomach drop. Betrothal? Is that still a thing in the wizarding world? Draco shrugged. Sometimes. You aren't. Draco snorted and gave her a long look. No, Hermione. I don't have a fiancé waiting in the wings that I've forgotten to mention. Hermione twitched her shoulder. I just figured I'd ask. It turns out there are huge aspects of wizarding culture that no one bothered to mention to me. Well, I don't think anyone expected you, Draco said as he pulled her closer. A small smile tugged at Hermione's lips before she leaned in to kiss him. Slowly. She tried to memorize the sensation of their lips touching. Her jaw trembled. Draco drew back, concern etched on his face. Is something wrong? Did Pansy? No. Hermione ducked her head and shook it sharply. I'm just emotional sometimes. These hormones have me crying all over the place. She traced her fingers along his jaw and looked into his eyes, hesitating for a moment. In case things end badly with us, Draco, I just want to make sure I tell you that I've really liked this. Draco's expression shifted, his eyebrows furrowing. Why are we talking about things ending badly? Hermione rolled her eyes. I'm not saying it's going to end badly. I just want to make sure you know, just in case. I've really enjoyed dating you. I didn't expect it to be this much fun. Draco stared at her for a moment, then a playful glint sparkled in his eyes. Well, I am exceptionally fun. If by fun, you mean someone who thinks ancient runes translation is an acceptable form of pillow talk. Hermione choked and scooted back with an indignant huff. That was only once. Right, he replied, tilting his head back. Normally it's charms, and last night it was the potential uses of boomslang for burn victims. That was because your body heat is so high. Afterward, the idea just suddenly came to me. I didn't mean, I'm sorry about the timing of that, she said, drawing back. Draco moved closer, stalking her down the couch until her back hit the armrest. No. You have to tell me. Just maybe not as the first words out of your mouth after I shag you. Hermione buried her face in her hands. Sorry. I swear I wasn't thinking about it while we were, you know. It just hit me afterward, and I wanted to know what you thought. Draco gently peeled her hands from her face and loomed over her. Don't hide. I'm completely game for academics as pillow talk. It's part of my natural charm and fun. He smirked wryly. Now stop talking like you expect our relationship to explode any day. If you try to break up with me, I have no intention of taking it lying down. I gave you several outs before we became official. I've used up all my nobility. You're trapped now. Hermione let out a low laugh and smiled for a moment. All right then. Draco studied her intently. Rounds were all right? You seem a bit down. They were fine, Hermione replied, looking up at him and trying to will herself to perk up. After a moment, her shoulders dropped slightly. Talking to Pansy. It made me want to. I just wanted to make sure you knew how much this means to me. I thought my school year was going to be a disaster after September, but now, it's really turned around. I've never dated anyone before, and honestly, it's a lot more fun than I expected. Draco smirked slightly, but then his expression shifted, and he leaned back in his chair. What's on your mind? Hermione studied him closely. Oh, I've just been meaning to ask something. His gaze dropped momentarily, and he swallowed before looking back at her. During your heat. Were you? Virgin? Oh, gosh, no. I'd been with someone before. Her cheeks flushed, and she glanced down. After 6th year, I thought it might not be the best idea to stay a virgin during the war. It felt urgent at the time, even if it was a bit irrational. She let out a nervous laugh and noticed Draco flinch. She quickly lifted her head, feeling a bit squirmy. So, I asked my muggle neighbor. He was a couple of years older, and I thought he might know more about how to, you know. But he wasn't bad. It wasn't uncomfortable, it just happened pretty quickly. So that was that. She shrugged lightly. It probably would have been better if we'd known each other a bit more. Draco stared at her, looking somewhat dazed. Wait. So you went home for the summer, modified your parents' memories, sent them to Australia, packed supplies to live in a tent for 7 months, and just shagged a muggle? Hermione gulped and fidgeted with the hem of her robes. I had a lot to manage. It's not easy to give people new identities and move them to Australia with less than a month's notice. There were finances and paperwork. I had to close their practice, cancel all their appointments, and everything. It was efficient, you know. I knew him a bit, we'd talked before. My parents lived in an... Hermione continued, it was an older neighborhood, so my choices were pretty limited. Most people were significantly older. At that time, I thought maybe Ron and I would eventually get together, even if we weren't ready yet. I figured it would be better if it wasn't someone he knew, which narrowed my options even more. She glanced up, noticing the mix of horror and devastation on Draco's face. But really, it was fine, she quickly reassured him. After that, I assumed I wasn't the type for casual encounters. I thought it would be better if my first time was with someone I had real feelings for. Looking back, I think it might have also been tied to being an Omega, since sex for us is pretty emotional. Hermione looked down, studying her knees. That's why, when I first presented, I didn't want McGonagall to just send for the first available alpha, even though she wanted to. I had promised myself I wouldn't do anything casual again. Draco shook his head, his expression somber. That is the most depressing thing I have ever heard. Good God. He pulled her into his arms and hugged her tightly. She buried her face in his shoulder, letting out a small laugh. It's fine, Draco. It was a long time ago. I don't care. That's terrible, he insisted. Well, just think, if it hadn't been that way, maybe I would have considered having Anthony with me during my heat, she said, shuddering at the thought. He probably would have bitten me, and then I'd be in Azkaban for murdering my Soulbond mate. I would have murdered him for you, Draco replied, a glint of determination in his eyes. She let out a doubtful laugh, shaking her head. Being liquefied in a cocoon feels appropriate. Speaking of which, how has he not finished pupating yet? I keep expecting to hear he's emerged from that cocoon. Draco's eyes sparkled with mischief. By spring, most likely. I was pretty annoyed at the time. Hermione stared at him, her mouth agape. Goodness gracious, Draco. What is he going to emerge as? Draco's mouth quirked into a teasing smile. A swallowtail butterfly. Mostly. He'll still be human, but he'll have wings and be a bit furry. Then he'll molt after a month or so and be back to normal. Serves the bastard right. Hermione shook her head in disbelief. Where on earth did you learn a spell like that? The manor has a fairly large library. I spent a lot of time going through the books during the summer. It's a seasonally influenced hex. If it had been earlier in the year, he would have only pupated for a month. I have to admit, I hadn't remembered it would last this long when I used it, but once I did, well, it just made it better, I think. Hermione smiled. I'm not complaining. It doesn't seem like anyone else is either. No, they haven't. I guess I'm not too bad at the nobility thing, he said with a smirk as he drew her face toward his. Hermione let out a low laugh against his lips. I guess not. He kissed her. Later, Hermione was in herbology when a fifth-year prefect found her. Granger, the headmistress, asked you to come to her office. Hermione's heart jumped into her throat. Had something happened to Draco? To Harry or Ron? She grabbed her book bag and bolted back to the castle, racing up to the gargoyle. She hurried up the stairs and burst through the door. What's? Harry and Ron were both sitting at McGonagall's desk in their gray auror trainee robes. Hermione stared at them in bewilderment. Has Draco been hurt? She gasped. Mr. Malfoy is in History of Magic, Miss Granger, McGonagall said, quirking an eyebrow. I called you because your friends are here. Hermione pressed her hand against her pounding heart, feeling her knees threaten to give out from relief. I thought someone had been hurt. How are you two here in the middle of the week? Harry stood up, shrugging. We were going to come on the weekend, but we got assigned to tag along on a. It's a case in Wales, so we decided to come early, Ron said, standing quietly behind Harry. Hermione glanced at him, noticing he was studying her with an oddly placid expression. I'll leave you three to talk, McGonagall said, rising from behind her desk and stepping out of the room. Hermione looked between her two best friends, folding her arms. I'm assuming this is about my letter, since neither of you wrote back. Harry lowered his head and shoved his hands into his pockets. We thought it might be better to talk than write. Ron remained mysteriously subdued, prompting Hermione to study him closely. What happened to Ron? Harry snorted. Ron didn't take the news very well when we got your letter. Molly made him take a triple dose of calming draft before she let him come. He scratched his head and adjusted his glasses. I don't think you're supposed to take that much. Malfoy is a wanker, Ron said in a detached, cheerful voice that eerily resembled Arthur Weasley. An absolute bastard. Any alpha would be better. Hermione, what are you thinking? That's really quite creepy, Hermione replied, staring at him. I know, Harry said with a grimace. I had to apparate him here. Hermione took a deep breath, looking away from Ron, who seemed to need a hefty dose of sedation just to be present without losing his temper. So, we're doing this then. Having a fight about whether or not I can date Draco? Her voice was sharp as she glanced between Harry and Ron. No. Not necessarily, Harry said, raising his hands in a calming gesture. His tone was soothing. Hermione arched an eyebrow. Harry, if you try to use aura negotiation tactics to calm me, you will be hexed. Harry dropped his hands, looking awkward. He ran a hand through his hair. Right, sorry. So you're really dating Malfoy? That is a thing that you are actually doing? How can you date someone who watched you get tortured? Ron asked, his tone calm and contemplative. Hermione turned away, her frustration palpable. I'm trying to move on from that, Ron. She took a deep breath, hands on her hips, chin lifted defiantly. And yes, I am dating Draco. We've been seeing each other since before the last Hogsmeade weekend. At the time, it was new, and I didn't want to deal with a scene from you two. Are you sure about this? Harry asked, concern etched in his eyes as he studied her. He's just not someone I'd advise trusting, even in a general sense. Hermione bristled at his words. Draco hasn't done a single thing this year to make me distrust him. He's been incredibly careful to respect my boundaries. This year, as in the last 3 months, that's enough to erase the last 7 years for you. After everything, the Room of Requirement, Malfoy Manor, that wasn't even a year ago. Dumbledore? The Inquisitorial Squad? I was willing to testify for him, but this is different. This is you, Hermione. You're one of the most important people in my life. Harry took her by the shoulders, his gaze intense. He could be using you. His family is disgraced. I know this Omega thing has come on suddenly for you. I don't want someone like Malfoy taking advantage of you because of it. Hermione stepped back, feeling a knot form in her stomach. If he is, he's doing a pretty bad job of it. He didn't even tell me he was being attacked and harassed by the other students until I caught them in the act. I'm the one who asked him out. Unless he's a much better mastermind than anyone realizes, I doubt he planned all of this. So, he's sorry. He apologized for everything he did to you. Harry studied her carefully. Hermione nodded, her expression resolute. He has. He's apologized again and again. Keeps apologizing, as if he can't help himself. I've accepted his apology. Hermione took a deep breath. I like him, Harry. I like him a lot. Ron's face revealed his hurt. He opened his mouth, then closed it, shaking his head as if trying to clear his thoughts before looking away and rubbing his eyes. With a sigh of frustration, Hermione shook her head sharply. You can't be offended by this. You were both trying to convince me to soulbond with Charlie last month. You can't be upset with me for wanting to be with someone I actually like. Harry stepped closer. But Charlie's safe, even if he isn't your first choice. You know he won't hurt you or try to use you. Hermione inhaled sharply and stared at the floor. Soul bonding is not a marriage of convenience, she said. It's extremely personal. It's extremely intimate. It's not just a marriage bond, it's a bonding of magic, of the soul. You're literally mixing your souls together. That's why Malfoy seems like a questionable choice for that, Harry replied, touching her hesitantly on the shoulder, as if he expected to be bitten or hexed. Hermione rolled her eyes. I'm not soul bonding with him right now. I'm dating him. I'm getting to know him. I'm not forgetting the last 7 years. I don't know how I can, since every time I turn around, someone helpfully reminds me. I'm not going to force it to work. And if it doesn't? A sinking sensation welled up inside her chest. Her mouth twitched as she looked up at Harry, then over to Ron, before giving a small, seemingly careless shrug. Then we'll break up. Her throat felt tight as she said it. She rubbed her wrists together and glanced away. What happens then? Ron asked. Hermione looked up and found his eyes searching hers. Hermione shuffled her feet, looking contemplative. I'll go with plan B. Draco isn't the only option I'm considering. I have backup plans. I just want to give this a try. I need to know if it's a real possibility. Is there someone else you're thinking about? Ron asked, his voice filled with hope. Hermione's expression twisted slightly. No. I don't really want to go through that again. It's too much. I don't think I have it in me to pursue another relationship this year. Then what's plan B? Ron pressed. Hermione shrugged. Medical options. I'm currently in the interview process with St. Mungo's for surgery. If I can remove the physical aspects of the presentation, it would solve most of my problems. But I'm not sure if I'll even qualify. If I don't, I won't have any choice but to try to make it work with someone. Really, Hermione? Surgery is your choice after Malfoy? Hermione felt her face grow hot, but she glared at him. I already told you, I really like him. Harry stared at her for several seconds. It sounds like you feel a lot more than just like him, considering how you've laid out your options. There's a reason medical options aren't usually seen as a choice, you know. Molly never considered that. Hermione dropped her gaze. There are potential side effects from an ovariectomy, but I'm more concerned about getting trapped in a soul bond one don't want. She lifted her head. I'm trying not to get overly invested in making things work with Draco, which I hope you're all pleased to hear. It's just, he makes me feel like I'm not alone in this. Not that you all haven't been supportive, but there's a lot that's hard to explain to anyone else. What about Neville? Aren't there a few Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws too? Or even that other Slytherin, not? Aren't they worth considering? Neville is not an option. And Theo is, he's very nice, but he's... Draco is a really close friend of mine, Hermione said, her voice tinged with frustration. It would be awkward to pursue anything with him. I value my autonomy. I'm not interested in jumping into a lifelong relationship that binds my soul to someone I'm uncertain about. There's a reason why Molly was hesitant about these things. She took a deep breath. I'm dating Draco. I won't date someone else just because you like them better. She sighed, feeling a heavy weight on her chest that made it hard to breathe. This is my future, not yours. I would appreciate your support, but even if you can't give it, I'm still going to date Draco. Harry sighed and turned to Ron. Well, if you're sure. We're not here to yell or anything, we're just trying to understand. We'll be here for you, whatever you decide. Right, Ron? Ron gulped and nodded slowly. Whatever you do, Hermione, he said, offering a weak smile. Hermione stared at them for a moment before bursting into tears. Oh God. She wailed through her sobs. I always cry now. These stupid hormones are still rebalancing, and... It's all right, Harry said with a wry smile as he pulled her into a hug. You always cried before too. I didn't. Hermione protested, trying to wipe the tears from her face but failing as they continued to flow. I was just really worried when you didn't write back. And then... Well, this is definitely more tears than usual, Harry said, patting her shoulder. Sorry. We didn't know what to say in a letter. Ron's lanky arms wrapped around both Hermione and Harry in a tight embrace, and she clung to them for several minutes while she cried. Eventually, her sobs subsided to sniffles, and she wriggled out of their arms, noticing the tear stains on their trainee robes. Sorry, she mumbled, feeling a mix of embarrassment and gratitude. She flicked her wand, banishing the tears from their clothes. Don't worry. Mum warned us there would probably be loads of tears this time, Ron said, his voice a bit less eerily calm but still remarkably detached. I didn't cry at all last time, Hermione replied, shooting him a sharp glare as she wiped her face. Well, you made up for it this time, Ron said with a small grin, twisting the sleeve of his jacket to reveal a wet spot she'd missed. Hermione flicked her wand again, but nothing happened. She scowled and shook it. Come on, you horrid thing. With another flick, Ron's sleeve dried. Right. So, I didn't yell, which means I get to threaten the ferret. Where is he? Hermione's eyes widened. Wait. What? Harry ran his fingers through his hair and looked away. I told Ron he could be the one to threaten Malfoy with spectacular doom if he promised not to yell at you at all. Hermione rolled her eyes. No one is threatening Draco. Sorry. Auror duties require it. No choice, really, Ron said, straightening up. We didn't wear work robes here for fun, you know, Harry added, adopting a mock-serious expression. I'm well aware you wore them because Ginny likes them, Hermione replied, smirking. Harry blushed scarlet. Well, there's that too. But I'm also here to support Ron. Auror intimidation is part of the training. Hermione sighed. Things are actually rather tense here. If the students see you threatening Draco, they'll take it as a sign they can do it too. Mostly everyone has been too surprised to act, but if you make a scene, it could escalate quickly. And, she eyed them meaningfully, if he's getting attacked, I'll be the one who has to defend him. Ron gave a disappointed sigh. Fine. McGonagall said we could have lunch here. I'm starving. Savage had us flying an obstacle course for 3 hours straight this morning. Hermione shuddered, grateful she hadn't chosen to become an Auror as they descended the stairs from the headmistress's office. When they reached the bottom, they found Draco standing in the hallway. Hermione felt Harry and Ron tense up beside her at the sight of him. Draco's expression was unreadable as he stared back at them. Potter. Weasley. Malfoy, Harry replied in a tight voice. Ron and I just stopped by to check on Hermione. The corner of Draco's mouth twitched. Come to save her from the evil Slytherin? Here to pack her off to the Dragon Reserves? Hermione studied him, noting the carefully closed expression and resigned look in his eyes. I wish, Ron muttered under his breath. Hermione elbowed him in the ribs before stepping closer to Draco. I'm not going anywhere, she said firmly. His eyes flashed with relief as she slid her hand into his. Our arithmancy project is due next week, she continued in a light tone. You can't really expect me to let anyone drag me from the castle after all our work on it. Harry and Ron just came by for a visit to see how I am. Hermione is our best friend, Malfoy, Harry added, glaring daggers. Really? Draco's drawl returned, dripping with sarcasm. Somehow, I missed that detail. Hermione jabbed him playfully in the ribs, causing him to flinch. I mean, if I hurt her in any way, you two will be first in line to torture whatever remains of me after she's done with her turn, Draco said with a thin smile. Harry nodded sharply. You can count on it. Glad we've clarified the obvious, Draco replied, rolling his eyes. Hermione shook her head in disbelief before an idea struck her. Harry and Ron are going to have lunch here before they leave for a training mission. Why don't we all eat together? A bright voice cut through the tension. Sure, Hermione, Draco replied, though his words felt forced. That sounds fantastic. Yeah, that's exactly what we had in mind, Harry added, managing a strained smile. Ron remained silent until Hermione shot him a sharp glare. I've changed my mind about lunch. We should head to Wales now, Harry. We don't want to be late. I'm not even hungry. All that flying, you know. I'm full of oxygen. His panic was evident, even through his calm demeanor. Hermione slipped her arm into the crook of Ron's elbow, pulling him closer. No. We should all have lunch together. It'll be a great way to showcase inter-house unity. I'm sure the DA members will want to join us too. It'll be good for the school if they see us all eating together. We need to move forward. With determination, she marched toward the Great Hall, dragging Ron and Draco along, while Harry followed behind, looking like a martyr. She kicked the doors open and scanned the tables for one with enough space. It was hard to tell who looked more horrified as she made a beeline for the Slytherin table, plopping herself down across from Theo and Pansy. Do you mind if we join you? She asked in the clear, confident tone she usually reserved for class. Harry and Ron are here visiting, and we thought it would be nice to have lunch as a group. Harry, Ron, this is Theo Knott. He's an old friend of Draco's. You both know Pansy. She and I are partners for prefect rounds. With that, she pulled Draco and Ron down onto the bench, flanking her on either side. Parkinson, Knott, Harry mumbled as he took a seat beside Ron, who was already piling food onto his plate, choosing to ignore the awkwardness of their surroundings. Potter. Weasley, Theo greeted, his tone cool but curious. Theo's eyes sparkled with amusement as he welcomed them. Welcome to the Slytherin table. Just a heads up, don't use the salt. We tend to poison it out of habit. Ron quickly jerked his hand away from the salt shaker he had been reaching for. Hermione, meanwhile, was scanning the entrance of the Great Hall intently. When she spotted Ginny and Luna walking in, she raised her arm high and waved them over. Ginny's expression was a blend of excitement and concern as her eyes landed on the Slytherin table. Granger, are you trying to ruin our reputation? Pansy asked, her face twisted in distaste as Ginny and Luna settled down beside Harry. Hermione chuckled. Yes, Pansy. That's exactly my plan, surround you with Order of Merlin recipients to ruin your reputation. You'll never recover. Pansy sniffed, her attention shifting to her lunch. She meticulously began slicing her green beans into tiny, precise triangles. So, Harry, Ron, how's training going? Hermione asked when it became clear that no one else was going to speak. Just then, Neville approached, carrying his plate from Gryffindor, and took a seat next to Pansy. It's going well. Finally starting to get interesting. The first couple of months were all about drilling protocol and DMLE regulations. But we wrapped that up 2 weeks ago, and now we're diving into basic field training. We're mostly flying right now, over 8 hours of active flying yesterday. It's pretty fun. Hermione felt Draco shift beside her, glancing down at the table. She reached under the table and intertwined her fingers with his. He responded with a gentle squeeze and began twirling his fork on his plate. As Ginny and Neville fired off more questions about aura training, the conversation shifted to Quidditch. Hermione only half listened, her thoughts drifting as she traced her fingers along Draco's hand. "How's school going for you, Hermione?" Harry asked, pulling her back into the moment. "It's going well," she replied, meeting his gaze. "Draco and I are working on a project for arithmancy and data. We got our equation approved with such a good accuracy margin that we're set to perform the counter curse in class next week," Hermione said. "The charm work has become so complex that we've been collaborating with Flitwick on it. It's a nice surprise that we're going to earn a bit of extra credit. I think I mentioned in my letter that the amulet is cursed with the Gemino curse. Analyzing it has been quite interesting, especially after experiencing it firsthand. I still have nightmares about that bank vault," Ron chimed in. "And that bloody dragon we rode." "Wait, what?" Draco turned to Hermione, his curiosity piqued. Hermione ducked her head, feeling a bit shy. "I told you I robbed a bank, didn't I? I had a concussion. I thought I hallucinated that part." "You three actually robbed a bank?" Hermione shrugged awkwardly, avoiding the astonished looks from Draco, Pansy, and Theo. "We needed something from the Lestrange vault to defeat Voldemort. So I impersonated Bellatrix, and we broke in. It was a high-security vault. There was a Flagranti curse, a Gemino curse, and, well, a dragon. The goblins are a bit peeved about it, so we try not to talk about it too much." "Peeved?" Pansy repeated, her eyes wide with disbelief. "The goblins are peeved because you managed to rob Gringotts? No one robs the goblins." "That's exactly why we don't discuss it much," Hermione replied, looking down at her lap. "For the record," Draco muttered in her ear, "casually bringing up a bank heist during lunchtime conversation is a perfect example of why you're scary." Chapter 31, I'm jealous, I'm overzealous. Hermione was firmly pressed, face first, against the bathroom door, her hands magically pinned to the door above her head. Draco's hard chest was pressed against the length of her back, and he was fucking her at an agonizingly slow rate. She could feel her core fluttering around him as he pressed slowly into her. Her fingers were scrabbling for something to hold as her entire body tensed around him. He gave a low hiss, the air ghosted across her oversensitive glands, and she gave a low whimper. His hands slid along her body languorously, playing with her glands on her wrists until she was quivering and then slowly gliding down to palm her breasts and roll her nipples between his fingers. His thumb rubbed the soft circle against the tip of her nipple and her entire body tensed as if she'd been electrocuted. "God," she shuddered and collapsed against the door. Draco's lips pressed against the back of her neck and then down along her trapezius muscle as he used one arm to keep her legs from giving out beneath her. "Mine," he said against her shoulder, breathing deeply against her skin. "You're mine." She felt him open his mouth and catch her shoulder between his teeth. His upper incisors dragged against her scent glands. Hermione gave a guttural scream and her entire body tensed and nearly spasmed around him. Her forehead smacked sharply on the door and she winced, squeezing her eyes tightly closed. "God. Bloody, fuck, Draco, please." "Please what?" Draco rolled his hips and drove into her again. She could hear the smirk in his voice. She swallowed. "Please, bite me. Please bite me. Bite me. Please. Please." She dropped her head against the door and drew a ragged breath as she tried to remember how to form a sentence. Draco's cock withdrew and then pressed slowly into her again until she gasped and made an utterly incoherent noise. "Please. Alpha," she half whimpered. "I need you. You need to be more specific." Draco's tongue slid down the shell of her ear, catching a drop of water from her lobe. Her hair was dripping wet from their evening shower. She had been giving him a very extended blow job, and the arousal was becoming overwhelming when he finally lost patience. Admittedly, he had asked her to get up and let him take her 5 times before he had dragged her out of the shower, snatched up his wand, and magicked her wrists to the door. "You are the most uncooperative witch," he muttered into her ear as his fingers slid into her core, eliciting a low moan from her. "What? Do you want me docile?" she asked, her voice thick with desire as she twisted her wrist slightly, trying to determine what charm he had used to bind her. "Never," he replied, withdrawing his fingers. He let out a low groan, aligned himself with her, and slowly sheathed himself inside her. If he didn't want her docile, he certainly didn't seem to mind her threatening, indignant, exhorting, cajoling, whimpering, and finally begging as he pushed her to the very edge of an orgasm and held her there for what felt like an eternity. Draco brushed his lips against her skin, and a shiver ran through her body. "Is there something specific you wanted, Hermione? Bite me. Bite me. Bite me." Hermione dropped her head against the door as his fingertips traced along the underside of her breasts. She trembled at his touch, releasing a despairing moan. "God, Draco, please, bite me, let me come," she pleaded. Draco paused, and she could feel the smirk curving against her shoulder. When someone asks very nicely for something, the polite thing to do would be to listen rather than raise your eyebrows and ignore their request 5 times. A row. Don't you think? Hermione clenched her jaw, her entire body trembling. "I didn't have you stuck to the door." She forced the words out, her breath hitching. Draco's fingers trailed down, drawing light circles across her pelvis. Her clit throbbed, and her inner walls fluttered around him, turning her into molten liquid. "I don't recall hearing you object to it at any time," he replied, a teasing lilt in his voice. Hermione pressed her lips together, realizing he had a fair point. Swallowing hard, she softened her tone, her voice becoming a gentle plea. "Please, Draco, please let me come. Please, Alpha." Draco rolled his hips, tangling a hand in her wet hair to draw her head back, his teeth grazing her jaw. "You're a good girl, and you do ask so nicely." Hermione shivered and gasped as Draco thrust quicker and harder. His mouth felt like fire against her skin, sucking hard on her sensitive spots as his knot began to swell. He shifted back slightly, careful not to knot inside her. "Alpha, Alpha, please," she chanted as he drove into her, relentless. She bit her lip, desperate to keep her thoughts to herself. "Come for me," he commanded. His hand found its way between her legs, and he barely had to touch her before she shattered. The climax hit her with a ferocity that made her legs give out, collapsing against the door. As Draco muttered the countercharm, her hands slipped free just before his hips began to jerk in a sharp rhythm. He crushed her against his chest, dragging his teeth along her shoulder with a ragged growl. As she felt him release, a second orgasm crashed over her like a tidal wave. The intensity consumed her, tearing through her until she felt as though she might fall apart. Gasping and shuddering in Draco's arms, she suddenly burst into tears. Not again. Good grief, it was getting absurd how often she cried. With a frustrated huff, she tried to scrub the tears away. She sobbed her way through her climax, tears streaming down her face. Fortunately, Draco remained unfazed by her tears. He wrapped his arms around her, whispering how much he liked her until her sobs subsided. Over the past week, she had cried more than usual. Bracing herself against the door, she continued to cry out, "Fuck." In an instant, she found herself turned and held tightly against Draco's chest as he peppered kisses across her face. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have, fuck. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Hermione blinked through her tears, trying to make sense of his expression. He was usually calm when she cried, but this time, his face was filled with horror. Choking back her sobs, she wrapped her arms around his neck. It's fine, Draco." She hiccuped the words and pressed herself against him. He shook his head sharply, tightening his embrace. "No. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have trapped your hands, and I shouldn't have had my teeth anywhere near you. I should have asked. I swear, I'll never do it again. I'm so sorry." His breathing quickened, as though he were on the verge of a panic attack. Oh God, he thought she was crying because he had scared her. Hermione hugged him tighter until her chest stopped heaving. Then she pulled back slightly, catching his face in her hands and staring into his eyes. "Draco, it was just intense. I'm fine. You didn't scare me. You didn't do anything I didn't like. You used a first-year sticking charm on me, you dolt. I was perfectly aware of how to counter it." Still. Hermione pressed her mouth against his, silencing his concerns. When she finally pulled back, she rested their foreheads together. "Draco, you have been so careful. You haven't done anything I haven't liked, and you've always given me plenty of opportunities to. I could have backed out if I wanted to. You didn't use an alpha tone, which made it easier for me to free my hands from that charm. It was just intense. You didn't scare or upset me at all, I promise. In fact, that was actually rather fun. I've just been crying a lot lately." He studied her face carefully. "If I ever do anything you don't want, just tell me. I will. I'm not docile, remember?" She gave him a cheeky smile. He offered a wan smile in return but still seemed subdued. Hermione glanced down at the mess of fluid between them. "Come on, let's finish our shower." He followed her, but no matter what Hermione did to cheer him up, his mood remained heavy. After they finished showering, and she had dried her hair and gotten dressed, she began gathering her homework, which was scattered messily across the coffee table and couch. "This is one of yours," Draco said quietly, not looking at her as he held out a scroll adorned with a St. Mungo's insignia. Hermione took it, avoiding his gaze. "Right. Thanks." After Harry and Ron's visit, she had told Draco about going through the interview process with St. Mungo's. She framed it as just an option she wanted to explore, leaving out the potential side effects. Draco had listened quietly, avoiding eye contact as she explained. "Well, if that's what you want to do," was all he had said before changing the subject entirely, aside from a few terse acknowledgments. She packed the scroll into her satchel to mail in the morning. "You know, I'm still going to date you, even if you aren't an Omega anymore," Draco said abruptly. "I liked you before you were an Omega, and I'm still going to like you if you aren't one." Hermione almost dropped her bag and looked up at him, startled. Draco was staring at her from across the room, his jaw set and his expression serious. Hermione felt a mixture of determination and concern. But when she met Draco's gaze, it faltered, his eyes dropped, and a deep blush crept across his cheeks. Unless you didn't want me to," he stammered. "In which case, of course, I'll leave you alone." Her heart did a strange somersault, and it felt like it fractured inside her chest. "Draco, I'm not doing this to find an excuse to back out. I worry if I don't prepare for other possibilities. What if we break up and I don't have any other options lined up, especially with graduation around the corner? What if you wanted to end things but felt trapped because," she gestured helplessly around them. "I don't want you to feel stuck, just because you liked me at one point. Us dating shouldn't be an ultimatum. I don't want to assume or be short-sighted just because I'm feeling emotional. You know?" Draco sighed, looking away sharply. "I know. Rationally, I get it. I understand why you feel that way. But, biologically, you don't." He paused for several seconds, rolling his jaw as if trying to find the right words. Frustration bubbled within him. "I can't explain this right now. I need a walk. He stalked out of the room without another word. Hermione stood there, uncertain, staring at the door for a moment before pulling out the Marauder's map. She just wanted to make sure he was all right. Watching as he wandered aimlessly through the castle, her heart sank. Then, her mouth pursed in concern, she saw him run into Daphne Greengrass. The two dots on the map paused, separated, and then moved closer together again. Hermione held her breath, waiting for them to part ways, but after a minute, they turned and headed toward the dungeons, disappearing into the Slytherin common room. Staring at the map in disbelief, Hermione watched as Draco's name faded among all the other Slytherins. Names flickered across the Marauder's map, appearing and disappearing among the other dots. At first, Hermione noticed them beside Daphne's name, but as the minutes passed, they increasingly clustered next to Astoria's. After half an hour, frustration bubbled up within her. She threw the map across the room and began angrily stuffing her remaining homework into her satchel. "It's probably nothing," she muttered to herself. "It's nothing." There was a party in the Slytherin common room. It was a Saturday night. Of course, Draco would go. There was no reason to be upset or worried, even after their little argument, the one where he'd stormed out and walked right into the arms of a girl who had been pursuing him all year. Hermione felt a burning sensation in her stomach and swallowed hard. Really, who did Daphne and Astoria Greengrass think they were? Her fingertips sparked slightly as she ran her fingers through her hair. Maybe she should go down to the dungeons. No, that wasn't the answer. Draco liked her, which was why he was upset. He wouldn't be swayed by them. So, there was no reason to dwell on it. He just needed space. Following him would be clingy. Omega-ish. She wasn't about to chase after a boy who had walked away from her. He'd come back. Hugging herself tightly, she considered spending some time in the Gryffindor common room. She hadn't been there much since she and Draco started dating. Maybe she could catch up with her friends, too. She glanced at the door, hesitating. He might come back. They had planned to spend the evening together, especially since they hadn't seen each other in 3 days. She'd had astronomy one night, followed by rounds the next, and then Draco had astronomy, too. They had wrapped up most of their homework early Saturday, just so they could enjoy a long evening together without worrying about any final assignments. Then she had ruined it by crying and leaving her questionnaire from St. Mungo's out. He'd probably come back. After a little while, Hermione curled up tightly in her bed, flipping through her Transfiguration textbook for the upcoming semester. Her eyelids grew heavy, and well past midnight, the door clicked open. She looked up sharply as Draco stepped inside. His hair was tousled, and the top button of his shirt was undone. He wore a relaxed expression, and Hermione found herself speechless. "Sorry. Christmas party in the Slytherin common room, I completely forgot about it," Draco said, making his way over to the bed with careful steps. "You didn't need to wait up." A small smile tugged at Hermione's lips. She chose not to mention that she couldn't sleep without him. Instead, she closed her book and set it aside. Draco looked a bit unsteady. She'd never seen him drunk before, but his expression, the way he walked, and the overly precise way he spoke told her everything she needed to know. He dropped heavily onto the bed without bothering to remove his robes. Wrapping an arm around her waist, he pulled her close, as if she were a pillow, and buried his face in her shoulder. "Damn, you smell amazing. No one smells as good as you." "I hate peaches," he murmured. Hermione raised an eyebrow. "Smelling a lot of witches tonight?" "It's hard not to, at a Christmas party," he muttered against her skin. "Oh." She pictured the mistletoe-laden Slytherin common room, her heart racing. Resting a hand on his shoulder, she leaned in to sniff at him discreetly. He mostly smelled like fire whiskey, and thankfully, there was no trace of perfume. At least not in his hair, but her nose wasn't nearly as keen as his. Still, she caught a whiff of something that made her frown. "Draco, did you go outside?" "Hmm." He sounded like he was dozing off. "Uh-huh. On the way back. I needed to post something." "You went to the Ollery past curfew?" Her astonishment was evident. "Owls are nocturnal, Granger," he replied, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Draco's voice was thick with slurring as he spoke. "I wasn't alone. Blaise, Daff, and Astoria came with me." Hermione raised an eyebrow. Daphne was trying to wrangle an invitation for herself and Astoria to Malfoy Manor during the holidays. The mention of Malfoy Manor made Hermione's stomach drop. Oh. She had intended to ask him about staying with her during her heat, but the words had eluded her. She kept telling herself she would bring it up, yet it always seemed to slip through her fingers. The evening he left had been her opportunity, but instead, she had avoided the topic entirely. She trusted Draco and liked him, but the memory of her last heat still felt fresh and raw. The emotional turmoil that followed had left scars that were slow to heal. Lately, the urge to Soulbond had turned into an obsession. She understood it was biological, but her emotions didn't listen to reason. During the past week, she had bitten her tongue repeatedly, stifling the urge to ask him, urge him, beg him to bite her. A part of her was intensely focused on that possibility, as if everything wrong in her life would dissolve with a single bite. If he marked her now and again during her heat, she believed nothing bad would ever touch her again. No matter how much she tried to argue against it, her mind was fixated on this idea at a deep, unshakable level. The thought of entering heat and emerging still unbound felt like clawing at a raw nerve. She remembered going through it in March, then again in June. She didn't want to face it again. Even if it might be better this time, even if Draco wouldn't disappear afterward. She simply didn't want to go through that cycle once more. She could feel her body preparing for it, hormones surging. Her curves, already becoming difficult to manage, had only intensified. She had even gone up a cup size in the past week. Draco had started to watch her closely, and she could sense the shift in the air around them. Draco walked beside her through the castle like an ominous bodyguard, while Theo, Neville, and the other alphas kept their distance. She could feel their eyes darken the moment she stepped into a classroom. It wasn't the dazed look anymore, it was hunger. Her heat was approaching, and her body was signaling it aggressively to any nearby alphas. If it weren't for Draco, she would likely need to be quarantined already. Draco had transformed significantly. He had grown taller and more muscular. The lean, pointy frame he once had was gone. Now, he stood nearly 1.5 feet taller than her, his physique resembling that of a barn door, solid and imposing. Compared to him, Neville looked thin and almost malnourished, and the beta males seemed worryingly small to Hermione. None of her books mentioned secondary alpha growth spurts, but she suspected it was linked to their relationship. They were not bound yet, and his magi biology seemed intent on enhancing his traits. She wondered, if they delayed bonding indefinitely, would he just keep growing while she became Kavya? The unpredictable nature of Alpha-Omega dynamics felt like something best left untested. Hermione believed that was a rational conclusion. Yet, her subconscious quickly shifted from her scientific and ethical concerns to a more primal thought, bite me, bite me, bite me, Alpha. They had only been dating for a month, a mere month. She kept reminding herself of that. Just a year ago, they had been on opposite sides in a war. It felt hormonal and immature to even consider soul bonding after such a short time. So, they couldn't. They hadn't discussed it. They had focused on school and getting to know each other, and they hadn't even talked about her heat. Hermione felt the weight of her impending heat, and Draco had yet to mention anything about his plans during that time. Surely, he must be aware of her situation. He wouldn't choose to spend the Christmas holidays at Malfoy Manor with the Greengrasses, would he? He liked her, and biologically, it seemed impossible for him to want to be anywhere else but by her side. Perhaps he was just waiting for her to bring it up. Biting her lip, she hesitated, then closed her eyes. She could do this. She could ask her boyfriend about his holiday plans. It was a perfectly reasonable question. After all, she was a Gryffindor, and this was one of the least intimidating things she had ever attempted. Suddenly, her eyes flew open as it struck her. In that moment, her greatest fear was the thought of Draco breaking up with her. "Draco, are you staying at Hogwarts for the holidays?" she blurted out. Silence enveloped the room, stretching on painfully. It felt like her heart had stopped. Draco didn't respond. "Draco?" she called again, tilting her head to catch a glimpse of his expression. To her surprise, he was asleep. A small gasp escaped her lips. "Draco?" Still nothing. "Draco, I need to ask you something." "Draco?" She gently shook his shoulder and brushed her fingers against his face, but he remained unresponsive. After trying to wake him 2 more times, she finally gave up. Withdrawing her hand, she stared at the ceiling, her heart still racing. Given how drunk he had been, discussing this in the morning might not be the best idea. Maybe she could find a moment after lunch to ask him in private. She had promised to study Transfiguration with Ginny that afternoon, but perhaps the conversation with Draco wouldn't take long. Alternatively, she could wait until evening. She promised herself she would ask him tomorrow, either in the afternoon or later that night. Wrapping her arms around his shoulders, she savored the warmth radiating from him through his clothes. When she woke up, Draco was still asleep, and she knew there would be no intimacy that morning. He had been far too drunk the night before. Hermione couldn't shake the feeling that Draco was going to wake up with a massive hangover, considering how heavily he'd slept. She quietly slipped out from under him and took a quick shower. Once dressed, she returned to the bedroom and found Draco half awake, his arm draped over his eyes. "Do you need me to get a hangover potion for you?" she asked from across the room. He turned his head slightly. "I'll get one from Blaze. I forgot last night." He peeked out from beneath his forearm. "You're heading out?" His voice was thick and scratchy. Hermione conjured a glass of water and set it on the table next to him. "I have some things to put in the post," she replied, avoiding his gaze. She noticed his jaw twitch. "I've also got a couple of books due at the library. I figured I should return them early so the next person in line can pick them up today. Sorry, I'm not up for anything this morning. I'll catch you later." He shifted slightly and grimaced. "If you'll wait, I'll get up in a minute." Hermione shook her head. "Don't. I'm fine. I'll see you at breakfast or afterward. I'm studying with Ginny this afternoon, I think I mentioned it." He moved his head in acknowledgement. Hermione licked her lips. "I'll see you later then." She turned on her heel and left the room. As she walked, her eyes prickled with unexpected tears, and she didn't even know why. Bloody hormones. She hurried to the Ollery. While sending off her post with the school owls, she noticed that Draco's eagle owl was missing. If it hadn't returned, that meant the letter Draco had sent had probably gone to Malfoy Manor. With a sigh, she turned away and headed to the library. Upon reaching the Great Hall, she spotted Draco already seated at the Slytherin table with Blaze, Theo, Pansy, and Daphne. Her jaw twitched in irritation, and she quickly made her way to the Gryffindor table where Ginny was already sitting, looking blurry-eyed. "You missed the Christmas party at A. Gryffindor," Hermione said, blinking in surprise. "Oh, that was last night too." Ginny nodded enthusiastically. "Last Saturday before the holidays. Can you believe it? Seamus convinced me to try some vile concoction after we sent the younger years to bed. Honestly, I'm not sure what was real and what I hallucinated. I think someone conjured a lion, but I'm still questioning that." Hermione raised her eyebrows, deliberately avoiding a glance at the Slytherin table. "Sounds like I missed quite the party." "Were you at the Slytherin party?" Ginny asked, glancing over before putting down her knife and focusing her full attention on Hermione. No. I was doing homework. I wasn't really in the mood for something social last night. Right. You're coming up on your... Ginny raised her eyebrows meaningfully. Hermione nodded. That's got to be rough. Well, I mean, Neville can't even look at you right now. And am I imagining things, or has Malfoy gotten bulkier in the last week? I've never seen anything like it. He looks like he could take down a centaur with his bare hands. Ginny cast an appreciative glance toward Slytherin, and Hermione felt her grip on her spoon tighten, her jaw twitching. She couldn't help but remember the time she had bitten Ginny in the hospital wing. She blinked, trying to focus. I thought you didn't like Draco, she said, her voice tense. Disliking him and noticing that he looks like a character on the cover of a romance novel are not mutually exclusive, Ginny replied with a playful tone. Besides, Malfoy's not the only one bursting at the seams. Are you paying your blouse buttons overtime? Hermione looked down, realizing that the buttons over her bust did indeed seem ready to pop off. She hastily pulled her robes closed, swallowing hard. I think it's related to me. Since we're not bound, my theory is that the magic is amplifying, trying to increase the biological imperative. Ginny's eyes widened. Oh God. So, does that mean? Hermione stared down at her oatmeal. I don't know. I was going to bring it up to Draco last night, but we ended up fighting, and he walked out. Ginny fell silent for a moment. Did you break up? She asked gently. Hermione's throat tightened. No. He came back 5 hours later, really drunk from the Slytherin Christmas party. He was hungover this morning. So, I think I'll talk to him later today. Do you want to cancel this afternoon? I've got this transfiguration stuff, you don't need to. No, it's fine. It's been on my schedule for the weekend, so he probably has his own plans. I'll catch him before or after. Hermione's gaze drifted back to the Slytherin table, where Draco was seated next to Daphne. Suddenly, she lost her appetite for breakfast and glared across the room until she felt her hair crackle with frustration. Hermione. Hermione. Ginny poked her on the shoulder, pulling her from her thoughts. What? Are you all right? You look like you're trying to burn a hole in Daphne Greengrass' head. Hermione glanced back at the Great Hall. She's sitting with Draco. Ginny snorted. She is sitting next to Draco and Zabini. Hermione, Malfoy is completely obsessed with you. He's looked over at you like 30 times, and you haven't even noticed because you're glaring at Daphne. Ginny rested a hand on Hermione's shoulder. I think you're a bit hormonal right now, and it's making you self-conscious. You should probably talk to Malfoy. I am. I'm going to. Hermione suddenly felt parched and poured herself a glass of pumpkin juice. Rationally, I get it. I know I'm being. She took a sharp breath. There's this part of me that feels like if that conversation doesn't go well, I'm just going to lose it. I keep feeling like I just need to give myself more time to think about it, and I'll be in a better place. But instead, I'm just crying more and more, Hermione said, frustration creeping into her voice. I think waiting is the wrong thing to do, Ginny replied. Really? I hadn't considered that, Hermione shot back, her tone sharp. Ginny fell silent for a moment, gathering her thoughts. I can't believe I'm the one saying this, but maybe you two should think about bonding this Christmas. Hermione's gaze snapped to Ginny, surprise etched on her face. Bonding? I don't think you're supposed to mess with the biology like that. The fact that you aren't bonding seems to be causing a lot of trouble. We've read everything we can about your situation. There's no precedent for a relationship like yours without bonding. No one has ever done that, anywhere, ever. It can't be healthy. I mean, I doubt you can wait until July for an ovariectomy. I wouldn't be surprised if St. Mungo's knows that, which is why the application process takes so long. The thought had crossed Hermione's mind, but hearing Ginny say it felt like a slap in the face. She felt her lips twitch as she watched Daphne nudge Draco playfully. "We've only been dating a month, Ginny," Hermione said, imagining herself stabbing Daphne repeatedly with her fork. "We haven't even talked about bonding." "Well, maybe you should," Ginny urged. "You two are playing with fire." "I don't like Malfoy. I'd rather he not be your future spouse or whatever you decide to call him. But you're clearly not interested in considering any other alpha options, and don't mess around with bonding magic is a pretty basic rule in the wizarding world. I'm sure Malfoy knows that, so he's probably just waiting for you to come around or figure things out." Hermione swallowed hard. "Maybe you're right." Her thoughts trailed off as the room was suddenly filled with the sound of fluttering wings. Owls descended into the great hall, Draco's eagle owl among them. Draco soared down to the Slytherin table, carrying a large package. His eyes brightened, and he looked visibly eager as he fed his owl a sausage before removing a large envelope. He flicked it open and quickly skimmed the contents, a smirk creeping across his face. He handed the letter to Daphne, whose expression lit up with excitement as she snatched the paper from him and began to read. While Daphne was engrossed in the letter, Draco started unwrapping the package. It was carefully wrapped in several layers of heavy paper. Hermione watched intently as he peeled away the final layer. Her heart raced so rapidly that she could barely hear anything around her. Inside was a book, an absolutely stunning book. Even from across the hall, she could see it was gorgeous, dark green leather with gilded tooling across the cover that sparkled in the light. Her fingers twitched with the desire to touch it. Draco opened the book and slowly flipped through several pages. The way he handled it suggested that it was priceless. He seemed completely absorbed in its contents. After several minutes, he closed it carefully and began showing it to everyone around him. Draco wore a smug expression, and the others admired the book, everyone except Daphne, who appeared speechless. Daphne reached a tentative hand toward the book, and the air around Hermione seemed to vibrate with tension. But Daphne quickly withdrew her hand and continued to stare at it, her eyes wide. Hermione let out a small sigh of relief. The book didn't seem to be meant for Daphne. Maybe, just maybe, it was a Christmas present for her. Not that she was making any assumptions, but it was possible. A book would be the kind of gift Draco might give her, and usually, he told her when he wrote home for books. So, maybe. Of course, she wasn't assuming anything, perhaps he just needed an additional reference for an essay. Draco stood up from the table, a crooked grin on his face, picked up the book, and slipped it under his arm. Since the owl had arrived, he hadn't glanced in Hermione's direction. Draco walked confidently down the Slytherin table, stopping just behind Astoria Greengrass. Hermione felt her breath catch in her throat. He reached out, lightly touching Astoria on the shoulder. She turned around and quickly stood to face him. With a smirk, Draco seemed to say something before pulling the book from under his arm and holding it out to her. Astoria's eyes widened in wonder, mirroring the expression Daphne had shown earlier. Her hands flew up to cover her mouth, and it was clear she was on the brink of tears. Draco blushed, smiling at her, and extended the book again. Astoria trembled with excitement, then suddenly leaped forward, throwing herself into his arms. Draco's eyes widened in surprise as he gripped the book and caught her. For a moment, he looked uncertain, hesitating before wrapping his arm around her shoulders, a genuine grin spreading across his face. Then, a loud cracking sound echoed through the hall, and all the glassware in the great hall shattered simultaneously. Chapter 32, My World Is Only You. Everything in Hermione's vision turned red. She found herself standing still, the only sound piercing the silence was her own breathing. Draco glanced over sharply, his eyes locking onto hers. Her jaw trembled as she clenched her fists, struggling to suppress the overwhelming urge to set him and Astoria ablaze. The tables and platters of food shook around her. Taking a deep breath, Hermione turned on her heel and bolted from the great hall. The blood roared in her ears as she sprinted through the castle, racing back to her room. Kismet. She spat, the password slipping from her lips as she flung the door open. She stormed across the room, gathering her belongings and tossing them into her trunk. To her astonishment, she wasn't crying. After a week of shedding tears over nearly everything, she was somehow calm in the face of something she would have expected to send her into a frenzy. Instead, clarity washed over her. The scales had fallen from her eyes, and reality had reasserted itself, cold and clear as crystal. No more emotional, hormonal illusions. She realized, with a sinking feeling, that she had been an idiot. A weepy, clingy, hormonal idiot. That truth hit her with resounding clarity. She and Draco were always doomed. No one believed they made sense together, neither her friends nor his. A few coincidences had led her to foolishly mistake their connection for something dreamy and predestined. Of course it would feel that way. Biology was designed to deceive, making it easy to give in, to let reason slip away. She had convinced herself that a codependent relationship, where she tied her magic and emotions to someone else, was healthy and romantic, ideal, even. It had all been a trap, presenting a false narrative that led her to believe her biological dependency was not just bearable, but destined. Draco wasn't just right for her, he was her soulmate. Rubbish. All of it was rubbish. There was no such thing as soulmates. It was just a fairy tale. The tale painted the indignity and horror of her situation, being fundamentally a magical broodmare, as somewhat bearable. Who cared about self-determination when destiny came with so many pleasures? She kicked her trunk and swore as she shoved a pile of books into it. Just then, the door clicked open, and she turned to find Draco standing behind her. "What are you doing?" he asked, glancing past her at her half-packed trunk. The book he had was presumably left with Astoria. "I'm going back to Gryffindor Tower," she said, walking over to retrieve a pile of laundry she had kicked into the corner the day before. "I think that makes the most sense." "Hermione." She turned away from him. "I don't want to do this anymore. It was a mistake, I think. I realized while I've been packing that this was a mistake. I don't think," she dropped her head, staring down at her shoes. "I don't think Street Mungo's actually has any intention of approving me. They're probably just putting me off until I give up. So, I should probably just write to Charlie. I don't want to keep pretending that biological factors make this something that's actually," her voice fractured slightly, "real." She walked into the bathroom, grabbed her toothbrush, comb, and shampoo, and stuffed them into her box of suppressants. When she turned to exit, Draco was blocking the door. He had gone from pale to gray. "Hermione, Charlie Weasley. That's who you want." She couldn't tell if it was a question or a statement the way he said it. Looking up at him, it felt like there was a cavern in her chest. "I don't want to do this anymore. It's been getting harder and harder lately, and I don't think I can take it anymore." She tried to get past him, but he filled the doorway. "Hermione, are you doing this because of what happened in the Great Hall?" She raised her eyes to meet his, feeling the cold weight of the moment settle around them. The calm, crystal feeling inside her was slipping away, and she felt the sting of tears welling up. It was as if a bottomless pit had taken the place of her stomach. "Well, that's just the tip of the iceberg, isn't it?" she said coldly. "Are the green grasses your backup option? You were annoyed about Street Mungo's, so you went off and arranged things for yourself, preemptively?" Her voice wavered slightly at the end. Draco looked bewildered. "What?" "No. Hermione," Astoria hugged me. "I know." She tried to elbow her way past him, but Draco stood firm. She huffed and glared up at him. "I was watching. I saw the whole thing from the moment your owl arrived." She let out an angry laugh. I admit, it does simplify things. I've been trying to prepare for all these conversations with you, even though I can hardly think straight with all these hormones making me want to cry. And then you just left last night. I thought you'd come back, but you didn't. Not for hours. And now, she choked back a sob. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm going back to Gryffindor Tower. Have fun with the Greengrass girls this Christmas. They seem very eager to please you. She attempted to push past him, but he grabbed the box from her hands and set it back on the counter. Then he took her by the shoulders, his eyes wide with concern. Hermione, don't do this. Please, tell me what you're talking about. What's too hard? Just tell me, and I'll fix it. She glared at him, the image of him grinning and hugging Astoria burned into her mind. You gave Astoria a book and hugged her in front of the entire school. Daphne has been hounding you since the Hogwarts Express, and I've heard all about how she's been trying to get herself and her sister invited to your house for the holidays. It all seems pretty clear. Were you so drunk you just forgot to break up with me last night? Hermione's voice dripped with disbelief. Draco stared at her, astonished. No. I'm not ever going to break up with you, you idiot. Hermione twitched in response. Oh, are you setting up a harem then? Keeping an Omega on the side and a nice pure-blood girl to take home for the holidays? Draco jerked slightly, his expression turning serious. I'm not interested in the Greengrasses. I don't want a harem. And I'm not going anywhere for the holidays. Now, please, he said, tightening his grip on her shoulders, his voice trembling, tell me what I need to do to fix this. Because if you break up with me, I may die of a broken heart. Hermione's heart skipped a few beats. She gasped softly before bursting into tears. Then why are you giving books to other girls? The question escaped her lips in a wail she hadn't intended. She stood in the middle of the bathroom, sobbing uncontrollably. Oh God, Draco murmured, pulling her into his arms and holding her tightly against his chest. Is that what this is about? It wasn't entirely, but Hermione nodded anyway. Watching him give a book to Astoria Greengrass had felt like a gut-wrenching blow, as if she were being trampled to death. Draco sighed, cradling her as she continued to weep into his robes. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking about how it would look to you. I didn't give Astoria a book, I just lent her one from my family library. He took a deep breath, holding her even tighter. The Greengrass family has a blood curse in their matrilineal line. Apparently, it's been in the family for generations, but it rarely manifests. Last year, symptoms started to appear in Astoria. Blood curses are a taboo among pure-blood families. Many won't even attempt to reverse one for fear of word getting out. Daphne decided she didn't care if trying to save her sister ruined their chances of marriage. Without telling her parents, she spent the entire summer soliciting invitations to private libraries in hopes of finding information on how to break the curse on Astoria, Draco said, clearing his throat. Daphne asked to see my family's library during the summer, but his voice grew tight. There was a misunderstanding between us that took some time to resolve. Last night, at the Christmas party, Daphne told me about the specific book they'd been trying to find. After the manor was searched over the summer, Blaise, Theo, and I spent most of our time reorganizing and reshelving the books in the library. When Daphne explained why she wanted access to the Malfoy library, I realized there was a book at the manor they were looking for. I could ask my mother to send it. That way, during Christmas break, they might find a curse breaker who can help Astoria. Hermione stood in his arms, blinking as she processed the information. Daphne's been chasing you around all year because she wanted to see your library? My family's library, Draco emphasized, stressing the word family. But yes, that's why she's been hanging around me. Hermione furrowed her brows, mentally reviewing Draco's recent interactions with Daphne. What misunderstanding did you have with her? Draco froze. Please don't ask me that, Hermione. It's possibly the most embarrassing thing I've ever done. I'll give you anything if you just don't ask me to explain it. Hermione's curiosity ignited as she looked up at him. You have to tell me. I've been getting so angry at her for always being around you. She ducked her head. I almost set her on fire last week. Draco let go of Hermione and shuffled awkwardly, running a hand through his hair. He seemed concerned about the straightness of his shirt cuffs. The hollows of his cheeks turned scarlet as he avoided her gaze. Standing so tall, his head was only an inch or two shy of the ceiling. Draco stood in the doorway, his broad shoulders nearly filling the frame. As he absent-mindedly brushed off imaginary dust from his robes, Hermione was struck again by how he was just a very large 18-year-old. The thought made her want to curl up in his arms and kiss him. He coughed, a deep blush creeping across his cheeks. Daphne wrote me a letter over the summer, he began, his voice wavering. She asked to see my library and mentioned how large she'd heard it was. And, he choked slightly, clearly uncomfortable. Considering it's my family's library, I never thought of it that way, so he cleared his throat, looking like he wished he could disappear. I thought she was using the term library as a strange euphemism for he waved a hand awkwardly in a vague direction, his face growing even redder. I wasn't interested in Daphne, so whenever she sat next to me talking about libraries, I'd just run away. Hermione felt a wave of relief wash over her, almost hysterical. You mean, the memory of Draco's horrified expression when he had flung himself into her train compartment flashed through her mind, and she couldn't help but snort with laughter, clapping her hands over her mouth. Her body shook with mirth, and it felt like her lungs might burst as she fought to keep from laughing. Taking a deep breath, she pulled her hands away, staring up at him incredulously. All this time, you thought Daphne wanted to go at your etchings, but she really just wanted to visit your family library? Draco shook his head, looking bewildered. Not etchings, you see. When she said, my library, I thought it was a euphemism for my. Hermione couldn't hold back any longer. She threw her head back and howled with laughter, the sound echoing around them. It was so intense that she soon found herself gasping for breath, tears streaming down her face. She laughed until she cried, feeling a mix of relief and joy. Draco watched her, laughing nervously whenever their eyes met, both caught up in the absurdity of the moment. He swallowed hard and watched as Hermione doubled over, sinking to the floor in laughter. After 3 months of loathing Daphne with an ever-growing intensity, it turned out Daphne had simply been after a library book. Finally, Hermione managed to catch her breath, her lungs burning and hiccups escaping her. So, Draco's tone was light, but there was an undercurrent of nervousness. Are you still going to leave? Hermione shook her head, rubbing her face as heat crept into her cheeks. She looked away, avoiding his gaze. I thought, after you left last night, that maybe you had gone to invite the Greengrasses to your manor for the holidays, to get back at me for interviewing at St. Mungo's. Draco dropped to the floor beside her with a growl. I am not going anywhere during the holidays. Why would you think that? Her Omega instincts kicked in, making her skitter nervously. Hermione fought the urge to collapse on the bathroom floor and beg for forgiveness. She hunched her shoulders, glancing away as her throat tightened. She tried to focus on her feelings, resisting the shift they were undergoing. You left. We were talking about St. Mungo's, and you got upset and just walked away. I waited for you, but you didn't come back. Then, when you did return, all you told me was that you went to the Ollery with the Greengrasses. So, Draco made a sound of disbelief. You could have asked if that's what you thought. Hermione twitched. I did, but you were asleep. I was going to ask you today, but then the post came. Draco buried his face in his hands. With the amount of miscommunication I have with people, I question whether I'm speaking the right language. He dropped his hands to his lap and sighed, his expression tense. I don't know how to talk about St. Mungo's. Lately, the biological aspects have been harder to manage. Every time St. Mungo's comes up, and I think about you going through with it, he cut off, his jaw tightening. Biologically, I don't know how to process this. Rationally, I understand, but instinctively, it feels like you're endangered, that I'm losing you and I need to. Hermione's glands tingled, and she pressed her knees together. Draco hesitated, tilting his head back. What we're doing, there isn't really a way to process it biologically. I can handle it most of the time, but sometimes. I don't think I should test the limits of my self-control. The way you talk about it makes me feel like if I make a mistake, you're going to go sterilize yourself or I'll Charlie Weasley. Which, his voice tightened, is apparently a valid concern for me to have. Hermione's breath caught in her throat as her stomach dropped. I didn't mean for it to come across like that. I'm sorry. That's not what I meant. When I mention Charlie, it's just, this thing between us is so intense that I don't always know how to handle it. I'm trying not to make this relationship feel like it's some kind of stake. That's why I told you about St. Mungo's, so you wouldn't feel trapped, like you couldn't get out even if you wanted to, because I'm planning my whole future around you. She swallowed, and silence hung in the air for several seconds. Granger, Draco reverted to her surname whenever he was frustrated. I'm not ever going to break up with you. Good grief. He scoffed. I'm in love with you. He let out a short laugh. I didn't intend to say this to you in a bathroom, but every time I'm about to say it, you start going on and on about how we've only been dating for a week or a fortnight or a month, and it's probably all biology, and we'll probably break up. I'm tired of not saying it. I'm in love with you. If you sterilize yourself, I will still be in love with you. If you choose Charlie Weasley or anyone else instead, I will probably never get over it, and I will still be in love with you. Hermione's fingers twitched nervously. Her heart raced, beating so fast it felt like it was thrumming. She wanted to leap into his arms but forced herself to stay still. Are you sure? She asked, searching his eyes. Yes. His tone was clipped and a bit icy, making her wilt inside. I'm fairly certain about this. Is this really news to you? Can't you tell? Hermione felt her ears heat up. Well, she stammered, it's hard to be sure about anything because of the biology. Draco's expression flickered, hardening as he looked away. That's why I didn't say it sooner. I figured it wouldn't really matter. Do you want to know how I know I'm not in love with you because of biology? If I were just following my biological instincts, would have bitten you back in September or October, or any day since then. Every time I look at you, I want to bite you to stop worrying that I'm going to mess up and lose you. Hermione's mouth dropped open, and she gasped. Her body started to throb with longing, making it hard for her to resist the urge to reach out to him. Alpha. Please. He looked away, scowling. But I won't. What you want is more important to me than keeping you. Bite me. Please, Alpha. Hermione swallowed a whimper as he stood up abruptly. I'm not expecting you to say it back. I'm not asking you to change your mind or to accept being an Omega just because I said it. I'm telling you this so you'll stop doing things and saying you're doing it for me. I don't want an exit, so stop saying it's because of me. It's just stressing me to death. He looked like he was ready to take down a centaur with his bare hands. Hermione bit her lip, feeling the weight of his words. Her throat felt tight, and she struggled against the overwhelming urge to climb into his arms and beg him to bite her. Alpha. Alpha, please. She squashed the impulse viciously and took a deep, shivery breath, curling her hands into tight fists. I want to be responsible. Lately, I've been so emotional, and the biology is getting so intense that it's hard to think straight. This is our whole life we're talking about, Draco. What if it's all just? If you say biology one more time, I'm going to lose my mind, Draco interrupted, his voice vibrating with frustration. Hermione pressed her lips together and fell silent. He let out a low sigh and leaned his head against the doorframe. What exactly do you want? What are you waiting for that will somehow make you feel sure? Hermione shuffled her feet and awkwardly began straightening her bottles of suppressants. I don't know. I'm not very good at emotional things. Draco was silent for a long moment. Right, he finally said. Well, let me know if you ever are. Don't mess around with bonding magic is a pretty basic rule in the wizarding world. I'm sure Malfoy knows that, so he's probably waiting for you to come around or whatever it is you're still working through. Hermione hesitated, her heart starting to pound. Draco, are you going to be with me during my heat? He stiffened, but when he looked up at her, his expression was carefully closed. If you want me to be. She felt as though her heart was in her throat, choking her. Do you want to be? He gave an incredulous laugh. Of course. Hermione, did you think I wouldn't? She swallowed hard, gripping her wrists tightly. I know how it works biologically, but emotionally, I have trouble feeling sure. I don't want you to feel like I'm clingy or that you have to be if you don't. Hermione, Draco shook his head. Draco stared at her, looking as if he were slightly confounded. Are you really under the impression that you're the clingy one in this relationship? Hermione choked back tears. All the books say Omegas are so needy. I'm trying so hard not to. Draco thudded his forehead against the doorframe, the impact making the room tremble. Fuck my life. Just when I think we can't possibly misunderstand each other anymore, he seemed to be talking to himself for a moment. Then he turned to look her straight in the eye. I'm the clingy one. You can ask anyone in the castle. I follow you around like a puppy. I can't stop touching you. When I'm not with you, I can barely think of anything that doesn't involve you. Please, for the love of magic, be as clingy as you want. I would love it. The fact that you generally aren't is incredibly unhelpful. He let out a frustrated hiss and grabbed her wrist. I'm tired of having this conversation in a bathroom. He pulled her out, past the couch and her trunk, and over to the bed. He picked her up and settled down with her on his lap, pulling her close against his chest in a long, comforting hug, burying his face in her shoulder and through her hair. Hermione sat quietly for several minutes, but then furrowed her brows. I thought we were talking. He lifted his head and looked down at her. Well, actually, I don't want to talk right now. You tried to break up with me. I know I seem stoic, but I'm really not over that. His voice was thick with emotion. He held her tightly, and she could feel his heart racing against her. Guilt twisted in her stomach, and she nuzzled closer, wrapping her arms around his neck and tangling her fingers in his hair. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Draco. I shouldn't have done that. I overreacted and made assumptions. I didn't even give you a chance. To explain, Draco said, his voice filled with frustration. Ginny just told me I was being insecure, and then I saw you hug Astoria, and I lost my head and blew everything up. He tightened his grip around her. It's not exactly fine, but I'll get over it. Just promise me, if you ever think about breaking up with me again, give me at least an hour-long conversation to explain myself. Hermione's heart ached at his words. I will, I promise. I'm so sorry. They sat in silence for what felt like an eternity until Hermione turned her head and pressed a gentle kiss against the side of his neck. Then another, and another. She shifted slightly in his embrace, straddling his lap, and kissed further up his neck and behind his ear, running her fingers through his hair. He tilted his head back to look at her, an eyebrow raised. Something you wanted? He asked, a teasing glint in his eyes. Hermione froze for a moment. No, she said, pulling back slightly. No. He let out a small snort. I'm not. I was just kissing you. I wasn't trying to start anything. He glanced at the clock. It's been over 14 hours. So? That's fine, she replied, though her voice wavered slightly, betraying her. Her body was achingly sensitive. I'm fine. Are you? His voice dropped an octave, sending shivers through her. Heat bloomed in her lower abdomen, and she let out a low gasp. I was. You can't just. Draco's hand slid along her thigh, and her words faded into a whimper. I can't what? Were you saying something? His fingers reached the apex of her thighs, pressing firmly against her. Hermione bit her lip. I'm fine. I was just kissing you. In an instant, he shifted her so she was lying on the mattress, with him looming over her. Hermione, are you really thinking that I, an 18-year-old alpha, wouldn't want to have sex right now? Draco's ears grew warm. Well, when you say it like that. I just thought we were cuddling. I wasn't trying to ruin it. He smirked. Those two things are hardly mutually exclusive. He sank down until she was nearly pinned beneath him, burying his head in her neck. His breath brushed against her skin, and she felt a rush of heat. She released a shaky breath and wrapped her legs around his hips, her mind slipping back into the moment. You'll take care of me, during my heat? She moaned as he dragged his tongue up her throat. I'll always take care of you, he replied, kissing her softly. Always. He kissed her again and again, pulling at her clothes until she was completely bare. He kissed down her body. Don't ask me to let you go. Don't break up with me. I'll do whatever you want. Just tell me, and I'll do it. I swear. Hermione's mind cleared as she listened to him. She stiffened, catching him by the shoulder and pushing him back. He moved quickly, rolling onto his back as she leaned across his chest, staring into his eyes. Be yourself with me, Draco. We've both been so worried about what the other might want, that neither of us is truly holding on. I think it's messing us up more than anything. Don't let me go. I don't want you to let me go. It was more than an hour later when Hermione finally remembered there was a world outside their room. Oh God, she moaned as Draco licked her wrist with such intensity that her entire body tensed around him, his knot deep inside her. I'm supposed to be meeting with Ginny. I'm not letting you go. I'm under orders, he replied wryly, his tongue teasing her inner wrist. She snickered, then whimpered. We can't just stay here forever. We have newts to study for. You'll probably get sick of me next week. I'm rich. I can actually afford to just spend time with you. Forever. I'll make a career out of it. She let out a snort, trying to push aside how tempting that idea sounded. I'll add it to my list of career options. She squirmed a bit, confirming that she wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. I really do need to go, whenever you can, shrank a bit. It's not like I control it, Draco replied, rolling his eyes. Then he looked at her thoughtfully. However, speaking of size, would you agree that I've grown recently? Hermione glanced down at him, lying beneath her. He somehow appeared even larger in the nude. Yes. She traced her fingertips along the contours of his chest. I think, well, my theory is that it's because of me. Since we haven't bonded yet, it's causing the presentations to repeat themselves slightly. He nodded, his silver eyes serious. That's what I thought. I was curious if you had any other theories. You are getting quite, his gaze dropped to her breasts. I think your curves may be the death of me. Hermione snorted. I never thought I'd need to learn tailoring charms. At least robes are voluminous. Although you might need to write to Madame Malkin for new ones. Ginny was ogling you today. Draco's expression turned smug. Really? I'm definitely going to rub that in Potter's face someday. Hermione rolled her eyes. You're such a prat. He smirked, looking all too pleased with himself. You only just realized that? Hermione shrugged and shot him a cheeky grin. I thought maybe your pretentiousness would have disappeared with this presentation. He rolled his eyes. I had a growth spurt, not a lobotomy. Certain traits are set in stone. Hermione suddenly remembered she was half an hour late for her study session with Ginny. So, let me guess, you were busy having explosive, angry sex that shook the castle walls, and that's why you're late? Ginny said, glancing at Hermione as she dropped into the chair beside her. We had another misunderstanding, Hermione admitted. Hermione's face turned scarlet. But it's cleared up now, I think. Ginny tossed her quill down and turned to stare at her. Did you talk about bonding? Avoiding Ginny's gaze, Hermione rummaged through her bag for her Transfiguration textbook. No. Ginny, I can't just propose soul bonding with him on 1 week's notice. Her voice was tight. He said he's in love with me today, and I haven't even said it back yet. She nodded firmly. There's supposed to be a certain progression in relationships. Ginny snorted and shook her head, her red hair falling across her eyes. I think whatever that certain progression was supposed to be, it got thrown out the window when you two spent a week shagging each other before you'd even exchanged more than a dozen civil words. She combed her hair out of her eyes and raised an eyebrow. Hermione, your entire relationship has been backwards. You started with a heat, jumped into an exclusive sexual relationship, and then started dating. By now, you might even qualify as friends. Ginny rolled her eyes. You should probably tell him you love him back, assuming you do. That's really not something you can wait on forever. Hermione looked away. I've never said it to anyone. He didn't even say it romantically. He was annoyed at me and just announced it. Ginny rolled her eyes again. I'm pretty sure that almost any time someone announces they're in love, it's considered romantic. I'm sure there are some exceptions, Hermione muttered, still rummaging through her school bag for a quill. Ginny sighed. I've got to say, watching you awkwardly date Malfoy makes me wonder why I ever came to you for relationship advice. You're terrible at this. It's a wonder Harry and I got together. I gave you good advice. Hermione glared at Ginny from the corner of her eye as she flipped to the correct chapter of her book. I know, Ginny said, twirling her hair around her fingers. That's. Why are you making this so complicated for yourself? Ginny buried her face in her hands for a moment before looking up. Hermione, if it were someone else, what would you advise them to do? Hermione swallowed hard and licked her lips. Let's just focus on Transfiguration. We can worry about my relationship advice later. Ginny let out a dramatic sigh and snapped her book shut with a loud thump. No. Go away. I don't want your help. Hermione stared at Ginny, bewildered. Ginny waved her hand dismissively. Go on. Deal with your relationship issues. My Transfiguration grade is not an excuse for you to blow up another room full of glassware and crack 2 tables. Thanks for that, by the way. It was a blast to clean up. Hermione's gaze fell to the floor. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I know, Ginny interrupted, waving her hand again. Your upcoming heat is making your magic spike. I get how it works. Just do me a favor and don't let it happen again. Go tell Malfoy you love him, ask him to Soulbond, and say you want to have his babies. I guarantee he'll be absolutely thrilled. Ginny, Hermione squirmed, drawing a shuddering breath as she tried to push the thought of that conversation with Draco out of her mind. Maybe he would bite her then. It's really not that simple. Do you not want to have his babies someday? Ginny pressed. Hermione felt her cheeks flush, and she swallowed thickly. That's really a completely different. No, it's not. Not with alphas. Not with you. And you know this because you've read all the sane books I have. Stop trying to treat this like an arithmancy assignment. You need to trust your magic on this. But you know what? Fine. Don't say you want to have his babies. Just go tell him you love him, because I'm pretty sure he's the only person in the school who isn't sure about it, especially after this. Trust me, everyone knows, and we all think you're both idiots. Hermione swallowed hard and stared at her feet. Fine. You're right. I will. I'll give him his Christmas present today, and then I'll tell him. That's a good way to do it, right? Draco met Hermione in the entrance hall with a sulky expression. Do we have to go outside? He asked, his tone petulant as he approached her. Is this really necessary? It's freezing. If I think it's cold, I know you'll be cold too, and then I'll have to give you my cloak. Then I'll be the cold one. Hermione rolled her eyes and pulled him outside. I put on extra layers and used warming charms. It'll be fine. We never do anything but study and, well, you know. You need some exercise. Look, it's even snowing. Shagging is exercise, Draco replied as she tugged him along through the falling snow. Hermione snorted and shook her head. Oh, did you bring gloves? Good, I was worried you might not have. They were halfway to their destination when Draco suddenly stopped. Let's go toward the lake, he suggested, pulling at her hand. Hermione paused and looked back at him. Let's go this way. His expression turned guarded. Granger, let's not. Hermione tightened her grip on his hand. No. We have to go this way. I'm going to tell you a secret that even Harry and Ron don't know about, and you have to promise not to laugh. Draco hesitated for a moment, then followed her. Fine. What's your secret? As they approached the Quidditch pitch, Hermione pulled him closer and slipped her hand around his arm. I actually never passed the practical for first-year flying. I have trouble with broom handling, so I couldn't. I got Madam Hooch to let me write a 28-inch essay on the elements of bromology instead, to show that I understand the theory, even if I couldn't manage the practical exam. She spoke rapidly. But I've been thinking lately. I realize now that was a mistake, Hermione said. I asked Headmistress McGonagall about a remedial class, but Madam Hooch doesn't like flying in the winter, and Ginny's overwhelmed with head duties and being Gryffindor's Quidditch captain. So, I needed to find an upperclassman who has flying experience and isn't tied down with too many extracurricular commitments. Draco stopped walking, his expression unreadable as he stared at her. Hermione rushed on. Anyway, I thought maybe you might want to help. I have a permission slip from the headmistress that gives you 10 cumulative hours of exemption from your flying ban. She pulled out the slip of paper and waved it in front of him. And Ginny lent me her broom. She rummaged through her beaded bag, pulled out Ginny's firebolt, and held it up. It's really great. Harry gave it to her this summer. I think it's the latest model. So, anyway, Happy Christmas, Draco. She watched him nervously, holding the broom out toward him. Draco blinked in surprise. You got me a 10-hour exemption for my flying ban so I can teach you how to fly? Hermione felt her cheeks heat up. No, I mean, yes, technically, but you don't actually need to teach me. I don't really want to learn. I just thought you missed it a lot. You never go to the games anymore, so I thought maybe you'd like to fly again. Granger, she started, realizing she might have pushed too far. Perhaps she should have asked him instead of springing it on him like this. It was clearly a sensitive topic for him. Do you like it? Draco suddenly pulled her closer and kissed her, causing her to drop the firebolt. Chapter 33, I Feel Your Lips Move In. Hermione sat huddled on a bench at the Quidditch pitch, watching as Draco kicked off and shot straight up into the sky until he was just a speck. He soared in figure eights and looped loops, then zoomed down, executing corkscrews and aerial somersaults, performing a dozen stunts that made her stomach flip just by watching. She smiled to herself, pulled a book from her bag, and began to read, glancing up occasionally to see Draco whooping as he executed yet another dizzying maneuver. She couldn't fathom how flying so fast could be enjoyable, but Draco's face radiated thrill as he zipped around the Quidditch pitch, going faster and faster until he became a blur of black and platinum. Eventually, she turned back to her book and continued reading until she heard a crunch. Looking up, she found Draco had landed a few feet away, his lashes and eyebrows dusted with ice crystals. He looked like a character from a fantasy novel, tall, pale, and chiseled, etched with snow. Right. Flying basics. The first thing you need to do is become comfortable with flying, he said. Hermione stiffened, gripping her book tighter. Draco, I really don't want to learn to fly. I know. But I'm still going to teach you. I have 9 hours and 15 minutes left for the rest of the school year, he replied, stepping closer, plucking the book from her hands, and sticking it into his cloak pocket. Hermione pursed her lips sourly and crossed her arms. Draco, Brooms, and I, we really don't. Come on, Hermione, where's your Gryffindor spirit? Come fly with me. I know how to fly, she shot back, arching her eyebrows and staring at him pointedly. I've flown on Thestrals and a dragon. I've even flown on brooms occasionally, but we don't get along. That's because you distrust them. Brooms are like wands, you need to form a bond. You have to get a sense of them, and let them get a sense of you. Come on. He pulled her closer. With a slight gesture, the firebolt leaped into the air and landed in his hand. He swung a leg over the broom and nodded at Hermione. You sit in front of me. Hermione sighed and fidgeted. Draco. I really don't want. Hermione, he said, locking his gaze with hers, an intensity that made her stomach flip. I will die before I let anything happen to you. He said it with such sincerity that she almost believed him, and it felt as if he expected that declaration to change everything. She rolled her eyes. It's not a matter of doubting you, it's a matter of trusting the broom. She eyed the firebolt with skepticism. It's my magic. Her expression was stubborn, but eventually, she sighed and resigned herself to a flying lesson, climbing on. He was so tall that her toes barely touched the ground, forcing her to cross her ankles as she gripped the broom tightly. Don't go high. If you do a corkscrew with me on board, I will hex you into next week. Draco chuckled softly, kicking off gently. No finals, and I jump straight to your heart, don't tempt me. She could hear the playful teasing in his voice, and she snorted in response. As Draco tipped the handle upward, they soared higher and began to pick up speed. Hermione immediately tensed. Don't, she gasped, squeezing her eyes shut. Draco leaned forward, his chest pressing against her back, one hand firmly around her waist. Granger, this cannot possibly be more frightening than riding a dragon. Dragons are alive. They won't just drop out from under you. Maybe brooms are fine for you, but I'm telling you, they're very, very finicky with me. Draco glided back down until they were just a few feet above the ground, skimming along the pitch. He was quiet while Hermione clung tenaciously to her side of the broom handle. They flew around the pitch several times, her nerves slowly beginning to settle as she adjusted to the ride. Draco broke the silence again. You don't do well with intuitive magic, do you? Hermione stiffened and shot a glare over her shoulder at him. I'm better at most magic than you. Draco snorted and accelerated slightly, causing her to squeak in surprise. I'm aware, know-it-all. I've shared arithmancy, potions, and data with you for 7 years. You're a menace in potions and arithmancy, and I'm sure you're just as formidable in ancient runes and transfiguration. But in practical exams, I'm better at charms and data than you are. Even Potter outperformed you in data. He and I both have a natural affinity for flying. Hermione gave a begrudging nod. I think the two are related. You approach magic logically. Flying is intuitive. You call the broom, and it comes. You intend for it to fly, and it does. Defense magic is similarly intuitive. When you try to summon a broom, what are you thinking about? Hermione shrugged, rubbing her thumb along the smooth wood of the broom handle. The charm work, obviously. I think about how certain spells are used in the craftsmanship, and how my magic is supposed to integrate with and invoke them. When I'm calling it, I'm reaching out with my magic, trying to make the broom an extension of myself. That's why multiple people can fly in teams without worrying about their magic connecting to the wrong broom, because the second law of. That's why brooms are finicky with you, Draco interrupted with a groan. You can't approach reactive charm work like that. Magic reads intent. When you overanalyze the why of the enchantments, it breaks down the charm work into distinct behaviors, and that makes it stop working cohesively. You have to treat it as a whole rather than in parts. But I don't know how to do that, Hermione replied, her chin jerking down in frustration. I know that with certain branches of magic, it's ideal to approach things intuitively, but I don't know how to understand things any other way. It's easier for me to isolate and define each individual element and then piece it together to see how it all works as a whole. If I don't do it that way, I struggle to understand, and I don't trust things I can't grasp. Draco muttered something unintelligible under his breath. What? Hermione said, glancing over her shoulder. Draco sighed. Oh, I was just realizing that if you changed a few words, you could be talking about our relationship right now. What? Hermione bristled. That's not true at all. Draco scoffed. It's almost exactly the same. It isn't. Really? His tone was dry. So you want to approach our relationship as a whole? You don't break it down into the individual elements of our biology, our feelings, our aspirations for the future, and attribute everything about us to just one or two of those elements. No, that doesn't sound like you at all. His words dripped with sarcasm. You want everything neatly cataloged and divided so you can calculate which parts are essential and decide if what we have is really, he let out a short sigh, legitimate or just a biological impulse you should dismiss and ignore. Hermione stared down at her hands. No. That's not how it is. How is it then? Because every time I'm with you, I feel like you're taking mental notes to deconstruct everything later. Is that inaccurate? Hermione opened her mouth but then closed it again, falling into a long silence. She drew a shaky breath. I don't know how to do it any differently. That's just how I am. I just want to be responsible. I know. Hermione scrambled off the broom and turned to face him, an ache spreading across her chest. It's just. Sometimes I think it's all real, Hermione said, her voice trembling slightly. But then I have these moments when I look at it from a different angle, and I'm afraid I've gotten it all wrong. Draco straightened, fixing his gaze on her. I know. You nearly broke up with me a few hours ago because you thought I was seeing someone else. He looked away, his expression distant. I get it. You need to feel sure. It's fine. I'm not going anywhere. But the way he said it didn't sound fine at all. He slung the broom over his shoulder and turned toward the castle, extending a hand toward her. Hermione swallowed hard and wrapped her arms around herself. I'm afraid if I get it wrong, I'll ruin your life, she confessed, her voice thick with emotion. The way all the books talk about soul bonding, what if it's all just biology and none of it is real, and we're stuck together? If you change your mind then, I won't. There won't be anything I can do to fix it. Draco froze, turning back to her, his eyebrows raised in surprise. Hermione, he said patiently, you may be the only person unaware. He tilted his head slightly. I've already ruined my life. The snow fell heavily around them as he gestured with a lazy wave of his hand. It's fairly unanimous. I may have avoided Azkaban, but I'm destined to spend the rest of my life as an example of how the wrong choices can ruin everything. He let out a short laugh that hung in the air like a cloud of smoke. Do you really think they sent me back to school with those grade requirements and long probation restrictions for no reason? To illustrate that, regardless of how well I do on my newts, it won't erase my past mistakes. If they could have found a legal loophole to make my family destitute, they would have. The fact that my father will be released at the exact same time my probation finally expires only reinforces that. Draco's voice was heavy with frustration. It was intentional, you know. Aside from the exemptions McGonagall can grant while I'm a student, the ministry has locked a collar around my neck. They can drag me out whenever they please, and it just shows how completely ruined my life is. He sighed, staring down at the ground, bitterness etched on his face. I can joke about shagging you as a career, but that's only because I have nothing else to do but make light of my future. My mother hired a fantastic lawyer to defend me, and the last thing he did before I returned to school was explain in excruciating detail how ruined my life is. He warned me about how much worse it could get if I made any more mistakes. Honestly, being here to protect you and make you happy feels like more of a contribution to the world than anyone expected from me at this point. So don't worry about my life, worry about yours. He tilted his head back, gazing up at the sky. Hermione hugged herself against the chill, feeling the warming charms begin to fade. She shuffled her feet and hunched her shoulders. That's not how I see you, and it's not how I see us, she replied. I want this to be a real relationship that we both chose. I need to believe in that. I know I'm overthinking it, but I don't know how to stop. I don't want to make the wrong choice just because I'm emotional, but the more I think about it, the more emotional I become. I don't know how to trust what I want right now. I've always trusted my mind, and now I feel lost. Draco studied her intently, his silver eyes making her breath catch and her heart race. What do you want? She tore her gaze away, confusion flooding her. What? Forget overthinking or making the wrong choice. What's the choice you want that you don't trust? The one I want? She asked, her chest tightening as if she could barely breathe. Yes. His voice was firm, and when he spoke, his teeth flashed in a way that made her heart skip. If you could have whatever you want, right now, forget about everyone else's feelings. What is it that you truly desire the most? Hermione swallowed hard and pressed her wrists together. I don't think I should say, she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Draco growled in frustration, and Hermione felt it ripple through her spine. You're not going to hurt my feelings, he insisted. Just tell me what you want so I know what I'm trying to give you. Hermione's knees threatened to buckle as his commanding tone washed over her like a tidal wave. His eyes widened, and he reached out a hand. Damn it, Granger, I didn't mean. I want you to bite me, she gasped. I want you to bite me so much that I can barely think straight, because all I can think about is how I want to be yours and have you be mine. I don't want to worry about whether it's the best choice, I just want it because it's what I desire. Draco's eyes darkened, and his expression shifted to something lean and ravenous. Hermione was panting, her gaze dropping away from his. I know we've only been dating a month, and my heat is intensifying these feelings, but no matter how much I try to reason with myself, I want you to bite me. I want a soul bond with you. I love you. The thought that this might just be a biological imperative between us makes my heart feel like it's breaking. She shivered, biting her lip and rubbing her wrists together in an attempt to steady herself. As she blinked, Draco was suddenly right in front of her, Ginny's broom abandoned in the snow. Maybe you shouldn't have told me that, he said, just before his lips crashed into hers. His mouth was burning hot, and she moaned against him. She wrapped her arms around his neck as he lifted her legs around his hips. She kissed him fiercely, exhaustion from worry melting away. She wanted him. She didn't want to spend any more time thinking of reasons why she couldn't have him forever. I love you, she murmured against his lips. Please, please, be mine. I love you. I already am, he replied, tangling a hand in her hair as he kissed her again. I love you too. They kissed until her fingertips ached with cold. She shivered in his arms, but still, she kept kissing him, repeating her love over and over again. He finally drew back, concern etched on his face. You're freezing cold. We need to go inside. I told you you'd get cold out here. She shook her head. My warming charms wore off. It's fine. WESH should go in. Draco let her down and quickly removed his cloak, draping it around her. Then he added his scarf, hat, and gloves, and began to pull off his robes. This is enough, Draco, she said, stopping him and fumbling to rebut-ton his robes with stiff fingers. This is more than enough to get to the castle. He scowled. Let's hurry before you freeze to death. I'm not going to freeze, she said through chattering teeth. I'm just cold. He summoned the broom from the ground and wrapped an arm around her, towing her quickly through the snow and into the castle. When they turned down an unexpected hallway, she halted. Where are we going? Prefect's bath, Draco said, pulling her along. I had planned to do this after your heat, during the holidays, but you're turning blue, so I'm doing it now. Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief. We can't go into the prefect's bath together. That's against the rules. Draco stopped and stared at her, his expression one of disdain. Granger, practically everything we do when we aren't doing homework is against the rules. That was a valid point. But it's so, she grasped for the right word, cliché. Draco blinked, confused. What do you mean? In all the romance novels set in Hogwarts, the couple always sneaks into the prefect's bath at some point, she admitted, turning red as she realized how silly it sounded. Draco flashed a shark-like grin. Do they now? And you know this because? I've read a few, Hermione mumbled, avoiding his gaze. When I needed a break from school and from Harry and Ron, I'd sneak a romance novel from Parvati and Lavender. They always seem to include the prefect's bath. Really? His eyes sparkled with amusement as he guided her down the hallway toward the statue of Boris the Bewildered. Sea cucumber, he said, shaking his head as the door clicked open. I'm going to assume Longbottom is responsible for that choice. How do you know the password? Hermione asked suspiciously. Pansy is getting an excellent grade on her next potions essay, he replied with a casual air. Then he grimaced. You'd think 12 years of friendship would count for something, but apparently not as much as an E in potions. Draco pulled her into the bathroom and began casting several barrier spells and a bedazzlement hex on the door. There we go. So, what do these couples do once they're in the prefect's bath? Hermione stood there, shivering in 2 cloaks, 2 scarves, and 2 hats, yet her face felt unbearably warm. Bathe, there's usually, bathing, she managed to choke out. Really? That was the part one was unclear about, Draco said, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he started to remove his robes and jumper, twisting on several of the taps. Water and bubbles began to fill the bath rapidly while he kicked off his boots and began to slide off his trousers. Hermione watched him with a mixture of awe and appreciation. He'd already been well over 6 feet at the start of the school year, but she suspected he'd grown another 3 or 4 inches in the last 2 weeks. His shoulders were broad, his waist tapered, defined by muscles that seemed almost illegal. Sometimes, when she stared at him, she found it hard to believe he was real. Maybe she had been poisoned and was currently in St. Mungo's, vividly hallucinating an 8th-year affair with an impossibly attractive Draco Malfoy. He stopped undressing and stared at her. She swallowed thickly, wanting nothing more than to run her hands across his entire torso. His mouth quirked into a smirk. You're supposed to take your clothes off too, he said. Hermione felt a rush of heat and fumbled with his cloak, her fingers cold and clumsy. She pushed off her own cloak and began peeling away the layers of jumpers she had piled on. Draco stepped closer and helped her pull several over her head. How did you still get cold? He asked as she struggled to remove the undershirts beneath. Because the biology is ridiculous, she replied through chattering teeth, quickly kicking off her jeans and knickers. It's typical with men and women anyway. Girls usually have a warmer core temperature and a lower metabolism. It's even more pronounced with omegas because we're sensitive. Oh God, I'm so cold. With that, she bolted into the bath and gasped as the warm water enveloped her up to her neck. A deep moan of relief escaped her lips. Ugh, this is perfect. Cracking an eye open, she found Draco watching her, as if committing the sight to memory. Come in? She asked playfully. He stepped in, then jerked his foot back with a hiss. The water is scalding. I think I'll just watch. No, it's not. It's perfect. Come in. She lowered her gaze, adding, I'll make it worth your while. Draco stared at her for several moments, then slowly lowered himself into the water, looking as though he were being boiled alive. Another low hiss escaped him. How are you able to enjoy this? Hermione moved through the water toward him. It feels amazing. Like I'm warming all the way through. His expression was sulky as he settled onto one of the benches in the bath. I feel like I'm being cooked. I think this is going to. It's like having sex in the shower, way sexier when I imagine it, Hermione chuckled. That was pretty funny. I'm not sure which of us drowned more. Her voice softened into a sultry tone as she slid a leg across his lap to straddle him. I think bath sex could be even better. Draco's eyes sparkled with intrigue. I'm skeptical, but I'm open to persuasion. Hermione grinned and leaned closer, pressing her breasts against his chest. You seem well on your way to being persuaded, she teased, slipping a hand beneath the water to caress him. That has very little to do with this bath, and a lot to do with the fact that you're sitting on me, naked and strategically covered in bubbles, he replied, his voice a mix of amusement and desire. Well, I wouldn't be naked with bubbles if it weren't for the bath, she said, slowly pumping her hand along him, lightly tracing her fingers over the tip until he reacted in her grasp. Fine. Valid point. You win. I can't think clearly when I'm being simultaneously seduced and cooked, he groaned as she brushed her tongue lightly over the base of his throat. She edged closer, feeling him nestled between her legs, then kissed him softly before nuzzling against him. Draco Malfoy, I love you. I'm in love with you. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. That's probably going to annoy a lot of people, but I don't care. His hands wrapped around her hips as he pressed his forehead against hers. I love you, he said, his voice low and resonant, sending a shiver through her. The rest of the world can go to hell. She laughed softly. It better not. If it did, Harry would definitely feel responsible for trying to save it, and I'd have to go with him, which means you'd have to come too. He groaned, realizing the truth in her words. You're right. Never mind, the rest of the world cannot go to hell. It's strictly banned from it. He kissed her again, his hands tightening around her waist. Slid through the water along her body. He gently touched her stomach and ran his fingers along her thighs. Slow, long strokes. She gave a breathy gasp and kissed him as she pressed her body closer to his. He cradled the back of her head with one hand, drawing her head back and dropping teasing kisses down her neck until there was a painful coil of want in her lower abdomen. His tongue darted out and flicked against the base of her throat, and she trembled. His other hand rose up in the water to cup her breast. His fingertips stroked along the sensitive undersides and up towards her areolas until her nipples were aching to be touched. She gripped his shoulders and ran her thumbs against his glands. Alpha, please. It came out as a low whimper. He caught her nipple between his thumb and forefinger and tugged at it sharply. She gave a ragged gasp as the sensation laced straight through her. Her clit was throbbing. She shifted her hips and ground against his cock. Draco made a low groan in the back of his throat, and his hand in her hair moved down into the water to catch and guide her hips as she moved against him. He sat up so that he was looking down at her. His eyes were dark and more ravenous than she'd seen them in a long time. She could feel his eyes on her skin. "You're a good girl, aren't you?" Her brain blurred and tingled at the words. He was pleased with her. Maybe he would bite her. She was trying to be so good. Yes, Alpha. His thumb at her hip was drawing light circles over the bone, and he pulled her more firmly against his cock. He turned her face upwards, holding her chin and running his thumb along her lips. "Tell me what you want." The words rolled through her. She looked into his eyes, her blood thrumming in her veins. She wasn't sure if she was feeling his desire or hers. Her mind was in too much of a golden haze to tell. "You. Just you. You're mine. I want you to always be mine. I want to always be yours. You're Omega. So you'll take care of me. I want you to bite me. I want you to take me completely," she said, pressing her jaw against his hand and parting her lips. His eyes darkened with desire as heat flooded through her body. He slid his thumb slowly into her mouth, and she eagerly sucked on it, swirling her tongue around it just as she would along his length. He thrust it in and out, a powerful presence burning for her. A perfect alpha. Her alpha. "You're mine," he growled. "If I bite you, you'll always be mine. My Omega. Every inch of you. No one else will ever touch you. You're mine. Every heat, you'll be under me. It will be my seed inside you. My knot. My children." She moaned around his thumb, her desire thrumming within her. Her hand slipped through the water to caress him, and she pulled her mouth away. "Please, Alpha. Just take me." He shifted her until the head of his cock pressed against her, and she slowly lowered herself onto him. She was certain he had grown even larger, making it a challenge to accommodate him, especially in the water where her natural lubrication was washed away. She felt her inner walls flutter as she stretched around him. He cupped her breasts, showering them with kisses while dragging his thumbs across her nipples. A ripple of sensation coursed through her, and she let out a low moan, tangling her fingers in his hair as she rose and sank down again. "Alpha, please," she whispered. His hips met hers, arching her back as he wrapped his mouth around her nipple, swirling his tongue around the aching tip. She pulled him closer, kissing him hungrily until her lungs burned. "Alpha, please." She drew back, staring into his eyes, feeling as if she was falling into him. "Bite me." He tangled a hand in her hair, pulling her head back until she was gazing up at the ceiling. His tongue traced a path across her throat, igniting a fire within her. "Please." She moaned, the sound raw and desperate. His hips snapped against hers, and she felt an overwhelming urge to surrender to him. "Claim me," her mind chanted, and she rolled her hips in time with the rhythm of her thoughts. She tangled her fingers in his hair, holding him close as her body responded to him, tightening around him. "Please, Alpha," she keened. He growled against her throat, sending a shiver across her skin. Her eyes fluttered shut, lost in the moment. "Mine. Mine. Mine." Each declaration was punctuated by a thrust, fueling the fire within her. "Yes. Yes." His hand slid from her hip up her spine, grasping the base of her neck and arching her body against him. The water around them rippled and splashed, heightening their connection. "Bite me. Please, bite me." She gripped his wrists, her fingers brushing over the scent glands there. When he dragged his teeth across her throat, it sent a surge of heat through her nerves. She shuddered, a sob escaping her lips. "Bite me. Bite me." She mouthed the words, afraid that if she spoke them aloud, she might scream. "Mine. You're perfect. I love you. I'll always take care of you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll never let anyone hurt you again. You're such a good girl. Mine, I love you. I love you. I love you. As she reached the peak of her pleasure, her body clenched around him. She gripped his wrists tightly, feeling as if her bones might break under the pressure. His teeth grazed her throat, and her climax soared to a blinding silver light, like fireworks exploding in her mind. It grew brighter until everything faded to black. When she finally regained consciousness, she gasped for air as if she had just resurfaced from underwater. Dazed, she brought a hand to her face and found it dry. She leaned her head back against him, still lost in the aftermath of their connection. Hermione leaned against Draco, panting heavily. Her heart raced in her chest, matching the rhythm of his heaving breaths as he held her tightly. That was really intense, she finally managed to say, a smile creeping onto her face. I think bath sex is definitely better than shower sex. I had no idea it could be that intense. Draco remained silent, his fingers twitching slightly against her skin. Hermione closed her eyes, trying to steady her breath. She felt a delightful warmth coursing through her, her body trembling and feeling utterly boneless. Nuzzling against his chest, she noticed a slight twinge at the base of her neck. As she reached up to touch the spot, Draco broke the silence. I bit you. Chapter 34, The Only One for Me is You. Hermione's fingers grazed the base of her neck, feeling the spot where Draco's incisors had pierced her skin over her left scent gland. She was so surprised that she could hardly find the words. The thought of Draco biting her had loomed large in her mind, and now that it had actually happened, it felt surreal. I thought I had it under control, Draco said, his hands trembling. I swear, I thought I could manage it. I'm so sorry. Hermione pressed against the bite, feeling a twinge of pain. Looking down, she noticed a small trail of blood flowing from her shoulder to her breast, seeping into the water. She glanced back at Draco. Well, I guess that answers one question I had. Suddenly, she felt more clear-headed than she had since boarding the Hogwarts Express. She reached out, gently brushing her fingers against his scent glands, then tilted her head up to kiss him. But he pulled his mouth out of reach. I am so sorry. I promised I would never let anyone bite you. I didn't even ask, I just. Hermione furrowed her brows and pulled his face down so she could meet his gaze. Draco, I told you I wanted you to bite me. His eyes widened. In the general sense. Not the very next time we had sex. A full conversation, when you weren't dazed by my pheromones, would have been the appropriate starting point. He had turned so pale he looked like he might faint or run away. In all the fantasies Hermione had envisioned of Draco biting her, none had unfolded quite like this. She shrugged. Yes, well, generally speaking, our relationship has been fairly backwards. Somewhere, Ginny was laughing, and Hermione was certain of it. But the words did little to soothe Draco. Draco, it's all right. I'm not upset. Just calm down. Well, I'm upset. I promised I would never let this happen. It was very strange being the calm one, Hermione said, pressing her thumbs firmly against the base of Draco's neck, right over his scent glands. Alpha, she murmured in a low, quiet voice. Draco's words faltered, and he froze as if petrified. You're my alpha. Mine. You asked me to tell you what I wanted, and I did. I chose you to take care of me because I trust you. Her words seemed to jolt him. That was clearly a mistake, he said, frustration creeping into his voice. I couldn't even control myself enough not to bite you when you're not in heat. I meant to talk to McGonagall about sealing my mouth shut during your heat because I was afraid I might bite you then. I didn't consider. The corner of Hermione's mouth twitched. Draco, she interrupted gently. We've already established that I can say no. You're wired to claim me and please me, and I told you that what I wanted was for you to bite me. I even said it again while we were having sex. It was practically inevitable. That doesn't make it all right, he replied tightly, looking away from her. Fuck. I'm so sorry. She gently pulled his face back until their eyes met, and her heart sank at the devastation she saw there. He had wanted to bite her, yet had resisted the urge for months. Now that he had, it felt like a failure on his part. Hermione held his face in her hands and leaned forward until their foreheads touched, nuzzling him softly. I'm sorry, Draco. This is my fault. He snorted, and she felt the rush of air against her face. Oh, really? Did you bite me? Oh, wait, you didn't. Suddenly, he jerked his head up, burying his face in his hands, drawing a sharp breath. I held you when you were crying after Goldstein attacked you, and I swore no one would bite you, and then I'm the one who did. Fuck. 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 His voice was ragged. Hermione wrapped her arms tightly around him, offering comfort as they both grappled with the weight of the moment. Hermione felt Draco's chest jerk against her as he struggled to breathe. She wasn't sure how to calm him, he was usually the one comforting her. Draco, listen to me. I asked you to bite me. Maybe it would have been better if we'd talked more first, but I've always been clear about saying no when I meant it. We've been interfering with the bonding magic because I've been trying so hard to be careful. That might be why you've grown and why I've been such an emotional wreck lately. The biology doesn't usually need to be forced. You took care of me during my heat without biting me, and that's unprecedented. I probably should have asked you to bite me when we started dating, but I was afraid it would feel like an overcommitment. Please don't be upset. She gently tried to pry his hands away from his face, and after a moment, he relented. Granger, Draco said, placing a hand on top of her head as if he were petting her. I know you mean well, but I'm not going to feel better about this. I don't want you to make me feel better right now. Hermione pursed her lips and buried her face in his chest. Well, I'm not upset about it. So, whenever you're ready to stop being upset, we can talk. Draco wrapped his arms around her and held her tightly for a long time. She waited quietly, hoping he would relax or say something. As the minutes passed, she closed her eyes, listening to his heartbeat and mentally cataloging her feelings. There was a throbbing sensation in her shoulder. It was somewhat painful, yet her mind registered it as wonderful. He wouldn't need to scent mark her daily anymore. When his teeth broke the skin over her scent glands, his saliva had mingled with hers, ensuring that her scent would now reflect his own. Depending on how hard he'd bitten her. Hermione knew how much Draco's bite had affected him. The damage to his gland could linger for weeks or even months before healing completely. She suspected that the bite itself would only last a few weeks at most. It was clear he hadn't intended to hurt her, he had probably just been nipping at her the way he often did, but this time had bitten down harder than he meant to. In that moment, her Omega instincts had completely faded away. She felt neither aroused nor unclaimed, her subconscious had done its job, allowing her to regain full control of her thoughts. She looked up at Draco through her lashes. His gaze seemed distant, but his fingers were tracing gentle patterns on her shoulders as he held her. He looked traumatized. After all, he had endured a rather emotional day. Draco? HM? He met her eyes, his expression carefully guarded. This is just a question, so you don't have to say yes, but do you want to soul bond with me next week? Draco blinked, staring at her in confusion. Then, his eyes darkened. What? His voice came out in a low growl. Hermione felt a tingle run down her spine, but his tone didn't cloud her judgment as it usually did. She shifted closer to him, a small smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. I'm going into heat in 5 days. Would you be interested in biting me again then? We can talk about it as much as you want. Obviously, she added, nervously running her fingers across his chest, it's a bit soon, but I was talking to Ginny. At this point, we're both worried that the bonding magic might hurt us if we keep doing what we're doing without officially soul bonding. I mean, you're on the verge of not being able to comfortably walk through a doorway." Draco shifted, tension radiating through him, sending ripples across the bath. "Granger, Hermione, if you're just saying this to make me feel better right now, it's actually incredibly unhelpful." His voice was so tight, it sounded like it might snap. Hermione shook her head. "I'm not just saying this on a whim. I've been thinking about it a lot, really, a lot, basically non-stop for the last several weeks. This isn't a sudden idea for me. I want to soul bond with you. I want you as my alpha for the rest of my life. Tell Malfoy you love him, ask him to soul bond, and say you want to have his babies. I guarantee he'll be absolutely thrilled." She straightened up, lifting her face closer to his. "I love you, Draco. I want to have babies with you someday." A myriad of thoughts and emotions flickered across Draco's face. "Hermione, please, don't say things like that to me." His hands tightened on her shoulders, his voice almost a low groan. Hermione leaned forward, dragging her tongue up his throat. His entire body shook. "Do you want to soul bond with me?" she asked, her voice coaxing. "Yes," he growled, the word drawn out in a way that sent shivers through her. "Good," she replied, her tone sharp with excitement. "Then we're agreed." Draco's hand tangled possessively in her hair, tilting her head back until their eyes locked. "Are you sure? You shouldn't say things like that if you aren't sure. I can't always tell if you mean it or not. If you don't mean it, you have to take it back, so I know and don't end up doing something you only said to make me feel better." She met his gaze steadily, his quicksilver eyes studying her intently, searching for any sign of doubt. "I'm not going to take it back. I wanted you to bite me, and I want you to do it again." Draco still seemed skeptical. Hermione raised her eyebrows, holding his gaze. "If you don't bite me, I might end up biting the next witch who looks at you. And who knows, I might blow up the Great Hall again. Maybe I'll even cry." She widened her eyes dramatically. Draco's hand twitched at her words. "Don't cry," he said, his voice low. Then he narrowed his eyes. "God, Granger, let a man be upset in peace for 10 minutes. Hermione snorted and hugged him tightly. "I would, but I'm kind of stuck here right now." She shifted slightly, tightening her grip around him to make her point clear. "Besides, I don't want you to be upset about this. I'm not upset, and I'm the one bleeding. Stop moping. I'm trying to talk about soul bonding, and you're sulking. This is the third thing I've proposed that you've been discouraging about. It's almost hard for me to believe you're the alpha. I'm the one who initiated everything, shagging, dating, and now I've basically proposed to you. Good thing you said you loved me first and bit me, or I'd really be questioning your ability to take any kind of initiative." She lifted her chin defiantly. "I'm starting to think I'm the alpha here." Draco made a choking sound, and Hermione let out a soft laugh. "I'm just teasing you." She wrapped her arms around him again. "I'm sorry. I know this didn't happen the way you wanted it to. I shouldn't have waited so long to bring this up. We don't need to discuss soul bonding right now. I know you're upset, and this day has been a lot. Maybe we can talk about it over the next few days and see how we feel. If it's too soon, there's always March. Or June." She glanced down, her heart racing. "If you want to wait, we can wait." She hoped he wouldn't want to wait. The thought of that made her uneasy, but she would try to handle it. He always waited for her. He tilted her face up to meet his gaze. "Hermione, if you're sure, the answer is yes." His silver eyes were wide, and as she looked into them, her stomach fluttered with a mix of hope and anticipation. Hermione felt a rush of emotions flood over her. "There's never going to be anyone after you," she said, smiling as her heart raced with excitement. Her throat tightened, and she fought back the urge to cry. Good. That's good, because there's never going to be anyone else for me either. The water temperature was finally bearable, according to Draco, by the time they stopped kissing and hugging and got out. That was definitely a shag for the record books, Hermione remarked with a sly smirk as she dried off. Quite the Christmas present. Draco rolled his eyes. This was not your Christmas present. This was merely some personal fantasy fulfillment. Hermione shrugged while she started getting dressed. Well, if it had been my present from you, I wouldn't have minded. She noticed Ginny's firebolt by the door. I should give Ginny her broom back and apologize to McGonagall for blowing up the glassware this morning. I think I'll mention that we're considering soul bonding this Christmas. I wonder if there are consent forms or something I'll need to sign. Is that all right if I tell her? Draco pulled on his shirt and nodded. She looked up at him, her heart racing with giddy excitement. So, we're really doing this. I feel half afraid I'm going to blink and find it's a dream. Draco raised an eyebrow as he buttoned his robes. If it is, please tell me everything you said today. Right. I'll sit up in bed in a minute and find you hungover and asleep, and I'll just order you to get up and bite me. Draco smirked. If you had, I would have moved past my hangover without a potion. Hermione laughed softly as she bundled her extra jumpers inside her cloak. I can take those back to our room. Draco reached out to take them, but Hermione shrugged. It's fine. I can try to shrink them. And stick them in my bag. Draco raised an eyebrow and extended his hand again. I'm going there anyway. You don't need to drag them around the castle with you. All right. I'll see you in a bit then. Hermione made her way through the castle and stopped at the prefect's office, leaving Ginny's broom at the desk. As she headed toward the headmistress's office, she spotted Neville down the hallway. He immediately turned on his heel and bolted in the opposite direction. Hermione watched him vanish around the corner, then reached up to lightly touch the cut on her shoulder. The gargoyle began to move as soon as it saw her. Hermione climbed the stairs and knocked softly on the door at the top. Enter, McGonagall's crisp voice called. Hermione lifted her chin and opened the door. McGonagall looked up and gestured for her to come forward. Miss Granger, please sit down. I was hoping to see you today. Hermione settled on the edge of a chair, gripping the hem of her sleeves. Headmistress, I wanted to apologize for the explosion in the Great Hall this morning. The corner of McGonagall's mouth twitched. Well, I had anticipated several explosions following your presentation. If you limit it to one, I will have few complaints. Hermione felt her cheeks warm. That's actually the main reason I wanted to talk to you. Draco and I have discussed it, and we want to soul bond next week. I know that's soon, especially considering our history, but I'm not sure if my hormones will give me much more time to evaluate options. McGonagall's expression was unreadable. Hermione swallowed and pressed on. I don't want you to think this is a choice I've made carelessly or irresponsibly. I've been giving it a lot of thought, and I've done some research over the last few weeks that you can look over. She reached into her beaded bag and, after a moment of rummaging, pulled out. Hermione entered the room, carrying 2 armfuls of thick, tightly wound scrolls. She laid them in a neat pile on McGonagall's desk and straightened them nervously. I understand there may be some reservations about this, she began, glancing up to gauge McGonagall's reaction. However, I believe, based on my analysis, that Draco and I have a legitimate relationship, and it's not just biological. She took a breath, trying to steady herself. In my research, I've done my best to control for bias. I know that as one of the subjects involved, my interpretation might not be entirely objective, but I've worked hard to account for that. Ginny has reviewed everything as well. I would have liked to have it looked over by magi biologists with more expertise in alpha-omega dynamics, but since I'm unbound, there's little precedent for how my research would be protected as an Omega subject. Hermione swallowed hard and sat back, twisting her sleeve and running her thumbs over the glands on her wrists in an attempt to stay still. I'm concerned about the way my hormones have been spiking recently, and given that Draco has just experienced a secondary growth spurt, I worry that delaying the soul bonding until March or June could have negative consequences for us in the long run. She paused, waiting for McGonagall's response. You're an adult, Miss Granger, McGonagall said, surveying the mountain of scrolls between them. You have never required my permission to soul bond. Hermione fidgeted, feeling a mix of anxiety and determination. I know. But I would like your approval because I want it on record that this was a decision I made. I don't want the Ministry to accuse Draco of soul bonding me without permission or to penalize him when my presentation comes out. McGonagall arched an eyebrow and gave a short nod. I'm relieved to hear you've given this such serious thought. I intended to meet with you regarding your plans this week to discuss everything and plan accordingly. Hermione felt her cheeks flush as she realized she should have come sooner. I should have come earlier, but I was. I'm worried that my conclusions might be skewed by personal bias or that my hormones could be clouding my judgment. However, Ginny agrees that delaying our bond is interfering with the natural process and carries risks. McGonagall tilted her head, pressing her fingers against her temple as she looked up from Hermione's scrolls. I'm inclined to agree. The situation between you and Mr. Malfoy has certainly been unconventional. She met Hermione's gaze. Are you planning to inform your friends of this decision beforehand? Have you heard from your parents recently? Hermione pressed her lips together. I think I should write to Harry and Ron, but I'd prefer they find out when they can't interfere. If we end up arguing about it with my magic heightened like this, something might explode. As for my parents, their memories are coming back, but they still believe I'm 8 years old. I don't think they should be told until I can visit them outside of Hogwarts. Is Mr. Malfoy planning to inform his parents? Hermione's mouth twitched. I think his mother is suspicious, if not already aware. He hasn't had any contact with his father since returning to school. McGonagall nodded. Well, he's an adult too. I'll do my best to arrange everything. I assume you'll still want a contraceptive potion? Yes, Hermione replied firmly. She stood up and hesitated. Would you like to review my analysis? The corner of McGonagall's mouth twitched as she glanced back at the scrolls. If you're convinced, Miss Granger, I'm sure your conclusion is sound. Feeling her face grow warm, Hermione gathered the scrolls and stuffed them back into her bag. Right. Well. All right then. Thank you, Headmistress. As she returned to her room, Hermione was taken aback to find a massive Christmas tree in the center. Christmas carols played on a gramophone, and Draco stood next to a large box. That came up past his knees and was tied with a large green ribbon. It seems we're doing Christmas today, he said when he saw her. She smiled slightly as she tossed her bag onto the couch. McGonagall's all right with us soul bonding. Draco raised an eyebrow and snorted. It's hardly her business. Well, she is headmistress, and she's overseeing your probation while you're here. I think it's important that she sees it as a responsible choice, not just our biology driving us. Draco's mouth twitched as he shrugged. Right. Well, as long as you're not expecting Potter and Weasley to be all right with it too. Hermione shook her head. They'll only come around if they have to. I'll tell them afterward so they won't have a choice but to accept it. She pulled on Draco's robes until he leaned towards her, rubbing their noses together. You aren't getting out of this, Draco Malfoy. You said you'd bite me again, and I'm going to hold you to it. Draco snorted and drew back. I told you from the beginning that I wanted to bite you. That's never changed on my end. Her gaze dropped. I know. Intuitive really isn't the right word. The more I wanted it, the more I feared it meant everything was fake. I should have asked you to bite me when we started dating. I feel so much better now. It's like half of my mental energy lately has been consumed with wanting it and trying to hold myself back. I wanted you to be sure. I didn't want you to feel like it wasn't a choice. Draco's fingers brushed lightly over the left side of her neck, and his eyes grew slightly guilty as he looked down at her. Hermione caught his hand and held it there, feeling the heat radiate from his touch, causing her to shiver. It was a choice. You've always been who I chose, Draco. Now, give me my Christmas present. Draco stiffened and gave her an appraising look. Hermione's eyes sparkled with amusement. Bossy, she said, lifting her chin and flashing him a cheeky grin. Very. How do you think I kept Harry and Ron alive for 7 years? Draco laughed, shaking his head. Maybe you are the alpha, he teased. Hermione snorted, then turned her gaze to the box beside them. Right, Christmas present. I have to say, you are a nightmare to shop for. She rolled her eyes. I'm the easiest person to buy for. Just give me a book that's not about divination or Quidditch. Draco grimaced. Right. Giving you a book wouldn't be predictable at all. So, you got me a box of books? Hermione tried to contain her excitement as she eyed the box beside him. Draco smirked and leaned closer, towering over her. I didn't get you a book at all. Oh. Her heart sank slightly. She couldn't think of anything she wanted more than a box of books. Shoving the disappointment aside, she resolved to be excited about whatever he had chosen for her. Your present is actually not as large as this box makes it seem. Draco nudged it toward her with his foot. Hermione dropped to her knees, untied the ribbon, and lifted the lid. Inside were dozens of long, narrow boxes. She stared in disbelief. I hate that wand you use, Draco said, watching her reaction. I hate it. Every time I see it, I think about you in my drawing room, and it frustrates me that you're stuck with a wand that tortured you. I know you claim it's fine, but I can see it's affecting your magic. Your warming charms wear off too quickly, and it's hurting your performance in several classes. I've shared classes with you for years, and I've never seen you struggle to cast a spell until this year. Hermione's hands trembled slightly as she processed his words. Hermione started trembling as she gripped the sides of the boxes, her eyes fixated on the wand boxes inside. Draco knelt beside her, gently touching her hand. You should have a wand that works. You deserve to be in this world more than anyone, he said softly. Draco, she managed to choke out, feeling too overwhelmed and stunned to articulate her thoughts further. The wand shortage isn't an issue at this point, he continued. I wrote to Ollivander, asking if there was any way to obtain a wand without visiting his shop. Unfortunately, he wasn't interested in helping me. Hermione looked up, and Draco met her gaze with a faint smile as he picked up one of the boxes. I wrote to him again, explaining that I wasn't asking for myself. I mentioned someone I knew who lost her wand during the war. Because of private circumstances, it wasn't safe for her to visit his shop and get a new one. I was worried that someday someone might try to hurt her, and the wand she had wouldn't work, even though she's one of the most brilliant witches I've ever seen. He opened the box and tilted it toward her. I had to wait a few days, but then Ollivander wrote back. He said, Wands choose the witch, and asked me to tell him about what kind of witch you are. He chuckled softly. I ended up writing an essay in response, detailing everything about you that I thought might be useful. It turned out to be about 60 inches long, and I even left out all the bits about how sexy you are. His smile shifted into a smirk. Ollivander sent this box of wands and said to test them. If none of them worked, I should send them all back, and he'd send another box. Draco. Hermione could barely breathe, her throat closing around her emotions. This, she let out a small sob. My God, I don't even know what to say. He held the box out to her. Don't say anything yet. I don't know if any of these will work for you. I may have done something. An abysmal job describing you, she said with a disbelieving laugh. I didn't even think to ask Ollivander if it would be possible to send wands here. He smirked and waved his hand lazily, as if bowing. You aren't nearly as presumptuous as Malfoys are. She let out a choked laugh, her hands trembling slightly with excitement. A long, gray wooden wand lay in the box before her. She picked it up and waved it, but an ornament on the tree exploded. She shrugged. Well, not that one. Putting it back, she pulled out another wand. It was made of vine wood and dragon heartstring, just like her first wand. I do hate Bellatrix's wand, she murmured as she waved the vine wood wand. The reaction was muted, so she returned it to the box. I had thought I'd be able to visit Diagon Alley during the first Hogsmeade visit this year. But after I presented, I couldn't leave the castle grounds. I gave up on the idea of getting a new one until, well, whenever I could leave. She tried wand after wand, working her way through the box, and Draco's expression began to show concern. Finally, she removed the lid from another box and discovered a long black wand. Her fingers tingled as she picked it up and swished it. A burst of light shot from the tip, transforming into hundreds of tiny, glittering lights that drifted down over her and Draco like falling snow. She stared at the wand in her hand for several seconds. I almost forgot how easy it can be. Draco tilted the box to read the label. Ebony with dragon heartstring, 12 inches. The corner of her mouth quirked as she examined it. Not my birth month anymore. Ebony chooses those who hold fast to their beliefs, no matter the external pressure, he said quietly. That does sound a bit like you. Hermione smiled and looked over at him, gripping the wand tighter. I guess you described me well. Thank you, Draco. He gave her a wry smile. I was starting to get a bit worried. Hermione flicked her wand, conjuring a small flock of canaries that fluttered around their heads. She huddled closer to Draco, resting her head against his shoulder. I haven't been able to do that spell since I lost my wand. I used to charm them to sing to me when I was sad. They sat in silence, watching the birds for a moment before Draco shifted slightly. So, I lied. Hermione looked up at him, curiosity piqued. I did buy you a book, he admitted. I was worried that Ollivander would refuse or that none of the wands would work, so I got a book as a backup plan. He reached into his bag and pulled out another present. Happy Christmas, Hermione. Hermione reached for it, her ears warming at the thought. Draco, you didn't need to get me 2 presents. A wand is more than enough. I didn't even buy you anything. He raised an eyebrow. You subverted a Wisengamot decree to give me a Christmas present. She grinned to herself. It was a pretty good present, wasn't it? Draco pressed a gentle kiss on the top of her head. It was the best present I've ever received, second only to you asking me to date and then Soulbond with you. Hermione looked down, her cheeks beginning to ache from all the smiling she'd done that day. She carefully unwrapped the book, revealing an unbound folio wrapped in leather. Hogwarts, a history was etched across the cover. Draco brushed his hand over the leather. This is Bathilda Bagshot's original manuscript for Hogwarts, a history. The publishing company auctioned it to promote the updated edition coming out this spring. Blaze's mother knew someone who knew someone, and I was able to get it for you. Hermione was nearly speechless. Draco, this must have cost. The reason I got it for you is that it includes an additional chapter one thought you'd find fascinating. In Bathilda's original manuscript, there's a chapter on the use of house elf labor to run Hogwarts. That section was omitted by her editors because it was deemed too political. Considering the contributions of house elves during the war and the recent republication of Hogwarts, a history, I thought you might find this useful in advocating for legal reform for house elves, especially since you mentioned that's why you want to work in the Department of Magical Creatures. Hermione stared at the book in silence for a moment, her fingers gently gripping the edges of the leather cover. Draco, she turned to him, her eyes shining. I don't even have the words. God, I love you. Chapter 35, All You Want. Draco sat on the couch in his room, watching as Hermione paced in small circles around the coffee table. Her shoulders were hunched up around her ears, arms crossed tightly, and she had completed what felt like her 500th rotation. He observed her closely as she passed him once more on her well-worn path. An irrational but overwhelming sense of danger gripped him. He felt that if he took his eyes off her even for a moment, something terrible might happen, and he would be to blame. It was stressful, to say the least. He longed to pull her close, to hold her tightly and feel her heartbeat against him. Unfortunately, she had been unusually sensitive lately, so instead of interrupting her, he remained seated on the couch, carefully watching her walk around the coffee table for what felt like the 508th time. Is there anything we're forgetting? She asked after another 10 rotations. Draco's jaw twitched. Hermione, if we forgot something, we can just call a house elf. She gave a short nod but continued her pacing. After another half hour of watching her, Draco could no longer stay seated. He stood up sharply, causing her to stop and stare at him, her eyes widening. He reached out for her. Come here, he said, his voice gentle and coaxing. Her head jerked slightly, and she hesitated for a moment before her expression shifted, and she moved toward him. He placed his hands on her shoulders, then slid them up to the base of her neck, hoping to pass some of his calm to her through touch. Stop worrying. I'm here. I'm going to take care of you. Hermione leaned into his hands for a brief moment before stiffening abruptly. Oh. I forgot, there was a line I wanted to add to my Transfiguration essay. I thought of it the other night. Draco's mouth twitched with amusement as he pulled her against his chest, wrapping his arms around her. You already turned in your Transfiguration essay. I know, she replied in a small, forlorn voice. Draco rolled his eyes. Stop thinking about it. I'm trying, she said, fidgeting. I'm just so warm, and I feel like I need to be doing something, but my brain is all fuzzy. Her voice came out small and muffled against his robes. Draco gently picked her up and settled onto the couch, wrapping his arms tightly around her shoulders. It's all right. This is normal, it's how it usually is. You've read the books. I'm here, and we're going to get through this together. Don't worry. I'm never going to let anything happen to you. Hermione gave a small nod and buried her face against the base of his neck, though her shoulders remained tense. Would you talk to me? It helps me relax when you talk. Draco thought for a moment before a smirk crept onto his face. He began reciting Quidditch trivia. Hermione snorted and poked him playfully before curling against his shoulder. He played with her hair, sharing all sorts of obscure facts about Quidditch and specialized flying techniques, knowing full well she might not really be listening. After about 10 minutes, he felt the tension in her body start to drain away. When he ran out of Quidditch-related stories, he switched to amusing and somewhat scandalous tales from his family history. Right in the middle of tea, his Wedgwood cup went flying, and don't tell a soul, but it turns out my father has quite the high-pitched scream when attacked by corgis. She trained them to bite whenever someone said muggle. As he glanced down in the middle of his story, he realized Hermione had fallen asleep. She reminded him of a cat, draped over him as if she were liquid. He stopped talking and simply traced his hands along her shoulders and back, relieved that she was finally resting. She'd been a bundle of nervous energy all week. He had thought that agreeing to the Soulbond would mean things would be simpler and that they could both relax. He had been mistaken. There seemed to be an endless list of things that had to be addressed. Before her heat, Hermione took a decisive step. She filled out and submitted a form to withdraw from the ovariectomy process at St. Mungo's. Draco soon discovered that she had meticulously researched their relationship and wanted to have it notarized. She hired a lawyer and reached out to his attorney to draft an airtight consent form. This document would officially record that she was willingly entering into a soul bond with him, ensuring that she had not been coerced or manipulated in any way. To make it official, McGonagall, Slughorn, Vector, Ginny Weasley, and Neville Longbottom were all called to act as witnesses. Then, she pulled out another consent form for him. Reluctantly, he had to gather his friends and drag them to the headmistress's office to serve as witnesses, affirming that no one was forcing or manipulating him into biting Hermione and soul bonding with her. When he tried to argue that wasn't how soul bonding worked from the Alpha side, Hermione remained firm, insisting that consent was a two-way street. This whirlwind of paperwork and legalities came on top of turning in all their final assignments and papers before the holidays. He often woke in the middle of the night to find Hermione sitting up in bed, furiously scribbling notes on rolls of parchment she had hidden behind her pillow. She drafted about 30 different letters to Harry and Ron before finally choosing one and asking Ginny to take it home with her over the break. Hermione assumed Draco had also written a lengthy letter to his mother to inform her about the upcoming soul bonding, but in reality, he hadn't. Each time he attempted to write, the letters ended up sounding something like this: "Dearest Mother, you know I am your devoted son and would do nearly anything to make you happy. Therefore, I hope you are pleased to hear that I am soul bonding with Hermione Granger this weekend. If you are not happy about it, I don't want to know, and if you do anything to hurt or upset Hermione, I will gladly renounce my family. Inheritance. I hope this news finds you well. Respectfully, your son, Draco." Draco read over the letter, but something about the announcement felt off, like it was missing a certain something he couldn't quite identify. He figured his lawyer had probably mentioned it to her anyway, but he'd been too preoccupied with following Hermione around to check his mail. All his mental energy was consumed by thoughts of her and the impending soul bond. It was the only thing that truly mattered to him. He stood up, carried her to the bed, and curled up around her, listening to her breathing until he drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, he was jolted awake, feeling smothered. He lifted his head to find his cloak draped over him. As he sat up, he saw Hermione pulling on her coat and hat. "Hermione?" He rubbed his eyes, confusion clouding his thoughts. "Let's go outside," she whispered hurriedly, her eyes bright with urgency. "It's too warm here." Draco blinked, aware of the almost suffocating atmosphere in the room, thick with her hormones. She was right on the brink of her heat. A primal part of him urged him to push her down and claim her, but his instincts told him to hold back and wait. Hermione turned and hurried towards the door. He caught her before she could reach it. "No," he growled. She went limp in his arms, her hands still reaching for the door. "Draco, it's too warm in here." Her voice was pleading, and he tightened his grip around her. "Hermione, you're going into heat." "No. It's different. It's not my heat. I need to go outside. We can't leave this room, remember? McGonagall warded us in." Her hands fell, and she turned her head away in despair. In a moment of resolve, Draco picked her up and carried her back to the bed, gently pulling off her coat and hat before unbuttoning her pajama top. She caught his hands, her voice firm. "I'm not in the mood right now, Draco." Was sharp. She hadn't been in the mood for days. Draco realized just how accustomed he was to their passionate encounters when she suddenly lost all interest in intimacy. No sex. No kisses. She barely let him touch her. She was too busy, too stressed, not in the mood, not even a little bit. Draco had read all the books and anticipated this shift, carefully avoiding pressing the issue to keep all his fingers and other appendages intact. According to the literature, not all alphas had the sense to tread lightly. Some would use their alpha tone to force the matter, which might work, until the Omega's mind cleared. That was when things tended to get explosive. Hermione was radiating magic like a beacon, and just the sensation of touching her made Draco's fingertips tingle. The sheer amount of magic coursing through her was almost terrifying. He half suspected her hair was on the verge of gaining sentience, as it sometimes seemed to move on its own. Rolling his eyes, he stopped unbuttoning her shirt. "I'm not trying to have sex with you," he said gently. "If you're hot, you'll feel better if you take off some layers." She nodded slowly, and he carefully unbuttoned her shirt, sliding it off her shoulders. The sight of the bite mark at the base of her throat sent a surge of possessiveness through him. He let his fingers glide lightly across her smooth skin, which glistened faintly with perspiration. She smelled delicious. The urge to lick her, to bite her, was overwhelming. He swallowed hard, reminding himself that it wasn't time yet. His fingers trailed down her arms, trying not to dwell on how soft she was, tiny and delicate, his to cherish and protect for the rest of his life. As he brushed his fingers up and down her arms, Hermione shivered and collapsed face down on the bed. "That's nice," she murmured, her words muffled by the pillows. "You can keep doing that." Draco's mouth quirked into a smile as he shifted closer, gently brushing her hair off her neck while his gaze lingered on her bare back. He traced his fingers lightly down her spine, letting them span her lower back before gliding back up over her ribs and along her shoulder blades. He had memorized every detail of her back, the patterns of her freckles and the way her spine felt beneath his tongue. He knew her well enough to understand which spots would arouse her and what touches would help her relax. She let out small, puffy moans, gradually becoming more relaxed under his hands until she drifted off to sleep again. The corner of his mouth twitched as he continued to trace his fingers across her shimmering skin for several more minutes before he finally stopped. Leaning down, he kissed her cheek, breathing in deeply against her skin. She was so close. He sat back and watched her sleep, his entire body tingling with anticipation. He feared that if he fell asleep again, something might go wrong. An alpha could come and steal her away, bond with her, and he would lose her forever because he hadn't taken care of her well enough. He knew there was no way to undo a soul bond, it only happened once. If one of them died, the other would simply fade away. His grandmother had been a significant and indulgent figure in his life until his grandfather passed away during Draco's second year at Hogwarts. After Cygnus' death, she had retreated within her home, accepting few visitors and never setting foot in Malfoy Manor again. As he watched Hermione sleep, he felt a twitch as her scent began to change. Her cheeks flushed, and he could smell her arousal. She squirmed, grinding her hips into the mattress, her curls starting to cling to her skin. He swallowed hard, feeling as if he were the one on the verge of burning up. His shirt began to stick to his back, and he stood up, starting to strip off his clothes. He was kicking off his boxers when Draco felt the room shift as magic coursed through his veins. He turned, and there she was, awake. Panting, her cheeks flushed, her eyes wide with a desperate hunger. She radiated a scent of need that ignited something primal within him. Just looking at her made him harder than he'd ever been, and the thought of not touching her felt almost unbearable. "Draco." Her voice was thick as she sat up in bed, confusion etched across her features. He realized, despite his hopes, that she might not be clear-headed this time. Heightened hormones had already thrown her into a heat without soul bonding, and her magic wouldn't allow that to happen again. "Draco," she said again, her expression a mixture of bewilderment and longing as she reached for him. At that gesture, his instincts surged. She was his, and she wanted him. Damn it. He knew he should say something more composed, but the intensity of the moment was overwhelming. It felt like standing firm against a tidal wave of fire. Draco found himself in a state of heightened awareness, simultaneously in control and utterly lost. It was him, yet not entirely. His instincts were taking charge in a way he hadn't anticipated. In an instant, he had her beneath him. She was soft and yielding, pinned against the bed, her eyes dazed yet eager. She arched up against him, instinctively grinding against him, and he had never felt so hard. It was almost impossible to be this aroused, and yet he was already leaking onto her skin. Her warmth enveloped him, igniting every nerve. "Alpha, Alpha, please," she moaned, already writhing beneath him. He placed one hand on her chest, feeling her heart race beneath his palm, her skin slick with sweat. "I'll take care of you, Omega," he promised, his voice low and raspy. He swallowed hard as he looked down at her, and in that moment, she stilled, her eyes locking onto his with trust. She trusted him to take care of her. To save her from the fire burning through her body. "Draco," she arched her head back for him, exposing her throat. Her breasts pushed up towards him, her nipples were darkened and hard with arousal. Alpha, 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 please. She needed him so much there was a part of him that wanted to just lean into the moment and relish it. Memorize her. The sheen of sweat across her body, her dark, glassy eyes, her cheeks deeply flushed, her mouth open as she stared up at him, giving small desperate pants that he could feel the heat of against his face. He sat back, feeling the heat spreading through him, the throbbing desire as he traced his eyes across her wanton body. "Alpha," Hermione reached for him, but he stilled her, holding her down with one hand. He hooked his fingers in the waistband of her pajamas and stripped her bare. Her cunt was dripping. Slick. Swollen. Clenching. Her slick was dripping out of her, already coating her inner thighs. He licked his lips and took hold of her ankles, pushing her legs apart to look at her. She gave a low whimper, her muscles tense and quivering as she lay presented to him. His jaw twitched and he wanted to lick her cunt. Drink every drop of how much she needed him. The overwhelmingly heady smell in the room set his teeth on edge. Bite her. Bite her. Bite her. Bite her everywhere. He slipped his fingers through her folds, spreading her more. She gave a guttural moan, and he watched her cunt clench on empty air as he knelt between her legs. He leaned forward and slid his cock slowly through her slick, and she tossed her head from side to side. Her body lay pulsing and kneading. Waiting for him. She needed him. "You're so good," he said, staring down at her swollen cunt, at his cock nestled against it, glistening with her arousal. He needed her to know how. He couldn't believe how good she was for him, how much he needed her. The thought of not being enough for her felt like a weight he couldn't bear. "Hermione, you are." His hand slid along her hip to the gentle curve of her waist, and in that moment, he felt like the very essence of his existence was lying right beneath him. His fingers trembled as he gripped her, harder than intended. He couldn't lose her, she needed to know he was there for her. He wanted to be everything for her, protect her, cherish her, always. She twisted beneath him. "Draco, please." He could sense her arousal, an intoxicating wave that washed over them both. Her eyes were dark and filled with longing, as if she were unraveling into something more vulnerable than ever before. He would always be there to hold her together. That was his purpose. He would do anything for her. His own skin glistened with sweat, the heat radiating from her spreading to him. He tightened his grip on her hip, feeling the way his fingers sank into her skin and muscle, tracing the delicate outline of her bones. She was so small, so precious, and he wanted to explore every inch of her, to leave his mark on her skin and in her magic. She was his to touch. As he knelt there, enveloped in her enchantment, the intensity of the moment nearly took his breath away. "Hermione, you're so perfect. I'll take care of you." With that, he pressed himself into her. She gasped softly and opened her legs wider, welcoming him as he pushed deeper. The sensation was indescribably good. She was sublime, a divine being, even more intoxicating than he had imagined. She embodied everything beautiful in the world. He longed to express how incredible she felt, but words escaped him, there simply weren't enough to capture her essence. A ragged growl escaped him as her inner walls enveloped him, stretching around him in the most exquisite way. He lowered his head, gasping against her shoulder, letting his tongue trace along her skin in a long, deliberate motion. Lick. He gripped her body against his, trying to touch her, feel her, hold her everywhere. Her face was slack and dazed, and her mouth kept moving as though she was saying something too quietly for him to hear. He kissed her, and kissed her as he buried himself to the hilt inside her. Her inner walls were already fluttering around him. He slid back and thrust into her hard, filling her as she arched back and took him. She wrapped her legs around his hips. Her mouth kept moving against his lips, and he realized she was mouthing his name over and over. There was no going slow. Fast. Hard. The way she wanted. Only a few thrusts, and he felt his knot start expanding, and her cunt was so slick and burning. He wanted to keep staring at her, but everything was so overwhelming. The sight of her coming apart under him tore him open. He squeezed his eyes closed with a groan as he kept thrusting into her until he was too knotted to move. He felt his balls tighten, and he felt it down to his toes and behind his eyes as he came. The pleasure was almost unbearable, unrelenting as it built and built. He couldn't even find words as it laced through him, and he felt her come apart around him at the same time. He couldn't make his mouth work to tell her how much he loved her, how perfect she was, or tell her again and again how he'd take care of her, but he held her as she shuddered and her whole body grew rigid. He opened his eyes and watched her face twist as she sobbed as though her climax, as though it were tearing her apart. He kissed and licked the base of her neck, nuzzling her and nipping at his mark on the base of her neck, reminding her that she was his, and he was there for her. When the intensity finally eased, he nearly collapsed on top of her but held himself up, peppering her face with kisses as he panted, trying to catch his breath. She smelled fucked. Fucked by him. The air around them was thick with their mixed pheromones, her slickness and sweat, and his essence. It should have felt overwhelming, but instead, it brought a sense of comfort. Just the two of them, nothing else mattered. That was how it was meant to be. When he finally found his voice, everything he had held back rushed out. "You're so good. Such a good girl. I love you so much. You have no idea how much. I'm so pleased with you." Hermione looked up at him, her expression dazed, but at his words, a faint smile crept across her lips. He tightened his grip and flipped them so she was lying on top of him. He kissed her deeply, his hands exploring her once more. "You're such a good girl," he repeated, his words becoming a mantra. With each utterance, she quivered around him, pressing herself closer. He wondered if she would remember any of this later. The last time, she had only recalled fleeting moments, just a word or two. The clear memories were of his attempts to leave, both at the beginning and just before he finally did. That was what stuck with her, the feeling of abandonment. Whenever the topic of her first heat came up, her voice would shrink, her eyes would dart away, and she'd curl in on herself. Then she'd force her chin up, dismissing it all, insisting that they had hardly known each other, so she understood why he had acted as he did. But he knew that moment had defined her experience. To her, being in heat meant losing control and then being left to pick up the pieces. He pressed a kiss to the top of her head. "I'm not going to leave you. I'm never going to leave you. I'm going to stay with you forever." As soon as he pulled out, she was ready for more. It was an insatiable hunger. They should have been worn out and dehydrated, but neither of them could stop. Again and again, time lost all meaning as they surrendered to each other. The heat of the moment intensified everything around them. Whenever he tried to pull away, even just to offer her something to drink, she would let out a desperate cry and cling to him, refusing to let go. There should have been moments of clarity, but instead, they were caught in a whirlwind of passion, losing themselves in each other without a breath between. "Bite me. Bite me, Alpha," she whispered, her voice warm and close to his ear. "Please, you promised you'd bite me." He pressed her down onto the bed, sinking into her with a fierce intensity. "Wait, Omega," he managed to say through gritted teeth as he thrust deeper. His hands gripped her waist, her spine arching as she lifted her head to meet his gaze. "Wait. Alpha, please." He nipped her shoulder sharply, and she froze. He knew he couldn't bite her just yet, something deep inside him urged him to hold back, to wait for the perfect moment. Her neck and shoulders bore the marks of his previous nibbles, a constellation of small bruises that told their own story. "I'm going to take care of you," he groaned as his hips jerked and he found his release inside her. In the moments when he wasn't utterly overwhelmed by her presence, he whispered sweet nothings in her ear, promising her the world and offering sincere apologies. He spoke of her essence, how she felt, tasted, and smelled. He admired the way her eyes sparkled, the way they held a flicker of something special. He described the curve of her jaw and the freckles scattered at the nape of her neck, partially hidden by her curls unless he brushed them aside. The pattern reminded him of the Draco constellation, and though he didn't know what it meant, it felt significant. He told her all the ways he loved her, over and over, pouring out his heart until she succumbed to exhaustion. "Alpha, Alpha, please, please, bite me." Her voice trembled, nearly sobbing in his arms as he held her close. He held her tightly against his chest as he moved with her. "Bite me. You said," the room shimmered, vibrating with magic. He lowered his head, brushing his nose along the base of her neck, and she went still. A wave of sensation coursed through him, tightening him as he felt the moment build. Her magic was raw, burning bright. He bit the right side of her neck until he tasted blood. Hermione let out a low scream, jerking in response. He tightened his grip, biting harder until he felt her gland break beneath his teeth. It was as if a bomb detonated between them. If he hadn't been knotted inside her, gripping her tightly enough to leave bruises, they would have been thrown apart as their magic collided and intertwined. It felt like being engulfed in flames. Every vein, every nerve, even his very atoms burned with her essence. Everything faded into a blinding white light. When he opened his eyes, he found himself staring at himself. He blinked, shaking his head, and there was Hermione, leaning over him, breathless and studying him with eager eyes. "Hey," he said, taking a moment to absorb the fact that he could feel her heartbeat in his consciousness, see himself through her eyes, and sense the way she felt as she looked at him. "Hey, love. Hello." He cupped her face in his hands, drawing her closer for a kiss. He pressed his lips to hers, then to her nose, her eyes, her cheeks, and her forehead. The place where he'd bitten her was already healing into a silver crescent along the base of her neck. "Hey, love," he said again. He felt like he should say more, but the words eluded him, so he continued to kiss her instead. "You're mine now," he finally declared. Hermione let out a small laugh, and he felt happiness surge within her like champagne bubbles. "I think I've always been. I just didn't know." The burn of her heat had subsided, reduced to a warm glow. He wrapped his arms around her and pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. In that moment, he could feel the whirlwind of emotions swirling within her. She was fire, 1,000 thoughts racing through her mind, while to her, he was the calm in the storm, something solid to reach out to, reminding her to breathe. With him by her side, she felt safe, knowing he would catch her if she stumbled. He wished he could embody the tranquility she saw in him, in her eyes. He was as unyielding as a mountain. Hermione nestled her face against his inside. "You are mine. I'm so glad it's forever." In a sudden movement, he flipped her beneath him, reveling in the sensation of their soul bond. She still hummed with desire, and he parted her legs, sinking into her. They gasped together, kissing passionately, their fingers entwined. He yearned to touch her everywhere, to convey the depth of his feelings. His fingers tangled in her hair, tracing the arch of her cheekbones and the curve of her jaw as he kissed her. Her warmth enveloped him, but the physical connection was nothing compared to the emotions she stirred within him. It was like falling into a supernova, far beyond the intensity of dragonfire. The sheer force of her affection was breathtaking, especially for someone who appeared so steadfastly logical. "God," he breathed against her lips, "I love you." From that point on, everything slowed. She was herself again, still craving him, still ablaze with desire, but no longer consumed by mere biology. He held her close, nurturing her, loving her, kissing her deeply. She spoke of his eyes, her words flowing endlessly as she admired his straight nose, his mouth, and his jaw. She described in vivid detail how much she adored pleasuring him, the taste of him lingering on her lips. She shared embarrassing stories from her childhood, recounting how she bit a girl on her first day of preschool, joking that maybe she had always been an Omega. She talked about Potter and Weasley, sharing more tales than he ever anticipated. Then, she climbed on top of him, sinking down onto him as she began to ride him, her head thrown back, her curls a delightful mess. In that moment, she was breathtaking, and he knew he would be the only one to ever see her like this. He held her hips, then slid his hands up to cup her breasts, teasing her hardened nipples between his fingers. Her core tightened around him, and she gasped, her breath ragged. He let his hand drift down to her swollen clit, teasing it lightly until he felt her climax approach. Gripping her hips, he drove deep into her, and as he came, he felt her second orgasm wash over her, causing her to collapse against him. When the heat finally faded, she fell into a deep sleep. He could sense how drained she was, how much her heat had taken out of her. She would be sore and vulnerable, but he would be there for her, taking care of her afterward, something he hadn't done before. She slept for more than 12 hours, completely unaware of the world around her. Draco fussed over her, tidying the room and feeling ravenous, aware that they had probably both lost weight from their passionate encounter. He provided the house elves with a long list of foods he wanted ready for her when she finally woke up. He barely left her side, anxious that she might open her eyes during the brief moments he managed to step away, fearing she'd think he had abandoned her again. The house elves brought him as much protein as he desired, and he drank countless goblets of pumpkin juice. When she finally opened her eyes, he was right there, staring down at her. For a moment, her expression was dazed and uncertain, but then her lips curved into a smile. He felt a wave of happiness radiate from her as their eyes met. "Hey, soulmate," she said softly. Chapter 36, Epilogue, Come What May. Hermione gazed up into Draco's eyes, feeling like liquid gold. "Hey, soulmate," he said, his gaze electric as he looked down at her. The way he regarded her made her feel like the center of the universe. A smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. "Hey, lover." Though her mind still felt foggy with exhaustion, a wave of euphoric relief washed over her as she woke to find him still by her side. She reached up, resting her hand on his face, feeling their magic ripple between them. "We're soulbound," she whispered. "Yeah," he replied, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Words eluded her, and they simply stared at one another, immersed in the connection. She could feel his emotions, those feelings she had once feared might not be real, that she might be deluding herself by believing in. But now, she sensed them all, more genuine than she had ever dared hope. He was hers, just as much as she was his. After a long, soothing shower, Draco helped her untangle her nearly matted hair. When they stepped out of the bathroom, they were pleasantly surprised to find that the house elves had come in, cleaning the room and replacing the sheets, pillows, and blankets on the bed. A nearby table was piled high with food. Draco pressed a gentle kiss on her temple. "You should eat. I think you shrank this week." Hermione snorted, glancing down at herself. "I wouldn't mind if my curves went down a bit. They're just absurd. I was actually thinking of researching reduction spells." "What?" he exclaimed, nearly yelping. "No. They're my favorite things about you." He cut himself off abruptly when he caught her eye, looking a bit abashed. "Well, one of them," he added, waving his hand in her general direction. "Of course, there are other parts of you that I'm even more fond of." Hermione arched an eyebrow. "And by other parts, I can only assume you mean your brain," he said smoothly, sidling up to her. Hermione rolled her eyes and elbowed him. "Right. That's the strong impression I've been getting. My brain is in incredibly high demand." Don't act miffed. Draco raised an eyebrow, looking pointedly down at her. I don't recall my intellect ever being mentioned when you were describing in detail how much you love my cock and pectorals. Hermione felt her face grow hot but squared her shoulders. I was in heat. My focus at the time was limited. Right. Generally speaking, your interest has been far purer. He loomed over her with a lecherous smirk. That was most certainly the impression I got when you first propositioned me, and your voice trailed off as you undressed me with your eyes. Hermione pursed her lips and glanced away. I was very sexually frustrated at the time. Draco chuckled, closing in on her. I know. I was keenly aware of just how frustrated you were. It may surprise you, but I've spent a considerable amount of my time over the last few months keeping track of your state of sexual frustration. You could say it's a hobby of mine. She looked up at him. I wasn't actually that horny. You got me off considerably more than was necessary for my clarity of mind or need for scent marking. Well, he shrugged, watching you come is another hobby of mine. His voice was a purr that resonated through every nerve in her body. She had meant to eat, but she lost track of time snogging him instead. The last time had been after her heat, when she was alone. She tried not to dwell on it, but the feeling of vulnerability from being left once it was over had been almost physically painful. She didn't want to let go of Draco. She could barely keep her hands off him, touching him, kissing him, feeling the magic between them. He'd said he wished she'd be more clingy, and now he was getting all of her clinginess. She didn't want to eat, she just wanted to hug him indefinitely. Eventually, Draco had to peel her off and drag her across the room to the table, begging her to eat. As she nibbled on a French pastry he had somehow convinced the house elves to make, he fussed over her, pouring endless refills of pumpkin juice and giving her a shoulder rub. Draco, she said between bites, you don't need to. Of the two of us, I'm sure you're feeling worse. You spent so much more energy with me than I did with you. Don't tell me what to do, Granger. That's Pansy's job. Hermione choked on a laugh, nearly inhaling her pastry. He planted a kiss on her shoulder and began kneading the muscles at the nape of her neck. I wasn't there the last time. I have to make it up to you now. His tone was dry, almost sarcastic, but she could sense the deeper emotions lurking beneath, guilt and apologies. Turning to face him, Hermione straddled his lap, ignoring the burning sensation in her muscles with every move. She wrapped her arms around his neck. Draco, this is us together. It's not about making anything up anymore. You've apologized, and I've accepted it. I've forgiven you. Just love me now. She closed her eyes, reaching for the emotional connection between them. I love you, she whispered, her mouth just a breath away from his lips. I love you. Just love me back. I will, he replied, and then he kissed her. Now that she was soulbound, it was safe for Hermione to leave Hogwarts. A few days after her heat, she and Draco visited her parents at St. Mungo's. As they sat in the waiting room, Hermione fidgeted nervously, her throat tight. I've written to them, but their memories of me are still blurry. The last time, before I left for school, they still. I didn't think they'd remember me at all, but now they remember a little. I'm not sure what to expect. Hermione twisted her wand in her fingers and shifted in the uncomfortable chair. Draco reached over and took one of her hands. You're likable, even to people who are trying not to fall in love with you. They'll be very happy to see you, I'm sure. As they entered the room, Helen Granger stared at Hermione in silence for several seconds before reaching out. Hermione, you're all grown up. Tears flooded Hermione's eyes as she took her mother's hand. Do you remember me, Mum? Of course, Helen said, pulling Hermione closer, her eyes wide as she took in her daughter. There are still some years that are a bit spotty, but I remember my clever little witch daughter. Helen wrapped her arms around Hermione, and she burst into tears. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I wanted to visit sooner. It's all right. Helen stroked Hermione's hair. Your friends Harry, Ron, and Molly have come to see us several times. They told us it wasn't safe. But it's safe now. You're not endangering yourself by coming here. It's safe, Hermione said, nodding as she wiped her eyes. It's safe for me now. She glanced over and noticed that Draco and her father were staring at each other. Draco wore an expression of clear apprehension, despite being the taller wizard. Mum, Dad, this is Draco Malfoy. Robert Granger's eyes narrowed. I've seen you before. You're that scrawny little blonde boy whose father got into a fight with Arthur Weasley at the bookshop. Your father didn't think Hermione should be a witch. Draco paled visibly, and Hermione winced. Of course her parents would remember Draco and Lucius. Draco and I have been in a relationship for several months now. It's because of him that it's safe for me to visit. We actually got to know each other because we're partners in several classes this year. Hermione skillfully redirected the conversation toward school, keeping it there for the rest of the visit. While she animatedly explained their arithmancy project to her mother, Draco and her father exchanged silent glances, each studying the other. As they were leaving, Helen looked at Draco with curiosity. Are you Dutch? You're very tall. Draco shifted awkwardly, glancing down at himself. I'm primarily French and English. Due to a magic-related phenomenon, I ended up taller than expected. After they left Street Mungo's, they operated back to the gates of Hogwarts and made their way toward the castle. Along the way, Hermione turned to Draco. Should we go see your mother this week? Did she write back after you told her? Draco paused mid-stride. Right. Well, about that. A wave of discomfort and guilt washed over him as he glanced away. I never wrote to tell her. You didn't? Hermione's confusion deepened. They had discussed it multiple times, and she was certain she had seen him writing letters. I thought you said. He looked down, straightened his robes, and focused on his shoes. I tried to write her, but... He hesitated, searching for the right words. My parents, well, you know what kind of ideology they raised me with. Just because I'm more important to them than the Dark Lord's victory doesn't mean they've stopped believing what they do. My mother is still a Black. She may decide to accept you for my sake, or she might not, and honestly, I don't care what she does. He reached out, tucking a curl behind her ear, his thumb brushing lightly across her cheek. The life I have with you is better and broader than anything they ever wanted for me. Hermione felt breathless and swallowed hard. He let out a low sigh. I tried to write, but every letter ended up sounding like, I'm soul bonding with Hermione, and if you object, you don't ever need to see me again. I was so focused on you that I just didn't have the mental energy to write to her, Draco admitted. I'm not interested in compromising or offering any sort of apology for not marrying a pureblood. He locked eyes with her, and the intensity of his expression made her heart skip a beat. There's nothing about you that they have any right to object to, and there's nothing they can threaten me with that's worth more than you. That's why I didn't write. I'm sure my lawyer mentioned it to her. I think she sent a few letters that I haven't read yet, if you want to see what she has to say. As it turned out, Narcissa Malfoy had quite a bit to say, but she had the sense to keep it brief and full of implications. She was his mother, after all, she would love him no matter what. It was rare for a Muggleborn to be an Omega, and perhaps an investigation into Hermione's background would reveal she was descended from the Sacred 28. Despite the impulsive and instinct-driven choices he'd made, Draco was still the Malfoy heir. There was a note about comportment classes included in the letters. With a flick of his wrist, Draco set the letters on fire and tossed them into a bin. If that's how she wants to act, she can see us at graduation. Hermione paused for a moment before saying, she probably assumed it was a pure-blood or at least a half-blood here at school. I don't care, he replied, his voice thick with anger. She can swallow her prejudice, or she can keep up with my life through Pansy. He scoffed, and Hermione felt the heat of his indignation. We don't need to see her at all. Their bigotry has done enough already. I'm done. I'm not accommodating it. Breaking the seal on a letter from Harry, Hermione began to read. Well, it seems like everyone is happy and ready to accept us, she said dryly, handing the letter to Draco. They'll come around eventually, I think. Ginny will thump them both if they act like idiots. The tone of the letter reassured her that Harry and Ron would always love her, even if they didn't agree with her choices. It was a very quick relationship, all things considered, Hermione said with a sigh. If anyone I knew wanted to get married after just 3 months, I'd probably have a lot of objections too. Even I didn't think we'd move this fast. Draco glanced at her, curiosity sparking in his eyes. Are we married? She raised her eyebrows and shrugged. Not legally, but I think soul bonding is a bit more than marriage. Do I get to call you my wife? His voice dropped to a low purr. Hermione smiled, leaning toward him. If you want to, I wouldn't object. Although, I prefer it when you call me soulmate. She felt his smile as she kissed him. They had the castle nearly to themselves for the holidays. They made liberal use of the prefect's bath, hid away in secluded aisles of the library, reading and kissing. They took long walks, and Draco flew while Hermione watched, wrapped in warming charms that never seemed to wear off. And they had sex. A lot of sex. Hermione hadn't thought it could get any better, but soul-bonded sex was something entirely different. It wasn't just the physical aspect, it was the way their magic and emotions entwined, swirling together in a blend that was beyond anything she had ever known. Feeling what he felt for her, and experiencing his emotions when he felt hers, was beautifully and blindingly sublime. No wonder alphas and omegas kept their biology so private. It was the most personal experience Hermione had ever had. She could barely find the words to describe it. Draco was hers, woven into her magic, her emotions, her very mind. The mutual need they had for one another was staggering. She hardly noticed who else was at Hogwarts during the holidays until she nearly tripped over Pansy in the library. "Oh, you're here," Hermione said, her voice tinged with surprise as she took in the sight of Pansy and Luna Lovegood studying together in a window seat. Pansy instantly stiffened, her expression shifting. Hermione faced Pansy, who stood there with her back arched like a cat. "I can't imagine how you missed me. You've torn your eyes away from Draco at least 3 times this past week," Pansy said, rolling her eyes. "I didn't realize you and Luna knew each other," Hermione replied, trying to gauge whether it was her imagination or if Pansy seemed unusually comfortable with Luna. "Why? Did you think you were the only non-Slytherin who would have anything to do with me?" Pansy snapped, baring her teeth. "Hermione Granger and her menagerie of social outcasts? Are you going to knit a ratty little hat and hide it in my school bag in hopes of adopting me?" Hermione rolled her eyes. "Getting into other people's school bags is more your style." Pansy snorted. "I was trying to pay my debt by doing you a favor and empowering your sickeningly noble political ambitions. You're the one who decided to throw it all away and soul bond for love anyway." Her disdain was palpable, almost hard to reconcile with the fact that she had insisted on being one of the witnesses to support Hermione and Draco's soul bond. "Pansy and I are partners in herbology and charms because no one else wants to pair with us," Luna chimed in, blinking slowly as she lifted her book to display its title. "We're compiling a list of witches who killed their husbands with common magical plant life. Did you know that after the court failed to convict her husband of abuse, Celeste Trunglegump spent 3 years slowly poisoning him with mandrake tops before he finally succumbed? Then she and her ladies' maid ran away together to Greece." Hermione's mouth twitched as she tilted her head in curiosity. "I didn't know that." "It was Pansy's idea to make it our spring project," Luna continued. "I'd been telling her she should have stayed in care of magical creatures since many magical plants have symbiotic relationships with magical creatures. There's been a severe Nargle infestation at Hogwarts this year due to all the mistletoe, but the butterbeer corks help keep them away. Luna lifted her necklace proudly. I made a bracelet for Pansy. She says she only needs a few corks since there are fewer Nargles in the dungeons. Hermione's gaze dropped, and she spotted a butterbeer cork bracelet quickly disappearing beneath Pansy's cardigan. I have extra corks from the Ravenclaw Christmas party if you want one, Hermione, Luna offered. I don't, Hermione replied promptly. Pansy stiffened, shooting Hermione a look that could only be described as murderous. Because, Hermione stuttered, caught off guard. Omegas are actually immune to Nargles. Luna nodded seriously. Nargles are very sensitive to scents. Hermione gestured over her shoulder. Well, I should go find Draco. I'll see you both around. She crab-walked awkwardly around the corner, then quickly headed back to where Draco was browsing through Charms encyclopedias. Draco, did you know that Pansy and Luna Lovegood are friends? He paused, furrowing his eyebrows. They got stuck together in herbology a few months ago. Pan said it's a nightmare and keeps threatening to drop the class. A smile crept onto Hermione's face. I think she's gotten over it. They're doing preliminary research for their project for next term, a compiled list of witches who poisoned their husbands. A mix of emotions flickered across Draco's face. That's not unsettling at all. Good God, I dated her. He sighed, closing his book before turning to face Hermione. In case I've never told you, one of the countless things I appreciate about you is that if you ever murder me, I know you'll look me in the eye and tell me why first. When the holidays ended, the Greengrass sisters returned to school in high spirits. The curse on Astoria wasn't fully broken, but they'd made progress. Neville returned with a look of happy relief on his face. He and Hannah had spent time together over the holidays and rekindled their relationship. The next term passed relatively smoothly. Hermione and Ginny took decisive action against the bullying issue. With Draco firmly under Hermione's protection and Pansy's ambiguous connection with Luna, Cornelius Burbage and his friend found themselves without any clear targets to harass. Although the tension remained, the rest of the year saw a fragile peace settle over the castle. Gradually, Hermione's friends began to warm up to Draco. Harry and Ron typically avoided discussing him in their letters, but Hermione stubbornly brought Draco along every time the trio ventured to Hogsmeade, forcing them to accept her connection with him, even if it was with reluctance. To Hermione's dismay, once she started leaving the castle, news of her relationship spread like wildfire. The newspapers erupted with sensational coverage, eagerly pursuing anyone connected to her for details about her personal life. According to the Daily Prophet, it had always been obvious that she was an Omega, given her magical prowess and her history of pursuing high-profile relationships with well-known figures like Victor Krum and Harry Potter. When the identity of Hermione's Alpha became public, the Ministry intervened, demanding a full investigation into their relationship. Hermione was prepared, armed with her research and legal contracts. In March, she went into heat again, and upon her return with Draco, they learned that Anthony Goldstein had finally emerged from his pupation. Covered in soft fur and sporting an enormous set of non-functional butterfly wings, he struggled to move, looking utterly bewildered. "What the hell did you do to me?" he exclaimed. Half snarling, half moaning, Anthony Goldstein reacted when Draco and Hermione entered the infirmary. Draco sneered at him. "Far less than I'd wanted to. I must say, those wings suit you, Goldstein. All appearance." Hermione marched up to Anthony and punched him squarely on the nose, feeling the satisfying crack beneath her fist. "That's for forcing me into subspace." Leaning closer, she added in a low whisper, "You'll have to wait to see what I'm going to do to you for what you did to Pansy." "Miss Granger." Madame Pomfrey's indignant voice echoed across the infirmary. "Assaulting patients in a hospital ward is strictly frowned upon. If I see it happen again, there will be a points deduction." With that, she turned and retreated into her office. Anthony sat there, clutching his nose in disbelief as the door closed behind her. Hermione shot him a thin smile. "You're lucky I have better things to do." Then, with a decisive turn, she took Draco's hand and walked out. Anthony withdrew from Hogwarts before his wings molted. Later, in late April, Hermione asked, "Draco, where should we live after we graduate?" He stiffened, looking up from his homework. "Wherever you want. You'll be the one working, I'll just be." He waved his hand dismissively, knocking about and maybe meeting with the family solicitors every now and again. Hermione bit her lower lip. "Well, shouldn't you decide? Since you'll be there more?" He shifted uncomfortably. "Hermione, I really don't care." She stared at him until he finally looked away. "I think we should get a place where we could have a charms lab. That would be fun, don't you think?" He looked up again, and she could sense his internal excitement, even though his expression remained carefully neutral. She tilted her head, pondering. Maybe in London, a flat somewhere in a Muggle area. It would be more private that way. No one would bother us unless we wanted them to. Draco was studying her closely. Wouldn't you want to live closer to your friends?" Hermione shrugged. "Assuming I don't fail my newts and manage to get a job with the Department of Magical Creatures, we'll all be working in the same building. I don't need to live near them." She scooted closer, sliding her hand around his arm and resting her head on his shoulder. "You could become a charms inventor. We could work on projects together on the weekends. Maybe someday, if you want, you could even become a professor here at Hogwarts, if you decide you don't want to just lounge around being independently wealthy your whole life." Draco snorted, looking down at her with a raised brow. "Uppity little wench. I thought all those romance novels said the heroine secretly admires an unscrupulously earned peerage." Hermione lifted her chin defiantly. "Sorry, but I think the aristocracy is a load of rubbish. Although," she added, her voice dropping to a sultry whisper, "I'm willing to pretend to admire it briefly if it means I get to see that absolutely enormous library of yours. I would be so honored." Draco's expression darkened as he narrowed his eyes. "You are never going to stop making jokes about my family library, are you?" "Probably not," she replied, laughing as she backed away. He lunged across the couch, cornering her. He caught her and pinned her down, lowering his head to kiss along her throat, making her breath hitch and leaving her feeling boneless beneath him. As he started to unbutton her shirt, she moaned softly and twitched slightly. "We have rules," she said, though she didn't make any real effort to stop him as he pulled her bra aside. "You had me write a list. No interrupting study sessions with sex. That was your rule." "Right," he replied, and she could feel his smirk against her skin. "We were studying, weren't we? Remind me, how does Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration go?" "What?" She furrowed her brow, caught off guard. Her eyebrows and then gasped as his teeth lightly grazed her nipple. "Transfiguration, Granger," he said, as he kissed down her body. "We're reviewing. You Slytherin Pratt, you planned this." I may have been fairly conscientious in my word choice for that rule. He rolled her nipple between his fingers and the sensation shot through her, making her toes curl and a tight coiling begin in her lower abdomen. "Gamp's law, Hermione," he said as he settled between her legs. She swallowed. "There are 5 principal exceptions," her voice cut off briefly as his hand slid up her bare inner thigh. "In elemental transfiguration, the first." There was a touch tracing along the fabric of her knickers and the words faded away. "The first?" Draco said, prompting her as he pushed up her skirt and pressed his thumb lightly against her clit and moved it in small circles. "The first exception," his thumb moved away and she felt him slowly pull her knickers to one side, "of Gamp's law," her voice wavered as she felt his breath on her, "is food." 2 of his fingers sank into her core. She gave an incoherent moan. "Which means?" His voice was dropped low and it rippled through her. Her clit throbbed and her inner walls tightened around his fingers. His lips so close she could feel the heat of his mouth. She licked her lips. Which means, it means food cannot be created from nothing. Draco's burning hot tongue descended on her sex as his fingers pulled back and then pushed back into her. Her hips bucked slightly and he stilled her with his hand. His tongue swirled against her and flicked lightly against her clit before he withdrew. What types of transfiguration can be used on food? Hermione swallowed and gripped the couch beneath her as his fingers again slid into her core. She squeezed her eyes shut as she tried to focus on transfiguration rather than Draco's lips as he lightly kissed along the multiplication, she said, her breath hitching as his mouth found her. Her toes curled tightly, and one hand tangled in his hair as he worked his magic. A ragged gasp escaped her lips, and she tensed under his touch. It can be transformed, or multiplied, or some summoned. She whimpered, feeling his hand slide up to tease her breast. The second exception. He made her recite all 5 principal exceptions before he finally let her reach her peak. Afterwards, she lay back, completely relaxed, on the couch, taking a moment to recover. When she finally sat up, she shot him a serious look. The point of rules is not to exploit them. He smirked, still focused on his book. Frustrated, she snatched it from his hands and, for a brief moment, straddled him before sliding off his lap to kneel between his legs. With practiced ease, she unbuttoned his trousers and boxers, revealing his already rigid desire. Lowering her head, she dragged her tongue slowly up the length of him, meeting his dark, hungry gaze. "Remind me, Draco, what are the 12 uses of dragon's blood?"